Chapter 1. The most powerful role-playing system of the heavens. Wu Chen opened his eyes, feeling a sharp pain at the back of his head. He raised his hand to clutch his head as he sat up, immediately noticing the peculiar surroundings. Upon lifting his gaze, he was met with a street adorned with towering skyscrapers illuminated by the night. Looking down at his feet, he realized he was seated on the sidewalk. Where am I? Wasn't I working overtime at the office? Startled, Wu Chen sprang to his feet. He vividly recalled that a project was nearing its final inspection, yet the last checks had yet to be completed, compelling his team to work through the night. It seemed he had dozed off during this overtime and awakened in this unfamiliar place. Could it be a dream? A thunderous roar echoed nearby, reminiscent of a rampaging beast. Accompanied by a furious shout, "Hulk!" The immense bellow reverberated, causing a jolt of pain to surge through the wound at the back of Wu Chen's head, reminding him that this was all too real. A surge of unfamiliar memories flooded his mind as Wu Chen gazed at a fist-sized, blood-stained rock beside him, suddenly enlightened. He was in New York City, and he was the proprietor of a Chinese restaurant in the Manhattan district. His name remained Wu Chen, his appearance still handsome, yet the world around him was not as he once knew it. Within his memories, he recalled the headquarters of Stark Industries, where Tony Stark flamboyantly declared at a press conference, "I am Iron Man." This was the Marvel Universe. By the resemblance of Tony Stark in his recollections, Wu Chen realized he was within the Marvel Cinematic Universe. A sigh of relief escaped him, but what a foolish notion. In comparison to the Marvel comic universe, the cinematic realm undoubtedly possessed a weaker overall power hierarchy. However, regardless of its diminished strength, it was still far beyond the capabilities of an average person to withstand. With Iron Man already in existence, how far could the Hulk, Thor, Hydra, or even Thanos be? Wu Chen lamented his misfortune. He was unwilling to gamble on the 50-50 chance of the snap, convinced he would inevitably become dust scattered across the ground. Yet, as an ordinary individual, what could he possibly do? He recalled the circumstances that led him to lie on the ground at that moment. Stepping outside to purchase something, he had suddenly been struck by a loud crash as a rock flew in from afar, striking the back of his head. How unlucky can I be? Suddenly, a violent crash reverberated as another rock hurtled toward him. He swiftly dodged, glaring angrily in the direction from which the stone had come. But in the next moment, he froze, then turned and fled. Emerging from the shattered wall was a grotesque, towering green giant, the very source of Wu Chen's pain. He recognized its identity with revulsion. Emil Blonsky, the captain of the task force assembled by General Ross to capture the Hulk, had injected himself with the blood of Bruce Banner, transforming into the exceedingly ugly yet fiercely powerful abomination standing before him. At this moment, Blonsky has transformed into the abomination. Though he has gained immense power, he has simultaneously lost all reason, rampaging uncontrollably and seeking a confrontation with the Hulk. The sheer strength of his body plunges Blonsky into a euphoric state of destruction. He effortlessly overturns cars, hurling them aside to crash into hapless pedestrians and vehicles. "Ah, help!" The cries of innocent bystanders echo like thunder as the police arrive, firing at the abomination, yet their efforts prove futile. Crash! A vehicle comes hurtling towards them, and several officers are unable to evade it, meeting a tragic end. Witnessing this horrifying scene, Wu Chen feels a suffocating sense of despair welling up within him. The abomination, in his quest to draw the Hulk's attention, mercilessly obliterates everything in his path, embodying pure malevolence. "Mommy! I want my mommy!" Suddenly, the wail of a little girl pierces through the chaos. Wu Chen halts his flight, turning to investigate. Before him lies a blonde girl of 5 or 6 years, crouched on the ground, her gaze fixated on a bloodied blonde woman sprawled before her. Mere meters behind her looms the menacing figure of the abomination, brandishing a car. Wu Chen's eyes redden. He yearns to rescue the girl. Yet the distance is too great, and the abomination has already noticed her, advancing with ominous intent. As the specter of tragedy looms, a dispassionate, ethereal voice resonates in Wu Chen's mind. Ding! Detection of the host's formidable willpower. The supreme role-playing system has been activated. Host: Wu Chen. Current role: none. Current role progress: 0. Character ownership: none. Role character extraction attempts: 1. The sudden proclamation causes Wu Chen's eyes to narrow, and then a brilliant light bursts forth from his dark irises. The golden finger has manifested. With no intention of studying this newfound power or conversing with the system, Wu Chen internally commands, extract a role. The utmost priority is to save the blonde girl. Unable to effect the rescue himself, he must rely on the power of the golden finger. Based on the system's name, He surmises that it allows him to embody any character from myriad worlds, perhaps a mighty figure or a mere weakling. However, regardless of who it may be, they will undoubtedly surpass the ordinary Wu Chen. As expected, the ethereal voice reverberates once more in his mind. Please extract from the role character pool. Current options include Naruto, DC, Dragon Ball. Shall the extraction proceed immediately? Extract. Extraction successful. Role character pool locked. Naruto. System detection indicates this is the initial extraction, granting the buff wishes come true. Ding. Extracting role character. As the system's words fade, a flurry of figures races through Wu Chen's mind. Ultimately, the mental imagery settles upon a silhouette adorned in a red and white robe, emblazoned with flames, crowned with a Leaf Village headband. With golden hair and azure eyes adorned with a hedgehog-like hairstyle, his handsome and gentle visage exudes a warmth that captivates the heart. Beneath the ceremonial robe lies a tactical uniform, a privilege reserved for the elite shinobi of Konoha, and emblazoned on the back of the robe are the resplendent words, Fourth Hokage. The Fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Known as the Golden Flash of Konoha, Wu Chen was filled with exhilaration. The golden-haired lowly was saved. When one thinks of Minato Namikaze, the first impression undoubtedly revolves around his swiftness. With the Flying Thunder God technique at his disposal, the world becomes a boundless realm, accessible from any corner. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the character of the Fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze from the Naruto world of Konoha. Shall you commence the role-playing? Note, the host can assume the appearance of all characters they portray. Wu Chen had initially harbored concerns about needing to style himself as Minato, dyeing his black hair to golden before commencing his portrayal, but to his astonishment, he could transform instantly. Without hesitation, he responded to the system. Commence role-playing. Chapter 2. A spiraling assault. After a brief moment, Wu Chen had vanished, replaced by a gentle and handsome young man in his 20s. Clad in a white ceremonial robe and wielding a trident shuriken. At that very instant, the system interface in his mind also underwent a transformation. Host, Wu Chen. Current character, Fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Current progress, 15. Character ownership, Fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Character extraction attempts, 08. Is this truly a mere 15 progress? Could it be that my resemblance to Minato, our shared good looks and a desire to protect the weak, has influenced this? After a fleeting thought, Wu Chen cast it aside. The most pressing matter at hand was to rescue the golden-haired girl. Reaching into the ninja tool pouch at his waist, Wu Chen retrieved a second trident shuriken. With a swift motion, he hurled the shuriken towards a safe distance. Its speed so remarkable that the naked eye could scarcely perceive it. This was an effect achievable only by the true Minato Namikaze. Then, Wu Chen bent slightly and launched another trident shuriken towards the location of the golden-haired girl. This time, propelled with all his might, it flew even faster than the last. Clang! The shuriken embedded itself beside the golden-haired girl, momentarily startling her as she wept. She wiped her tears and reached out to touch the shuriken. Noting the Chinese characters tied to its handle, which resembled adorable tadpoles, a sight that delighted her. In that moment, she seemed to forget her dire predicament. Behind her, the monstrous figure of the abomination raised a vehicle, ready to crush her beneath its weight. If it were to fall, the golden-haired girl would surely meet a gruesome end. Her fragile form obliterated. The abomination's bloodthirsty excitement surged as he gazed upon the petite figure of the girl. In that moment, he was consumed by a primal thrill. Fully aware of his surroundings while having lost all rationality, the exhilaration of impending destruction heightened his senses, particularly as the delightful girl was on the verge of being annihilated. In the distance, General Ross observed the frenzied abomination from his helicopter, accompanied by Bruce Banner, who was now captive alongside his girlfriend, Betty. The administered suppressants had prevented Dr. Banner from transforming into the Hulk, leaving him powerless. Yet, witnessing the unfolding tragedy, Banner implored General Ross, "Ordinary people cannot contend with the abomination. Let me intervene." "No," Betty cried, rushing to embrace Banner. "You are no longer the Hulk. You cannot risk your life." However, Dr. Banner shook his head, sensing that the suppressants merely held the Hulk at bay. If he found himself in peril, the Hulk would undoubtedly resurface. Confronted by Dr. Banner's unwavering gaze, Betty wept profusely, yet ultimately nodded in acquiescence. Bestowing a gentle kiss upon her, Dr. Banner leaped from the helicopter under General Ross's watchful eye. With a resounding crash, he struck the ground, creating a crater, yet the Hulk did not emerge immediately. "Bruce," Betty called out, but General Ross abruptly interjected, "Quick, fly that way. Look over there. What is that man doing?" At his words, Betty raised her gaze. With a thunderous roar, Abomination prepared to smash the car in his grasp, finally drawing the attention of the blonde girl to the unfolding chaos behind her. Her mouth fell agape in terror, but in the next instant, her view was obscured. Suddenly, A handsome blonde man appeared beside her. His striking visage surpassed even that of her father, exuding not only beauty but also a warm aura, akin to a gentle sun. The man offered her a tender smile, taking hold of the trident-shaped kunai she had just grasped, advising her, "This is a dangerous weapon. Little one should not play with it." With a whoosh, crash, Abomination's strike missed its mark, eliciting its furious roar. Hulk. In a fleeting moment, the blonde girl found herself cradled by this warm man, whisked away to a safe distance. "Big brother, can you fly?" she inquired. Wu Chen smiled kindly, replying, "This is not flying, it is space ninjutsu." Having said this, he set her down and urged, "Run far away, as far as you can." Turning back, he retrieved several trident-shaped kunai from his ninja tool pouch and hurled them toward the positions of those unable to escape in time. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Instantly, 4 or 5 individuals appeared before the blonde girl, blonde-haired, blue-eyed women, black-haired, dark-eyed Asians, and individuals clad in ebony skin. After escorting the innocent bystanders away from Abomination, Wu Chen narrowed his eyes, transforming his pent-up frustration into righteous fury. Bullying the weak, rampaging without restraint, he proclaimed, "I care not for your reasons. Your actions are abhorrent. I shall vanquish you." With that, he unleashed several kunai towards Abomination while vanishing from sight. Abomination, unable to decipher Wu Chen's words, only sensed the provocation, inflating its rage. Yet, faced with the oncoming kunai, it did not even consider evasion. What could such a mere throwing weapon do against me, capable of nullifying bullets? It thought. Indeed. The kunai failed to pierce Abomination's skin. However, at the moment of impact, the kunai was suddenly grasped by Minato Namikaze, who had just materialized, accompanied by a blue spiraling energy sphere in his hand. Rasengan. To the astonishment of the onlookers, this seemingly invincible foe, Abomination, was sent flying by Minato's Rasengan, crashing into a nearby building, which collapsed under the force. Undoubtedly, in the presence of true strength, Abomination was but a mere plaything. My heavens! That man actually sent Abomination flying. General Ross in the helicopter gasped, and the individuals rescued by Wu Chen were equally astonished. This must be what a superhero looks like. Everyone, remain calm. We have a superhero akin to Iron Man to save us. Someone shouted loudly, causing more onlookers to pause and gather around to witness the scene. It is, after all, not unusual for there to be fewer foreigners present. The collapsed buildings stirred up dust, which swiftly enveloped the surroundings, completely concealing the loathsome figure. Wu Chen glanced at the crowd of spectators, choosing to ignore them. He had no interest in those courting disaster. At this moment, he squinted, coldly gazing in the direction of the abhorrence. While others believed the crisis had passed, only Wu Chen understood that the loathsome creature was undoubtedly still alive. Chapter 3. Defeating the Abomination. Had the Abomination been vanquished by a mere Rasengan, it would not have engaged in such an extended confrontation with the Hulk. As anticipated, with a thunderous roar, the Abomination emerged from the swirling dust, pounding the ground as it charged towards Wu Chen, intent on crushing the audacious individual who dared to challenge the great Blonsky, an unforgivable offense. Remarkably, perhaps due to the immense damage inflicted by the recent Rasengan, the bloodied Abomination regained a semblance of rationality. During its charge, it employed tactics, lifting vehicles to hurl at Wu Chen, who effortlessly dodged each assault. Yet amidst this chaos, a colossal fist surged towards Wu Chen's face, providing the Abomination an opening to strike. Nevertheless, Wu Chen remained unfazed. At the very instant the Abomination's fist neared his body, he vanished from sight, reappearing at the edge of a distant kunai. Boom! The Abomination slammed its fists into the ground once more, its fury intensifying. "You coward! Do not evade." Wu Chen furrowed his brow, recognizing it was time to resolve this matter. Although he could continue the battle, prolonging it would reduce the surrounding neighborhood to ruins. Thus, he closed his eyes, preparing to enter Sage Mode. Indeed, the Fourth Hokage had mastered Sage Mode, indistinguishable from Naruto's perfected version. Observing Wu Chen's closed eyes, the Abomination felt belittled, igniting a fiery rage as it charged forward. "Oh my! Why is he standing still? That monster is coming. Move!" The onlookers cried in panic, yet none dared to intervene. The Abomination's recent savage behavior had instilled terror in all present. Suddenly, a tremendous crash resonated. Hulk! Boom! The ground shattered as Hulk finally made his entrance. Upon his arrival, he spotted the Abomination barreling towards an innocent bystander and immediately surged forward to intercept. Smack! The two titanic figures, each towering 2 to 3 meters and weighing over 500 kilograms, collided midair, careening off course and rolling aside. Witnessing this, Wu Chen retracted his finger, preparing to initiate the Flying Thunder God technique. He certainly would not remain passive while the Abomination attacked, although movement was restricted during his entry into Sage Mode. Activating the technique was permissible. However, it would disrupt the process, necessitating a restart to achieve Sage Mode. With Hulk's timely intervention, Wu Chen chose to remain still. Yet, despite aiding Wu Chen, the titanic clash between the two monsters resulted in even more catastrophic consequences. A powerful sense of oppression enveloped the area as buildings crumbled like a house of cards. The concrete walls, fragile as paper, succumbed to the ferocity of their battle. Hulk and the Abomination roared, locked in combat. They unleashed their pent-up fury and brutality, wielding everything around them in a bid to annihilate one another. Each impact shattered the ground beneath them, with lampposts and fire hydrants transformed into makeshift weapons, mercilessly pummeling their adversary. In no time, their surroundings transformed into a desolate wasteland. Witnessing such a cataclysmic scene, a portion of the onlookers became inexplicably exhilarated, shouting, "Kill him! Green Giant, finish off the grotesque creature." However, a greater number of individuals sensed the impending danger and hastily fled the scene. The father of the golden-haired girl arrived, a middle-aged man clad in police uniform, who scooped up his daughter and carried his unconscious wife into the police vehicle. "Daddy, that big brother saved me," the golden-haired girl exclaimed, pointing at Wu Chen, who remained in his ethereal form. The middle-aged man glanced at him but paid no heed, driving away without a word. Bang! Hulk, fueled by rage, was not merely an adversary to be despised. He was sent flying by an abominable streetlight pole. By chance, he hurtled directly towards the spot where Wu Chen stood. As Wu Chen opened his eyes, his handsome visage bore 2 streaks of orange eyeshadow, and his pupils morphed into horizontal orbs resembling those of a toad. In a flash, he vanished from his position, allowing Hulk to crash to the ground. The next moment, Wu Chen materialized above the Abomination, raising his right hand, which coalesced into a spiral sphere larger than a human, celestial technique, Great Jade Spiral Sphere. Bang! The Abomination had no time to react before being struck by the Great Jade Spiral Sphere, collapsing to the ground, fully absorbing the devastating impact. Blood splattered as the Abomination's body was mercilessly ground to a pulp by the force of the attack. Sensing the Abomination's increasingly feeble aura, Wu Chen retracted his hand. Even the Abomination could not withstand celestial arts. After all, it was a technique capable of injuring beings of the Six Paths caliber. General Ross in the helicopter widened his eyes, bellowing, "What is that luminous orb and that colossal light sphere? Is it a new energy weapon? How can that man teleport? Find out who he is at once." Initially, General Ross believed that the golden-haired youth merely had the strength to send the Abomination flying. He was utterly astonished that he could annihilate it. Betty was equally elated. With the golden-haired handsome man having vanquished the Abomination, Bruce would no longer have to battle it. Bruce was safe. Overcome with joy, Betty wept tears of happiness. Meanwhile, the onlookers nearby were also in awe. Possessing formidable strength, striking good looks, and rescuing others from peril, it was hard for anyone, even men, not to feel a sense of admiration for him. "Golden Flash, we adore you. Golden Flash, go on. Take down that green giant." Inspired by Wu Chen's remarkable attributes, the spectators spontaneously dubbed him the nickname Golden Flash, reminiscent of the once-renowned title of Minato Namikaze, the Yellow Flash of Konoha. However, upon hearing Green Giant, Wu Chen furrowed his brow, sensing the pressure of wind behind him. He promptly leaped upward, evading the attack from behind. Hulk was furious. Having battled the Abomination for several minutes, he had come to regard it as his rival, unwilling to let anyone interfere. This was the instinct of a powerful beast during a hunt. Any intrusion upon its prey was a mortal affront, though Hulk had not yet reached that level. His hatred for Abomination had culminated in a profound sense of dissatisfaction. He had been unable to fully unleash his fury. His gaze then shifted towards the one who had vanquished Abomination. Surely, the individual capable of such a feat would allow him the catharsis he craved, enabling him to release his pent-up anger. Rising from the ground, Hulk clenched his fists and charged towards Wu Chen. He delivered a powerful blow, but Wu Chen deftly evaded. A flicker of coldness evident in his expression. Initially, Hulk had aided him, which had led Wu Chen to refrain from retaliating. However, the audacity of this creature to strike first warranted a demonstration of the might of the Golden Flash. In an instant, a trio-pronged kunai shot forth like a bullet towards Hulk's rear, followed by a brilliant flash of gold as Wu Chen materialized behind him, the spiraling sphere of energy coalescing in his hand. Chapter 4. Defeating the Hulk. Bang. The Hulk was forcefully hurled against the wall, yet his exterior remained unscathed, akin to the counterfeit Abomination being thrown off balance. After all, a previous spiral sphere strike from Wu Chen had left Abomination bloodied and battered. However, the impact upon the Hulk felt merely like a gentle scraping. Only the tremendous kinetic energy remained effective, propelling the Hulk into the air. But this was not the end. The Flying Thunder God technique was unleashed. Wu Chen vanished from his original position. When he reappeared, it was right behind the Hulk. At the moment he struck the Hulk with the spiral sphere, he had already marked the back of the Hulk's neck with the Flying Thunder God seal. The Sword of Endurance. The Flying Thunder God mark of Minato Namikaze consists of these 4 characters, while the original creator of the technique, the second Hokage Tobirama Senju, employed a rather peculiar symbol. Wu Chen concentrated chakra into a spiral sphere and launched it fiercely. Once again, the Hulk was sent flying, this time sustaining minor injuries. His skin broke, green blood oozed forth, and his entire form was flung in another direction. Utilizing this momentum, Wu Chen leaped onto the wall, his feet adhered by chakra, standing vertically to stabilize himself, then raising his gaze towards the Hulk. In the next moment, he repeated his previous maneuver, vanishing once more to reappear behind the Hulk, and unleashed another spiral sphere. Boom, boom, boom. The Hulk, resembling a discarded punching bag, was repeatedly thrust into the air under the golden glimmer of the spiral sphere. Unable to descend, this process repeated dozens of times, leaving the Hulk bloodied and bruised. He roared in fury while being forced to endure the onslaught. Such was the remarkable utility of the Flying Thunder God S.H.I.E.L.D. This was a newfound application Wu Chen had just grasped during his confrontation with Abomination. He had not fully adapted to the power of Minato Namikaze. Thus, the combat technique he employed then was through a kunai tethered to the Sword of Endurance to execute the Flying Thunder God technique. Clearly, leaving the Flying Thunder God seal on the target proved to be a far simpler, more convenient, and practical method. Ultimately, the Hulk, drenched in blood, plummeted to the street below. Wu Chen, gathering the last remnants of his Sage Chakra, unleashed the Sage Art, Super Big Ball Spiral Sphere. Whoosh! Wu Chen materialized above the Hulk, wielding a spiral sphere larger than a person, and sent it crashing down upon him. No. Betty's emotions surged dramatically. She felt relief at Abomination's demise, yet her anxiety grew as the Hulk attacked Wu Chen. As she witnessed the Hulk being thoroughly dominated, her heart ached. Now, seeing Wu Chen prepare to execute the same technique that had slain Abomination, she could no longer contain herself. Stop. Don't kill Bruce. However, Wu Chen remained impervious to her pleas, forcefully pressing his hand downward. Crash. The brilliance dissipated, and the Hulk lay motionless, as though lifeless. Yet, Wu Chen knew that the Hulk was not truly dead. He would never perish. As the Green Giant of the Marvel Universe, a vessel of a certain powerful being residing on Earth, the Hulk would not simply vanish, which was precisely why Wu Chen did not relent. Gradually, the Hulk began to shrink, ultimately transforming back into Bruce Banner. To everyone's astonishment, Hulk was decisively subdued by Wu Chen. This remarkable feat could only be achieved by two individuals, Tony Stark clad in his anti-Hulk armor and Thanos. Wu Chen slowly withdrew his hand, surveying the devastation around him with a hint of reluctance in his eyes. At that moment, General Ross's troops surrounded the area, driving away the citizens. Soon, General Ross appeared at a distance, addressing Wu Chen with gratitude. Thank you for defeating Hulk and Abomination. I believe we have much in common. However, Wu Chen merely cast a cold glance in his direction, dismissing him entirely, his demeanor decidedly frosty. Wu Chen understood that the root of all this chaos lay with General Ross. It was he who deceived Dr. Banner, coaxing him into unknowingly assisting the military in the development of a super soldier serum, which ultimately led to the accident that transformed Dr. Banner into the Hulk. Upon witnessing the Hulk's immense power, General Ross ordered his capture, aiming to replicate the miracle of the Hulk. Thus ensued a series of calamitous events, culminating in the emergence of Abomination. It could be said that General Ross was the very source of all evil in the Hulk saga. Faced with such a man, Wu Chen's restraint in refraining from immediate violence was a testament to his forbearance, let alone offering him any semblance of respect. Moreover, he was acutely aware of the reason behind General Ross's seemingly amiable demeanor at that moment. He coveted the bodies of both Banner and Abomination. You want them? I shall deny you. Wu Chen resolved to take both Abomination's corpse and Banner with him, leaving nothing for General Ross. At that moment, a contingent of agents clad in black arrived, led by a bald man with a single eye patch. General, we will take over from here. Please withdraw your forces. Who are you to attempt to seize our military's achievements? General Ross glared at the one-eyed leader before extending an invitation to Wu Chen. This unknown gentleman. I believe the military would greatly benefit from your talents. Your prowess is that of a born killing machine. Come with me. Wu Chen was taken aback that General Ross would set his sights on him. His eyes glinted coldly before he vanished in an instant. The next moment, he stood beside General Ross, a trident kunai embedded nearby. With a swift strike to Ross's neck, he rendered him unconscious, leaving behind the Sword of Endurance, and proceeded to incapacitate every armed soldier in the vicinity. Wu Chen did not kill them, he merely rendered them unconscious. However, during this encounter, no soldier dared to fire their weapons, fearing friendly fire. Crack, crack. From Nick Fury's perspective, he witnessed a flash of gold, followed by General Ross and his troops collapsing en masse. Immediately alert, he aimed his weapon at Wu Chen. Don't be alarmed. I've merely put them to sleep, Wu Chen explained, raising his hands in a gesture of peace. He then lifted Dr. Banner, preparing to depart. He left the trident kunai behind, confident that S.H.I.E.L.D. would retrieve it. Soon, he would pay a visit to S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Wait, sir. Nick Fury discerned Wu Chen's intentions and promptly exclaimed, "I sincerely appreciate your efforts in averting disaster. May I inquire your name? And from whence do you hail?" Recognizing Nick Fury as a person of virtue, Wu Chen softened his demeanor and responded, "I am the Fourth Hokage of the Hidden Leaf Village, Minato Namikaze." Upon uttering these words, he leapt onto the high wall alongside Dr. Banner and immediately formed a hand sign for a fire release technique. With a chakra affinity for fire, Minato excelled in fire techniques. Fire release, Great Fireball Technique. A massive fireball, measuring 3 to 4 meters in diameter, erupted from Minato's mouth, striking the abominable corpse directly. Boom. An explosion ensued at the location of the abomination, igniting it in flames. Chapter 5. Renowned. What is the Hidden Leaf Village? The Fourth Hokage? What are these? Why have I lived so long without ever hearing of them? Nick Fury found himself engulfed in profound perplexity, questioning the nature of this Hidden Leaf Village that harbored such formidable individuals. He had already familiarized himself with Hulk's dossier prior to his arrival, perceiving him as an even more potent candidate for his Avengers than Iron Man. Yet, the astounding fact that the immensely powerful Hulk, alongside his equally formidable adversary, Abomination, had been vanquished by the man before him, Minato Namikaze, and that Abomination had met his demise at his hands, left Fury astounded. However, what struck Fury with even greater astonishment was Minato's remarkable speed and his ability to conjure flames. Massive fireballs radiated intense heat, and the shockwaves from their explosions compelled the agents to retreat several paces. Witnessing this, Wu Chen hoisted Banner and leapt away from the scene. Abomination's corpse blazed fiercely. "Fire! Quick, extinguish the flames." But it was too late. By the time the fire extinguisher sprayed its white foam, the body was already charred beyond use for research. Looking up, Wu Chen and Banner had vanished, leaving Nick Fury with an unprecedented sense of defeat. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, rousing General Ross and the others to manage the aftermath. Click, click. Surrounding individuals captured the moment in photographs. Fury's attempts to intervene were futile. In this era of global connectivity and information, everything here was destined to remain unclassified. That evening, footage of Minato's overwhelming defeat of Abomination and Hulk was uploaded to YouTube, instantly becoming a viral sensation. Wu Chen's unguarded declaration as the Fourth Hokage elevated the status of the Hidden Leaf Village and the Hokage title to new heights. Countless netizens speculated about the whereabouts of this Hidden Leaf Village and the identity of the Hokage. Wu Chen's assertion directed them towards Japan. It seemed only Japan would name it thus. Could it be that the Hidden Leaf Village was in Japan? Was this a Japanese organization? As for the Hokage, it appeared to be a title for the leader of the Hidden Leaf Village. If every inhabitant of the Hidden Leaf Village possessed such strength, the world would surely have long been under their dominion. This narrative was adopted by official channels, prompting S.H.I.E.L.D. and the United Nations to pressurize Japan overnight for the location of the Hidden Leaf Village. The Japanese officials found themselves at a loss. How could they know where the Hidden Leaf Village was? Without the YouTube video, they would have been entirely unaware of the existence of the Hidden Leaf Village and the Hokage. The Marvel Universe was created long before Naruto's manga. Thus they could not know of its existence. Unbeknownst to them, other factions were skeptical. In response, Japan chose to be forthright, stating that if they wished to search, they were welcome to do so. A village of such size cannot possibly be hidden. If you fail to find it, then it simply does not exist in Japan. Subsequently, of course, there was nothing to be found. However, these are matters for another time, unknown to Wu Chen. At this moment, the esteemed Dr. Banner, whom he bore upon his shoulder, stirred gently from slumber. The Hulk, indeed formidable, had endured such a beating, yet here he was, awakening once more. Upon regaining consciousness, Wu Chen set him down. He still maintained the guise of the Fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, seemingly able to remain in this form indefinitely unless he chose to revert. "You defeated the Hulk?" Bruce Banner's expression was complex. Though he posed it as a question, his tone was resolute. Banner and the Hulk did not share memories. Yet during his transformation, Banner glimpsed fragmented visions, akin to fleeting dreams. Among these was the sight of Abomination's demise and Hulk's defeat at the hands of the Flying Thunder God technique. Wu Chen nodded. This was not something requiring concealment. "Very well, since you have recovered, I shall take my leave." Was Banner a good person? Certainly. Hence, Wu Chen's demeanor was cordial. Yet, Banner intercepted him, earnestly beseeching. "Minato Namikaze, may I accompany you?" Wu Chen furrowed his brow, questioning. "Why?" "You possess the ability to subdue the Hulk, to restrain him. I require your assistance. I wish to avoid causing harm to others in the wake of my anger." Bruce Banner's words were sincere, reflecting his genuine thoughts. Wu Chen fell into silence. Contemplating the pros and cons simultaneously, his consciousness delved into the system space, previously preoccupied with saving lives and engaging in battle. He had not taken the time to explore his abilities. Now, he would ponder while familiarizing himself with his powers. Host, Wu Chen, current character, Fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze, current role-playing progress, 25, character-owned. Fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze, role-playing attempts, 0, if memory served him correctly. His role-playing progress had been at 15%. He had previously contemplated whether this percentage stemmed from his similarities to Minato. Could it be that, by vanquishing Abomination and defeating the Hulk, as well as General Ross, the architect of this chaos, he had fulfilled the lingering desires of his predecessor? Had Wu Chen not arrived in time, the former's life would have likely been extinguished as he lay unconscious in the midst of Abomination's rampage, with no one to render aid. At that moment, the system's ethereal voice resonated once more. This system is the ultimate role-playing system, capable of extracting any character from myriad worlds, allowing the host to transform and assume their role. The more accurately the host embodies the character, the higher the progress, resulting in greater power. When role-playing reaches its zenith, the host's strength may even surpass that of the character itself. Role-playing progress. Role-playing progress. How enlightening. Wu Chen's eyes gleamed with newfound clarity. Ninja. What defines a ninja? Accepting missions, fulfilling them, and receiving rewards that encapsulates the essence of a ninja in the world of Naruto. From the formidable Uchiha Madara to the spirited Naruto Uzumaki, each has traversed the path of undertaking and fulfilling missions. This is an indispensable aspect of every ninja's journey. Recently, Wu Chen vanquished the adversary, thereby accomplishing the task bestowed upon him by his predecessor. The reward for such an endeavor is nothing less than the entirety of his predecessor's legacy. Henceforth, he is no longer merely Wu Chen of the Marvel Universe. As for the fourth Hokage of Konoha, Minato Namikaze, what could be more straightforward and direct than embracing missions and ensuring the successful completion of each? At this moment, Wu Chen comprehended how to embody Minato Namikaze going forward. It is not solely about aligning his actions with Minato's character traits. Rather, he can also enhance his portrayal through the completion of missions. Contemplating this, Wu Chen devised a strategy regarding Dr. Banner's request. Chapter 6. The second task, 1-4. You mean, I should request you again in the form of a mission? Bruce Banner, having lived for so long, found such a peculiar request to be unprecedented. However, as he had needs of his own, he complied with Wu Chen's instructions. Wu Chen nodded, confirming that the task entailed preventing Banner from harming others after his transformation or halting his metamorphosis altogether. This was to be a long-term endeavor, with each transformation regarded as a completed task. Indeed, that is correct. Banner affirmed with a nod. Wu Chen reciprocated, then broached the topic of rewards for the task. Banner was taken aback, seemingly unprepared for this aspect. Wu Chen expressed his dissatisfaction. Surely, you do not think I am engaged in philanthropy? No. What kind of reward do you seek? Banner hastily shook his head. How about this? You serve me, and that shall be your reward for the task. Wu Chen proposed thoughtfully. For every time I prevent you from transforming, you shall assist me with a task. What do you say? Assist you with a task? Banner hesitated, harboring concerns that this individual, the embodiment of the fourth Hokage, might demand he continue his nefarious research. After all, Bruce Banner's worth, aside from being the Hulk, lay solely in his scientific prowess. Sensing Banner's apprehension, Wu Chen reassured him, rest assured, I shall not ask you to do anything that violates your principles. Instantly, Banner exhaled in relief, nodding vigorously. This arrangement posed no issue. It was settled. Seeing this, Wu Chen smiled and continued, however, I will not accompany you. I shall appear only when you require assistance. Fear not, I have marked you, and as long as you remain on Earth, I can arrive by your side in an instant. Now, I must take my leave. With that, Wu Chen employed his teleportation technique and vanished, leaving Banner alone on the rooftop, wanting to voice a protest. Hey, at least escort me down the building. Once distanced from Banner, Wu Chen shed his disguise, returning to his handsome visage, and set off toward home. Although he had emerged unscathed from the skirmish, he felt an immense pressure weighing on him. It was time for Wu Chen to pause and alleviate his stress. Nothing could soothe his spirit more than a restful slumber in the comfort of his own abode. However, as he traversed the path home, a thought struck him. How would he portray characters beyond the fourth Hokage? Conveying this query to the system, a response echoed in his mind. Once the progress of each character portrayal reaches 50, the host shall receive an opportunity to draw a new character. 50%. You say? It does not seem insurmountable, considering he started with a baseline of 15%, and fulfilling the previous identity's wishes had elevated it by an additional 10. Perhaps, should he undertake a few more tasks, he could easily reach the coveted 50%. Wu Chen deemed this endeavor quite manageable. Upon arriving home, he disregarded the several prying eyes, opened the restaurant door, and promptly secured the windows and doors behind him. The reason for such caution is undoubtedly attributed to the surrounding environment. The street where Wu Chen's restaurant is located is adjacent to a block in the heart of Manhattan, New York. It spans merely 8 streets, yet it is renowned in the underground world as a notorious haven for vice, a place known by a singular moniker, Hell's Kitchen. If one does not possess an insatiable desire for life, it is advisable to maintain a safe distance from that damned place. Older New Yorkers are generally familiar with this phrase and recognize that that damned place refers to Hell's Kitchen. Many formidable individuals have emerged from this area, the most infamous of whom is the undisputed kingpin of the New York underworld, King Ben. Moreover, Hell's Kitchen has long been regarded as a lawless zone, with North American authorities choosing to turn a blind eye for various reasons. This neglect is one of the primary factors contributing to its status as a den of iniquity. Adjacent to the restaurant is Hell's Kitchen, which has developed a habit of locking its doors when not in operation. Wu Chen, wishing to conceal his unique attributes, deemed it wise to avoid unnecessary complications. Upon returning to his bedroom and lying on his bed, Wu Chen suddenly contemplated a matter. Previously, during the selection for the character portrayal lottery, there were 3 options: Naruto, DC, and Dragon Ball. Having drawn from the Naruto pool signifies that the characters he is destined to portray will be formidable figures from the Naruto universe. Inquiring with the system, he received a positive affirmation, causing Wu Chen to furrow his brow. While the high-tier powers within the Naruto universe are formidable, they are evidently insufficient when juxtaposed with the Marvel universe. A singular entity like Thanos is not something an ordinary ninja from Naruto could contend with. Even the Sage of 6 Paths might struggle against him. Furthermore, it is uncertain whether he would even draw the Sage of 6 Paths. However, if it were the DC or Dragon Ball universes, the situation would be markedly different. The DC universe is populated with numerous powerful figures capable of rivaling Marvel, while Dragon Ball is exceptionally formidable. To cite just one example, the cosmic tyrant Frieza is more than capable of overpowering Thanos. Thus, Wu Chen, filled with anticipation, inquired, System, is it possible to change or expand the character portrayal lottery? Chapter 7, Banner's Shock, 2-4. The system's response plunged Wu Chen into contemplation. So, I must first summon the Sage of 6 Paths, or the complete form of Kage Akatsuki before I can draw characters beyond those from Naruto. Undoubtedly, the zenith of strength within the Naruto universe is embodied by these 2 titans. Even with the power bestowed upon them by the Sage of 6 Paths, Sasuke and Naruto, known as the 6 Paths Madara, still falls slightly short in comparison to these formidable figures. Furthermore, the entire narrative of the Naruto world emanates from the familial affairs of the Tsutsuki clan. Wu Chen understood this with crystal clarity. However, what does this knowledge accomplish? Can it aid me in summoning the Sage of 6 Paths or Kage Akatsuki? Wu Chen found himself beset by frustration. Yet, this vexation did not linger in his mind for long. Currently, he was merely embodying the first character, striving to elevate the progress of the strongest figure in the Naruto realm to a full 100%, a goal that felt exceedingly distant. Even if he were to dwell in despair over it, it would serve no purpose. Moreover, the pressing matter at hand was to enhance the progress of his embodiment of Minato Namikaze to 50%, thus unlocking the opportunity to summon new characters. Having come to this realization, Wu Chen dispelled his errant thoughts and allowed himself to drift into slumber. The following morning, Wu Chen awoke, as he surveyed the familiar yet foreign surroundings. The reality of the previous night's event struck him. He had indeed traversed into the Marvel universe and assumed the role of the Fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, vanquishing the Abomination and overpowering the Hulk. This indicated that the storyline of the Invincible Hulk had reached its conclusion. Next in line were the plot lines of Iron Man 2 and Thor. Wu Chen began to ponder how he might leverage these significant events to enhance his character embodiment progress. He contemplated numerous possibilities, yet it became evident that relying solely on Minato would be insufficient. Therefore, the target set the previous night remained valid. He must expedite the advancement of Minato's embodiment progress to unlock new characters. Thus, from today onward, he would seek out tasks. First, Wu Chen took stock of his finances. This was unavoidable. Even Minato required sustenance, let alone an ordinary individual such as Wu Chen. Upon completion of his inventory, he discovered that he possessed approximately $50,000 to $60,000. Such a sum would suffice for his basic needs for quite some time. With financial concerns temporarily alleviated, it was time for immediate action. The restaurant lay desolate, devoid of servers or chefs, roles once filled by the former occupant alone, without family or friends. He felt akin to a ghost wandering through New York. Yet, this solitude worked to Wu Chen's advantage, sparing him the need to squander time and energy on social obligations of his predecessor. After preparing and consuming a breakfast of his own making, Wu Chen ventured to a secluded corner, once again assuming the persona of Minato Namikaze. With a flourish, the dashing and gentle Fourth Hokage emerged, and he activated the Flying Thunder God technique. In the next moment, he appeared beside Bruce Banner. The motive for this action was rather straightforward. He needed to provide Bruce with his contact information. Although the Flying Thunder God technique existed, communication between the two was hindered, necessitating a means of contact. Wu Chen had overlooked this detail the previous night, and today he had to rectify his mistake. Upon appearing next to Bruce Banner, Wu Chen furrowed his brow. The location of his arrival was precisely the rooftop he had departed from the night before, while Dr. Banner lay on the ground, covered with a few thin sheets of paper. How dismal. Wu Chen clicked his tongue and promptly roused the slumbering Banner without mercy. In truth, Banner had already awakened by the time Wu Chen arrived, a result of his long-honed vigilance from years of evasion. He continued to feign sleep, however, out of curiosity regarding Wu Chen's intentions. Once awakened, he could no longer maintain the pretense, and as he rubbed his bleary eyes, his first words to Wu Chen were a complaint. Hey there, buddy, you ought to have taken me somewhere else last night. The rooftop door is locked from the outside. Wu Chen felt a twinge of embarrassment, questioning why Banner did not simply break the door down instead of spending the night there. I couldn't. That might have provoked the Hulk, Banner replied, rising and adjusting his glasses. So what brings you here today? Recalling the matter at hand, Wu Chen handed his phone number to Banner, along with some money, and let him down from the rooftop. This descent did not involve stairs, but rather the application of chakra, as he stood vertically against the wall, employing a method that defied Newton's laws to carry Banner down. Oh my goodness. Upon finally touching solid ground, Dr. Banner exclaimed in astonishment. What was that? How were you able to walk on the wall like that? Wu Chen glanced at him and simply uttered the word chakra before vanishing from Banner's sight. He had his own plans to execute, and no time to linger with Banner. This left Banner somewhat disappointed, yet his curiosity about chakra remained unabated. Chakra? What on earth is that? Chapter 8. The Young Spider-Man. 3-4. Stepping out of the alley, Wu Chen traversed the streets of Hell's Kitchen, maintaining a demeanor reminiscent of the legendary Naruto Uzumaki. Walking with an unhurried grace, he was endeavoring to encounter a random task. The so-called random task involved waiting for someone in need of assistance and subsequently accepting their request. He could not simply approach a stranger and proclaim, I shall assist you in your endeavors, grant me a reward, for that would be far too base, lacking in subtlety. Thus, after a night of contemplation, Wu Chen devised a method for accepting random tasks, as long as he positioned himself in a sufficiently chaotic environment. It was inevitable that someone would seek his aid. However, one must concede that when it comes to task acquisition, nothing could compare to the mission hall of Konoha. There, one could procure any task desired. Without such a hall, acquiring assignments proved to be quite inconvenient. Hey, you in the peculiar attire. Yet, before he could attract a random task, trouble found him instead. Wu Chen was confronted by a bald man. This individual, a towering figure with a robust build, bore the unmistakable visage of a brute. Do you have business here? Wu Chen inquired, maintaining a cordial demeanor. After all, he had ventured out with the intent of courting trouble. Seeking tasks, accepting them, and ultimately fulfilling them were, in essence, acts of self-induced complication. Naturally, if such endeavors were undertaken without compensation, it would be utterly nonsensical. Thus, he was well prepared for the possibility of being intercepted by a stranger. However, despite Wu Chen's amiable tone, the man perceived him as an easy target. He seized Wu Chen by the collar with an aggressive grip, growling, Are you wandering around here looking for me? Excuse me? Wu Chen replied, bewildered. He glanced at the hand gripping his collar. Could you kindly release me before we proceed with this conversation? Haha. Bald John is about to make his move. This is going to be entertaining. I wager 5 seconds. 5 seconds? You overestimate this pretty boy. I bet he will beg for mercy before it even begins. I wager 3 seconds. As the onlookers witnessed this scene, rather than intervening or calling for help, they reveled in the unfolding drama. Clearly, they were cut from the same cloth. Upon hearing Wu Chen's words, Bald John grinned menacingly. It seems you truly are looking for me, and you've come bearing gifts, haven't you? Realization dawned on Wu Chen. Was this a robbery? No. How could you classify this as theft? Bald John's breath was hot against Wu Chen's face, causing him to grimace. Did I not just say? You are here to deliver money to me. Let me ponder. You must be here to present me with $1,000, correct? He raised his other hand, brandishing a fist the size of a cooking pot before Wu Chen. I do not wish to hear a denial, otherwise, I may become irate, and my fist might inadvertently find its way to your face. Faced with this threat, Wu Chen remained silent, instead surveying the surrounding crowd. It became evident. They were all scoundrels. Bald John, filled with fury, exclaimed, What are you saying, kid? As he prepared to strike Wu Chen, a small voice suddenly pierced the tension. Stop bullying him. I'm calling the police. Bald John halted, turning to face the source of the shout. Wu Chen also withdrew his hand, which was poised to unleash the spiraling sphere of energy, and looked over. It was a boy of about 10, with tousled brown hair, clutching a mobile phone. Summoning all his courage to shout, Let him go. Laughter erupted from everyone, including Bald John. He approached the young boy, bending down and saying, Little one, you surely don't realize that the New York police would never respond to a place like this, do you? The boy, visibly shaken, replied. But the officer just said they would be here soon. That's a lie. They only come after the chaos has subsided, to clean up the mess. He guffawed, and the crowd erupted into raucous laughter. Witnessing this, 11-year-old Peter Parker turned pale. Though still young, he understood the peril that lay ahead. Offending such a thug could result in a brutal beating and the theft of his belongings, the best-case scenario. If things escalated, he shuddered to think of the consequences. He had merely ventured out to buy something, unaware that he would encounter such a dire situation. Possessing a strong sense of justice from a young age, he could not stand idly by. Yet, he was not foolish. Instead of rushing in recklessly, he called the police. To his dismay, he discovered that they would not intervene here. What could he possibly do? Observing the boy's evident distress, Wu Chen felt compelled to take action. This brave and kind-hearted child had thrown himself into danger for his sake, and Wu Chen found himself quite fond of him. It was imperative to protect him. Thus, Wu Chen raised his hand, gripping the wrist of Bald John, who held his collar, and began to apply pressure gradually. Chapter 9. Instruction 4:4. A crisp sound of bones fracturing resonated as the hand gripping Wu Chen's collar weakened and released him, granting him his freedom. Almost immediately, Bald John began to wail. "Ah, my hand. My wrist is broken." "Ah." Wu Chen, however, did not relent. He tightened his grip on Bald John's right hand, ensuring that everyone, including Peter Parker, bore witness to the scene. The expressions of the onlookers shifted dramatically. Bald John would never cooperate with such a handsome man in a charade. Thus, it was evident that his bones had indeed been crushed. Who was this golden-haired youth? To have shattered Bald John's bones with his bare hands, he must possess extraordinary strength. Quietly, some spectators began to disperse. To survive in the treacherous Hell's Kitchen, one must not only wield the necessary force but also possess keen discernment. It is essential to recognize who one can provoke and who should be avoided. Angering the wrong individual could lead to an untimely demise, often without warning. Clearly, anyone capable of crushing bones with their bare hands, regardless of their identity, is not to be trifled with. Some individuals, feeling detached from the unfolding drama, chose to leave. Others, however, were apprehensive that this golden-haired youth might seek retribution against those who had mocked him moments before. Such a scenario was not beyond the realm of possibility. The thugs of Hell's Kitchen often operate under this assumption. Yet, many more opted to remain, drawn by the spectacle. Their reasoning was simple. No matter how strong this golden-haired lad may be, could he truly take on an entire group alone? Disregarding the reactions of the crowd, Wu Chen glanced at young Peter and continued to exert pressure on Bald John's wrist. Crack! The bone finally snapped. The severed hand dangled limply at the wrist, devoid of any wounds, yet grotesquely swollen, illustrating the prowess of Wu Chen's technique. To crush bones without breaking the skin requires not only strength but also a level of skill. This technique, which Wu Chen employed, was drawn from the memories of the formidable bluffing Shui man, utilized during interrogations in Konoha. It now appeared that this skill was not merely for extracting confessions, but also effective in intimidating ordinary individuals. Bald John writhed on the ground, clutching his hand in agony, while young Peter instinctively jumped back a few paces in fright. Wu Chen approached and gently pressed down on his head, speaking softly. "Child, do not be afraid. Could you tell me your name?" Since he was seeking someone to trigger a mission, why not choose someone who appealed to him? This child seemed rather agreeable. And although he lacked anything to offer as a reward, he was preferable to aiding those rascals. Thus, Wu Chen wished for this child to become his employer, assigning him a task. My name is Peter Parker." Despite his trepidation at the scene before him, young Peter managed to utter his name. This older brother did not seem to be entirely benevolent. Wu Chen raised an eyebrow slightly, scrutinizing Peter's features and confirming that he was indeed the future Spider-Man. "I never anticipated that a mere random task would lead me to encounter a superhero, albeit a future one. Nonetheless, the young Spider-Man is undeniably charming." And Wu Chen remained steadfast in his resolve, undeterred by Peter Parker's eventual identity. Observing Peter Parker's expression, Wu Chen surmised his thoughts and inquired, "Young Peter, how do you believe one should deal with villains?" In the eyes of the 10-year-old Peter Parker, villains are those who bully others. Hence, drawing from his own experiences, he contemplated a response to persuade them to cease their bullying. However, what if persuasion fails? Wu Chen gestured toward the Bald John, who lay on the ground wailing. There are indeed individuals whom words cannot sway. What will you do then? Young Peter fell into deep contemplation, and after a moment, he replied, "I would run away. As far as possible, so he wouldn't find me." While fleeing may be shameful, it is effective. Most people adopt this mindset when confronted by wrongdoers, and there is nothing inherently wrong with it. Yet Wu Chen countered, avoidance does not resolve the issue. You may escape, but what of others? If you flee, and your friend is subsequently bullied by that villain, what then? This posed yet another challenging question. The young Spider-Man continued to ponder earnestly. "I wish to return and drive away the villain, but I may lack the capacity to do so." "Assuming you possess such capability?" Wu Chen prompted. "Then I would undoubtedly return to drive away the villain," Peter Parker declared resolutely. "Excellent. Splendid." Wu Chen gently ruffled the young Spider-Man's hair. When it comes to dealing with villains, if one does not wish to kill them, they must instill fear, ensuring that they think twice before committing further wrongs. Different villains possess varying thresholds of tolerance. Take this bald fellow, for instance. He is the type who bullies the weak but fears the strong. Even if we verbally admonish him today, he will likely continue to bully others tomorrow. Thus, I choose to confiscate his tools of mischief, rendering him incapable of victimizing others in the future. Chapter 10, The Little Spider's Commission. 1-4, Little Peter, do you understand? Wu Chen gazed at Peter Parker with eager anticipation. Truth be told, the sensation of imparting knowledge was truly exhilarating, and Wu Chen found himself somewhat captivated by it. Especially when the individual being educated would one day shine brightly, it filled Wu Chen with a profound sense of satisfaction. Of course, should his efforts bear fruit, that satisfaction would ascend to an even greater height. Thus, under Wu Chen's expectant gaze, the young spider, Peter Parker, cautiously replied, "Big brother. While your actions may prevent him from bullying others in the future, it poses a significant problem for his own life. With one hand missing, many tasks become impossible. And he might even starve." How remarkably kind-hearted. Wu Chen couldn't help but marvel. Even at such a tender age, the little spider possessed the very qualities of a true superhero: compassion, or in simpler terms, empathy. However, there are times when kindness and empathy fail to receive their rightful rewards. At that moment, the wailing bald man, John, overheard the little spider's pitying words and was instantly consumed with rage. The pain in his right hand was momentarily forgotten. He struggled to rise, half kneeling on the ground, his unscathed left hand retrieving a handgun from his jacket, aiming it squarely at Peter Parker. "Die, you filthy brat. How dare you say such things about me?" Bang. John fired his weapon. He was a genuine villain, not merely a petty thug. For while thugs might harbor fears or reservations, true villains, even without a gang, operate outside the law. They fear nothing and care for nothing, pursuing their desires unencumbered. The bullet sliced through the air at an astonishing speed, hurtling toward Peter Parker. This velocity approached that of sound, and without the powers of Spider-Man, the young Peter stood no chance of evasion. In the nick of time, Wu Chen slightly diverted his gaze, and with a surge of chakra beneath his feet, he lunged forward, tackling young Peter to the ground. This showcased the remarkable reflexes of the legendary Minato Namikaze, unmatched by any other. The bullet whizzed past Wu Chen, narrowly missing them both, and struck a bystander in the distance. "Ah, damn it, bald man, you actually shot me." The unfortunate individual, shot in the calf, fell to the ground. In retaliation, he drew his own firearm and began firing back at John. Instantly, chaos erupted as others, uninvolved, swiftly sought refuge behind cover, leaving only John, the injured man, Wu Chen, and the little spider on the street. This was the typical scene in Hell's Kitchen. The shops lining the street were well acquainted with such occurrences, promptly shutting their doors and windows, quietly awaiting the conclusion of the gunfight before resuming their business. Observing this turmoil, Wu Chen retrieved a three-pronged shuriken from his tool pouch and hurled it toward a distant building. Thud. The shuriken embedded itself in the rooftop, and with a flash of golden light, Wu Chen and the little spider vanished from the street. "Hey, where did they go?" Bald John was taken aback, yet the assailant, undeterred, continued to fire. Without further contemplation, he returned fire. On the rooftop, Wu Chen crouched beside Peter Parker, his hand resting gently on the young Spider-Man's head. He inquired, "Do you still believe that he would perish from hunger with only one hand?" Peter Parker, his youthful face etched with confusion, clenched his teeth and shook his head in response. "Thus, I implore you to remember the method I have imparted, for it holds great utility." Wu Chen reinforced his conviction slightly. However, young Spider-Man gazed intently below for a long moment before asking, "Big brother, you are so powerful, can you stop them? Do you wish for me to intervene?" Wu Chen's eyes sparkled with realization, sensing the young hero's understanding. "Indeed, their actions are reprehensible," exclaimed the young Peter. "Of course, I can, but may I inquire if you are entrusting me with a task?" Wu Chen adopted a more formal tone. "Entrusting a task?" Spider-Man pondered briefly before nodding. "I entrust you to halt them." "Excellent. And what shall be the reward for this task?" This question momentarily stunned the young boy, who then rummaged through his pocket and produced a lollipop, offering it to Wu Chen. "Will this suffice?" "It is all I have at the moment." "Certainly. It is more than adequate." Wu Chen accepted the lollipop, revealing a radiant and gentle smile. "Stay here and do not move. Simply watch my performance." With a swift motion, a flash of golden light enveloped him as Wu Chen vanished from the rooftop, reappearing at Bald John's right side. He had just left a flying thunder god seal at that location. Without uttering a word, he raised his foot and kicked the weapon from Bald John's grasp. He tossed a shuriken in the direction of the injured individual, and with another flash of gold, Wu Chen materialized beside him, lifting his foot once more. Instantly, the gunfire in the street ceased. Turning to young Peter with a smile, Wu Chen unwrapped the lollipop and placed it in his mouth, while simultaneously delving into the recesses of his mind, entering the system space. Host: Wu Chen. Current character: Fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze. Current progress: 28. Character owned: Fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze. Character extraction attempts: 0. Chapter 11. The Arrival of the Black Widow. 2-4. The progress of the roleplay had ascended from a mere 25% to an impressive 28%, marking an increase of 3%. Indeed, fulfilling the client's tasks to receive rewards was a process that augmented the roleplay progress. Although the increment was modest, it affirmed that his approach was not misguided. Wu Chen felt a surge of joy, the strawberry-flavored lollipop in his mouth tasting even sweeter. He then lifted his gaze to observe little Peter's astonished expression, resolving to make a commendable impression before the future Spider-Man. Having tasted success, he naturally yearned for more. Wu Chen aspired to undertake tasks from Peter Parker, yet it was essential for little Peter to recognize his capabilities. After all, if Peter himself did not believe in Wu Chen's formidable strength, how could he possibly entrust him with tasks that would enhance his role-playing progress? However, it appeared that the difficulty level of the completed tasks directly influenced the final role-play progress awarded. Previously, he had achieved a 10% increase by resolving the obsessions of his former self, while completing tasks for the young Spider-Man yielded only 3%. The disparity between the two lay in their challenges. One involved combating formidable foes like the Abomination and the Hulk, while the other entailed confronting ordinary individuals. The stark contrast in task difficulty resulted in significant differences in the progression earned. Contemplating this, Wu Chen wondered whether he should pursue more challenging tasks in the future. Yet, his hands remained in motion. He retrieved several shuriken from his ninja tool pouch and hurled them towards the positions of the onlookers seeking refuge. Wu Chen intended to establish his authority and demonstrate his strength to the young Spider-Man. After all, these individuals were not virtuous if they dared to gawk at his exploits. He felt compelled to teach them a lesson. In life, one must strive to be at peace with one's conscience. It is possible to deceive others, yet one cannot deceive oneself. Therefore, as long as he followed his heart and found joy, that was sufficient. Naturally, if he could assist others in the process and enhance his own strength, that would be even more splendid. With a swift series of movements, the Flying Thunder God technique activated, and Wu Chen, embodying the image of Minato Namikaze, appeared beside the onlookers, swiftly subduing them with a punch or a kick before casting them into the middle of the street. The sound of thuds echoed as these scoundrels finally experienced the sensations they had inflicted upon the weak, rendering them momentarily speechless. Little Peter, witnessing Wu Chen's extraordinary prowess, was left in awe, his mouth agape. At that moment, a figure from one of the nearby stores suddenly recognized Wu Chen's identity. "Wait, isn't that the superhero from the top-ranked video on YouTube?" exclaimed the individual. "How can this be?" Upon hearing this, others hastily drew out their phones to verify. "Oh my goodness, it truly is Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage of the Hidden Leaf Village. How could such a powerful superhero arrive in Hell's Kitchen? Is he here to cleanse this place?" Wu Chen's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. If cleansing Hell's Kitchen was indeed a task, the difficulty would undoubtedly be significant. He cast a grateful glance at the person who spoke, then began to contemplate the feasibility of the situation. The individuals sprawled on the ground, including the bald John, quickly retrieved their phones upon overhearing the surrounding discussions. They were soon met with the sight of Wu Chen, embodied as the formidable Naruto Uzumaki, vanquishing his foes and delivering crushing blows to the Hulk. Such power and technique were simply astounding. They exchanged glances, each recognizing regret mirrored in the other's eyes. Why had they not utilized their phones more? Had they known of Naruto's immense prowess, they would never have acted so recklessly. Furthermore, why would such a powerful figure disguise himself for a covert visit? Why not reveal his identity and command reverence? It was 2020, after all, despite their grumbling. Those who had come to understand Wu Chen's deeds and identity lay flat against the ground, too fearful to even attempt to rise. Bald John felt the same, though his wrist had been brutally crushed by Wu Chen. Internally, he cursed the man, yet he dared not reveal a hint of his animosity, fearing retribution that could lead to his demise. The dread of death proved more compelling than any persuasion. At that moment, a sleek sports car came to a halt outside Hell's Kitchen, and a female operative clad in a form-fitting black suit emerged. Her exquisite features and alluring figure exuded an undeniable charm. Her wavy brown hair swayed sensuously with each step she took. She was none other than Natasha Romanoff, the Black Widow, an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D, and a future Avenger of the Avengers. As Natasha walked, she adjusted her earpiece and declared, "I have received the intel. I will be cautious in my approach." However, she could not help but suggest, "Shouldn't we have other agents accompany me?" Yet, the one-eyed bald figure on the other end dismissed her proposal, saying, "Natasha, when dealing with such a powerful being, numbers are of no consequence." Chapter 12. The decision is yours. 3-4. After a moment of contemplative deliberation, Wu Chen arrived at a clear understanding. Hell's Kitchen is a persistent affliction affixed to New York, an insidious blight that has long evaded eradication. This predicament arises from various factors: the mafia, the government, and the populace, among others. However, the singularly most significant reason is that Hell's Kitchen is solely dominated by a single gang, the Fisk organization. Wilson Grant Fisk, commonly known as Kingpin, is a towering behemoth, standing 2 meters tall and weighing an imposing 200 kilograms. He is the preeminent crime lord not only in New York but across the entire United States. His intellect is astute, far surpassing that of the average individual. At first glance, he may resemble a rotund figure, yet beneath that exterior lies not flab, but an impressive physique composed predominantly of muscle. According to his personal physician, over 90% of Fisk's body consists of muscle, bestowing upon him extraordinary strength, capable of smashing through a wall with his bare hands. And he is also a world-class martial artist. Undoubtedly, Fisk is a formidable titan, wielding immense influence and possessing the means to enact his will. His near ascension to the mayoralty of New York serves as a testament to his power. With such authority, he could easily choose to reform. Yet he harbors no intentions of doing so. He remains steadfast in his role as the sovereign of the underworld. Naturally, he will protect his territory. And as long as he reigns, Hell's Kitchen will persist. However, should he be eliminated or subdued, the task of cleansing Hell's Kitchen would become significantly more manageable. It appears that with sufficient strength, the eradication of Hell's Kitchen is indeed within the realm of possibility, provided the conditions and timing are favorable. Undeniably, Wu Chen possesses such strength. After all, as the embodiment of Minato Namikaze, the Fourth Hokage, he is recognized as a powerhouse even within the realm of ninjas. Assuming the mantle of Minato, Wu Chen inherently has the potential to purify Hell's Kitchen. The conundrum lies in determining who shall assume the role of the task's commissioner. The recent mission involving Spider-Man was a mere trifle for Wu Chen. A single lollipop sufficed as compensation. However, the endeavor to cleanse Hell's Kitchen encompasses far greater complexities. And he cannot afford a repeat of previous scenarios. Should Wu Chen labor tirelessly to eradicate Hell's Kitchen only to find his progress stagnant, he would undoubtedly be incensed. Moreover, the nature of this undertaking may be premature for Spider-Man. If he were a 16 or 17-year-old, Wu Chen would have no reservations in guiding him to initiate a commission for the task, and together they would confront the challenge of Hell's Kitchen. Yet presently, Peter Parker is merely a child in his early teens. Exposing him to such dangers could lead to perilous situations. Despite Wu Chen's unwavering protection, it remains imprudent to involve him in such matters. This is not a course of action Wu Chen is willing to pursue. Thus, it is imperative to seek an alternative commissioner, ideally one of the more unscrupulous sort, whose demise would elicit no moral qualms. With this resolution formed in his mind, Wu Chen resolved to escort Spider-Man away from Hell's Kitchen. He returned to the rooftop, scooping up the young spider, and inquired, "All right, Peter Parker, where is your home? I shall escort you back. This is not a place for you." After revealing his address to Wu Chen, little Peter seemed poised to utter something more. But Wu Chen denied him the opportunity, preparing to activate his teleportation technique. At that moment, however, Wu Chen caught sight of a woman clad in black stepping into Hell's Kitchen. He recognized her visage, Black Widow. His footsteps faltered, and his mind raced with possibilities. The appearance of Black Widow signified that S.H.I.E.L.D. wished to engage him, which could lead to lucrative opportunities. They could assume responsibility for cleansing Hell's Kitchen and offer commensurate rewards, perfectly aligning with Wu Chen's aspirations. Moreover, S.H.I.E.L.D., though it presented itself as such, was essentially the Serpent Society. Wu Chen would not hesitate to demand his due for the tasks at hand. "It is decided," he proclaimed, leaving behind a trident shuriken before vanishing from the rooftop. Natasha sensed she was being watched and turned to glance back, yet saw nothing amiss. She raised her hand to adjust her earpiece, stating, "I believe the target may no longer be in Hell's Kitchen, Director. Could we access the surrounding surveillance?" While Natasha sought Wu Chen's whereabouts, he cradled little Peter and journeyed to Queens, where Peter Parker now resided. Upon locating the precise address, Wu Chen promptly set the young spider down, preparing to depart. His actions bore the semblance of evading a plague, a desperate measure indeed, for the reason was clear. Even the youthful spider was quite the chatterbox. Once assured of Wu Chen's benign intentions, little Peter's tongue was unleashed like a machine gun firing after the trigger was pulled. "Big brother, what is your name?" "Minato Namikaze." "Big brother, are you that superhero from YouTube? I remember you defeated the Green Giant and the Hulk." "Indeed, that is correct." Chapter 13. Standing on the Shoulders of Giants. 4-4. At first, Wu Chen was able to respond to each inquiry with ease. Were their skins tough? How could they withstand bullets? What was that blue orb you used to defeat them? Was it magic? And how could you teleport instantly? How could you run so swiftly? Their resilience is quite ordinary. However, those feats are not magic. They are ninjutsu. I am a ninja. Ninjutsu. Ninja. "Big brother, I want to become a ninja. Do you think I can?" "Also, I used to play a game that featured ninjas, but they were not formidable at all." "Big brother, how are you so powerful? Is it true that ninjas must endure? Why do you perform those hand seals when launching fireballs?" But as young Peter continued with his barrage of questions, Wu Chen's enthusiasm began to wane. Within a mere minute or two, the boy had posed dozens of inquiries, each more elaborate than the last. Wu Chen, who generally did not harbor a dislike for children, especially not for little spiders, found himself nearing his limit. I possess abilities that surpass all ninjas you know because I have chakra. After answering the last question, Wu Chen activated the Flying Thunder God technique, vanishing from the scene and leaving the young spider exhilarated in his wake. Ninjas are simply amazing. Upon Wu Chen's return, he appeared atop the rooftop, his figure illuminated by golden light, just as Black Widow happened to glance towards the roof. This was, of course, due to Wu Chen's intentional reveal. He desired for Black Widow to notice him, so that events could unfold as he envisioned. Otherwise, as the embodiment of the space warping ninjutsu, he could evade detection at will. Once Black Widow acknowledged his presence, Wu Chen sensed her scrutinizing gaze and promptly used the body flicker technique to materialize beside Natasha. "Hello, madam. You seem to be searching for me. Do you require my assistance?" What had once been a distance of several dozen meters was traversed in an instant. Even though she understood this was a manifestation of his abilities, Natasha could not suppress her astonishment. "Was that teleportation you just performed?" "Teleportation?" Wu Chen paused. While it could be deemed such, it was technically the body flicker technique. "Was that the technique you used last night to thwart Hulk and Abomination?" Natasha, perceiving Wu Chen as amiable, engaged in casual conversation, simultaneously probing for information and attempting to foster rapport. "That was not it," Wu Chen replied, recognizing Natasha's intentions but choosing not to expose them. Revealing a modicum of information could serve as a demonstration of his prowess. If it is not the body flicker technique, then what is it? Natasha subtly tilted her face upwards, her makeup reflecting an East Asian aesthetic, as S.H.I.E.L.D. had speculated that Wu Chen originated from that region. Despite his golden hair and blue eyes, his facial features did not conform to Western norms, suggesting a likelihood of mixed heritage. At this moment, the Black Widow appeared delicate and charming, evoking a sense of sympathy, which proved remarkably effective in her interactions with East Asian men. However, Wu Chen was acutely aware of the Black Widow's true nature and felt no inclination towards her. Nevertheless, he did not harbor any animosity, recognizing her as a skilled operative, with her body serving as her weapon. Moreover, he was resolute in maintaining his strategy, responding with earnest humility. It is the space ninjutsu, Flying Thunder God technique. This technique was conceived by the second Hokage of our Hidden Leaf Village. I am merely standing on the shoulders of giants. Ah, so it is space ninjutsu. Natasha pondered. Through the miniature transmitter on Natasha, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s think tank captured and extracted key terms, space, ninjutsu, Hidden Leaf Village, and second Hokage. From these pivotal words, a wealth of information emerged. Space ninjutsu? The extraordinary ability wielded by Minato Namikaze is a form of ninjutsu related to space, and it is not solely his to command. Hidden Leaf Village. Clearly, there was no point in continuing the futile search. We were destined to remain ignorant of the whereabouts of the Leaf Village, an organization possessing such extraordinary powers. As indicated by the term hidden, undoubtedly conceals its base or headquarters through supernatural means, rendering it impossible to locate without the appropriate methods. Minato Namikaze is the fourth Hokage, and the existence of a second Hokage implies that the Leaf Village boasts at least 4 formidable figures, the first, second, third, and fourth Hokage. Upon concluding the think tank's analysis, S.H.I.E.L.D. Director Nick Fury, a one-eyed bald man, promptly commanded Natasha, inquire about the history of the Hokages of the Hidden Leaf Village. Additionally, ascertain whether their extraordinary abilities can be taught to others. Most importantly, uncover the reason for this fourth Hokage's presence in New York. Chapter 14, A Shift in Perspective, 1-4. When engaging with formidable figures such as Minato Namikaze, S.H.I.E.L.D. may hold unwavering faith in Natasha's capabilities, yet it cannot fully entrust everything to her. Remote control is a matter of course, which Natasha comprehends and accepts. Thus, upon hearing the commands issued by Nick Fury, she paused momentarily before inquiring, "Mr. Namikaze, is it acceptable for me to address you as such?" Wu Chen responded with a gentle smile, indicating that the form of address was of little consequence. "That is well." Natasha exhaled in relief. "If it is not too much trouble, could you perhaps share whether your esteemed village's second Hokage has recently devised any new jutsu? I find myself quite curious." This question seemed somewhat forced, clearly a disingenuous inquiry. Wu Chen discerned the underlying implication immediately. By specifically mentioning the second Hokage recently, she was subtly probing whether the second Hokage still lived, thereby gauging the strength of Konoha core. A smile graced his lips as his gaze shifted slightly to the empty spot where the miscreants he had just vanquished lay. They had all vanished while he was preoccupied with escorting young Peter. Wu Chen remained unfazed. He had left a Flying Thunder God mark on the bald John. No matter where that rogue fled, Wu Chen could locate him at will. For the moment, he decided to allow the man some respite, planning to deliver a surprise later. Returning his gaze to Natasha, Wu Chen maintained an air of calm, feigning ignorance of her ulterior motives as he replied, "As of late, there have been no new developments. The second Hokage has retired and spends his days merely cultivating chakra. Is that so?" Natasha nodded. Upon hearing this response, S.H.I.E.L.D's think tank erupted in speculation. There was an 80% probability that the second Hokage still lived, which implied that the third Hokage was undoubtedly alive as well. While the status of the first remained uncertain, this meant that Konoha boasted at least 3 formidable individuals akin to Minato Namikaze. "Is this all that concerns you? Does no one wish to inquire about chakra?" Fury interjected. "Please allow Agent Romanoff to ask what chakra is." After the command was issued, Natasha hesitated momentarily but chose not to follow the directive. Instead, she candidly introduced herself to Wu Chen. "I apologize. I neglected to introduce myself earlier. My name is Natasha Romanoff, a level 7 agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. In the Marvel Cinematic Universe, it is level 7. In the comics, it is level 10. This narrative follows the cinematic universe. I have been dispatched to engage with you, Mr. Namikaze. Although you thwarted the rampage of Abomination and Hulk on the streets of New York, as guardians of this world, S.H.I.E.L.D. cannot place complete trust in you. We must at least ascertain your intentions. Why has your village, Konoha, sent one of its strongest Hokage to New York? S.H.I.E.L.D. claims to be the protector of the earth? Such a self-proclamation is tenuous at best, though they have indeed contributed to the preservation of peace on the planet. As a senior agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., Natasha possesses her own discernment. From the recent dialogue, she has come to a clear understanding that to earn the respect of a formidable figure like Minato Namikaze, one must extend an equal, if not deeper, respect in return. The analyst's assessments were not erroneous. However, genuine dialogue between both parties hinges upon a foundation of equivalent strength and status. It is evident that, in terms of elite combat prowess, S.H.I.E.L.D. is inferior to the Hidden Leaf Village. In this scenario of unequal power dynamics, establishing peaceful coexistence and equitable communication necessitates first clarifying each side's position, which essentially encapsulates their respective objectives. Natasha has articulated the purpose for which S.H.I.E.L.D. dispatched her, and now it remains to be seen how the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, will respond. The agency's approach varies when dealing with a powerful organization versus a formidable lone entity. Were Minato merely an individual, S.H.I.E.L.D. would not engage with the same level of formality. While courteous, there would be no open dialogue under the guidance of a significant contingent. Clearly, the earlier boastful mention of the Hidden Leaf Village has become one of Wu Chen's crucial supports. Henceforth, it is up to Wu Chen to decide whether to unveil the deception or to reinforce it. If it is merely a fabrication, it cannot possibly remain concealed forever. There will inevitably come a day of revelation. Thus, a resolution must be reached. Upon hearing these words, Wu Chen felt a stirring within and bowed his head in silent contemplation of gains and losses. Soon, he arrived at a resolution to bolster the falsehood, transforming it into a semblance of truth. Thus, the matter of cleansing the Hell's Kitchen must be postponed. If the sole intention is to eliminate a significant adversary, it is indeed feasible to employ S.H.I.E.L.D. as a pawn, and in all likelihood, S.H.I.E.L.D. would not refuse in order to placate the formidable Minato Namikaze. Chapter 15. From this moment on, deceive the world. 2-4. However, if that is the case, it becomes a fleeting moment. Once this wave of deception is executed, there will be no subsequent opportunities. After all, having deceived others, they are not fools and will not allow you to deceive them again. If Wu Chen can only play the role of Minato Namikaze, then deceiving once and retreating is acceptable. After all, it merely represents a complete embodiment of the character. There will be ample opportunities to achieve more in the future. Yet, Wu Chen is capable of portraying far more than just Minato. He has countless powerful figures from the Naruto universe waiting for him to embody, as well as formidable characters from the DC and Dragon Ball realms. With such potential, he possesses both the ability and the qualifications to personify the entirety of Konoha's strength. Moreover, merely representing the strength of Konoha is insufficient. The Naruto world is replete with captivating antagonists, and if he could portray them, Wu Chen would certainly not decline. Among these, what is the most renowned villainous organization in the Naruto universe? Without a moment's hesitation, the name Akatsuki springs to mind. The narrative of Naruto is intricately woven with Akatsuki, and many fans of the series find the antagonists within this organization even more compelling than the protagonists, Naruto and Sasuke. Wu Chen, too, holds a fondness for Akatsuki, And if he could resurrect them within the Marvel Universe, he would undoubtedly do so. These are his grand ambitions. Hence, a fleeting deception is utterly unacceptable. A steady, flowing approach is the undeniable truth. But how to achieve this steady flow? Wu Chen conceived the notion of enhancing the trust that the inhabitants of the Marvel Universe place in the characters he portrays. Once their trust is secured, a continuous stream of commissioned tasks will surely follow. This is the essence of a steady flow. To engender trust, it appears that Konoha's display of goodwill towards this world serves as an excellent strategy. Although Konoha in Naruto is not entirely virtuous, in Wu Chen's interpretation, his Konoha is a bona fide righteous organization. However, upon deeper reflection, Wu Chen realized that merely having Konoha extend goodwill is insufficient. More accurately, it is too slow. With the plot of the Hulk already unfolding, only 5 to 6 years remain before the events of the Infinity Saga commence. While goodwill alone may suffice, given that time frame, Wu Chen desires more than just the inhabitants of Marvel Earth to believe in Konoha. He aims to become sufficiently powerful during this period as well, necessitating an accelerated pace. So, how to hasten this process? After contemplation, Wu Chen arrived at the answer: crisis. To expedite the trust-building process, a crisis must arise. When the denizens of the Marvel Universe find themselves in peril, and Wu Chen, embodying a character from Konoha, rescues them, trust will surely be established. Fortunately, the Marvel Universe is rife with crises, making it easy to orchestrate. Moreover, even if it proves challenging, he can unleash his portrayal of Akatsuki's villains to create chaos. Coincidentally, cleansing Hell's Kitchen presents an excellent opportunity for such upheaval. However, for now, he can only portray Minato Namikaze and cannot embody other characters, thus delaying the endeavor of cleansing Hell's Kitchen for the time being. First, let us silently offer a prayer. The second character to play must undoubtedly be a villain. The more Wu Chen contemplated, the more exhilarated he became. This scheme was akin to a left hand striking the right, profiting from the chaos of war, a venture promising immense returns. As for the potential of innocent lives being harmed, Wu Chen reassured himself that since he would be battling his own kind, he would surely exercise restraint, thus eliminating any cause for concern. With this realization, Wu Chen finally had an epiphany. He completely abandoned the notion he had recently toiled over, seeking out wealthy patrons to take on the task of cleansing the infernal kitchen and reaping the rewards. Instead, he resolved to embark on a journey of deception, targeting not only S.H.I.E.L.D, but the entire Marvel Universe. Raising his gaze towards Natasha, Wu Chen prepared himself to weave a tale. Agent Romanoff, if I may, I recently established a telepathic link with my village to inquire about the current situation of your agency. According to our intelligence network, it appears that S.H.I.E.L.D is not faring particularly well at this time. However, it is somewhat credible. Moreover, you are the first official organization from the mundane world willing to engage with us amicably. Therefore, allow me to reveal the true purpose of my arrival in New York. His words left Natasha, the think tank within S.H.I.E.L.D, and even Nick Fury in a state of astonishment. They had just witnessed Wu Chen bow his head, his expression unchanged, and assumed he was in deep contemplation. Little did they know he was employing a form of telepathic communication. Had Wu Chen not spoken, they would have never conceived such a possibility. As for whether Wu Chen was lying, the members of S.H.I.E.L.D deemed it improbable. True strength is accompanied by dignity and composure. The think tank had evaluated Minato Namikaze as the most formidable ninja in history, possessing a power level that surpasses all current superheroes by at least 2 tiers. A being of such prowess would hardly stoop to deceit. Furthermore, he had no need for falsehoods. Though we reside in a modern society, those who possess extraordinary strength often transcend the confines of legal boundaries. As long as their ambitions do not entail world destruction or domination, true powerhouses, even superheroes, may evade scrutiny for the deaths of a few ordinary individuals. The Hulk serves as a prime example. Chapter 16, Myths and Legends, 3-4, Dr. Banner gradually comes to accept the Hulk, eventually becoming a pivotal force within the Avengers. Throughout this journey, he has transformed into the Hulk numerous times, often losing control. Particularly during the initial phases, Dr. Banner's metamorphosis into the Green Giant led to the tragic demise of many innocents. However, did this tarnish his standing as an Avenger? Not in the slightest. Then there is Iron Man. When Tony Stark first constructed the Mark II, he learned of terrorists in the Middle East wielding weapons of his own design to harm civilians. Without hesitation, he flew to the region and eradicated those terrorists. Yet, according to legal statutes, did Tony Stark possess the right to take such lethal action? Even though these terrorists deserved punishment, it was not within Stark's legal prerogative to enact vigilante justice. Nevertheless, what became of Tony Stark? He ascended to the status of the revered Iron Man, basking in glory and widespread acclaim. Thus, possessing such an implicit privilege, those with an S.H.I.E.L.D.'s think tank perceived no need for deception from Naruto Uzumaki. Consequently, the credibility of Naruto's words was notably high. However, what did he mean by the current situation of S.H.I.E.L.D. appears rather grim. This troubled Nick Fury, prompting contemplation. Despite S.H.I.E.L.D.'s flourishing operations and the emergence of superheroes across Earth, which should be a time for S.H.I.E.L.D. to shine, why did the intelligence network of Konoha conclude that S.H.I.E.L.D.'s circumstances were less than favorable? Nick Fury struggled to comprehend this, yet his instincts hinted at a potential truth, one that bore great significance for both him and S.H.I.E.L.D. As the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., it was natural for Nick Fury to ponder more deeply than others. However, those around him were less concerned with such thoughts, their full attention riveted on Wu Chen, eager to hear his forthcoming words. After all, the presence of such a formidable figure in New York was a matter of utmost importance. Nick Fury too refocused his thoughts, shifting to listen intently. Allow me to share a tale. Long ago, a magnificent divine tree towered over the world. One day, the tree bore a fruit, and the guardian of the tree consumed it, becoming the sole deity in the embodiment of the tree. This was the goddess of the moon. Though the goddess of the moon ascended to divinity, she became enamored with a mortal, bearing 2 children with a certain emperor. Yet, as her divinity grew, she became increasingly indifferent to human emotions, ultimately transforming into a merciless evil deity. At this juncture, her 2 offspring had matured, gaining powers rivaling their mother. In their quest to protect the people and the world, they waged war against the goddess of the moon, ultimately sealing her upon the moon. The elder son, due to his significant achievements, was later venerated as the Sage of 6 Paths. However, the tale does not end here, for the divine tree has erupted in chaos. In the process of sealing the goddess of the moon, the divine tree, in its quest for protection and to rescue the goddess, transformed into a terrifying beast with 10 tails. This formidable creature was so powerful that only the Sage of 6 Paths could contain it. To prevent the mighty 10 tails from wreaking havoc upon the world, the sage divided its power into 9 parts, thus creating 9-tailed beasts, intending to diminish their strength and cultivate these entities to assist humanity. However, contrary to expectations, human desires proved insatiable, and the tailed beasts suffered at the hands of mankind on numerous occasions. Gradually, they grew to harbor animosity towards humans and became increasingly ferocious and brutal. In a desperate attempt, the Sage of 6 Paths, on the brink of death, sealed the 9-tailed beasts across various locations in a bid to restore peace to the world. Having conveyed this extensive narrative, Wu Chen paused to allow Natasha and the members of S.H.I.E.L.D. a moment to process the information. Time was of the essence, and the situation was dire. Wu Chen could not afford to fabricate an entirely new mythos. Instead, he adapted the historical accounts from the world of Naruto, imparting this knowledge to the inhabitants of the Marvel Universe. The reason for divulging such information was to enrich the worldview, ensuring that S.H.I.E.L.D. would believe the revelations he was about to share. Noticing Natasha's expression of shock begin to wane, Wu Chen continued. Initially, all 9 seals were intact. However, recently, the seal in New York has shown signs of looseness. The Sage of 6 Paths possessed strength far beyond that of mere mortals, even after thousands of years. His seals should remain unyielding. Therefore, we suspect that someone is covertly undermining the seals, seeking to unleash the tailed beasts back into our world. Consequently, my village dispatched me, the most capable operative, to investigate this matter. Now, you and your associates in S.H.I.E.L.D. should comprehend the true purpose of my arrival in New York. Wu Chen locked eyes with Natasha, seemingly gazing into her soul, while also perceiving Nick Fury, the one-eyed director of S.H.I.E.L.D., observing him intently. Nick Fury's expression shifted to one of seriousness as he scrutinized Wu Chen's earnest gaze. Chapter 17, Deception, Continued Deception, 4-4. This is a mythological tale, Nick Fury mused upon hearing the story recounted by Wu Chen. It is a legend known only to their ninjas. After the think tank of S.H.I.E.L.D. had scoured the globe for mythological narratives without finding a match, Nick Fury arrived at this conclusion. However, the name Goddess of the Moon seemed to be of Japanese origin, indicating that vigilance towards Japan must not be relaxed. Yet, as Wu Chen, embodying the demeanor of Minato Namikaze, earnestly recounted the tale, Nick Fury's internal perspective began to shift. The Sage of the 6 Paths sealed the Goddess of the Moon on the moon? How could that be possible? He pondered. The 10 tails? A colossal beast with 10 tails? It sounds rather implausible. He continued to contemplate. If the Sage of the 6 Paths divided the 10 tails into 9-tailed beasts, Does that not imply that this sage is akin to a creator deity, capable of conjuring life from nothing? Yet, how could a god succumb to mortality? Thus, Nick Fury mentally sifted through these thoughts. When Wu Chen articulated the purpose of Minato Namikaze's arrival in New York, his eyelids involuntarily fluttered. One must neither fully trust nor completely dismiss. This was the conclusion Nick Fury reached. According to Minato, the amalgamation of the nine-tailed beasts into the 10 tails would yield a creature capable of annihilating the world. If this were indeed true and he remained indifferent, disbelieving, and thus allowed malevolent forces to unseal the nine-tailed beasts, leading to the emergence of the cataclysmic 10 tails, would he not become an accomplice in the world's destruction? The label of accomplice was not the crux of his concern. Rather, the prospect of plunging the world into grave peril was what truly troubled Nick Fury. After much deliberation, Nick Fury spoke into his earpiece, addressing Natasha. Natasha handed him the communicator. It was evident that Minato was already aware of their remote control operation behind Natasha's back. To persist in such a manner would be to disregard him entirely. Although Minato appeared calm and not of the violent sort, one could never be too cautious. Nick Fury preferred to opt for a slightly more cumbersome approach to nip the crisis in the bud. Are you the director of S.H.I.E.L.D? The gentle tone of Minato's voice offered Nick Fury a modicum of reassurance. A person of such kindness would likely not engage in reckless behavior. Furthermore, such a gentle disposition might open avenues for collaboration with S.H.I.E.L.D. Contemplating this possibility, Nick Fury's pupils dilated slightly, and his breath quickened. However, this minor anomaly was swiftly masked by the seasoned Nick Fury, unnoticed even by Agent Maria Hill, who stood beside him. Yet, Wu Chen was observant. After all, a ninja's senses are remarkably keen. A slight smile graced Wu Chen's lips. He felt a surge of satisfaction. Disturbing his opponent's composure was indeed a victory, indicating that his earlier storytelling had not been in vain. Mr. Minato, I would like to confirm, does the existence of tailed beasts truly manifest in this world? Perhaps it was the amiable demeanor exhibited by Wu Chen that emboldened Nick Fury to pose one of the pivotal questions directly. The existence of tailed beasts is indeed a reality. Our esteemed First Hokage of the Hidden Leaf Village once engaged in battle with the formidable Nine-Tails fox among the nine-tailed beasts, ultimately subduing it. Wu Chen spoke with a tone laced with reverence. The Nine-Tails fox? Is it not a figure from Eastern mythology? Nick Fury, who had just perused the mythological texts, furrowed his brow and inquired. Moreover, when did your first Hokage fight against the tailed beasts? Why are we completely unaware of such events? Furthermore, did you not assert that the seal of the Sage of Six Paths remained steadfast even after many years? Why then did the Nine Tails emerge to contest your first Hokage? Wu Chen had anticipated these inquiries and responded with clarity. They are not the same entity, so please do not conflate them. Though both are foxes with 9 tails. The tailed beast, the Nine-Tails fox, is of colossal stature and cannot assume human form. Do not confuse the two. As for when the first Hokage battled the tailed beasts, it was on a certain day 5 years ago, a day marked by a cataclysmic earthquake or some other natural disaster. The reason you are unaware is that we have deliberately kept it concealed. If the world were to know, even if most would dismiss it as mere myth, there would inevitably be those who would feel compelled to test its veracity. What if some unfortunate soul inadvertently discovered the location of the seal and successfully released the tailed beast? Such consequences are not one that anyone wishes to bear. Sometimes, the more one knows, the greater the peril. As for why the Nine Tails was released, it pertains to a traitor within the Hidden Leaf Village. The specifics, I am afraid, must remain undisclosed. The first Hokage vanquished the traitor and subsequently subdued the Nine-Tails fox, which was then resealed in New York according to the Sage of Six Paths seal. That is the essence of the matter. Do you have any further questions? Wu Chen paused, his heart tinged with anticipation for Nick Fury's response. Chapter 18 Wu Chen revealed his sharp teeth. 1-4. All the intelligence Wu Chen could divulge has been disclosed. The next step is to observe how S.H.I.E.L.D will react. However, regardless of S.H.I.E.L.D's response, Wu Chen harbored no concerns. The power of spatial abilities is formidable. One can come and go at will. This is the source of Wu Chen's confidence. Even if his true identity were to be inadvertently exposed, neither S.H.I.E.L.D nor Hydra could pose a threat to him. The distinction between confidence and lack thereof is readily apparent through the images transmitted by the micro-camera on Black Widow. S.H.I.E.L.D's think tank has been analyzing the individual known as Konoha's Minato from the very beginning, utilizing advanced technology. They aim to ascertain the trustworthiness of an individual or detect any deceit. This method proves effective against ordinary individuals, yet it bears little efficacy against someone like Minato, who possesses chakra. Nevertheless, it cannot be dismissed entirely. At the very least, it offers S.H.I.E.L.D personnel a modicum of reassurance. Director Fury. Based on our analytical projections, it appears that Minato has not lied. Nick Fury, with his darkened countenance, cast a grave glance at the speaking analyst, urging, "Do not be so quick to draw conclusions. Continue the examination." He remained steadfast in his convictions. However, internally, he was beginning to lean towards believing Wu Chen's assertions. That audacious demeanor cannot be feigned. After contemplating for approximately a minute, Nick Fury finally picked up the communicator once more. "Mr. Wave Wind, I would like to confirm. The original Hokage has resealed the tailed beast in New York. Is it the strongest among the nine-tailed beasts, the Nine Tails?" "Indeed," Wu Chen responded without hesitation. "Then you should be aware of the nine-tail size, capabilities, and other data, Mr. Wave Wind?" Nick Fury inquired further. "Yes, I am aware." Before Nick Fury could say anything further, Wu Chen interjected. "The nine-tail stands approximately 40 to 50 meters tall, with a body length exceeding 100 meters, including its tail. It radiates intense heat, possesses virtually limitless chakra, and can unleash perilous jutsu such as the tailed beast bomb. I have researched the nine-tail size extensively, but lacking specific data. I estimated based on the manga. So immense." Nick Fury's expression darkened slightly. "By the way, Mr. Wave Wind, what exactly is chakra?" "Chakra is a unique power possessed by us ninjas. You may regard it as a form of special energy," Wu Chen elucidated. "In essence, the Nine Tails does not tire, as its energy is nearly inexhaustible." Nick Fury's expression grew even more somber. "Then, what is the precise location of the seal?" "Times Square in the heart of Manhattan." Wu Chen stated the location without hesitation. New York's Times Square is the very center of the city, and Wu Chen's choice of this location was intended to bolster his leverage. The appearance of a colossal beast, several dozen or even hundreds of meters in height there, would have an impact akin to detonating a massive C4 bomb, if not more severe. In such circumstances, it is utterly impossible for S.H.I.E.L.D. to address this matter effectively. Thus, it is time for Wu Chen to make his entrance. S.H.I.E.L.D. seeks assistance, and in turn, agrees to accept compensation, all the while progressing in his role. What a delightful prospect. Indeed, the subsequent developments unfolded just as Wu Chen had envisioned. Nick Fury stated gravely, "Mr. Wave, are you capable of defeating the Nine Tails?" With a tone imbued with determination, Wu Chen replied, "Though I may not match the prowess of the First Hokage, I believe I can manage against the Nine Tails. With a modicum of sacrifice, it is quite possible to seal it. Given that, may I entreat you for assistance? Should the Nine Tails indeed break free from its seal, would you be able to contain it?" Nick Fury finally articulated his request. Wu Chen nodded affirmatively. "That is precisely why I have come." "Excellent. The Hidden Leaf Village truly lives up to its reputation as a guardian of world peace," Nick Fury remarked, his expression stoic as he offered praise. However, before he could finish his thoughts, Wu Chen interjected, "Now, let us discuss the remuneration for this series of tasks." "A series of tasks? Remuneration?" Nick Fury pondered uneasily, sensing an unsettling premonition that S.H.I.E.L.D's budget might dwindle. "While I indeed came for this purpose, the profession of a ninja can be likened to that of a mercenary. Each of our missions is undertaken with a specific objective," Wu Chen revealed, showcasing his sharp teeth. "To save a city requires considerable effort and sacrifice, even from me. In such a scenario, requesting a reasonable compensation should not be deemed excessive." "Indeed, it is not." Nick Fury grasped the crux of the matter. "What exactly do you mean by the series of tasks you just mentioned?" "The mission encompasses 3 integral components: investigating the mastermind, preventing the Nine Tails from breaking its seal, and subsequently sealing it if it does emerge. This collective endeavor constitutes the series of tasks," Wu Chen elucidated. "So, does S.H.I.E.L.D. wish to offer compensation to commission me for the completion of this series of tasks?" Chapter 19, Exclusive Intelligence Agent, 2-4, the S.H.I.E.L.D. organization was undoubtedly willing to accept this arrangement. Lacking the capacity to independently avert potential crises, it was entirely reasonable to seek assistance from external forces. What alternative could there be? Could they simply stand by and allow a crisis to unfold? It would be unbecoming of S.H.I.E.L.D., which prides itself as the protector of the world, to act in such a manner. After considerable deliberation, they agreed upon a task remuneration of $10 million, while S.H.I.E.L.D. pledged its full support to Wu Chen in the execution of this mission. Financial constraints were no longer a concern. Utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique to return to his bedroom, Wu Chen gazed at the substantial box of cash in his possession, unable to suppress a smile. He had meticulously inspected the box and its contents, ensuring there were no distasteful tracking devices present. The early disbursement of payment by S.H.I.E.L.D. was a testament to their sincerity. Furthermore, with S.H.I.E.L.D. S.H.I.E.L.D's assistance, advancing his role as Minato Namikaze would not pose a significant challenge. Securing the funds in a safe, Wu Chen activated the Flying Thunder God technique once more, reappearing at the location of Black Widow Natasha. She was in a moving sports car, and Wu Chen materialized in the passenger seat, where a trident kunai was located. Given the distinctions between genders, Wu Chen refrained from leaving the Sword of Endurance mark on Natasha, instead providing her with a trident kunai tied with the Flying Thunder God mark. Upon noticing his arrival, Natasha's lips twitched. The sudden presence of another in her cherished vehicle stirred a complex mix of emotions within her. Although she was well aware that such situations might frequently arise in the future, she could not dismiss the trident kunai, as it was an order from Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. From this moment forth, Natasha Romanoff, a level 7 agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., was appointed as the exclusive intelligence liaison agent, with her designated counterpart being Minato Namikaze. This appointment implied that whatever requests Minato might have in the future, he could relay them to S.H.I.E.L.D. through the Black Widow. Being bound by this command, Natasha had no choice but to comply with the arrangements, regardless of her personal thoughts, such as the nature of organizational structure. In truth, Natasha's role extended beyond mere communication. She was also the embodiment of S.H.I.E.L.D's strategy of employing seduction and allure. One could reasonably surmise that should sparks fly between Minato and Natasha, S.H.I.E.L.D. would be quite pleased with the development. After all, there is no stronger tie than that of affection. Unbeknownst to Wu Chen, S.H.I.E.L.D's intentions in this regard would certainly provoke his disdainful dismissal. While the Black Widow was indeed a striking beauty, her personal life seemed rather tumultuous, leading the somewhat fastidious Wu Chen to conclude she was not to his taste. Moreover, the paramount objective remained to enhance his role and bolster his own strength. Matters of romance could take a back seat. Naturally, should a brief liaison or friends with benefits scenario arise, Wu Chen would not refuse. However, it could not be under the guise of Minato. It must be in his own likeness. Should he engage with a woman under the guise of the esteemed Naruto Uzumaki? One might ponder whether it is Wu Chen who forges this connection, or rather, it is Naruto himself. Such a conundrum is utterly perplexing, potentially culminating in a bizarre phenomenon of self-betrayal. Moreover, with a touch of psychological fastidiousness, Wu Chen would strive to avert such an occurrence. The roar of the sports car's engine echoed through the air, and Natasha, observing Wu Chen seated obediently in the passenger seat, inquired, "Mr. Uzumaki, what are your intentions at this juncture? My orders dictate that I accompany you until the conclusion of this mission. Should you have any requests, do not hesitate to inform me." Wu Chen raised an eyebrow, pondering the breadth of her offer. Could he request anything? He deliberately affected a somewhat lascivious expression, which rendered Natasha distinctly uncomfortable. After a prolonged silence, she finally replied, "Yes." The admission drained her of all confidence, as she was acutely aware of her role. "Very well. I find myself in need of funds lately. Does S.H.I.E.L.D. possess any lucrative assignments available for me?" Wu Chen's question seemed to slip out casually. Instantly, Natasha was taken aback. Given Naruto's previous demeanor and his subsequent proposition for an intimate encounter, she was not entirely surprised. She had even prepared herself for such an eventuality. However, this peculiar request for a mission assignment was unexpected. Were ninjas truly such zealots for tasks, unable to function unless engaged in their duties? Natasha relayed this unusual request through her communicator to S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury and his associates exchanged glances, equally perplexed by Wu Chen's behavior. Under Fury's direction, Natasha asked, "Mr. Uzumaki, did we not just grant you $10 million? How is it that you still find yourself in need of money?" With a resigned sigh, Wu Chen replied, "The $10 million has already been returned to my village. It is intended for community funds. The earnings I acquire henceforth will be my own. Although we possess formidable strength, we Leaf Ninjas adhere to the law and serve as exemplary citizens." Chapter 20. The Rapid Rise of Performance Progress. 3-4. Wu Chen's words left Natasha, Nick Fury, and others in a state of utter disbelief. Fighting in the streets, battling the Hulk, committing murder, slaying the Abomination, assaulting law enforcement, taking down General Ross and his entourage, and engaging in brawls in public, one individual wreaking havoc in Hell's Kitchen against a group of thugs. If this is the conduct of a law-abiding citizen, then surely all individuals adhering to the law must be paragons of virtue. Despite their grumbling, they had matters to attend to. After discussions among S.H.I.E.L.D's think tank, Wu Chen's request was granted. It was an opportunity to welcome a powerful ally at no cost, an offer too good to refuse. Given the prowess displayed by Minato Namikaze, the task's remuneration seemed trivial. After all, with $10 million already allocated, S.H.I.E.L.D. was not concerned about such minor amounts. However, the think tank harbored some apprehensions. The seal at Times Square in New York could be breached at any moment by nefarious individuals, potentially unleashing the immensely powerful Ninetales fox. The very person capable of averting this catastrophe was not immediately seeking clues or striving to grow stronger, but rather focusing on personal gain. Young man, is there something amiss with your priorities? This concern was delicately conveyed to Wu Chen by Natasha. Is this truly your primary worry? Wu Chen scoffed. Do you think at my level, it is still a matter of simply growing stronger? Since that is a formidable challenge, why not earn a living instead? Moreover, those who wish to disrupt the seal are deeply concealed. Without their overt actions, they would remain undetectable. In such circumstances, I must follow the faintest leads while operating covertly, ensuring they remain unaware of my investigations. Thus, while I appear to be assisting S.H.I.E.L.D, I am actually conducting my own inquiries. I assumed you would understand this nuance, but evidently, instantly, members of S.H.I.E.L.D's think tank flushed with embarrassment. With only a few seasoned veterans maintaining their composure, those who felt ashamed muttered to themselves, indeed, that reasoning is sound, yet how could we anticipate your specific circumstances? However, earning a living? Had Minato Namikaze truly settled down? Ultimately, Natasha acquired an additional role as the task liaison for Minato Namikaze, tasked primarily with selecting quests, researching assignments, confirming task completion, and distributing rewards. The implementation of seduction strategies shifted from a mandatory approach to one based on situational assessment. Clearly, even with a slim probability, S.H.I.E.L.D preferred to avoid incurring Minato's ire. The meek little shield was not in a position to escape. In the subsequent week, Wu Chen successfully elevated Minato Namikaze's performance progress to 50%. He accomplished this by treating the tasks assigned by S.H.I.E.L.D as a regular job. Each morning at 8 o'clock, he appeared punctually by Natasha's side and departed at 6 o'clock in the evening, returning to his residence. Certainly, he declared to Natasha that he had a tendency to be restless when away from his own bed. Hence he preferred to return to his home in the Hidden Leaf Village for slumber. With the existence of the Flying Thunder God technique, a space-time ninjutsu of extraordinary caliber, one might argue that no matter what Wu Chen said, the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D had no choice but to accept it. After all, how could they possibly expose him? During his time spent in Natasha's company, Wu Chen showcased his acting prowess, feigning seriousness while ostensibly engaged in missions, all the while covertly investigating circumstances, yet in truth, he was genuinely dedicated to the tasks at hand. This remarkable display, akin to a multi-layered pastry, significantly honed Wu Chen's thespian skills. Throughout this endeavor, Wu Chen accrued 12% of his acting progress. Having completed 10 moderately challenging missions for S.H.I.E.L.D, he was rewarded with a sum of $100,000, alongside an additional 10% towards his acting progress. The remaining 2% enlightened Wu Chen to the disparity in task progress between ordinary individuals and renowned figures within the Marvel Universe, superheroes and supervillains. Tasks commissioned by ordinary citizens yielded far less progress than those assigned by illustrious personalities. For instance, when Wu Chen assisted a common man in dealing with a bully, he received a mere newspaper as a reward, translating to only 0.1% of acting progress. In stark contrast, when Wu Chen aided Black Widow in confronting a nefarious individual, the reward of a simple dinner granted him an impressive 1.9% of acting progress. This revealed a staggering 19-fold difference. Thus, the 10 missions from S.H.I.E.L.D only provided 10% because the individuals involved were neither superheroes nor supervillains, but rather unremarkable agents or spies. Consequently, Wu Chen resolved to prioritize tasks assigned by superheroes or supervillains in the future. With the addition of the previous 28%, he had now amassed 40% of his acting progress. The remaining 10% would similarly be gathered within the week, originating from Dr. Bruce Banner. Chapter 21. The selection of abilities by Minato Namikaze. 4.4. Throughout the week, Wu Chen remained vigilant, monitoring the assistance messages sent by Dr. Banner on his mobile device. He had not forgotten the mission of aiding Dr. Banner in suppressing and preventing the emergence of the Hulk. Over the course of 7 days, he successfully intervened on 2 occasions. The first incident occurred the following day, when Banner sought refuge in Philadelphia, attempting to evade trouble. However, his attempts at evasion only led the local thugs to perceive him as a target. The outcome was inevitable. A confrontation ensued, and in a moment of overwhelming anger, Banner transformed into the Hulk, subduing the ruffians. Fortunately, prior to his transformation, he had dialed Wu Chen's number. Realizing that Banner was in distress, Wu Chen immediately activated the Flying Thunder God technique and rushed to the scene. Upon encountering the Hulk, he wasted no time and engaged the creature, managing to subdue it. This intervention granted him a 6% progression towards his role. The second occurrence transpired on the fourth day, when Dr. Banner returned to New York. Reassured by the presence of Minato Namikaze, who could reach him wherever he went, it seemed more prudent for Banner to remain in familiar surroundings. However, he covertly visited his girlfriend, Betty, only to discover her merrily conversing with another man. Consumed by jealousy, he succumbed to his rage and transformed once more. This time, Wu Chen arrived just in time. Yet, before he could intervene, the Hulk retreated on its own. The situation left both Banner and Wu Chen exchanging perplexed glances. Wu Chen was deeply concerned. He feared that the lack of combat would hinder his progression, as the entire episode had been remarkably brief. Surprisingly, he still received a 4% advancement. After all, it was Wu Chen's portrayal of Minato that had frightened the Hulk away. Without his presence, the Hulk would likely have rampaged further. Thus, his contribution remained significant. Consequently, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, achieved a commendable 50% progression in his role. Bidding farewell to Natasha, Wu Chen left work early and returned to his room, shedding his persona to revert to his original form. A celestial voice echoed within his mind. Progression of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, has reached 50, granting one opportunity to draw the character. Progression of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, has reached 50, granting one opportunity to select the abilities of Minato Namikaze. Wu Chen swiftly immersed his consciousness into his mind, revealing his current system panel. Host, Wu Chen. Current role, fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Current progression, 50. Character owned. Fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Character draw opportunities. 1. Ability selection. Fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. 1. A sigh of relief escaped him. He had finally attained the coveted 50%. Throughout the week, Wu Chen had diligently fulfilled the commission from S.H.I.E.L.D, sparing no effort or relaxation. Now, his hard work bore fruit. Moreover, an additional display box had appeared on the system panel. System. Please elucidate the selection of character abilities. As Wu Chen marveled at the extraordinary powers of the character he was embodying, he realized that upon reaching 50% progress, he would be able to select one of the character's abilities. Furthermore, with each subsequent 10% increase in progress, he would be granted another opportunity to choose an ability. This revelation filled him with astonishment. In essence, once he surpassed the 50% threshold, he could potentially attain strength akin to that of Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage. Indeed, this was splendid news. While the prowess of the character provided him some solace, the prospect of enhancing his own capabilities filled him with greater confidence. However, amidst his elation, Wu Chen became acutely aware of a pressing concern. If he was not mistaken, the difficulty of increasing progress beyond 50% would likely escalate. Unfortunately, the system offered no clarification on this matter, leaving Wu Chen to verify it later. For now, his foremost priority was to select Minato's abilities and subsequently draw a new character. With determination, Wu Chen silently intoned, "Select Minato Namikaze's abilities." The abilities of the fourth Hokage were presented as follows: Chakra, Space-Time Ninjutsu, Rasengan Series, Perfect Sage Mode, Uzumaki Clan Sealing Techniques. Is there no Ninetales Chakra Mode since this is Minato from the era of the fourth Hokage? Wu Chen pondered, noting the 5 available options. He distinctly recalled that during the Fourth Great Ninja War, the reanimated Minato possessed the ability to utilize the Ninetales Chakra Mode, which was due to the half of the Ninetales sealed within him at that time. He could sense that the current Minato harbored nothing within. Nevertheless, the absence of this ability was inconsequential. Clearly, the dazzling Ninetales Chakra Mode was the most coveted of all. With its offensive and defensive capabilities, coupled with unparalleled speed, who would not desire it? After momentarily collecting his thoughts, Wu Chen began to deliberate seriously on his selection. However, moments later, he furrowed his brow in dismay, for he discovered that he could actually choose only one ability. Chapter 22, The Mysterious Masked Man, 1-4. Thus, it is chakra. The reason is quite simple. The remaining 4 elements, regardless of which one, undoubtedly require chakra to function. Without chakra, even space ninjutsu would be of no use. After all, the energy that supports ninjutsu is chakra, a unique force within the world of Naruto. Individuals from other realms cannot extract chakra at all. How frustrating. Wu Chen, feeling powerless, had no choice but to select chakra. Selection successful, beginning to infuse chakra. The ethereal voice of the system resonated, and Wu Chen sensed a warm current emerging within him. It was soothing, not at all jarring, and even quite pleasant. The warmth then began to swirl around his lower abdomen, gradually extending and amplifying, until his entire being was suffused with chakra. What an astonishing quantity. Wu Chen was taken aback. It was equivalent to the amount of chakra possessed by Minato Namikaze. Given that he had portrayed Minato, Wu Chen was particularly qualified to assess this. As the Hokage, Minato naturally possessed a considerable amount of chakra, surpassing that of an ordinary Genin. It seemed that this choice was indeed worthwhile. He had initially thought it would only allow him to extract chakra, transforming his worries into joy, Wu Chen's spirit sword. Then, he noticed an aspect he had overlooked. Since he could perceive the amount of chakra belonging to Minato, could he not directly utilize the jutsu that Minato had mastered? This speculation emerged in Wu Chen's mind and swiftly intensified. Possessing all of Minato's memories, he ought to know every ninjutsu he could perform. At least possessing a clear theoretical understanding of how to execute them. With this line of thought, Wu Chen realized that he could potentially master all of Minato's other abilities through practice as classified by the system. Thus, he immediately attempted to use techniques such as the body replacement technique, shadow clone technique, Rasengan, Sage Mode, and Flying Thunder God technique, among others. Ultimately, he discovered that he could successfully employ the body replacement technique and the shadow clone technique, but the others remained elusive. After some reflection, Wu Chen concluded that there were two reasons for this. First, his chakra control ability was insufficient, and second, he lacked the innate talent for Sage Mode and the Flying Thunder God technique. The Rasengan, an unmarked ninjutsu, demanded precise chakra control, as did both the body replacement technique and the shadow clone technique. In fact, all ninjutsu necessitate a degree of chakra control. Wu Chen possessed some talent in controlling chakra, but it was not at a high level. However, this was not a significant concern, as chakra control could be enhanced through training. And he was well aware of the training methods. Sooner or later, he would be able to perform the Rasengan and other ninjutsu. Therefore, this ability did not require selection. Yet, Sage Mode and the Flying Thunder God technique were different. Both demanded innate talent. Without it, success was unattainable, leaving him utterly powerless. Thus, when it came time to select abilities in the future, Sage Mode and Space Ninjutsu would take precedence. With that, the selection of abilities was complete. And Wu Chen reaped substantial rewards. Not only had he acquired chakra, but he had also discovered a means to enhance his own power, calming his excited emotions. Wu Chen silently contemplated, extract a new character. After system detection, the wish-fulfilling buff on the host has expired. Subsequent extractions will proceed as normal. Special reminder. This system is activated by the host's strong obsession. During character extraction, the host may silently focus on the desired character range, increasing the likelihood of obtaining a character within that scope. Wu Chen was genuinely surprised that even a normal character extraction could involve such a mechanism. Although the wish-fulfilling buff had vanished, this normal extraction seemed akin to a diminished version of it. Had it not been for the system's reminder, he might have squandered this opportunity recklessly. He promptly expressed his gratitude to the system with a simple thank you, and then began the extraction while silently intoning, Akatsuki, Akatsuki. At this moment, Wu Chen desperately needed a villain to aid him in executing his plan. The character did not need to be extraordinarily powerful. It simply had to be a villain. Ding, character extraction in progress. As the system's voice faded, a series of images flashed rapidly in Wu Chen's mind. Ultimately, the visuals settled on a figure clad in a black robe. The figure sported a black long robe, short spiky hair, and wore a single-eyed mask of pale yellow with black stripes. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have drawn the character, the mysterious masked man from the Naruto universe, Uchiha Madara. The mysterious masked man, Uchiha Madara, who refers to himself as Uchiha Madara. It was indeed him. Wu Chen felt a wave of astonishment. He recalled his plan and connected it to Uchiha Madara's exploits, exclaiming, "This is truly a setup for me to stage the QB incident in New York." However, it was perfectly timed. Uchiha Madara's arrival was just what he needed, sparing Minato Namikaze from having to throw a fake match. To be fair, within the Akatsuki, aside from Pain's 6 paths, the only one capable of rivaling Minato Namikaze was Uchiha Madara. After all, the presence or absence of spatial abilities makes a significant difference. Minato Namikaze and Uchiha Madara stand as two striking examples. Chapter 23. The Power of Spatial Abilities. 2-4. What accounts for the formidable reputation of Minato Namikaze during the Third Great Ninja War? The answer lies in his mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique, a spatial ninjutsu devised by the Second Hokage. The velocity of spatial movement surpasses that of any other form of travel, elevating Minato to the status of the swiftest ninja in existence. Any adversary he sought to confront was utterly incapable of escaping his grasp, and even when besieged, he could effortlessly retreat. Other elite shinobi and even Kaga-level ninjas found it impossible to vanquish opponents of equal rank within a minute. In contrast, Minato could exploit the convenience of the Flying Thunder God technique to decisively eliminate foes of comparable strength. He could dispatch one or two with remarkable ease, and on occasion, he single-handedly obliterated dozens of enemy elite ninjas in a single battle. Such astonishing feats compelled rival villages to issue directives stating, "Any mission encountering the golden flash of Konoha may be abandoned without penalty." This privilege was unparalleled. While perhaps the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara enjoyed similar treatment in their time, this marked the first instance of such a decree after their demise. One could assert that without the Flying Thunder God technique, Minato would only possess the strength of an elite Genin, hovering at the threshold of Kage status. However, with the technique, his prowess surged to that of a formidable Kage, with further training and the development of even more powerful ninjutsu. Ascending to the rank of an Ultra Kage would not be beyond his reach. Before the collapse of power dynamics in the Naruto universe, the only Ultra Kage level entity was Nagato. Wielding the 6 paths of pain, it can be posited that had the Fourth Hokage not perished during the Nine Tails incident, he would undoubtedly have matured into an Ultra Kage. This notion is substantiated by his performance in the Fourth Great Ninja War, where the reanimated Minato, in conjunction with half of the Nine Tails within him, reached a reconciliation and subsequently utilized the Nine Tails chakra mode. At that juncture, his strength had already ascended to the Ultra Kage level. The pivotal turning point in Minato's life was undoubtedly his acquisition of the Flying Thunder God technique. Mastery of spatial ninjutsu allowed him to achieve subsequent glory, ultimately displacing Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin and the disciple of the Third Hokage, from his bid for Hokage. While there may have been some underhanded dealings, the preponderance of this outcome was attributable to Minato's formidable capabilities. His accomplishments underscore the vast disparity in potential between those versed in spatial ninjutsu and those who are not. The same can be said for Obito Uchiha. His spatial abilities derive from his Manjiki Sharingan. Obito's left eye, which he bestowed upon Kakashi Hatake, contains the offensive ocular technique known as Kimui, while his right eye features his own Manjiki Sharingan, endowed with the spatial technique of Kimui as well. The capabilities of Kimui are extensive. It allows for spatial movement akin to the Flying Thunder God technique, as well as the ability to absorb one's own body into the Kimui dimension, achieving a state of intangibility. The principle behind Kimui's spatial movement is straightforward. It involves opening both an entrance and an exit to the Kimui dimension at different locations, utilizing it as a transit point to accomplish spatial relocation. Although spatial movement is indeed possible within the realm of Kimui, it is not without its drawbacks. Firstly, the steps required for such movement are rather cumbersome, lacking the convenience and swiftness of the Flying Thunder God technique. Secondly, the range of movement is confined to the chakra sensing area of Obito, rendering it incapable of achieving the same global reach that the Flying Thunder God technique offers. This limitation is precisely why Obito seldom opts to engage in battle utilizing this method. However, Kamui boasts an advantage that surpasses the Flying Thunder God technique: its remarkable ability to manifest intangibility. This extraordinary skill renders the user immune to all forms of attack. When one's body transcends into the Kamui space, which only Obito can access, it becomes impervious to any external harm. With this divine ability, Obito was able to infiltrate the unguarded territories of Konoha during the Nine Tails rampage, effortlessly abducting the heavily protected Kushina Izumaki and young Naruto, thus setting the stage for the ensuing chaos. Moreover, even when faced with the formidable might of Minato Namikaze in a one-on-one encounter, he managed to evade capture with ease. At the Five Kage Summit, he dismissed the Five Kage as inconsequential, boldly proclaiming his intentions to rescue Sasuke, with no one capable of hindering his progress. It is worth noting that during that era, the concept of the Sage of Six Paths had yet to emerge. The 5 leaders present were considered the strongest in the world, yet they were rendered utterly powerless against Obito's cunning. Thus, the potency of Kamui's intangibility is truly remarkable. Had Obito's Manjiki Sharingan awakened a technique akin to Tsukuyomi or Amaterasu instead of Kamui, he would undoubtedly have fallen short of his later accomplishments. In the tumultuous Nine Tails event, he would have met his demise at the hands of Minato without question. Hence, it is indisputable that spatial abilities are extraordinarily powerful. The distinction between possessing such abilities and lacking them is indeed monumental. This is precisely why Wu Chen finds himself lamenting that Minato no longer needs to feign defeat, for he understands this truth all too well. Chapter 24. The Marvelous Applications of the Shadow Clone Technique. 3-4. If it were any other member of the Akatsuki organization, even Nagato of the Uzumaki clan, they might not be able to triumph over Minato Namikaze. The power wielded by Nagato, who possesses the Rinnegan, is undeniably formidable. His abilities are remarkably comprehensive, capable of both offense and defense, and he commands techniques that can ensure a swift and decisive victory. In terms of sheer strength, while Minato may struggle against Nagato, the latter would find it utterly impossible to defeat him. This is because Nagato would be unable to reach Minato. Only those endowed with spatial abilities can contend with others of the same ilk. This is akin to the principle that only magic can counter magic. At this juncture, Wu Chen suddenly pondered a question. If he could assume 2 roles, could he not simultaneously portray both characters? According to Wu Chen's plan, Minato Namikaze and Obito Uchiha were destined to clash. Even if he were to engage in a mock battle between his left and right hands, it would need to be visible to the audience. This is reminiscent of a glove puppet. The system has provided Wu Chen with glove puppets, and now it was time for him to extend his hand and utilize the puppets for a performance. The stage has been set. The solo act of one glove puppet has concluded. and now he must employ both hands to orchestrate a duet. Otherwise, the audience, including the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D, might harbor doubts about the image of Minato Namikaze that Wu Chen has painstakingly established. Thus, the need for two hands arises. However, does Wu Chen possess two hands? This hand does not refer to a literal hand, but rather whether he can simultaneously embody two characters. If he cannot portray both at once, must he resort to illusions? Wu Chen could not help but think of Ebido Uchiha's prowess in Genjutsu. He had previously controlled powerful figures such as the Fourth Hokage, Yagura, F, and Konan through illusionary techniques. Thus, applying a mass Genjutsu on the ordinary agents of S.H.I.E.L.D should not pose a significant challenge. However, the grand spectacle that Wu Chen envisioned would surely attract a multitude of spectators. Would he need to enact Ebido casting Genjutsu over an entire city? Setting aside the question of whether Ebido could accomplish such a feat, in this age of information, illusions may affect humans, but they are ineffective against machines. Even if Wu Chen were to embody Ebido, he could not deceive machinery. When the inhabitants of other cities notice anomalies in New York, they would undoubtedly dispatch personnel to investigate, rendering the Genjutsu futile. Therefore, both characters must manifest simultaneously. Furthermore, the Nine Tails must also be genuine, not merely an illusion. This truly posed a conundrum for Wu Chen. He raised his hand and tapped his head, wearing a troubled expression. Then, a sudden realization struck him. Recalling his recent application of the shadow clone technique, his eyes brightened instantly. The shadow clone technique creates tangible duplicates. So could he not perform the technique himself and then proceed to act? Resolving to act on this thought, Wu Chen swiftly formed the necessary hand seals and executed the shadow clone technique. With a puff of white smoke, another identical Wu Chen appeared in his room. The hairstyle was the same, the voice identical, and the features and physique indistinguishable. This was indeed the essence of the shadow clone technique. How wondrous. Just now, Wu Chen also experimented with the shadow clone technique. However, due to his eagerness to summon a new character, he did not take the time to savor the experience. After successfully creating a physical clone, he immediately dispelled the technique. Now, upon closer reflection, Wu Chen feels as if he has gained a twin brother. Due to his current mastery of chakra control, he is only able to produce a single shadow clone. Once his control improves, he will be able to create many more clones, potentially mastering the multi-shadow clone technique like Naruto. In fact, Minato Namikaze is also adept at this ninjutsu. As the multi-shadow clone technique is merely an advanced version of the shadow clone technique, not particularly difficult to grasp, albeit with some side effects. Minato possesses less chakra than his son, and with other offensive techniques at his disposal, he does not frequently utilize it. Wu Chen lets out a deep breath. Now eager to see if the shadow clone can embody the character, he glances at the clone, which nods in acknowledgement of its purpose. In his mind, he silently commands, "System, embody Minato Namikaze." Suddenly, Wu Chen witnesses the entire process of his clone transforming into Minato for the first time, accompanied by a gentle light. The surface of the clone shimmers as if rippling with water. This transformation lasts less than a second, and then Minato, adorned in a white and red flame-patterned Hokage cloak, stands before Wu Chen. Is this truly possible? This is incredible! Wu Chen excitedly approaches Minato, raising his hand to pinch the clone's arm, discovering that the sensation is identical to that of embodying Minato himself. At that moment, the Minato clone suddenly speaks. "Stop pinching, you've done this before." Wu Chen is slightly taken aback, then realizes that this is, in fact, himself. He raises his hand and pats Minato on the shoulder, saying, "Brother, you shall temporarily take on the role of Minato from now on." Oh, Minato nods, then makes a face. "Don't call me brother, I am you." That title feels quite strange. Chapter 25, a new method of role-playing for 4. Indeed, it feels somewhat peculiar. I shall call you Namikaze Minato, as you are currently embodying him. As Wu Chen, he can empathize with the sentiments expressed by the doppelganger Wu Chen. This works. Minato nodded. By the way, why not try portraying Uchiha Ebido? I'm curious to see which version of Ebido you shall embody. Is it not obvious? The enigmatic masked man. Clearly, it is Ebido from the Nine Tails Chaos and the one who manipulated the Akatsuki and controlled the Fourth Hokage, Yagura. Wu Chen scoffed at Minato's remark, only to quickly rein in his thoughts. This is me. Critiquing myself? What a conundrum. Let us not dwell on these trivialities. Transform and let us see. Minato urged. Clearly, he understood the awkwardness Wu Chen was experiencing. It felt rather strange to rely on someone else for a reprieve. Suppressing his emotions, Wu Chen silently commanded, "System, assume the role of the enigmatic masked man." With a whoosh, after a single breath, Wu Chen vanished, and in his place stood a figure clad in black robes, with dark hair, standing at a height of 175 centimeters, adorned with a single yellow mask decorated with black stripes. Wu Chen adjusted to the situation, observing the world with his right eye, while sensing the presence of an eye in his left as well. Raising a hand to remove the mask, He gazed into the mirror and beheld Obito's familiar visage, his left eye a three-tomo Sharingan, evidently transplanted from another Uchiha. Why must he leave one eye exposed when both are functional? Wu Chen could not help but mutter. At that moment, Minato approached, gazing contemplatively at Wu Chen, who resembled Uchiha Obito. Despite the scars adorning his face, he looked rather dashing. Indeed, I find him quite handsome as well, Wu Chen remarked, glancing at himself. But beauty aside, he must not allow Obito's ideologies to influence him. They are far too extreme and unrealistic. If you wish to avoid being swayed by his thoughts, how do you intend to portray Obito? Minato inquired. After a brief moment of contemplation, Wu Chen resolved. Let us draw upon Obito's experiences and objectives. This should facilitate the portrayal. Should I utter a phrase like delicious? Minato could not resist a jibe, humorously pointing out Wu Chen's earlier statement about resisting Obito's influence, only to now find it appealing. Cough, cough. Is it appropriate for you to critique me? Given that you are me? Wu Chen shot Minato a glare before continuing, collecting all 9-tailed beasts, executing the Eye of the Moon plan, and creating a world where Rin exists. As long as these guiding principles are adhered to, embodying Obito should not prove to be difficult. At this juncture, Wu Chen paused, contemplating that the essence of role-playing in the Naruto universe extends beyond mere tasks. It also encompasses the recreation of the character's ambitions and goals. And what of Minato? What are his aspirations? Wu Chen shook his head. Minato could not abide by these principles for the time being. His aim is to protect Konoha, yet at present, Konoha is but a shadow of its former self. Therefore, it is best for him to accept missions, fulfill them, and earn rewards, thus progressing in his role-playing journey. In other words, you are suggesting that Uchiha Obito is precisely testing your hypothesis? Minato Namikaze inquired. Wu Chen nodded, affirming, indeed. Henceforth, I shall act in accordance with Obito's principles. If, during this process, my performance improves, it would indicate the validity of my conjecture. Very well. I shall continue my mission with Natasha. You must act swiftly. Minato nodded and then activated the Flying Thunder God technique, departing from Wu Chen's chamber. Though he had ostensibly left work early, Wu Chen had indeed undertaken another task, merely informing Natasha that he had matters to attend to, thus relinquishing that assignment. With Minato returning, he could seamlessly resume that task to enhance his performance metrics. Alas, could this not allow the clone to accrue performance progress while the original indulges in idleness? A spark of inspiration illuminated Wu Chen's mind, but he quickly recalled the ramifications of the shadow clone technique. Everything experienced by the clone would revert to the original upon its dissolution. Injuries, memories, experiences, and fatigue would all return. Realizing this, Wu Chen understood that his desire to slack off was futile, for the benefits would indeed manifest, along with the inevitable drawbacks. Thus, he resolved to embark on this endeavor alongside his original self. Dispelling thoughts of laziness, Wu Chen delved into his consciousness to examine the system panel, eager to ascertain his compatibility with Obito. Host, Wu Chen. Current character, Mysterious Masked Man, Uchiha Obito. Current performance progress, 10. Characters owned, Fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, 50. Mysterious Masked Man, Uchiha Obito, 10. Character extraction attempts, 0. Selected character abilities, Fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, 0. Marketplace pending activation, please click to activate. Indeed, the initial performance progress for Minato Namikaze exceeded that of Obito. Wu Chen had anticipated the 10% performance progress for Uchiha Obito, given his lack of alignment with Obito's ideology. However, what could this additional marketplace signify? Chapter 26. Ready, 1-4. Out of curiosity, Wu Chen raised his hand and clicked on the Mall tab, prompting a description to appear. Upon detecting that the host currently embodies 2 characters, a new feature, the Mall, has been unlocked. Items are available for sale in the Mall, with each product being sold only once per week. The sale count refreshes automatically every week, but can also be manually refreshed. The Mall is currently open, please wait. So, this is encouraging me to acquire more characters? Wu Chen pondered thoughtfully. After a few minutes, the Mall successfully opened. Upon entering, a panel appeared before him, visible only to him. At the top of the panel were the words Mall, followed by 4 items. They included a red card, a wooden chest, a blue card, and an image of a hammer. Beneath each item was a refresh button. Before he could examine the 4 items, Wu Chen was drawn to the number displayed in the lower right corner of the Mall page. It read, current amount of money held, 10,150,000. 10,150,000. This number seemed remarkably familiar. After careful contemplation, Wu Chen suddenly realized it was indeed the amount of money he possessed. This included the 10 million task reward provided in advance by S.H.I.E.L.D, an additional 100,000 from his own missions, and all the savings of his original self, totaling $10,150,000. Tentatively, he pressed the refresh button beneath the items, and a prompt appeared. This item has not been purchased. Would you like to manually refresh? Note, the automatic refresh occurs at midnight every Sunday. Manual refresh requires expenditure of money, costing 100,000 each time. Wu Chen immediately clicked no, solidifying his understanding of the nature of this mall system. This is indeed a money-sucking system. Is this thing created by Tencent? It's clearly designed to ensnare one in a financial web. He grumbled under his breath but nonetheless clicked on each of the 4 items, receiving corresponding information. Red wish card. Input a wish, and the mall will assess its value. Pay the required amount to realize the wish. Random treasure chest of the multiverse. Opening requires an expenditure of 100,000. Randomly obtain 1 item. Blue summoning card. Redemption costs 1 million. Usable only in character embodiment state. Effect is to summon a closely related character of the current embodiment. Weapon forging repair. Input weapon appearance and effects. The system forges the weapon or can repair damage by consuming money. Thus, the descriptions of the 4 items in the mall were revealed. Each one proved to be quite useful, yet simultaneously, each was exceedingly costly. Wu Chen had an inkling that the hard-earned money he had gathered might soon slip through his fingers. After some contemplation, he clicked on the wish card, inputting, "Let me return to my world and restore everything to how it once was. Better to be a peaceful dog than a person in chaotic times." Life in the Marvel Universe was indeed vibrant, filled with color, and he could embody characters from his beloved anime. Wu Chen felt quite content. However, should he find himself able to return to that peaceful and tranquil world of his past, to his homeland, Wu Chen would undoubtedly not hesitate. A sigh escaped his lips. Despite having anticipated this outcome, the reality of the situation still left him feeling somewhat despondent. Nevertheless, he possessed the admirable ability to swiftly recalibrate his emotions. Since returning was not an option, he resolved to strive earnestly to survive in this world. I must grow stronger, enough to safeguard myself. Furthermore, wealth is but a transient entity. Suffice it to say, as long as it is enough, money can be earned anew. But the endeavor to enhance one's capabilities must not be delayed. Though he felt a tinge of sorrow for his finances, Wu Chen, having gained clarity, once again activated the wish card, inputting the word summon-tailed beast, nine-tails fox. Previously, he had contemplated whether to assume the guise of Uchiha Madara, using illusions to manifest the nine tails. However, it now appeared that with this wish card in hand, most of his challenges could be effortlessly resolved. First-time use of the wish card triggers a discount. The current discount rate is 10. Summoning Tailed Beast, Nine-Tails Kurama to the Marvel Universe requires a cost of 10 million yuan after discount. This. Wu Chen's expression was complex. For every gain, an equal amount must be expended. Moreover, this was after the discount. Without it, would it not necessitate a staggering $100 million? Yet, it was fortunate that the summoning was indeed feasible. Wu Chen promptly clicked to redeem. His available funds instantly diminishing to 150,000 yuan. Still in the guise of Uchiha Madara, he found himself holding a delicate card. The front depicted the audacious image of the Nine-Tails Kurama, while the back contained the card's description. Usage instructions: crush the card. Effect: permanently summon the Nine-Tails Kurama to the Marvel Universe, times 11. Thus, all the characters planned for the final act were gathered. Namikaze Minato, Uchiha Madara, and Nine-Tails Kurama. The audience would consist of the citizens of New York, S.H.I.E.L.D, the U.S. government, and indeed governments across the globe. The prologue was now set to commence in earnest. Chapter 27, The Fury of Kingpin 2-4, as the sun dipped below the horizon. Its fading rays streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the penthouse office atop Fisk Tower, illuminating a figure ensconced in an opulent, custom-designed chair, a veritable mountain of flesh. Under the gentle golden glow reflecting off his skin, his imposing visage became discernible. His mere presence, even devoid of overt anger, could instill fear in the hearts of many a child. Balding and clad in a pristine white suit, he towered over 2 meters in height and weighed over 200 kilograms. Yet, he did not bear the appearance of a flabby giant. Beneath his tailored attire lay a formidable mass of muscle, coiling like a dragon across his frame, hinting at unparalleled strength. He was Wilson Grant Fisk, the Kingpin, the emperor of the New York underworld, and indeed the entire North American criminal syndicate. Fisk Tower served as the Kingpin's stronghold, strategically positioned on the fringes of Hell's Kitchen, bordering Brooklyn. Even Fisk himself harbored reservations about his residence being completely ensconced within the chaos of Hell's Kitchen. At this moment, he sat gazing intently at the images flickering across his computer screen. The footage depicted a golden-haired youth delivering a merciless beating to a group of thugs. The young man, with his flowing golden locks and a billowing white cloak, wielded a peculiar weapon known as a shuriken. Although the thugs were no match for the blonde youth, their arrogance was palpable as they shouted defiantly, "You little brat, we are underlings of Kingpin. Don't get too cocky." However, the golden-haired youth remained indifferent, his gaze unwavering. Without uttering a word, he transformed into a flash of gold, swiftly dispatching the thugs, leaving them battered and unconscious upon the ground. Without a doubt, this was the portrayal of Minato Namikaze, brought to life by Wu Chen. The footage had been recorded 2 days prior, during which Wu Chen had been diligently perfecting his portrayal of the character, undertaking missions for S.H.I.E.L.D. in the process. After completing his task and parting ways with Natasha, he had encountered the thugs. Wu Chen had not provoked them. He merely intended to stroll past them to procure an ice cream cone. Yet, to his surprise, the thugs, disliking his appearance as Minato, obstructed his path and hurled insults. Thus, Wu Chen wasted no time, retaliating with a fierce assault, showing no signs of mercy even when they invoked the name of Kingpin. After all, Wu Chen had initially set his sights on cleansing the entirety of Hell's Kitchen, with Fisk and his influence included in that scope. It was akin to fearing that a little chick you raised would suddenly reveal itself as a rooster. Nevertheless, those unaware of the situation held a different perspective. In the penthouse office of Fisk Tower, several others were present, yet none dared to utter a word, interrupting the Kingpin during this tense silence. The prolonged stillness did not usher in tranquility. Rather, it seemed to deepen the encroaching darkness, enveloping all within the office. I ponder whether my prolonged seclusion in the shadows has led to the obscurity of the name Jin Bing and the significance it embodies. After a considerable pause, the imposing figure of Jin Bing finally articulated the sentiment in a deep, resonant voice. No, your name has perpetually circulated in the darkness, with all bowing beneath your shadow. A man clad in a tight black suit promptly interjected. Then why does such a wretch dare to disregard and provoke my formidable reputation? Jin Bing's tone grew increasingly menacing. Although videos of feng shui men delivering a sound thrashing to the Hulk had already been uploaded to YouTube, a portion of these clips had been suppressed due to the intervention of S.H.I.E.L.D. Upon learning of this situation, Wu Chen had initially confronted S.H.I.E.L.D. Yet after their explanation, he chose not to pursue the matter further. The reason was simple. The compensation from S.H.I.E.L.D. was exceedingly generous. A trifling issue that scarcely impacted Wu Chen was met with an apology from S.H.I.E.L.D., accompanied by a check for 500,000, a display of extravagant wealth. However, this check could only be utilized once converted into cash. Thus, it was not acknowledged by the system's marketplace. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s motive was not a reluctance to see feng shui men gain fame, but rather a belief that subtlety would be more effective in treating him as a trump card. Moreover, they enlisted the services of a special effects company to assert that the circulating footage was merely a product of cinematic effects, generating anticipation for the potential release of the blockbuster Ninjas vs. Giants the following year. Consequently, many unsuspecting individuals accepted this explanation, especially given that the authorities had corroborated it. The same applied to Jin Bing and his associates. Even as he neared the position of mayor, Jin Bing remained unacquainted with the true secrets. As he spoke, Jin Bing rose to his full stature, casting an immense shadow. His physique, far exceeding the norm, and the pronounced musculature beneath his white suit rendered him both ominous and formidable. The individual who had just conversed with Jin Bing immediately stood, asserting, "Although I am uncertain how that fellow managed to dart about, I believe he is merely an inconsequential lackey." Chapter 28 The Masked Man of Maniacal Laughter 3-4 No. Lester, that fellow possesses some ability, Jin said, shaking his head. He spoke to the figure before him, clad in a tight black suit, in a deep, unhurried tone. However, that is all he amounts to. Even the most insignificant of individuals, should they dare to reveal their claws against us, must face annihilation. They must be made abundantly clear on what actions are permissible and what are not. This world demands order, and Jin embodies that order. Such words were audacious, indicating that despite suspecting Minato Namikaze possessed unique capabilities, Jin regarded him with scant respect. This mindset was entirely reasonable. After all, Jin himself represented the pinnacle of power achievable by an ordinary human, let alone those with peculiar abilities, of which he had several under his command. Among them were the figures currently present in the office: Target Eye, Dr. Octopus, Green Goblin, and Scorpion King. Target Eye, Lester, was a professional assassin, endowed with an innate prowess for throwing, capable of launching any object with astonishing precision towards his target. In addition to his accurate throwing skills, he was also a martial artist and an expert marksman with conventional weapons or bladed implements. His physical prowess, agility, endurance, speed, and reflexes rendered him exceptionally well-rounded. As for Green Goblin and Dr. Octopus, they were well-known acquaintances, requiring no further introduction. Scorpion King, Mike Goggin, was a mercenary clad in exoskeletal armor resembling that of a scorpion, showcasing formidable strength. However, this armor had a tendency to affect one's temperament, rendering its wearer as ferocious and bloodthirsty as the creature itself. Yet, it was this dismal company who found themselves merely observing Jin and Target Eye's exchange at this moment. Were they adherents of decorum? No, they were merely subjugated beneath Jin's oppressive might, illustrating his formidable power. As for why Target Eye Lester could converse with Jin so normally, it was because he was among the earliest to ally with Jin, thereby earning a degree of privilege as a trusted confidant. Having concluded his remarks, Jin grasped his specially crafted cane and stepped toward the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, positioning himself at the edge while casting his gaze downward upon the encroaching twilight of New York City. He reveled in this sensation, as if the entirety of New York lay within his grasp. Of course, this was contingent upon the absence of meddlesome vigilantes, such as Daredevil, Punisher, and others. Spider-Man had yet to emerge, leaving these less renowned heroes to combat Jin in the dark underbelly of the city. After all, one side aimed to save the world, while the other sought to confront the mob. Indeed, Daredevil's endeavors appeared somewhat lacking in grandeur. At this moment, it seemed prudent to add a golden flash to the mix. Target Eye, locate that individual and recruit him. Should he agree, all prior grievances will be absolved. And if he declines? Target Eye inquired. Jin turned, shadows flickering in his gaze as he caressed his cane, then spoke in a slow yet brazen voice. Do I truly need to instruct you on this, Lester? Only death can cleanse the ignorance of those who dare to offend the sovereign. Indeed, the bullseye immediately responded, but just as he prepared to act, a resounding laughter echoed through the office. Ha! Bullseye and the others were momentarily startled. They noticed that none of them were laughing, nor was Jin Bing. And the laughter did not belong to anyone present in the office. It was youthful and utterly audacious. Who, then, would be so bold as to disrespect and offend in the presence of Jin Bing, the emperor of this dark realm? Following the sound of laughter, the crowd turned their gaze towards the corner of the room, where they discovered a man clad in a black robe, adorned with a yellow background and black striped-eye mask, languidly leaning against the wall and laughing heartily. Despite the mask obscuring his visage, his demeanor and actions made it evident to all present that he was the source of the raucous laughter. What manner of clown is this? Are you courting death? Bullseye, ever loyal, immediately drew a dart, ready to strike, but Jin Bing interjected. Lester, hold on. Stopping Bullseye, Jin Bing stepped forward, addressing the masked figure. Who are you, and what brings you here? Why do you laugh without cause? If you cannot provide a satisfactory explanation, I shall ensure you understand the consequences of your offense. Jin Bing stood directly opposite the masked man, while the others in the office remained oblivious to the silent arrival of this enigmatic figure. Only Jin Bing had discerned the manner of his entrance, a swirling distortion. And after the vortex dissipated, the masked man settled in the corner, quietly observing their discourse. Hearing is one thing, seeing is believing. Such an unprecedented and flamboyant entrance compelled even Jin Bing to refrain from overt hostility, though he did not believe this masked man could surpass him or his subordinates. To needlessly cultivate an enemy was unbecoming of a sovereign. Yet, the masked man paid them no heed, continuing to laugh as if he had heard an irresistibly amusing jest. Chapter 29. Fools, strive to survive. For Lester, known for his sharp eye, could no longer contain himself, even if it were not for the sake of loyalty. His inherently reckless nature could not abide the audacity of others flaunting their bravado in his presence, except for gold. With a swift motion, he released a dart with all his might, aimed directly at the masked man's face. Simultaneously, the armored Green Goblin, along with Dr. Octopus, whose four mechanical arms danced behind him, and Scorpion, whose lower half was replaced by mechanical legs and wielded a formidable pincered claw and a metallic scorpion tail, all lunged towards the masked figure in unison. It is said that like attracts like, and these three, who could coexist with Gold and Lester, were equally arrogant and domineering. Moreover, in a bid to demonstrate their allegiance to Gold, they unleashed their full force of attack, mirroring Lester's fervor. This time, Gold did not intervene. As the emperor of the underworld in New York and indeed across America, he was not without his own temperament. After articulating his thoughts with such civility, it was intolerable that this inexplicable masked man should behave so brazenly and disrespectfully. Let Lester and his companions teach this impudent fellow a lesson. As for whether the masked man would meet his demise, Gold deemed that beyond his concern. People must take responsibility for their actions. If one provokes such ire, they must also bear the consequences. Whether this masked individual could withstand the onslaught depended solely on his own strength. Those lacking power were unworthy to even stand before Gold. Calmly, Gold observed as his four formidable subordinates charged at the masked man, who, astonishingly, showed no inclination to evade. Was he blind? No. It was not a lack of sight, but rather a dismissal of their attacks as inconsequential. Did they not even qualify to inflict harm upon him? With this thought, the four intensified their assaults, pouring every ounce of their strength into the endeavor. Scorpion, Green Goblin, and Dr. Octopus fought with fervor, while Lester gritted his teeth and drew a second dart, releasing it with haste. At this juncture, the masked man finally spoke. He silenced his laughter, raised a hand to gently caress his mask, and remarked, "How utterly ignorant." Whoosh! Bang! 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 The building trembled, triggering the fire alarm. As smoke billowed from the upper office, Gold furrowed his brow and pressed a button beside his desk. The windows opened, and the smoke was swiftly dispelled, revealing the scene to all. The four formidable villains, true to their nature, had managed to crack the walls of Gold's specially designed office, exposing the steel plates within. Yet Gold showed no signs of elation. The situation had become too bizarre. All four supervillains' attacks had remarkably passed through the masked man's body, crashing directly into the wall behind him. Was this a projection technology? Gold's eyes gleamed. If he could master such a technique, his safety would be immensely fortified in the future. However, before he could ponder further, he witnessed the masked man rising to his feet. He traversed through the bodies of four individuals and then turned around, beginning to form seals with an air of confidence. The four supervillains were somewhat perplexed. They too had heard Jean Bin's words and realized this was a projection technique, rendering them untouchable. Thus, despite sensing danger, they exhibited no inclination to evade. Observing this, the masked man smiled faintly beneath his mask, thinking to himself, "Fools, strive to survive. Fire style, great fireball technique." Boom. The fireball surged forth with astonishing speed. Leaving them no time to react, they could only raise their hands to shield their faces. In an instant, the glass of the penthouse office shattered, and the enormous fireball engulfed the four villains, sending them hurtling out of the window. Crash. The fireball, measuring 4 to 5 meters in diameter, erupted violently, resembling a magnificent firework display. The four supervillains were left dazed and disoriented as they plummeted downwards. However, in midair, they regained their senses. Although the fireball was formidable, it had not reached lethal levels. The masked man had held back. These four scoundrels could perish, but not just yet. They still possessed some utility. The act of pushing them from the building was, of course, a test of their capabilities. Weaklings and scoundrels do not deserve to live. Bang, bang, bang. Dr. Octopus's mechanical arms embedded themselves into the wall, slowing his descent, ensuring his survival before hitting the ground. The Green Goblin summoned his flying glider, floating in midair. The Scorpion utilized his metallic stinger to cling to the wall, much like Dr. Octopus. Only Target I plummeted straight downwards. In the face of life and death, Target I retrieved a dart attached to a chain and hurled it directly at Dr. Octopus. With a deft maneuver, the dart ensnared Dr. Octopus's mechanical arm, granting Target I a chance for survival. All four had survived, yet their expressions were grim. Their adversary had effortlessly defeated them with a single move, nearly leading to their demise. While the element of surprise played a role, their failure to anticipate the ambush was also a significant flaw. In that moment, concern began to seep into their minds. Would Jean Bin continue to employ them after this debacle? Chapter 30. Illusion 1-4. Undoubtedly, Kingpin is a figure of cold ruthlessness. The weak are crushed beneath his heel, while the strong who are willing to submit are brought under his dominion. Those who refuse to acquiesce share the same fate as the weak. After being vanquished by the mysterious masked man with a single fireball, it was evident that the four of them could no longer be deemed strong. What, then, should they do? They could not afford to be cast aside by Kingpin. Their allegiance was not born out of loyalty, but rather from an acute awareness of the terrifying consequences that awaited them if abandoned. They had been fortunate to witness this fate, and the mere sight had sent chills down their spines. Such an experience was akin to living death. They were utterly unwilling to endure it. Thus, the four formidable villains exchanged glances, each finding resolute determination reflected in the other's eyes. They must rid themselves of the masked man and reclaim their rightful positions. With that, they each summoned their resolve and began their ascent. The Green Goblin, capable of flight, reached the summit first, only to be rendered speechless at the scene before him, nearly losing his grip on his glider. Scorpion and Dr. Octopus followed closely behind, their reactions mirroring that of the Green Goblin, both standing unsteadily in shock. Lastly, Bullseye arrived, retracting his chains and drawing forth 6 darts, intent on demonstrating his prowess to the masked man. Clattering and clinking, the darts slipped from Bullseye's grasp as his eyes widened, filled with disbelief. He beheld his immensely powerful boss, the Kingpin of the dark underworld in New York, the almost mayor, Kingpin himself, currently subdued beneath the foot of the masked man. No less, his face was being trampled. Kingpin was not only a figure of unparalleled power but also possessed remarkable combat prowess. Each of these four villains had faced Kingpin in battle and had been decisively defeated. Otherwise, given their natures, how could they have been so compliant? Yet now, the mightiest among them, Kingpin, had been bested. His cane lay discarded, and his white suit bore no marks of conflict. It was clear that Kingpin had been subdued in a single strike. What on earth had transpired? In truth, Kingpin was equally eager to comprehend the situation. After witnessing his four subordinates being hurled away by a fireball, he realized his previous assumptions were erroneous. This was not a projection technique, but rather some capability that evaded attacks. He swiftly raised his cane and, seizing the opportunity while the masked man was turned away, struck down fiercely. There was no shame in a sneak attack. It was the disgrace of falling to one's enemy that was truly ignoble. However, to his astonishment, not a ripple stirred. Kingpin's cane passed through the masked man's form, crashing straight into the ground. The impact left a fissure in the earth, one larger than those created by the four villains. This indicated that Kingpin's strength surpassed that of the four. Yet, it proved futile. As the masked man slowly turned around, the single eye revealed behind his mask glowed a menacing crimson, and Kingpin's defeat was already sealed. Within that red gaze, a peculiar triangular dart began to revolve slowly. Kingpin found himself inexplicably drawn to it, as if his very soul were being ensnared. As he regained his senses, he found himself beneath the foot of the masked man. Even more terrifying was the realization that he felt no inclination to resist. This is my master. I must pledge my loyalty to him. This thought incessantly reverberated in Jin Bing's mind, gradually calming his restless heart. Though he knew neither the name nor the appearance of the masked man, nor his intentions, Jin Bing felt an undeniable sense of allegiance. This was his master, the one for whom he would strive and remain devoted for a lifetime. At that moment, Wu Chen, portraying Obito, was utterly astonished. He had pondered the power of illusions in the real world, but never anticipated their formidable strength. Jin Bing, a legendary figure whose willpower, while perhaps not reaching the level of Captain America, was certainly formidable, perhaps even surpassing that of most superheroes in the Avengers, was now rendered completely powerless under the influence of an illusion. As he gazed up at the ambushing Jin Bing, Wu Chen contemplated whether he could exert control over him, much like Obito had over the Fourth Hokage, Yagura. Without hesitation, he acted upon this thought and succeeded. Wu Chen commanded him to lie down, and Jin Bing obeyed without a hint of resistance. Even without the use of the Kodo Amatsukami technique, merely employing the power of the Manjiki Sharingan was sufficient to achieve this effect. Indeed, the bloodline of the Tsutsuki is remarkable. Initially, Wu Chen intended to confront Jin Bing directly to subdue him, compelling him to assist in his endeavors, such as showcasing the formidable reputation of the Akatsuki, a necessary step in his future plans. Additionally, he envisioned enlisting Jin Bing's aid in accumulating wealth, as the opening of the marketplace had suddenly rendered money crucial to Wu Chen. All of these were necessities that Jin Bing could fulfill. However, it now appeared that physical coercion was entirely unnecessary. A mere illusion sufficed. With this in mind, he pondered whether he might take control of Hydra. Chapter 31. The Strategy for Jin Bing. 2-4. Strangely, a wild notion took root in Wu Chen's mind. He shook his head gently. Yet the idea not only persisted but also firmly anchored itself in the depths of his heart. Even Jin Bing, whose combat prowess had reached the limits of ordinary humans, would be utterly defenseless against the illusions conjured by the kaleidoscope Sharingan. What of the Hydra agents? Surely, they too would succumb to the enchantment. With this line of reasoning, the thought seemed less mad and more plausible. The prospect of controlling Hydra appeared rather enticing. The only consideration that lingered was how many individuals could he ensnare with such mind-controlling illusions while masquerading as Uchiha Madara? This required experimentation. Thus it would be postponed for now. However, it must be said that illusions in the Marvel Universe are indeed profoundly overpowered. The only ability comparable to it would be the Mind Stone embedded within the Scepter of Mind, which can manipulate hearts and minds. Consequently, Wu Chen resolved that moving forward, aside from those he wished to control, he would refrain from casually revealing his illusions. This was not merely to avoid becoming a thorn in the side of others, but perhaps, in a moment of dire need, his illusions could serve as a trump card. His mind was awash with myriad thoughts, yet only a second or two passed in reality. Wu Chen turned to see the four villains outside the window, their expressions a mixture of astonishment and disbelief. After a moment of contemplation, he lifted his foot and released Jin Bing's head. Rise. Jin Bing was indeed of great utility, and Wu Chen was not one to derive pleasure from mocking or humiliating others. Thus, he was willing to extend a semblance of dignity to Jin Bing, even if that dignity had already been trampled upon. Upon hearing Wu Chen's command, Jin Bing sprang to his feet and gracefully stepped beside the masked figure that Wu Chen portrayed, standing like a devoted servant. This movement was slow and imbued with a certain reverence. Jin Bing had often witnessed such gestures from his subordinates, signifying their respect towards him. Imitating their actions, Jin Bing now executed them with surprising ease. Consequently, the target's astonishment deepened. The fact that the leader of Jin Bing had been subdued was already shocking. But now it was clear that he had not merely been defeated, but rather, he had been tamed. What on earth was happening here? This confusion was not solely felt by the target, but shared among the four villains as well. Then, the mystery was unveiled. Jin Bing, bowing deeply, leaned towards the masked man, and upon receiving a nod, he stepped forward with a solemn expression and declared, "This is my master. Everything that just transpired was merely my master testing my abilities, so there is no need for concern." Master? The four villains were astonished, their jaws nearly dropping. They had heard this term before, but it had always been used by others addressing Jin Bing. Now, Jin Bing was referring to a masked man as master? Observing the expressions of these four individuals, Wu Chen understood that the display he had just exhibited was insufficient to compel their submission. Wu Chen discerned astonishment, shock, terror, and disbelief etched upon their faces, yet he saw no trace of the submissiveness exhibited by Jin Bing. An insubordinate subordinate, how could that be acceptable? Thus, he had no intention of engaging in idle chatter and prepared to take action against the four antagonists. He refrained from employing illusions to control them. After all, Wu Chen was still uncertain about the number of individuals he could manipulate with his illusions. If the number proved to be limited, it would be a waste to expend his efforts on these mere trifles. As for Jin Bing, utilizing illusions on him would not be wasteful, for his significance was considerable. However, before Wu Chen could make a move, Jin Bing discerned his intent and, taking the initiative, knelt before him on one knee. Master, there is no need for you to intervene with these disobedient wretches. I failed to train them adequately, so allow me to rectify this matter. Wu Chen gazed at Jin Bing with mild surprise. Recalling the descriptions he had encountered regarding Jin Bing, possessing combat prowess at the pinnacle of human capability while exhibiting meticulous thought and intelligence far surpassing that of ordinary individuals. Indeed, it was evident now. With a subordinate ready to assist, Wu Chen welcomed the respite. He stepped back, granting space for Jin Bing and the four villains. Jin Bing's fierce eyes widened, his aggressive gaze sweeping over the targets, causing them to tremble involuntarily. Clearly, their instinctive fear of Jin Bing had become an ingrained response. Lester, come here, Jin Bing spoke slowly, his deep voice seemingly suppressing something. The target, taken aback, instinctively moved forward. Slap. Jin Bing seized the target's head, pressing it firmly to the ground, rendering him immobile. Boss. The target thrashed wildly, attempting to escape Jin Bing's grasp, but to no avail. Jin Bing crouched down, his voice and gaze still brimming with ferocity. You struck my master twice. Thus, receive 2 punches from me, and I shall forgive you. The target froze, his expression becoming vacant. The others, witnessing this scene, were gripped with profound fear. Jin Bing had unequivocally recognized this masked figure as his master. Simultaneously, they realized that this Jin Bing remained the terrifying entity they had always known. Chapter 32, Chakra Seed. 3-4. Though the peculiar phenomenon of Jin Bing recognizing his master had occurred, his trepidation remained undiminished. Setting aside the enigmatic masked man, even Jin Bing himself was a force to be reckoned with. A prime example was the Target Eye, a formidable adversary who was effortlessly dispatched by Jin Bing's single blow. At that moment, the Green Goblin, Scorpion King, and Dr. Octopus began to stir, approaching Jin Bing and bowing their heads slowly. With no hope of defeating him and nowhere to flee, they had no choice but to concede. The villain's survival hinged upon their keen perception of the situation. Do not worry. Once I am finished with Lester, it will be your turn, Jin Bing remarked nonchalantly. This statement caused the 3 antagonists to freeze, their gazes gravitating towards the Target Eye, now subdued beneath Jin Bing's grasp, resembling a dreamless fish out of water. The Target Eye was indeed out of the game. The reason was simple. Jin Bing's overwhelming strength was beyond the imagination of an ordinary person. While the Target Eye possessed commendable physical attributes akin to an athlete, he remained an ordinary human. After sustaining merely 2 blows from Jin Bing, one might as well arrange for his black man carrying the coffin service. In contrast, the 3 adversaries, outfitted with mechanical enhancements, seemed to possess a greater chance of survival. The Target Eye was acutely aware of this, which explained his despondent demeanor. Wu Chen, witnessing this, seized the opportunity to subdue the antagonists entirely, suggesting, Jin Bing, let us not fight here. Let us find another location. Jin Bing promptly turned, indeed, master. The training room on the ground floor of the building offers ample space. The masked man shook his head. There is no need for such trouble. As he spoke, a spatial vortex emerged from his right eye, gradually expanding and engulfing everyone in the office. In an instant, the vast office at the top of the skyscraper was left desolate. Within the realm of divine might, the masked man stood quietly on one corner of a platform, observing the gathered villains. The 5 individuals were taken aback, having suddenly transitioned from one location to another, especially into such an otherworldly space. The surroundings were ethereal and devoid of substance, the entire expanse shrouded in gray, with only a solitary platform standing amidst it all. This is my divine space. Within it, no matter how fiercely you battle, the outside world remains untouched. Wu Chen, suddenly intrigued, added, Jin Bing, do not let them each endure a few of your punches. Let it be a fair battle of 4 against 1. I wish to see your true strength. You will be done. Jin Bing, his demeanor shifting, bowed to Wu Chen before turning to face the 3 standing and the 1 prostrate on the ground. It is your honor. Come forth. 4 against 1. The Green Goblin and the others exchanged glances, and the Target Eye hastily rose to his feet. If that were the case, their odds of success were significantly bolstered. United, they might indeed overpower Jin Bing and earn the favor of this formidable master. These four villains were not fools. They had quickly grasped this possibility. As for their abrupt shift in allegiance, it was marked by a complete lack of decorum. It is hardly surprising. Villains, by nature, possess little integrity. Wu Chen's method of transferring a group into another dimension has caused these four antagonists to relinquish their unnecessary caution, fostering within them a sense of submission towards him. While cunning, the villains are, in a sense, quite naive. Their principle is simple. As long as one is strong enough, there is no fear of betrayal. Conversely, should one's strength fail to earn their respect, they may very well turn against you at any moment. Take the present scenario, for instance. Wu Chen's prowess far surpasses that of Jin Bing, prompting the four villains to contemplate abandoning Jin Bing in favor of the masked man. Thus, under Wu Chen's watchful gaze, the 4-against-1 battle officially commenced. Lacking extraordinary abilities, their combat relied solely on physical attacks, resulting in minimal destructive capacity, yet the spectacle was quite captivating. Wu Chen observed with great interest. The outcome of the battle unfolded precisely as Wu Chen anticipated. Jin Bing emerged victorious. After all, Jin Bing had previously endured a thorough beating from these four, and now, even when they united against him, he was adept at identifying their vulnerabilities and exploiting them. Furthermore, having grown accustomed to fighting solo, their coordination was abysmal, failing to achieve a combined strength that equated to 4. At best, it was merely 3.5. They hindered one another, thereby amplifying Jin Bing's advantage. Ultimately, the four villains lay battered and bruised upon the ground, while Jin Bing bore only minor injuries. A few trickles of blood staining his attire and some fabric torn, but no significant harm otherwise. Very well. Wu Chen approached Jin Bing, placing a hand on his shoulder. Jin Bing immediately bent slightly to facilitate Wu Chen's gesture. Truth be told, had Jin Bing genuinely submitted to Wu Chen, the latter might have even considered bestowing upon him a chakra seed. A chakra seed is a substance that enables an individual to generate chakra. After all, with Wu Chen's wish cards, he could easily procure such a thing, provided he was willing to invest the necessary resources. Chapter 33, Complete Domination for 4, however. Who could have imagined that Jin Bing's seemingly earnest submission was merely a result of being under control? Suddenly, an idea sparked in Wu Chen's mind. Yet, this was not the moment for such musings. Thus, he promptly transported himself and the 5 individuals out of the divine might space. Upon returning to the office, the 4 pain-ridden antagonists immediately forced themselves to stand, enduring their agony, and respectfully bowed their heads to Wu Chen, exclaiming, "Boss." Wu Chen lightly nodded, then addressed Jin Bing. "Allow them to tend to their wounds. Once they are bandaged, they may return." Jin Bing complied without hesitation, but as he was about to attend to his own injuries, Wu Chen intervened. With a snap of his fingers, Wu Chen dispelled Jin Bing's illusion. "Jin Bing, I shall say this only once. Listen carefully to what I have to say, or you shall forfeit your chance to become stronger and lose your very self." Momentarily stunned, Jin Bing, now restored to his senses, hesitated to acknowledge Wu Chen as his master, for even the emperor of the underworld had his own dignity. Yet, an ominous premonition gripped him. He sensed that should he choose to resist now, he would lose something of immense significance. This tumultuous feeling of loss and desire compelled him to unclench his fists. Noticing this, Wu Chen's lips curled slightly beneath his mask as he continued. "Do you understand why I possess such strength and can perform remarkable feats?" Jin Bing remained silent, like a tight-lipped enigma. Wu Chen, undeterred, infused his feet with chakra and ascended the office wall, ultimately standing on the ceiling, facing Jin Bing. "This is due to my possession of a power known as chakra." "Chakra?" Jin Bing inquired, intrigued. "What is that?" Wu Chen refrained from providing a direct answer. Instead, he approached the computer and gestured toward the video displayed. "Now, I shall reveal to you the reason behind my earlier laughter. This man, even I lack complete certainty in defeating him. Yet you dare to label him as an insignificant minion. Do you not think I have reason to laugh?" Jin Bing remained silent. His gaze fixated on the screen depicting Minato Namake's, disbelief etched in his eyes. Wu Chen, unfazed, clicked on another video, the one showcasing his initial confrontation with Xing Yi and Hulk. "Did you believe this was merely a product of cinematic effects? Isn't it?" Jin Bing instinctively retorted. Wu Chen shook his head, asserting, "This is the strength of Minato Namake's. He wields the same power of chakra as I do. The abilities he employs, be it the swift flying thunder god technique or the spiraling blue Rasengan, are all forms of ninjutsu. And ninjutsu requires chakra as its driving force. Naturally, the most crucial aspect is that once an individual possesses chakra, they can learn ninjutsu, ultimately evolving into a true powerhouse. Jin Bing, in my eyes, you are inconsequential. And the reason is simple. You are merely an ordinary human. In our world of ninjas, even a slightly more formidable genin can easily defeat you. At this moment, I present you with an opportunity. I shall bestow upon you chakra and impart the knowledge of certain ninjutsu. Are you willing to submit to me? Grant Jin an opportunity to possess his own agency while simultaneously augmenting his strength. This notion was not originally part of Wu Chen's plans. It was merely a spontaneous decision. However, should Jin sincerely choose to yield, incorporating a formidable peripheral member into the Akatsuki would indeed be advantageous. Ultimately, Wu Chen perceives that Jin will not pose any significant challenge, thus granting him a modicum of power is inconsequential. After all, winning a person over requires more than mere coercion, it necessitates a touch of allure as well. With that said, Wu Chen nonchalantly settled into Jin's chair, rifling through the contents of his drawer as he awaited Jin's response. Jin did not attempt to halt Wu Chen's actions. Instead, he bowed his head, deeply contemplating the ramifications. Yet, in truth, he was faced with but a single path, to yield to the masked man before him. Refusing to submit would result in the loss of his self-awareness and an enforced subjugation. Conversely, by submitting, his consciousness would remain intact, and he would gain a means to continue growing stronger, the only price being his freedom, becoming a subordinate to the man before him. How long had it been since he had been someone's subordinate? It was during his early days in the gang, when he was still under the command of a leader. Through his tenacity, formidable strength, and astute mind, he had gradually ascended to his current status. Now, however, Jin found himself at an impasse, unable to discover a way to grow stronger without transforming himself. To be precise, he could no longer find a method to enhance his capabilities without undergoing a metamorphosis. Had he been willing to change, he would have already become a monstrous figure. Minutes passed, and Jin finally knelt on one knee, bowing his head slowly, addressing Wu Chen with reverence. Master, I hope you will grant me the strength I seek. Chapter 34, The Caged Bird, 1-4. To speak candidly, Jin Bing's current submission is certainly not the genuine surrender one might expect under the influence of an illusionary control, but rather the capitulation of the weak before the strong. It must be noted that such profound subservience, akin to being entirely manipulated by a spell, is nearly impossible to achieve with anyone other than those conditioned from a young age to be loyal warriors. Thus, Wu Chen remained vigilant. He gazed at the bowed head of Jin Bing and spoke in a calm tone. Lift your head, and do not resist. As Jin Bing raised his gaze, he beheld the masked figure before him forming a peculiar hand seal. With a swift motion, Wu Chen struck Jin Bing's head with his palm, unleashing a surge of chakra that enveloped him in an intricate web of black script. The symbols, convoluted and indecipherable, eluded Jin Bing's understanding, despite his extensive knowledge. Wu Chen paid no heed to Jin Bing's reactions and continued to concentrate on his incantation. Ultimately, the myriad of symbols coalesced upon Jin Bing's forehead, revealing a strange design. This technique is known as the caged bird. Under normal circumstances, it poses no threat and can even assist in enhancing one's chakra during training. However, once activated, it inflicts a torment worse than death. This precautionary measure, a mark bestowed upon you, Jin Bing, indicates the path you must now follow. After being resurrected by the elderly Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Obito acquired a wealth of knowledge, including sealing techniques. Without such mastery, he would be incapable of executing the formidable sealing arts like the Nine Dragons sealing. Consequently, Obito's proficiency in sealing techniques is commendable. Among the texts on sealing arts that Madara imparted to Obito, the caged bird is notably mentioned. This technique serves as a means for the main branch of the Hyuga clan to exert control over its branch families, exhibiting great ferocity and dominance. Obito, having briefly studied it years ago, never found an opportunity to apply it until now, as Wu Chen deftly employed it. However, the variant of the caged bird utilized by Wu Chen diverges from the original form. The traditional method focuses on the eyes, safeguarding the Byakugan from external theft. In contrast, Wu Chen's adaptation targets the brain, utilizing Jin Bing as a test subject, and unexpectedly, it proved successful. Should anyone attempt to meddle with Jin Bing's mind, his brain would automatically self-destruct. Alternatively, Wu Chen could activate the caged bird, inflicting pain and destruction upon Jin Bing's mind. Another application of this technique. The reason for this intricate approach, rather than simply using illusionary control over Jin Bing, lies in Wu Chen's concern regarding the limitations of controlling multiple individuals simultaneously. Therefore, if he must employ illusions, it is imperative to wield them on those who are utterly resistant to submission. For individuals like Jin Bing, who may yield, the caged bird serves as an apt means of control. Indeed, upon hearing Wu Chen's elucidation, Jin Bing's submission deepened. Master, your will is my own. I shall strive valiantly for you. He could feel the influence of the mark upon his forehead, which instilled in him a sense of obedience. Simultaneously, he reflected on the reality of his submission to the figure before him. Nevertheless, given the strength of this masked individual, such acceptance was not entirely unwelcome. Excellent. Wu Chen smiled and nodded, saying there was no need to call him master, simply addressing him as sir would suffice. From this day forth, you shall be a peripheral member of the Akatsuki. Akatsuki? Jin Bing inquired, puzzled. Before dawn comes darkness. The moment when shadows deepen to their utmost is the breaking of day. We, the Akatsuki, aspire to be the dawn of this world, bringing peace and light. Wu Chen earnestly articulated the principles of the Akatsuki, a philosophy he genuinely endorsed. However, After Yahiko's demise and Nagato's seduction by Obito, the Akatsuki had devolved into a villainous organization within the world of shinobi. Now, with the re-establishment of the Akatsuki, Wu Chen sought to repurpose this ideal. Upon hearing this ideology, Jin Bing felt a flicker of recognition. Had he not once harbored similar aspirations? Yet, life's burdens had compelled him to join the underworld for survival. It now appeared that the organization to which he pledged his loyalty was not inherently malevolent. No. One could ascertain from Wu Chen's demeanor and methods that the Akatsuki was hardly a legitimate organization. What legitimate group would resort to such coercive measures? Subsequently, Wu Chen's actions confirmed this notion. He instructed Jin Bing to retrieve cash from the safe. Although Jin Bing silently grumbled, he complied. Instantly, stacks of US dollars were laid upon the office desk, amounting to no less than 5 or 6 million. This money now belongs to me, Wu Chen remarked, glancing at Jin Bing, who promptly nodded in acknowledgement. Wu Chen then delved into the system space, observing that his progress in portraying Uchiha Obito had increased by 12%. Though modest, this increment indicated that his strategy was not misguided. Engaging in the role of a ninja encompassed not only accepting and completing missions but also achieving the objectives of the role itself. Pleased, Wu Chen opened the system store, where he beheld the figure in the corner. 15 million. Chapter 35, The Chakra Manipulation Ability of Jin Bin. 2-4, a direct cash sum of $6 million. Jin Bin is quite affluent. Wu Chen mused for a moment before depositing all the banknotes into the divine space. He had just realized that the divine space could also serve as a storage area. Ignoring Jin Bin's peculiar gaze, Wu Chen activated the red wish card, employing the manual refresh function. With a swift motion, $100,000 vanished into thin air, allowing the red wish card to be utilized once more. A chakra seed that can bestow chakra upon those who possess none. Wu Chen entered this directive. The discount has expired. Wish card usage successful. Chakra seed. To grant chakra to an individual who originally lacks it, a cost of $1 million is required. $1 million for a single chakra seed? Quite exorbitant. Nevertheless, Wu Chen gritted his teeth and redeemed it. After all, it was not his own money. Remaining balance, $5 million. With a flourish, a blue orb, the size of a thumbnail, materialized in Wu Chen's hand. Upon touching the orb, its usage instructions appeared before him. Usage instructions, simply swallow it. At that moment, a knock echoed from the office door. It was the voices of the 4 antagonists who had just been tending to their wounds. Boss. We have returned. Wu Chen raised an eyebrow, glancing at Jin Bin. He realized this was an opportune moment to set an example, and thus invited the 4 antagonists inside. Come in. Click. The green demon and his companions entered in single file, their eyes immediately drawn to the blue orb in Wu Chen's hand. Boss, what is this? Having already pledged their loyalty to Wu Chen, the astute green demon was the first to inquire. Do not call me boss. Refer to me as master. Wu Chen corrected their address before continuing. This is a seed of power, enabling the consumer to attain strength akin to mine. Strength akin to yours. The green demon and the others exchanged glances, their minds racing with thoughts of Wu Chen's recent displays of prowess. A surge of elation ignited within them. Master, to whom do you intend to bestow this seed? The green demon promptly asked, envisioning how such spatial abilities would enhance his throwing techniques, undoubtedly rendering him far more formidable. The green demon and his companions were expressions of unbridled desire, clearly eager to possess the same powers as the masked man. However, they mistakenly believed that the power Wu Chen referenced was the ability to manipulate space. Understanding their misconception, Wu Chen chuckled softly. Of course, it is for my loyal Wilson. With that, Wu Chen gestured for Jin Bin to open his mouth, and he tossed the blue orb inside. Upon entry, Jin Bin felt an overwhelming warmth enveloping him, reminiscent of his mother's embrace in childhood. Soon after, a peculiar energy began to manifest within him. Master, is this chakra? Jin Bin exclaimed, a blue aura forming around his hands, clearly indicating that he had successfully channeled the chakra into his palms. Wu Chen was somewhat astonished. Jin Bin's chakra manipulation ability was remarkably adept, managing to attach the newly acquired chakra to his hands almost instantaneously. Jin Bin, ascend to the ceiling. Upon hearing this, Jin Bin's lively eyes scanned the surroundings, and then the chakra in his hands dissipated, gathering entirely at the soles of his feet. Subsequently, under the watchful gaze of targets like Green Goblin and others, the imposing figure of Jin Bin ascended directly onto the wall. He walked upward at a right angle to the wall. Upon reaching the ceiling, Jin Bin placed his feet upon it, only for his chakra to unexpectedly vanish. With a loud gasp, he twisted in the air, ultimately landing in a half-kneeling position on the ground without embarrassment. Wu Chen observed this and remarked, your chakra has only recently been born, and its quantity is rather limited. You must cultivate it diligently. I have a method for refining chakra, along with a few fundamental ninja techniques for you to practice. The basic ninja techniques consist of 3, the body replacement technique, the transformation technique, and the shadow clone technique. However, Wu Chen only provided two: the body replacement technique and the shadow clone technique. The reasoning was simple. The transformation technique was overly complicated, capable of mimicking the appearance of others, akin to a weakened version of Mystique's powers. And how formidable is Mystique? Although the Marvel Cinematic Universe lacks mutants, Wu Chen had viewed films from the mutant universe. In those, Mystique effortlessly manipulated a multitude of powerful mutants, relying solely on her untraceable transformation abilities. While the transformation technique may not rival Mystique's prowess, it still allows one to take on the guise of others. Given that the Marvel world is predominantly populated by ordinary individuals, the ability to transform is indeed advantageous. This power, Wu Chen preferred to keep to himself rather than bestow upon others. Having said this, Wu Chen created a new document on Jin Bin's computer and inscribed the details. Oh, and remember, this must not be leaked. Also, procure an additional 10 million for me, and it must be in cash. Upon hearing this, Jin Bin promptly nodded and hastily picked up the phone to give orders. He felt no reluctance as he had just experienced the formidable nature of chakra firsthand. Setting aside the ninja techniques, the mere essence of chakra was already astonishing. His jumping ability had significantly enhanced, and his running speed, too, had improved, alongside a notable increase in strength. Chapter 36, Integrity, 3-4. The most crucial aspect lies in the possession of chakra, rendering the terrain inconsequential. One can scale walls, dangle from ceilings like a spider, with the sole limitation being the inability to soar. Moreover, the method of chakra refinement and the two fundamental ninja techniques recently mentioned are of utmost importance. Although chakra is indeed wondrous, mere possession is insufficient. It must be augmented. Furthermore, while chakra alone is already remarkable, what are the jutsu that employs this power? Jin Bin considered that the 10 million was essentially the price for the chakra refinement method in the two jutsu. Such value is unparalleled. How could he not feel elated? Jin Bin joyfully handed over the money, and the archers finally comprehended their misunderstanding regarding Wu Chen's reference to the power he possessed. It was not a spatial ability, but rather the force known as chakra. Yet, even chakra is a power that can elevate one beyond the ordinary. The four antagonists exchanged glances, recognizing a shared yearning in one another's eyes. The archer was pushed forward to represent them, bowing slightly and imploring, "Master, could you also bestow upon us chakra seeds?" Though they were formidable villains, they only wielded physical and mechanical might. This method of advancement is not inherently flawed. Yet it differs from generating energy within oneself and evolving accordingly. Both methods possess their merits and drawbacks. It is not to say that energy evolution is invincible or adaptable to all. Consider the genius engineer Tony Stark. Would it truly be fitting for him to cultivate chakra? Mastery of chakra demands unwavering dedication, not a haphazard approach. If Iron Man Tony Stark were to genuinely pursue chakra cultivation, would there be any prospect for the advancement of his Mark series armor? In such a case, how could Iron Man stand shoulder to shoulder with deities as a mere mortal? Therefore, chakra is ill-suited for a mechanical prodigy like Tony Stark. Conversely, the archers, such as the Green Goblin, are far more compatible with chakra. They realized that they had reached an impasse in their original domains, much like Jin Bin's physical combat prowess. Thus, upon discovering a new avenue for growth, their excitement surged. However, does compatibility guarantee entitlement? Wu Chen cast a glance at the four villains. Having internally sentenced them to a death penalty, this sentence did not imply their demise, but rather that chakra seeds would be utterly inaccessible to them, at least for the time being. Some rewards, when easily attained, lose their significance. Much like a carrot dangled before a donkey, if the donkey could effortlessly reach the carrot, would it continue to toil? At this moment, Wu Chen aimed to dangle the chakra seeds like a carrot before these four donkeys. However, prior to that, they needed to exhibit decorum. If I bestow upon you chakra seeds, it would be your privilege. But if you were to demand them, the nature of the exchange would shift entirely. Bang! The kaleidoscopic Sharingan of the exposed right eye slowly rotates, emanating an overwhelming aura that bears down upon the four villains. Are you demanding something from me? Thud. The one known as Target Eye is the first to succumb, collapsing to the ground. My lord, that was not my intention. They're the ones who directed me. Stabbed in the back by Target Eye, the Green Goblin and others mutter curses under their breath before immediately kneeling as well. My lord, I too did not intend this. It was the idea of Scorpion King and Dr. Octopus. Dr. Octopus quickly protests, my lord, I never thought of such a thing. Whether you bestow the seed of chakra or upon whom, that is the recipient's fortune. We, as your subordinates, should wholeheartedly accept it. So all of this was Scorpion King's suggestion. Scorpion King exclaims, meow meow meow. My lord, this is unjust. The mechanical octopus of Scorpion King immediately collapses, and despite harboring violent thoughts, his will to survive firmly suppresses them without faltering. Observing the spinelessness of the four, Wu Chen cannot help but blink. While he had initially intended to subdue them, he did not anticipate their immediate surrender, nor their utter lack of resolve. Realizing his objective has been achieved, Wu Chen loses interest in further asserting his dominance. I shall spare you this time. There will be no second chance. As for the seed of chakra, it is not beyond the realm of possibility, but it shall depend on your performance. The four villains, Target Eye and Green Goblin included, erupt in joyous disbelief. Having thought they had ruined everything, only to discover there remains a chance. Is it not merely servitude? Is it not simply being sycophants? Who cannot do that? Moreover, it is evident you, Golden Brow, with your thick eyebrows and bright eyes, foresaw this outcome, hence your immediate acknowledgement of the master. Truly cunning. Seeing the four in high spirits, Golden Brow immediately adopts a stern expression, softly commanding, should you not express your gratitude to our lord? The four villains promptly realize and hastily offer their thanks. Wu Chen waves his hand dismissively, appearing unconcerned. Now that the allegiances have been established, it is time for you to begin your tasks. Chapter 37. Betrayal, 4-4. The purpose of Wu Chen's journey was to subdue the underworld of New York, subsequently leveraging their intelligence network to uncover the location of the seal. However, this was not his true intention. His genuine aim was to dominate the criminal society and orchestrate a grand performance. He sought to inform the outside world, specifically the S.H.I.E.L.D, and various governments, that a clandestine force lurked in the shadows, coveting the tailed beasts described by the sage of the Six Paths. He desired to instill in the global populace the belief that the tailed beasts were indeed real and that they were entities beyond the capacity of ordinary humans to confront, nearly invincible. Once they accepted this reality, Wu Chen would find it considerably easier to advance the portrayal of characters from the Naruto universe. Although the initial stages appeared intricate and tedious, they were meant to facilitate greater endeavors in the future. The ultimate climax would be a culmination of these carefully laid foundations. Fully aware of this, Wu Chen spent time at Jin Bing's establishment without a hint of impatience. Moreover, it had only been less than half an hour since his arrival, leaving ample time for his plans to unfold. He was not in a rush to depart. Rather, he was finalizing the preparations for the prologue, tasking Jin Bing and his associates with the search for the Nine Tails sealing location. According to Wu Chen's design, the Akatsuki's masked man was oblivious to the precise location of the Nine Tails seal. They were aware only that it resided somewhere in New York, but the specifics remained unknown. Thus, they sought the assistance of Jin Bing, the emperor of New York's underworld, hoping to utilize the local power to locate the seal. After assigning this task to Jin Bing and his cohorts, Wu Chen briefly elucidated the power of the tailed beasts. Instantly, expressions of shock adorned their faces. As articulated by their master, these tailed beasts were akin to reusable nuclear weapons, imbued with sentience. And one such beast was sealed right here in New York. The Akatsuki's interest in the tailed beasts was driven by a carefully formulated plan. It is a well-known truth that the joys and sorrows of humanity do not resonate universally. Some may laugh joyously, while others merely perceive it as noise. Such seemingly trivial discord can ultimately evolve into wars between nations. Desire and greed serve as the decisive catalyst for the outbreak of conflict. Consider the United States invasion of Iraq, justified under the pretext of combating terrorism. But was it truly about counterterrorism? Iraq, situated in the Middle East, is rich in oil resources, and the U.S., a major consumer of oil, seized upon the opportunity following the events of 9/11 to justify military intervention under the guise of anti-terrorism. Thus, a regulator must oversee all of this. The regulator wields formidable weapons, capable of annihilating an entire nation in an instant. This fear of destruction compels nations to approach the negotiation table, seeking peaceful resolutions. The Akatsuki serves as this regulator, and the weapons at their disposal are the tailed beasts. When the nine-tailed beasts unite, they give rise to the invincible 10 tails. Controlling this entity grants dominion over the world's fate, ushering in genuine peace. Indeed, the Akatsuki's actions are all in pursuit of world peace. The current suffering is merely a precursor to tranquility. The darkness before dawn shall soon pass, paving the way for a brighter future that the Akatsuki will create. It must be said that Wu Chen, embodying the character of Uchiha Madara, possesses remarkable potential for oratory, even in his straightforward delivery. His words ignite a fervor in Jin Bing and others. If given a choice, who would willingly embrace the role of a villain? Are we not all compelled by the relentless pressures of this merciless society? Now, as members of the Akatsuki, we are no longer nefarious. We are engaged in a righteous endeavor. Witnessing this scene, Wu Chen smiled contentedly. He then took the 10 million sent by Jin Bing and, utilizing the spatial transferability of Kamui, departed from the Jin Bing building and returned to his abode. Wu Chen had been reluctant to leave prematurely, not only to delegate tasks and instill organizational ideals in Jin Bing and his associates, but also because he had yet to claim his 10 million. With the money secured and back in a safe haven, Wu Chen turned his gaze towards the marketplace, a smile gracing his lips. Meanwhile, back at the Jin Bing building. After the masked man's departure, Jin Bing slowly settled back into his custom chair. Target Eye, observing Jean Bing's new appearance, which bore peculiar black markings on his forehead, inquired, Jean Bing, what has happened to you? Has your forehead become a canvas for ink in the blink of an eye? Upon hearing this, Jean Bing furrowed his brow. Yet before he could respond, the Green Goblin chimed in mischievously, Jean Bing, why not perform that act for us once more? The Scorpion King nodded in agreement, yes, yes. Showcase your chakra again. We are yet to be satiated. Only Dr. Octopus, recalling Jean Bing's earlier display of overwhelming prowess against 4 adversaries, remained silent, observing the reckless antics of Target Eye and the others. As expected, Jean Bing's fierce gaze widened, his imposing figure gradually rising. And a deep voice rumbled forth from his throat, what grants you the audacity to speak to me in such a manner? Have you forgotten the agony you just endured? At this reminder, Target Eye instantly recoiled, taking 2 steps back. Boss, this has nothing to do with me. It was their idea. The Green Goblin and Scorpion King exchanged glances, yet they did not flinch. Instead, they cast venomous glares toward Jean Bing. Chapter 38, Thoughts 1-4, Among the 4 Villains. With the exception of Bullseye, the other 3 possess troubled minds. Dr. Octopus, influenced by his mechanical arms, is incessantly consumed with the desire to create a miniature sun. The Green Goblin has awakened a malevolent persona within, a deranged entity perpetually fixated on destruction. As for the Scorpion King, he has been significantly swayed by his mechanical enhancements, evolving towards a scorpion-like demeanor. However, at this moment, Dr. Octopus is lucid, managing to suppress his impulses and refraining from acting on his wicked inclinations towards Kim. In stark contrast, the Green Goblin and the Scorpion King find themselves unable to contain their urges. Before the formidable masked man, they can restrain themselves, yet, in the presence of Kim, they feel no compulsion to hold back. Compared to that formidable figure, what is Kim? Moreover, Kim has just overexerted himself, expending a considerable amount of his chakra, and has fallen from the ceiling, gasping for breath. Perhaps, in his current state, he is merely putting on a brave front. They might seize the opportunity to overthrow him, thereby becoming the masked man's favored subordinates and acquiring the coveted power of chakra. Driven by such enticing prospects, they dare to defy authority, even after Kim has soundly defeated them. Under normal circumstances, they would never dare to act thus. Ultimately, it is their deranged thinking that leads them to misjudge Kim's strength, believing that together they can overpower him. Yet reality will soon impart a lesson on who truly reigns within Kim's domain. With chakra enveloping his fist, Kim's massive hand, akin to a cauldron, delivers a single blow that sends the Scorpion King crashing to the ground, blood streaming from his nose, rendering him unconscious. Witnessing this, the Green Goblin recalls the terror he had just experienced at Kim's hands, but it is too late. Kim swings his colossal fist, aglow with a cerulean luminescence, striking the Green Goblin's armored chest. A sharp crack reverberates, not from Kim's knuckles, but from the Green Goblin's metal armor. The Green Goblin is sent hurtling backward. Colliding with the wall, his chest armor shattered, revealing the vulnerable Green Goblin within. Kim strides over to the Green Goblin, towering over him with a cold smirk gracing his lips, yet he refrains from delivering the final blow. The same mercy is extended to the Scorpion King. Kim, unusually magnanimous, spares them both. This is not an act of kindness, but rather a strategic consideration, recalling the masked man's words that these 4 possess utility. Not wishing to tarnish his standing in the masked man's eyes due to these 2 miscreants, Kim shows unexpected clemency. You have heard the master's orders, Kim states coldly. Surveying the 4 villains, Green Goblin and Dr. Octopus, utilize your influence to search the East and West districts. Bullseye and Scorpion, take a team from here and search the South and North districts. Do you understand? Having been reined in by Kim, the 4 villains exhibit a newfound obedience. Suddenly, Bullseye ponders, if we are searching all 4 districts of New York, what will you do? Yet, upon seeing the incapacitated Scorpion King and Green Goblin still sprawled on the ground, he wisely chooses to remain silent. If Jean Bing were aware of the current thoughts of the target, he would undoubtedly raise his hand and slap the target to the ground, dismissively stating, as a subordinate, it is only natural to alleviate the leader's burdens, while the leader should focus on his own endeavors. By own endeavors, he meant the cultivation of chakra. Jean Bing had resolved to allow the 4 major antagonists to seek out what the masked man desired, while he himself dedicated time to strengthening his abilities. However, this does not imply that Jean Bing would neglect his duties or disregard Wu Chen's commands, solely concentrating on his own pursuits. Jean Bing was not so short-sighted. He understood that his hopes for continued enhancement rested upon the masked man. Thus he would spare no effort in fulfilling the tasks assigned to him. Consequently, Jean Bing would dispatch his trusted associates to locate the place where the Ninetales was sealed, ensuring the completion of the masked man's directives. Moreover, he would mobilize his entire gang for this endeavor. It can be said that apart from Jean Bing himself not personally seeking the location, he had exerted every effort possible. Observing his subordinates in action, Jean Bing called for someone to come and clean the floor while he descended to the underground training room. The chakra refining methods, along with the substitution and shadow clone techniques provided by Wu Chen, were firmly etched in his memory, while the original documents on the computer were entirely erased, leaving no trace behind. Retaining the knowledge in his mind was the safest approach. Sitting cross-legged, Jean Bing began to refine his chakra according to the explanations provided in the chakra refining method. He had a premonition that upon mastering the chakra refining technique, his strength would experience a significant enhancement. This improvement would surpass that of transitioning from having no chakra to the genesis of chakra itself. Meanwhile, as Jean Bing busily engaged in his training, Wu Chen was also bustling with activity. Upon returning home, Wu Chen immediately prepared to utilize the various functions of the marketplace. Currently, his marketplace balance displayed 15.05 million yuan, a sum sufficient for him to explore every feature the marketplace had to offer. Chapter 39, Uchiha Fan 24. The marketplace offers 4 distinct items, one of which is the previously utilized red wish card. In addition to the wish card, the marketplace features a random treasure chest from myriad realms, blue summoning cards, and options for weapon forging and repair. In terms of value, the wish card reigns supreme. Although the extent of its wishes is limited, this does not diminish its formidable nature. However, having already employed the wish card twice, Wu Chen has prioritized its use for later. The red wish card is the most powerful, followed closely by the other 3 items, which are of comparable strength. The random treasure chest from myriad realms relies on luck. Should one be fortunate enough to unearth a legendary artifact, they would become invincible. Conversely, it is equally possible to draw mere scraps of paper with poor luck. This expenditure is not exorbitant, requiring only 100,000 per attempt. Hence, Wu Chen has placed its priority above that of the wish card. As for the blue summoning card, its description suggests considerable power, yet it remains uncertain whether the summoned figures are temporary or permanent. This must be tested to ascertain. Wu Chen has ranked it above the treasure chest. Regarding the weapon forging and repair option, it is exceptionally valuable. Wu Chen has elevated its priority to the highest. He intends to address this before undertaking other matters. Although, in the later stages of the Naruto world, the most coveted weapon is the Sage's Orb, Wu Chen is far from being able to attain such a level. Therefore, the 7 ninja swords of the Mist Village, the Uchiha Fan, various ninja tools left by the Sage of 6 Paths, and an array of chakra weapons are all worthy of Wu Chen's forging efforts. For instance, he could craft a suitable weapon for Abido. Minato Namikaze does not require it, as his ninja tool pouch is filled with numerous kunai, and he recovers them after each use. Thus he lacks no weapons. However, Obito's situation is different. At this stage, while Obito possesses near-invincible evasion capabilities, his offensive power is notably lacking. His arsenal comprises merely fire release techniques, shuriken techniques, and hand-to-hand combat. Beyond that, he has little else. In truth, Obito is also capable of utilizing wood release techniques, having transplanted the flesh and blood of the First Hokage, which allows him to successfully employ various wood release jutsu. These techniques are potent and remarkably effective. Nevertheless, Wu Chen's progress in embodying Uchiha Abido is still minimal, making it challenging to successfully execute wood release. This conclusion was drawn from his interactions with Minato Namikaze. Until the embodiment progress reaches 50%, Wu Chen, while portraying Minato, can only utilize his Flying Thunder God technique, Sage techniques, the Rasengan series, and some wind release techniques. Upon reaching 50% embodiment with Minato, although untested, Wu Chen has an inkling that he will be able to access a broader range of Minato's techniques. For instance, the Flying Thunder God's Guiding Thunder, the second stage of the Flying Thunder God, and the Rasengan Flash Spiral Dance. Just as this applies to Minato, it undoubtedly holds true for Uchiha Abido as well. Thus, it is imperative to enhance Abido's offensive capabilities before he can adeptly wield wood release. The most effective means to bolster his attack power is, of course, to forge him a fine weapon. Unlike Minato Namikaze, who carries the 3-pronged kunai with him, Abido possesses only a few shurikens, lacking even a kunai. After much contemplation, Wu Chen resolved to procure the Uchiha Fan for Abido. The Uchiha Fan is a revered artifact, passed down through generations of the Uchiha clan, purportedly crafted from a fragment of the divine tree, rivaling the tools once wielded by the Sage of 6 Paths. Its unique ability allows it to absorb energy and impact, converting it into a wind attribute counterattack, known as Uchiha Rebound. The synergy of the wind attribute fan combined with Abido's fire attribute would undoubtedly yield a result greater than the sum of its parts. Thus, the Uchiha Fan is the most fitting weapon for Abido. Furthermore, during the Nine Tails Chaos, Abido demonstrated considerable proficiency with chains as weapons. When he battled Minato Namikaze, he executed a series of impressive maneuvers with the chains. Although he ultimately fell to Minato, it illustrated that chains could significantly enhance Abido's combat prowess. Therefore, Wu Chen decided to forge a robust chain measuring 3 to 4 meters in length alongside the Uchiha fan. He selected the weapon forging repair option, entered the specifications for the Uchiha fan's appearance and abilities, and then detailed the length, appearance, and capabilities of the chain. Subsequently, a price materialized before Wu Chen. Uchiha fan and sturdy chain. The forging of this weapon set requires 5 million yuan. Wu Chen. For a mere fan and a chain. Is it truly this exorbitant? Just when I acquired 10 million, and now it's gone. Though the price is steep, the system's offerings are consistently worth their weight in gold. Wu Chen, in dire need of weaponry and with funds at his disposal, ultimately gritted his teeth and made the exchange. Forging in progress. Kind reminder, forging requires a certain amount of time. Completion is estimated in half an hour. It is advisable for the host to rest and have some food before returning. Gazing at his remaining balance of 55 million yuan, Wu Chen felt despondent. Lamenting the loss of over 10 million, who could possibly eat under such circumstances? Chapter 40. Linyahara, 3-4. I must wait until the fan is completed before I can feel at ease. However, prior to that, I can attempt the multiverse random treasure chest and the blue summoning card. $455,000 should suffice. Initially, Wu Chen was filled with confidence, believing that over 15 million would undoubtedly be enough to utilize all 4 items in the shop. Yet now, the mere acquisition of a fan and a chain had consumed over 10 million of his wealth, leading Wu Chen to feel that the remaining $455,000 was rather insufficient. Thus, his confidence began to wane. This is the downside of financial scarcity. Without funds, one's assurance is severely compromised. However, as he was alone, Wu Chen chose not to dwell on the matter and directly clicked on the multiverse random treasure chest. Would you like to spend $100,000 to open the multiverse random treasure chest? Naturally, Wu Chen clicked yes. $100,000. Current balance, $445,000. Then he heard the sound of a key unlocking the chest. Crack. The chest opened, and a system notification appeared. Congratulations. You have received 100 sheets of chakra test paper. You truly gave me a stack of paper. I merely mentioned it casually. Staring at the sizable stack of test paper in his hands, Wu Chen felt like crying. He hastily clicked on the wish card and entered chakra test paper. The system provided a prompt. Chakra test paper allows the holder to test their chakra attributes. Redeeming one sheet requires an expenditure of $0.01 million. $0.01 million, which equates to $100. Thus, acquiring 100 sheets of chakra test paper costs merely $1,000. This is outrageous. It is 10 times more expensive. Cursed treasure chest, ruin my youth, squander my wealth, tarnish my spirit, and sap my will. I shall never purchase again. Fuming, Wu Chen tossed the chakra test paper into the drawer of the table beside him and then clicked on the blue summoning card. Would you like to spend $1 million to redeem a summoning card? System detection. The character you are currently embodying is Uchiha Madara, the mysterious masked man behind Akatsuki. You have 2 individuals with whom you share a close relationship, Linyahara and Kakashi Hitaki. Therefore, the summoning card will randomly select one of the 2 to summon into this world for 20 minutes. Additional time requires further expenditure. How could the only close individuals to Obito be Kakashi and Lin? What about White Zetsu and the others? Upon reading this explanation, Wu Chen's first reaction was to feel pity for Obito. In this life, the man has only 2 close relationships, one of whom is deceased, while the other has become his adversary by his own choice. Beyond this, he lacks any truly intimate connections. The system is generally infallible. The absence of figures like White Zetsu and Black Zetsu indicates that they were never genuinely devoted to Obito. Their interactions were merely utilitarian. Alas, Obito is truly unfortunate. Yet, pity aside, Wu Chen merely thought to himself, Obito, do not weep. Mother will hold you, and did not desire to take any further action. So, should he procure a summoning card for Obito? Whether it is Rin Noara or Kakashi Hitaki, both are indeed remarkable characters. Kakashi, a skilled shinobi of Konoha, is said to possess an extensive repertoire of jutsu, reportedly exceeding 1,000 techniques. Additionally, he wields a Sharingan Eye, a gift from Obito, which undeniably enhances his prowess. His only notable drawback is a severe lack of chakra. Thus, exchanging 1 million for Kakashi's appearance for a mere 20 minutes seems quite a bargain. After all, an additional combatant can often determine the outcome of an entire battle. As for Rin Noara, her strength should not be underestimated. To consider her merely as the Jinchuriki of the Three Tails already speaks volumes of her capabilities, despite her inability to control the beast. However, in Wu Chen's perspective, Rin's significance transcends her role as a Jinchuriki. It lies in her profound connection to Obito. Throughout his life, Obito has yearned to create a world in which Rin exists. Now that she has arrived, one wonders if Obito's wish has been fulfilled. If so, would he achieve complete enlightenment, thus accelerating the progress of his character? Wu Chen deemed it essential to experiment, for what if? After all, The investment is merely 1 million, a price he can afford. Consequently, Wu Chen opted to exchange for the summoning card. Removing the mask from his face, he gazed at the blue card in his hand. A surge of excitement coursing through him. He tossed it onto the floor, and a brilliant blue light erupted, enveloping the entire room. In the next moment, a figure emerged from the azure glow, stepping before Wu Chen, who was embodying Abido, unable to contain his excitement. Abido, is that truly you? As the blue light subsided, Wu Chen beheld the figure before him, none other than Rin Noera, the embodiment of Abido's deepest desires. With her short brown hair, large deep brown eyes, and a forehead protector adorning her unfringed hair, she wore a light pink dress paired with safety shorts, complemented by dark red knee-high socks and red bracelets adorning her wrists. Her most distinguishing features were the 2 purple markings on her face. She appeared to be around 13 or 14 years old, with a charmingly beautiful appearance that was undeniably endearing. Yet, she was merely a child of 13 or 14. Abido, how could you have subjected her to such a fate? Oh, but Abido was of a similar age at that time? Then perhaps it is inconsequential. Chapter 41. Helping Abido realize his dream. 4. The young girl gently touched the cheek of Wu Chen, who portrayed Abido, her expression tinged with concern. Does it still hurt? Wu Chen instinctively replied, not anymore. Sighing, he thought to himself, I am not the true. Suddenly, he felt the weight of an ethical dilemma. He was merely embodying Abido, not the real Abido himself, yet Lin unmistakably regarded him as the genuine article. Was this not akin to Wu Chen engaging in a form of emotional betrayal against Abido? Although he felt an inexplicable thrill, he recognized the impropriety of the situation and contemplated confession. However, before he could voice his thoughts, Lin shook her head, interrupting him. I understand. This is another world, and I have already perished. But none of that matters. As long as Abido is still Abido, I am overjoyed to see you again. With that, she stepped forward and embraced Wu Chen tenderly. Caught off guard, Wu Chen was unsure how to respond. He wished to break free, yet his body resisted. It was not that he was enamored with Lin, but rather that the Abido he portrayed seemed reluctant to push her away. Internally, he muttered, Abido, it is not my intention to betray you. This is Lin's initiative, and you have played your part in this as well. It is not my doing. While relishing the embrace, Wu Chen did not forget the purpose behind summoning Lin. He delved into the system space and checked the progress of his portrayal of Abido. 22. Wow. A direct increase of 10%, though it did not reach his wishful aspiration of a full 100%. A 10% boost from 1 million was still a monumental benefit. After all, wealth is easily acquired, but progress in portrayal is hard to attain. With this in mind, Wu Chen suddenly pondered whether engaging in a romantic relationship with Lin as Abido would elevate his portrayal progress. But he quickly extinguished that thought. Enough with the emotional betrayal. Continuing down this path would weigh heavily on his conscience. Moments later, Lin withdrew from Wu Chen's embrace, her cheeks flushed, resembling a bashful maiden. Had it been the original Abido, he would have been rendered utterly speechless, engulfed in embarrassment. Yet, Wu Chen was not Abido. He bore no special feelings for Lin. Thus, he straightforwardly asked, Lin, you mentioned that you are aware this is not the shinobi world, and that you know you have died? What is going on? Lin puffed out her cheeks adorably. Do not call me Ahari, Abido. If you speak to me so formally, I shall be upset. As for your question, I am uncertain about the specifics. Suddenly, a wealth of information flooded my mind, detailing my situation, the world I inhabit, and my mission. I see, Wu Chen nodded. So you know this is the Marvel Universe, and that you have passed away. What, then, is your mission? Upon hearing his inquiry, Lin's face flushed once more. My mission is to heed your every command, Abido. Whatever you ask of me, I shall do. Wu Chen. As I gazed upon the enchanting visage of Rin, her cheeks flushed with a delightful hue. One might whimsically muse that in 10 months' time, she could be cradling a charming little babe. After all, with such charming words combined with Rin's exquisite appearance, even Wu Chen, who does not harbor a penchant for youthful allure, found her irresistibly adorable. That said, the summoning card proved to be quite considerate, informing its bearer of various circumstances and ensuring the summoned figures would unconditionally obey their commands, truly a remarkably advantageous arrangement. In the following minutes, Wu Chen engaged in further conversation with Rin, managing to elevate the progress of his role as Abido by an additional 3 percentage points. Soon after, he watched as Rin transformed into a radiant blue light, ultimately reverting to the form of a blue card. The reason for the progress enhancement during their chat lay in the fact that Wu Chen held Rin's hand throughout their exchange. He had been eager to test his earlier hypothesis, whether a romantic connection with Rin would indeed augment his role-playing advancement. To his astonishment, it appeared that it did. Regrettably, a mental barrier remained unbroken. Wu Chen clicked his tongue, yet his inner thoughts turned to a rather desperate course of action should the advancement of his role as Abido prove too arduous. Abido, do not hold it against me. I am merely aiding you in realizing your dream. With Rin's card clasped in his hand, the card's details materialized before him. Summoning card. Rin no era. Effect. Upon use. Summons Rin no Era for a duration of 20 minutes, usage count, 01, rechargeable, each use costs 900,000 yuan. A delightful discount of 100,000 yuan. Wu Chen smirked, placing Rin's card into the drawer alongside the chakra test paper. He felt no trepidation regarding others discovering these items, for in their hands, they were mere sheets of paper and cards. Only in Wu Chen's possession did they hold their true potential. At that moment, the option for weapon forging repair had been completed. Upon clicking it, Wu Chen felt an unexpected weight in his hands as a metal gourd fan, towering over him, and a chain as thick as his thumb materialized. A smile graced his face as a sense of reassurance enveloped him. Chapter 42. The Drawbacks of Shadow Clones. 1-4. The Uchiha fan boasts a design that is both simple and unpretentious. Its body is entirely white, with a black lacquered outer rim, crafted from an unknown metal. The overall appearance resembles a gourd, flattened to almost a planar shape, with a handle running through its center. On the front and back of the lower gourd, there are 2 pairs of red tomo, arranged in a pattern reminiscent of the 3 tomo Sharingan. Additionally, the elongated handle is wrapped in spirals of white bandages. This is the Uchiha fan worth over $10 million. At the end of the fan's handle, a long chain is attached with a small iron hammer hanging at its terminus, which could also serve as a weapon. Weighing the fan in his hand, Wu Chen felt satisfied with the theft. After all, this was not merely a fan, but a treasure valued at over $10 million. With his new weapon acquired, Wu Chen could finally enjoy a peaceful meal. Once he exited his disguise and reverted to his true self, he descended to prepare a simple dinner for himself. After the meal, he resumed his guise as Uchiha Obito and entered the Kamui space. He intended to test the power of his new weapon. Within the confines of the Kamui space, nothing would be known to the outside world, allowing for unfettered experimentation. Upon entering, Wu Chen swiftly performed the hand seals for a shadow clone. Thus, 2 enigmatic figures clad in masks stood facing each other. The clone, aware of its purpose, immediately began to form seals. Fire-style, fireball jutsu. With a roar, a fireball measuring 3 to 4 meters in diameter hurtled toward Wu Chen. Without hesitation, he raised the fan to shield himself. To his astonishment, the fireball began to diminish in size right before his eyes, shrinking progressively until it vanished, absorbed by the fan. Strangely, Wu Chen felt the fan brimming with energy and could not help but murmur, "Uchiha rebound." In an instant, a violent gust of wind erupted from the fan's surface, surging toward the masked clone. Despite the clone's efforts to resist by unleashing chakra, it was ultimately swept into the air and vanished with a resounding thud within the Kamui space. The power was indeed formidable. At that moment, Uchiha Obito's strength had reached the level of a Kage, yet even so, his clone could not withstand the hurricane generated by the fan absorbing the fireball. This situation clearly demonstrated that the investment of over $10 million was not in vain. Wu Chen had anticipated this level of power. For the reanimated Uchiha Madara had once wielded the Uchiha fan to deflect the tailed beast bomb attack from Naruto in his chakra mode, converting it into a cyclone that rebounded to strike Naruto down. The Uchiha rebound ability of the fan could even reflect a miniature tailed beast bomb, let alone a mere C-rank ninjutsu like the fireball jutsu. In the world of Naruto, fire-style ninjutsu is famously referred to as the compassionate technique, for it has not taken the life of a single individual. Of course, this is a coincidence and a jest. In reality, fire-style ninjutsu is a powerful technique that combines both force and range. Seizing the rare opportunity, Wu Chen continued to practice within the Kamui space. Various fire release techniques utilized by Obito, when combined with the fan, create a formidable synergy of wind and fire ninjutsu, enhancing their potency to an extraordinary degree. A commonplace great fireball technique, under the augmentation of the Uchiha fan, can swell from a mere 3 or 4 meters to an impressive 10 or more. The Uchiha fan indeed stands as a divine artifact of fire release. It is precisely due to these remarkable attributes that it has been revered as a family heirloom within the Uchiha clan, ultimately passing down to Uchiha Madara. This enhancement has significantly bolstered Obito's offensive capabilities, fulfilling Wu Chen's monetary investment. Furthermore, he has uncovered new methods to advance his transformation skills. His gains have been substantial. Glancing at the time, with still ample hours before sleep, Wu Chen returned to his room, disengaged from his transformation mode, reverted to his true form, and commenced training his chakra control abilities. Only with sufficient chakra control can he hope to master an array of ninjutsu. Moreover, irrespective of this ambition, it is crucial to enhance his chakra control. Only then can he create a greater number of shadow clones. The quantity of shadow clones determines how many personas he can embody simultaneously. Currently, with only 2 personas, producing 1 shadow clone suffices. But what if he wishes to embody more in the future? Therefore, it is essential that he can generate a greater number of clones. As for the fatigue that follows the dispelling of shadow clones, Wu Chen believes that with determination, all will be manageable. In his room, He practiced scaling walls and traversing the ceiling, experiencing repeated failures, yet with each setback, he made progress. Thus, he trained until the return of Minato Namikaze. A flash of golden light heralded the arrival of Minato, adorned in a white ceremonial robe with flowing golden hair. "Ah, you're back," Wu Chen instinctively greeted, only to witness Minato disengaging from his transformation mode, morphing into a shadow clone of Wu Chen. Then, with a resounding pop, the clone independently dispelled the shadow clone technique. In that moment, Wu Chen's mind was flooded with new memories, and his body felt a wave of fatigue. This exemplifies the advantage of shadow clones, the ability to share memories and experiences. Yet, this also presents a drawback, as it can lead to increased exhaustion. Chapter 43, the Anti-Fatigue Potion 2-4. Upon witnessing the situation, Wu Chen remained entirely unperturbed. Rather than immediately commencing the organization of his memories, he opted to refresh the usage count of the wish cards within the marketplace. Once the wish cards worth 100,000 yuan became available for use, he entered the phrase a potion that instantaneously alleviates fatigue without any side effects. Anti-fatigue pill instantly relieves all fatigue of the day upon consumption, with no side effects. Requires an expenditure of 1 million yuan for redemption. Wu Chen. With unwavering confidence, Wu Chen expressed his bewilderment. This was exorbitantly priced. No. He needed to explore other options. A potion that alleviates fatigue without any side effects. Anti-fatigue potion gradually alleviates all fatigue of the day within the following hours after consumption. Recommended for use before sleep, with no side effects. Requires an expenditure of 1 million yuan and can be consumed 10 times. This option was somewhat more affordable, yet still required a substantial sum of 100,000 yuan for a single use. It felt like burning money. Subsequently, undeterred, Wu Chen attempted to input various other fatigue-relieving potions, ultimately discovering that only the initial two were satisfactory. The others, while cheaper, came with numerous side effects. For instance, some induced immediate slumber, while others ignited an uncontrollable ardor. In short, none were truly viable. After much contemplation, Wu Chen resolved to purchase the anti-fatigue potion. 1 million yuan upon redemption. A small blue vial materialized in the palm of Wu Chen's hand. The vial was exquisitely crafted, crystal clear with multiple facets, shimmering under the light, truly a sight to behold. Simultaneously, an instruction manual appeared before him as he touched the anti-fatigue potion. Precautions: each consumption must be finished in one go. Otherwise, there is a chance the potion may become ineffective. After consumption, the potion automatically replenishes after 12 hours. Is that why the vial is so small? Wu Chen unscrewed the cap and downed the potion in one swift motion. The potion was sweet, flowing smoothly down his throat, refreshing and invigorating. Instantly, Wu Chen felt a cool sensation enveloping his entire being, bringing him mental and physical relief. After securely capping the vial and placing it in the drawer, Wu Chen glanced at the time, took a shower, then turned off the lights and lay in bed, preparing for rest while organizing the memories of his doppelganger. Today, Naruto Uzumaki's activities were rather unremarkable. As per usual, he undertook missions alongside Black Widow, completing tasks to earn rewards and progress in his role. The reward for this particular mission was $50,000, which was quite satisfactory, increasing Wu Chen's balance from 2.35 million to 2.4 million. However, the progress in Naruto's role only yielded a meager 0.1. This confirmed Wu Chen's previous suspicion that after reaching 50%, the difficulty in acquiring role progress escalated significantly. Nevertheless, there was no need for haste. Wu Chen had come to understand that embodying a ninja entailed more than merely accepting and completing tasks. It also involved aligning with the character's trajectory and objectives. Obito was an exemplary case in point. With all matters concluded, it was time to retire for the night. Uncertain if it was due to the fatigue-relieving potion he had consumed, Wu Chen enjoyed an exceptionally deep slumber, sleeping soundly until the break of dawn. In the ensuing 2 to 3 days, events unfolded precisely as Wu Chen had anticipated. Under the directives of Jean Bing and other antagonists, the streets of New York were inhabited by peculiar individuals, some of whom were petty thugs while others donned dark suits. They were deemed peculiar as they wandered aimlessly, intermittently pausing to scour the streets as if in search of something significant. This unusual occurrence promptly caught the attention of the New York authorities, who dispatched police officers to detain several of the thugs for questioning. One officer, with an icy gaze fixed upon a thug, coldly inquired, "What are you doing loitering about the streets?" The thug, unperturbed, retorted, "Why not? Am I not allowed to roam freely?" His lack of fear stemmed from his being white, sharing the same skin tone as the officer. Had he been black, he likely would have divulged everything out of fear. This was not to imply that black individuals were inherently timid, but rather because white officers often resort to gun violence against them. Had they not witnessed the news just days prior, where a police officer choked an unarmed black man to death without provocation? Thus, It was generally observed that black individuals tended to cooperate exceedingly well to preserve their lives. The thugs remained tight-lipped, leaving the New York police with no option but to issue a verbal reprimand before releasing them. Nevertheless, the peculiar situation persisted and escalated, ultimately engaging the entire populace of New York as if they were swept up in a fervent treasure hunt. At this point, S.H.I.E.L.D, along with higher echelons of the U.S. government, could no longer remain passive. If the actions were merely the result of rogue thugs, it would be inconsequential after all. The mentally unstable were a perennial occurrence, with this year merely witnessing an unusual spike. However, it was evident that the entire city of New York seemed to be in pursuit of something, which was far from ordinary. Clearly, there was someone clandestinely instigating these events. It was highly probable that this was the hidden force referenced by Pu Fengshui Man. Moreover, it was conceivable that the tailed beasts he spoke of might indeed exist. Thus, Nick Fury reluctantly began to entertain the notion that Pu Fengshui assertions might hold a semblance of truth. After considerable contemplation, he resolved to dispatch agents to investigate the matter further. Chapter 44, Selling Burgers at the Stall, 3-4, at this moment. The figure known as Namikaze Minato was engaged in conversation with Natasha at a quaint CAF. It is essential to refer to him as Namikaze Minato, for he was but a shadow clone of Wu Chen, who had established a rule that all clones must be addressed by the names of the characters they portrayed. Meanwhile, Wu Chen's original self was enhancing his chakra control while operating a burger stall in front of Stark Tower. The rationale behind this endeavor was straightforward. Wu Chen had recently succumbed to temptation, opening several random treasure chests from different realms. To his delight, he had procured a few culinary treasures, a stove that enhances the delectable quality of food, a mobile food cart that elevates the visual and aromatic appeal of dishes, and, most importantly, the exclusive secret recipe for the SpongeBob SquarePants Krabby Patties. The exquisite stove appeared as a mundane gas burner, while the mobile cart was a sleek, all-metal pushcart, designed for cleanliness and efficiency, capable of housing the stove, storing ingredients, and preparing meals. The Krabby Patty recipe was particularly unique. By keeping the recipe on his person and adhering to its instructions, one could create a Krabby Patty that would delight any palate. These 3 items had cost Wu Chen a staggering $50,000, especially since opening the chests required manual refreshes on 2 occasions. Had Wu Chen not been a skilled cook himself, these acquisitions would have been rendered futile. Thus, he ceased his spending, opting to refresh his wish card with the remaining funds, acquiring a few items suitable only for specific circumstances. Consequently, he was left with $50,000 in cash and a check for $500,000. Faced with a financial predicament, Wu Chen recalled that Tony Stark had a penchant for cheeseburgers. An idea struck him. He decided to set up his stall in front of Stark Tower. This venture was not merely for profit. It served as a strategic prelude to his future plans, for Tony Stark was not an individual one could approach casually. However, vendors selling burgers often had a greater chance of encountering him. It is important to note that Wu Chen's motives were not solely driven by profit. He set forth a rule for his stall. He would only sell Krabby Patties, limiting sales to 100 per day, with each customer permitted to purchase a maximum of 2 at $50 each. The first 10 customers each day could make modest requests of the proprietor, such as adding extra pickles to their Krabby Patties. Wu Chen was brimming with confidence, unperturbed by the notion that his prices might deter customers. For the allure of his delectable Krabby Patties was irresistible. Indeed, the outcome unfolded as he had anticipated. On the inaugural day of his stall, after a customer expressed astonishment, all 100 Krabby Patties sold out by midday. The final patty was purchased by Tony Stark, who had fortuitously stepped out for lunch, sending his bodyguard, Happy, to buy one. Upon seeing the unassuming Krabby Patty, Tony furrowed his brow, having heard from Happy about the various rules set forth by the vendor. Most egregiously, the vendor had refused his reasonable request to add cheese to his Krabby Patty. How outrageous. I am intrigued to discover just how delectable the much-praised crab yellow burger truly is. With a skeptical expression, Tony took a hearty bite. Instantly, he was left speechless, his mouth occupied with chewing. Before long, he had devoured an exquisite crab yellow burger and shouted towards Happy, "Hurry, go fetch me 3 more. I want 2 for myself and 1 for Pepper. It's absolutely delicious." However, Happy replied, somewhat at a loss for words, "Boss, that was the last one. The shopkeeper is already closing up to head home. Moreover, his rule is that each person is limited to 2. Turning his gaze, Tony indeed noticed a Chinese vendor tidying his cart, surrounded by a throng of patrons who wore expressions of regret for missing out on the delightful crab yellow burger. Only 100 were sold each day, and with a 2-burger limit per customer, how could he forego the opportunity for profit? Tony began to grumble. Let me talk to him. Thus, Tony approached Wu Chen and casually remarked, "The burger tastes quite good." Wu Chen glanced up at him, nodded appreciatively, and resumed packing up his cart. This left Tony feeling somewhat embarrassed, yet pressed for time. He pressed on. Hey, my friend, if you're willing, I could hire you as my personal burger chef for a monthly salary of $100,000. A monthly salary of $100,000 is indeed substantial. It is worth noting that Wu Chen, by selling these delectable crab yellow burgers, earned $5,000 daily, allocating $500 for materials, thus netting $4,500. Over the course of a month, that totals to a mere $135,000. Wait, $130,000. Wu Chen promptly and decisively declined Tony's offer. Why would he endure the whims of Tony Stark when he could earn $130,000 with just half a day's work each day? Tony's brow furrowed, clearly realizing that Wu Chen's earnings from his humble burger stand surpassed the offer he had made, and immediately he raised his offer to $1 million. For Tony, money was inconsequential. What mattered was whether he could satisfy his desires. Chapter 45. The Sealing Place. 4-4. Wu Chen declined the offer of a monthly salary of $100,000, but was somewhat taken aback by the proposition of $1 million. Nevertheless, he maintained his refusal, for his intention in setting up his stall was not merely to accumulate wealth, but rather to lay the groundwork for his subsequent plans. While he was acutely aware of this motivation internally, he chose to present himself with a facade of seriousness. With a solemn expression, he earnestly declined, expressing deep gratitude. Thank you for your kind offer, Mr. Stark. However, my primary purpose in creating culinary delights is to allow a greater number of people to savor exquisite food, rather than catering to the desires of an individual. Thus, I must respectfully decline your generous proposal. As soon as Wu Chen concluded his statement, the surrounding patrons erupted in applause. After all, if he had acquiesced, they would have been deprived of the delectable crab roe burgers. Witnessing this scene, Tony's initial irritation softened. Here was a true connoisseur of cuisine, especially since his passion lay with burgers, much like his own. Instantly, Tony's fondness for him surged. The following day, driven by a craving for the delicious crab roe burgers, Tony disregarded his status and stood in line alongside Happy, purchasing 4 scrumptious crab roe burgers with cheese. By the third day today, after enduring the commotion of daily queues and the sensation of being a spectacle, Tony could no longer bear it and approached Wu Chen, proposing, "Hey, buddy, how about we strike a deal?" With a look of intrigue on Wu Chen's face, Tony unveiled his plan. He would upgrade Wu Chen's food truck at no cost, transforming it into a specialized, mobile food truck equipped with an array of high-tech devices. The entire endeavor would easily cost several million, considering it was crafted by Tony Stark himself, utilizing only top-tier materials and cutting-edge technology. In return, Wu Chen would simply reserve 4 cheese-laden crab roe burgers for Tony each day. Wu Chen agreed. The food truck from his culinary trio was the least impressive, merely a robust yet ordinary vehicle, aesthetically pleasing but not particularly functional. Now, he had the opportunity to enhance Tony Stark's goodwill while upgrading his own food truck. There was no reason for him to refuse. In fact, if he were to decline, it might raise suspicions in Tony Stark's mind. On Wu Chen's end, he had successfully achieved a significant milestone in advancing his relationship with Tony Stark, while his alter ego, Minato Namikaze, was equally determined, endeavoring to guide S.H.I.E.L.D. in hopes of being included in their investigations. With a serious demeanor, Minato addressed Black Widow Natasha, stating, "It has been confirmed that the covert faction has reached New York and commenced their operations. They have undoubtedly allied with the local gangs, which explains the extensive searches being conducted." Upon hearing Minato's assertion, Natasha's face contorted with confusion. "Then why did you prevent us from discreetly arranging protection for Times Square? Furthermore, regarding the ceiling, where exactly is it located in Times Square? Why have we been unable to locate it?" Minato regarded Natasha with a discerning gaze, sensing that she was either genuinely naive or feigning ignorance. If you were to arrange for someone to protect Times Square, wouldn't the underworld in New York realize that the seal they seek is located right there? This is precisely why I advocate for a clandestine arrangement. Natasha's cheeks flushed slightly. If it were indeed a secret arrangement, they should remain oblivious, shouldn't they? Kakashi's disdainful smile appeared. A secret arrangement? In this world, where can one find a true secret? Furthermore, there are issues within your S.H.I.E.L.D. organization. How can you expect to keep secrets? In recent days, Wu Chen, while portraying Kakashi, has consistently hinted, both intentionally and inadvertently, at the internal problems plaguing S.H.I.E.L.D. His aim, of course, was to provoke Hydra into action, allowing Obito to seize control of the entire Hydra nest. Yet, for reasons unknown, no one from Hydra has approached him until today. Logically, Hydra should have sought him out, whether to coerce or eliminate him, yet astonishingly, nothing has transpired thus far. Consequently, Kakashi directly pointed out this anomaly today, intending to provoke the Hydra infiltrators within S.H.I.E.L.D. If the provocation is effective, perhaps the entirety of S.H.I.E.L.D., save for a select few, would converge. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D. has essentially become a den of snakes. Kakashi's insinuations momentarily stunned Natasha, but she quickly regained her composure. Where exactly is the seal? Why can't we locate it? Can you enlighten us? Upon hearing such inquiries, Kakashi glanced at Natasha, nodding as he replied, the seal requires chakra to be activated. Without chakra, it is naturally impossible for you to find it. As for the location of the seal, the answer is quite simple. The entirety of Times Square is the seal. More precisely, Times Square is constructed atop the seal. Natasha stared at Kakashi in shock. Kakashi merely smirked. With the Nine Tails being so vast, how could it possibly be contained within a mere small seal? Perhaps you ought to engage your minds a bit more. Chapter 46. The Agent Investigation Team. 1-4. Natasha did not fully trust the words of Minato Namikaze. However, she had utilized the voice transmission device to relay his message back to S.H.I.E.L.D. Immediately, a flurry of discussions erupted within the agency. Nick Fury soon recognized a gap in their understanding and instructed Natasha to inquire further with Minato. Without hesitation, she turned to him and asked, Mr. Namikaze, you mentioned that only chakra can reveal the seal, yet most members of the New York underworld presumably lack chakra. How then do they locate the seal? The concept of chakra, which seemed to belong solely to the realm of fantasy, had piqued S.H.I.E.L.D's interest in the past. They had earnestly approached Minato, inquiring whether such a power could be mastered by them. Upon hearing this, Minato shook his head, resolutely declining. Chakra is not something that can be acquired by just anyone. Even among the people of our village, many have failed to grasp it. Furthermore, we cannot fully trust you at this point, so do not entertain thoughts of chakra. Minato's steadfast refusal left S.H.I.E.L.D. with no recourse. They were reluctant to provoke him, and thus chose to refrain from further pursuit. At that moment, upon hearing S.H.I.E.L.D's queries, Minato was momentarily taken aback, clearly unprepared for such a question. After a brief contemplation, his expression turned grave as he replied, I am uncertain about that. Perhaps they possess some unique methods. Therefore, it is imperative that I join your investigation. I am confident that the hidden forces possess formidable individuals with chakra. And should they be lurking within the underworld, ordinary people would merely become casualties. Moreover, it appeared they had developed some new chakra techniques, which I believe warrant thorough investigation by our village. However, all of this was merely a facade created by Minato. He was well aware of how the New York underworld sought the seal. This was due to the device personally handed over by Wu Chen to Jinbing, intended for distribution among the leaders of various factions. It was a small, white crystal, roughly the size of a thumb, with a singular function. Upon reaching a specific location designated by Wu Chen, it would turn red. Currently, Wu Chen had only set one location, the central public seating area of Times Square in New York. Should a member of the underworld place the crystal on that seat, it would glow red, alerting the lurking forces in New York to the presence of the Nine-Tailed seal. As for the origin of the detection crystal, the answer was straightforward. It was created by Wu Chen using wish cards. He also employed wish cards to fabricate an elaborate shimmering formation, sufficiently encompassing the entirety of Times Square. Though it served no particular purpose, this was merely a seal formation he devised to align with the identity of the Nine-Tails. The radiant seal formation cost Wu Chen $500,000, and after manually refreshing it twice at an expense of $200,000, he was left with a remaining sum of $110,000. Each detection crystal was priced at $11,000, prompting him to procure 110 of them, which he subsequently entrusted to Jinbing for distribution to the leaders of the underworld factions. In this manner, the chaos of the Nine-Tails might soon commence. Wu Chen eagerly anticipated the unfolding of that particular scene, for it would undoubtedly afford both Minato Namikaze and Obito Uchiha a significant advancement in their roles, a fact beyond dispute. Minato had stated as much, with a tone and demeanor that brooked no dissent, leaving the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. with little choice but to acquiesce. After all, Minato invoked the esteemed name of Konoha, whose true strength remained ambiguous, all while ostensibly considering the welfare of the S.H.I.E.L.D. operatives. To refuse him further might incite his ire, a prospect that the humble agent wished to avoid. This could also be deemed a mission. It constitutes a task entrusted to me by your esteemed S.H.I.E.L.D. And as for the remuneration, I leave that to your discretion, Minato reminded them, eager to leverage this opportunity to further elevate his role. Understood. Although the compensation was to be determined at their discretion, S.H.I.E.L.D. nonetheless proposed a reward of $500,000, payable upon the completion of the task. Thus, Minato's objectives were successfully achieved. However, this necessitated a slight adjustment in the assignment of agents for the investigation. Originally, Nick Fury had intended to deploy 2 specialists in stealth to infiltrate the underworld for reconnaissance. Yet, with Minato's spatial abilities in play, the emphasis on stealth became less critical. After all, Minato could effortlessly transport himself to the destination. while agents would need to traverse on foot. Consequently, the agents accompanying Minato must be those capable of soothing his temperament and keeping him in check. In this regard, who could be more suitable than Natasha, who had spent several days in Minato's company? Thus, Black Widow Natasha was selected. Nick Fury took to his mission dossier, jotting down notes. After a brief moment of contemplation, he added another name, Phil Coulson. Merely sending Natasha would not suffice. Nick Fury resolved to dispatch his trusted confidant, Agent Phil Coulson, as well. Phil Coulson, a level 8 agent of S.H.I.E.L.D, held a rank superior to that of Black Widow Natasha Romanoff. Chapter 47, The Plan 2-4, Agent Phil Coulson epitomizes the quintessential American operative, possessing remarkable organizational skills and decisiveness. He is also well-versed in firearms and combat techniques. Most importantly, Agent Coulson is a trusted protege of Nick Fury, making him an invaluable asset. This trust is a significant reason why Egghead dispatched Phil Coulson to join Natasha and Minato Namake's team. Upon finalizing the selection, Nick Fury promptly informed both Natasha and Agent Coulson of the assignment. After listening to the details of the mission, Coulson readily accepted and drove to the location where Natasha and Namake's awaited, eager to convene with them. Natasha, in turn, shared the S.H.I.E.L.D dispatch list with Namake's, and only after receiving his nod of approval did she respond to S.H.I.E.L.D. Minutes later, the trio reunited. Phil Coulson wore a gentle smile as he addressed Namake's, expressing his gratitude for saving so many civilians during the recent Hulk incident. Namake's returned the smile, humbly asserting that it was merely his duty and that no thanks were necessary. Agent Coulson, a paragon of virtue, earned the favorable impression of Wu Chen, who reciprocated with a congenial demeanor. Witnessing Namake's amiability eased Coulson's mind, confirming that the target indeed matched the intelligence reports, affable and approachable, as long as one did not provoke his ire or infringe upon his boundaries. Coulson had encountered formidable individuals before, such as Iron Man. To be candid, Tony Stark's demeanor was initially quite abrasive. Had it not been for Coulson's exceptional training, he might have felt compelled to confront Stark physically. Fortunately, since becoming Iron Man, Tony's character has gradually evolved, gaining a sense of responsibility and displaying a more amicable attitude. It was reported that he had even upgraded a young man's food truck for free today, a testament to his transformation. With the mutual understanding that they could engage in meaningful dialogue, the atmosphere among the three lightened considerably. Seated at the same table, Coulson glanced at Natasha, who gestured towards Namake's. He then turned to Namake's and inquired, "Mr. Namake's, when shall we proceed? Do you have a plan in mind?" Regarding action, Namake's paused, assessing whether his main body had concluded its activities for the day. Glancing at the time, he noted it was only 11 o'clock and deemed it premature to act. "There's no rush. Let us first discuss our strategy and then enjoy a leisurely lunch. After all, as the old adage goes, sharpening the axe does not hinder the woodcutter." Coulson and Natasha exchanged a knowing glance, nodding in agreement. Indeed, it was prudent to deliberate before proceeding. However, engaging in strategic discussions was somewhat foreign to Coulson and Natasha, as they were accustomed to following orders and adapting only in exceptional circumstances. Such exceptional situations were rare, making collaborative planning an uncommon practice for them. At this moment, they were adhering to Nick Fury's directive, whenever possible, align with Naruto Uzumaki on matters that do not violate principles. Hence, their agreement came forth. Of course, this was also a rather novel experience. "I believe it would be prudent for us to stealthily infiltrate first and then capture a low-ranking thug for interrogation." Coulson offered a reasonably sound suggestion. "My proposal is quite similar to Agent Coulson's," Natasha remarked, adding, "However, I think we should refrain from alarming anyone after our infiltration and observe quietly instead. Investigating the unusual activities of the gang is not an exceedingly challenging task. The only reason S.H.I.E.L.D was willing to entrust this mission to Naruto Uzumaki was the potential presence of certain formidable chakra wielders from mysterious organizations, with the difficulty being manageable. It would naturally facilitate our operation significantly." Naruto Uzumaki expressed his agreement with Coulson and Natasha's suggestions, yet he raised an objection regarding the necessity of the infiltration step. Under the puzzled gazes of the two, Naruto stated, "I have left a flying thunder god seal in Hell's Kitchen. We can go directly there without the need for infiltration. By the way, isn't this something you both already knew? Why must I point it out?" Natasha and Coulson exchanged awkward glances, unable to confess. "We were too tense around you to think of that." Fortunately, Naruto did not press further but continued speaking, alleviating the discomfort. "Then it is decided. I will lead you both in shortly. Upon arrival at the gang's hideout, we will first observe quietly before seizing an opportunity to interrogate a low-ranking thug. This plan is truly splendid." Natasha openly praised it, even though it was conceived by her and Coulson. Coulson glanced at Natasha and, seeing her encouraging gesture, quickly added, The success rate of this plan is remarkably high. Mr. Uzumaki is indeed worthy of being the fourth Hokage of Konoha. Haha, Naruto Uzumaki beamed with a hearty smile, seemingly quite pleased with the commendation. Chapter 48, Divided Actions, 3-4. Subsequently, the trio did not stray far, instead engaging in casual conversation at the CAF while nibbling on a few snacks until the clock struck 12. By now, my original self should be ready to act. Regardless of any lingering hesitation, thought Namikaze Minato, before announcing to his two companions, I shall visit the restroom. Upon my return, we shall set forth. Naturally, Coulson and Natasha had no objections, watching as Minato transformed into a golden light and vanished from their table. Coulson furrowed his brow, questioning the necessity of such theatrics for a simple trip to the restroom. Natasha shrugged, remarking, perhaps he is just familiarizing himself with the toilet. I recall he behaved similarly before. Yet, Minato had no intention of familiarizing himself with the lavatory. He was returning home to assess the situation of his original body. Upon his return, Minato witnessed his original self pushing a small cart into the dining room, setting it up meticulously. Observing this, he immediately shed his disguise, reverting to his shadow clone, Wu Chen, before dissolving the shadow clone. Wu Chen momentarily hesitated, but quickly regained composure. Minato's fatigue was minimal today, and this level of exhaustion was entirely manageable for Wu Chen, necessitating no fatigue-reducing potions. With Minato's memories clarified, Wu Chen came to a resolution. Shadow clone technique. Bang, bang. 2 puffs of smoke erupted, revealing 2 shadow clones beside Wu Chen's original form. This was a testament to his diligent training over the past few days. His chakra control had improved, allowing for the creation of more clones. However, for the current task, only Wu Chen and 1 shadow clone were necessary, while the remaining clone would continue to train. The pursuit of enhanced chakra control was an insatiable endeavor. Next, Wu Chen assumed Minato's guise, instructing 1 shadow clone to take on the appearance of Uchiha Madara. The 2 figures exchanged a knowing glance, both comprehending the forthcoming actions. Then, one transformed into golden light and vanished from the room, while the other was swallowed by a vortex, departing as well. Only Wu Chen, as a shadow clone, remained in the house. He raised a hand to his nose, pondering the unfairness of the situation. Despite their identical nature, why was he relegated to the tediousness of training while the others reveled in their roles? Clones have no rights. Upon Wu Chen's return to the CAF, he found their table surrounded by eager onlookers. Minato had left without concealing his presence, disregarding the gazes of those around him. Consequently, the spectators had recognized Minato's identity. Golden Flash. I adore you. Golden Flash. I long to bear your children. Faced with this throng of fervent admirers, Wu Chen furrowed his brow. Natasha, witnessing the scene, immediately grasped Wu Chen's hand and urged, let us depart at once. Coulson nodded vigorously, concerned that Wu Chen might unleash his ire upon the innocent crowd, though it was unlikely that Wu Chen would act in such a manner. The possibility was too great a risk for S.H.I.E.L.D. to take. Seeing the 2 agents so flustered, Wu Chen sighed. Do you perceive me as the type to indiscriminately slay the innocent? Very well, I shall refrain from holding this against you. He grasped Natasha's hand with a reverse grip and then placed his hand on Coulson's shoulder, activating the Flying Thunder God technique. Whoosh. The table, surrounded by fervent fans, was left with only a few bills dancing in the breeze. Meanwhile, Obito Uchiha emerged from the spatial vortex, directly appearing in Jinping's office. At that moment, Jinping was seated in his office, diligently training his chakra. Over the past few days, aside from briefly practicing some shadow and substitution techniques, he devoted all his time to chakra cultivation, even limiting his sleep to just 3 or 4 hours each night. His dedication was truly remarkable. Noticing Obito's arrival, Jinping immediately halted his training, rose to his feet, and respectfully bowed before him, exclaiming, "My lord." This utterance was filled with reverence, indicating that Jinping's state had transformed from reluctant submission to genuine loyalty. The reason for this shift was quite simple. The more he cultivated his chakra, the more he sensed his burgeoning strength. Yet, rather than becoming arrogant and betraying the masked man, this newfound power illuminated the disparity between them. Having grown significantly stronger in just a few days of training, he pondered the extent of his lord's prowess. Surely, his lord had devoted far more time to chakra cultivation than he had. What level of strength must such a formidable figure possess? The more he contemplated, the deeper his respect for the masked man grew. At this moment, in Jinping's eyes, the chakra within the masked man must be hundreds of times more potent than his own. Just this realization compelled him to remain obedient. Furthermore, the mark on his forehead served as a constant reminder that his life was firmly in another's grasp. Obito nodded slightly and addressed Jinping, saying, I came to check on your progress. This progress pertained, of course, to the search for the Nine-Tail Ceiling location in New York. Upon hearing Obito's inquiry, Jinping's heart sank. and he quickly lowered his head, replying, "I am truly sorry, my lord." The detection crystal has not responded at all. Observing Jinping's trepidation, Obito gently shook his head and reassured him, "Do not worry, Jinping. This time, I will not hold it against you." Chapter 49. The Anger of the Great Lord Jinping. 4. After all, New York is exceedingly vast, and it is only natural that some time is required. The masked man spoke slowly. Jinping exhaled in relief, but before he could utter a word, the figure before him, Obito, interjected, "I shall grant you 3 more days. After this period, I expect to know the precise location of the seal. Do you understand?" Although the words were delivered in a mundane tone, Jinping felt an overwhelming force pressing down upon him, compelling him to maintain his composure and not succumb to his knees. "Understood, my lord." Upon this response, the oppressive atmosphere dissipated instantly. The masked man casually seated himself in Jinping's chair and inquired, "Since we have some time, do you have any issues with your training? Speak freely. I shall assist you with any queries." Jinping took a deep breath and promptly began recounting the challenges he had encountered. Obito patiently addressed each of his concerns. Meanwhile, the expression of Wu Chen, the clone beneath the mask, grew peculiar. Based on the issues Jinping had just articulated, had his chakra already reached the level of a S.H.I.E.L.D? It had only been a little over 2 days. Could it be that Jinping possessed an innate talent for chakra? After all the effort invested in cultivating a tool that would never betray him, Wu Chen naturally hoped for this tool to grow ever stronger. Thus, the clone Wu Chen beckoned Jinping to approach and extend his palm. Observing the expansive hand before him, Obito placed his own hand atop it, sensing Jinping's chakra. Indeed, it is at the level of a S.H.I.E.L.D. Moreover, it is not merely at the threshold of a S.H.I.E.L.D, but rather resembles that of a seasoned S.H.I.E.L.D. He felt a surge of joy. It appeared that Jinping was naturally endowed with a substantial amount of chakra, a most favorable revelation. Subsequently, Obito withdrew his hand and retrieved a piece of chakra testing paper from the Kimui dimension, presenting it to Jinping. He instructed him to grasp the paper and channel chakra into it. The use of the chakra paper had been decided upon by Wu Chen the previous night. After all, the chakra papers were idle, and it was better to put them to use. Reflecting on his decision from the night prior, he had also tested his own chakra attributes, lightning and fire. Alas, those were the only 2 he possessed. Wu Chen felt a twinge of embarrassment, lamenting the loss of face for a time traveler. Observing other travelers, it seemed they typically boasted a full array of chakra attributes: wind, fire, lightning, water, earth, yin, and yang. All 7. How embarrassing. Although Jinping was somewhat curious about the purpose of this paper, he dutifully complied with his lord's instructions. He accepted the chakra testing paper and began to input chakra. Under Obito's watchful gaze, the chakra paper gradually became moist, ultimately soaking completely. What? Jinping was utterly astonished. This occurrence surpassed the limits of his comprehension. Seeing this, Obito felt a stirring within and explained, "This is chakra testing paper, crafted from trees that are exceptionally sensitive to chakra. Its sole purpose is to determine one's chakra attributes. Chakra possesses 5 elemental attributes: wind, fire, lightning, water, and earth. When chakra paper encounters these 5 attributes, it reacts distinctly. Wind causes it to tear, fire ignites it, lightning creases it, water dampens it, and earth reduces it to dust. Clearly, your chakra attribute is water. As for the utility of chakra attributes, they inherently serve the purpose of restraint and enhancement. Possessing a corresponding chakra attribute allows one to cultivate and unleash jutsu of that nature with remarkable efficacy. Conversely, lacking such affinity yields diminished results." This understanding brings a smile to Obito's face as he turns to Jinping and says, "I possess an abundance of water-style jutsu. Would you be interested?" The reason for testing Jinping's chakra attribute and providing such a detailed explanation is not out of benevolence. Obito is here to engage in a transaction. Equivalent exchange is the more fitting term. Jinping offers money, and in return, Obito grants him power, adhering to Wu Chen's principles. He has no desire to engage in unprovoked plunder. Previously, the substantial sum of over 15 million he acquired from Jinping was also an equivalent exchange, granting him chakra power and foundational training resources, which were invaluable to Jinping. At this moment, upon grasping Wu Chen's intentions, Jinping eagerly nods and swiftly agrees, fearing that Obito might retract his offer. For Jinping, wealth is readily attainable, yet power is the true object of his desire. The prospect of purchasing strength with money is one he wholeheartedly embraces. "Very well, I have here," Obito began. But his words were abruptly interrupted by a thunderous noise from the lower levels of the building. He shifted his focus, signaling to Jinping, "Let us discuss this later. We must first address the unforeseen situation. If I am not mistaken, the individuals arriving are likely affiliated with the city's governmental authorities." Jinping took a deep breath, nodded to the masked man, and turned to descend the stairs. Each step he took resonated with formidable force, instilling fear in the employees in the corridor, who hastily fled. Simultaneously, witnessing the intimidating presence of Jinbin, the staff thought to themselves, the great Jinbin is furious. Those who have incurred his wrath are doomed. Chapter 50. The Encounter, 1-4. As Wu Chen, embodying the character of Minato Namikaze, transported Natasha and Coulson to the location marked by the Flying Thunder God technique. They found themselves in an eerily deserted Hell's Kitchen. Initially, both Coulson and Natasha had braced themselves for a confrontation, anticipating that their sudden spatial transition might lead to conflict, particularly given Hell's Kitchen's reputation as a haven for criminal enterprises. However, to their surprise, nothing transpired. Coulson and Natasha sensed the unusual silence. But Wu Chen perceived it as entirely expected. The lowly thugs had undoubtedly ventured elsewhere in search of the Nine-Tailed Seal, leaving this once chaotic locale momentarily tranquil. As they sought the Nine-Tailed Seal, Hell's Kitchen had naturally become their first destination. Utilizing their detection crystals, the thugs meticulously scanned every inch of Hell's Kitchen, confirming the absence of the seal before moving on to other locations. Thus, the notorious streets of Hell's Kitchen, typically teeming with scoundrels, now found themselves in an unusual calm, facilitating their investigation. With the area quiet, Wu Chen observed as Natasha and Coulson adeptly employed their skills as agents, selecting several establishments suspected of being gang hangouts. They managed to gain entry without breaking any locks, meticulously gathering evidence. However, despite the smoothness of their investigation, progress was nearly non-existent. They discovered nothing substantial. After repeatedly encountering the same lack of findings in 3 or 4 locations, both Coulson and Natasha furrowed their brows in frustration. Noticing their predicament, Wu Chen could not help but interject. If I were a clandestine force, I would certainly seek out the most powerful gang in New York, rather than these inconsequential petty factions. So, may I inquire, esteemed agents, which gang reigns supreme in New York? Upon hearing Wu Chen's prompt, Natasha and Coulson suddenly realized, the Kingpin's organization. Let us proceed to investigate the Kingpin's gang, Wu Chen decisively declared. His initial reluctance to mention it was a strategic choice to buy time for Obito. Yet, he could not afford to delay too long, as failure to demonstrate progress could jeopardize his role in the mission. Thus, the trio made their way directly to the entrance of Fist Tower, observing the bustling activity within. Coulson and Natasha exchanged glances. Just as they contemplated their approach to the investigation, Wu Chen boldly proclaimed, "Let us charge in. These are merely wicked gang members. There is no need for mercy." Coulson was about to voice his dissent when a voice crackled through his earpiece, Nick Fury's. "Proceed, Coulson. This is merely a gang." While Kingpin indeed wielded considerable influence, the existence of criminal organizations under his command was undeniable. In the presence of true power, Kingpin was but a minor player. Consequently, Natasha and Coulson unleashed their full might, opting not to employ firearms, but instead incapacitating all those who obstructed their path, clearing the way for Wu Chen. Wu Chen stood steadfastly between them, occasionally deflecting incoming bullets to protect his allies. As Natasha observed the increasing crowd around her, she clenched her teeth and commanded Coulson and Wu Chen to stand behind her, declaring her intention to clear the area. Without hesitation, she stepped forward, retrieving a grenade-like device from her tight-fitting attire, pulled the pin, and tossed it into the throng. A resounding boom echoed as the grenade detonated, yet it did not explode. It was evidently a flashbang. Natasha seemed to be equipped with some form of shielding mechanism, rendering her unaffected, while the impact on Coulson and Wu Chen, positioned behind her, was considerably less severe. However, captivated by Natasha's graceful figure, Wu Chen could not resist glancing away, for he was still a young man in his 20s, brimming with vitality. "All clear," Natasha proclaimed with ease after incapacitating each individual alongside Coulson, delivering precise strikes to render them unconscious. Before Coulson and Wu Chen could respond, the elevator nearby opened slowly, revealing a towering figure, immense as a mountain of flesh. It was Jinbin. The two agents immediately recognized him, their expression shifting as they comprehended that Jinbin, as the Emperor of the Underworld, wielded not only power but formidable strength as well. 3. Agents? Jinbin's gaze swept over Coulson and Natasha, discerning their identities. Yet, when his eyes fell upon Wu Chen's portrayal of the legendary character Namikaze Minato, he felt a jolt of surprise. Was this not the individual whose prowess rivaled that of his esteemed master? Initially intent on eliminating the intruder, Jinbin found himself hesitating. Noticing this, Wu Chen raised a hand dismissively, stating, "This is your battle, ordinary folk. I shall not intervene. Feel free to engage amongst yourselves while I attend to other matters." However, before Wu Chen could complete his thought, a vortex materialized behind Jinbin, and a masked figure gradually emerged, standing ominously behind him. Sensing the arrival of the masked man, Jinbin felt a wave of relief wash over him, greeting the newcomer with a respectful bow. "Master." The masked figure waved a hand dismissively, yet his gaze remained fixed on Wu Chen's portrayal of Namikaze Minato. "You from Konoha truly are tenacious. like a persistent parasite. Chapter 51. The Battle, 2-4. As Jean Bing bowed and greeted the masked man with exaggerated deference. Both Coulson and Natasha were left astounded, realizing that the information they had gathered about Jean Bing was nothing but a facade. The notorious kingpin of the underworld? Unruly and cold-hearted? A merciless killer? Yet here he was, grinning broadly. Could this truly be the Jean Bing they believed they knew? However, after their initial shock, Coulson and Natasha quickly deduced the reason behind Jean Bing's peculiar behavior. Could it be that this masked individual was indeed the formidable chakra wielder referred to by Minato Namikaze? A knowing glance exchanged between them confirmed their suspicions. In unison, they activated their communication devices, transmitting the unfolding events back to S.H.I.E.L.D. They had turned off the devices moments before the battle, concerned about damaging them. Wu Chen noticed their actions but paid them no heed at that moment. He was wholly focused on the masked man, embodying Minato Namikaze with unwavering concentration. Natasha had never witnessed Minato in such a state throughout previous missions. He had completed tasks with effortless ease, often appearing languid. While he seemed earnest on the surface, Natasha sensed he had never truly exerted himself. Yet now, he was fully engaged as if facing an opponent of equal caliber. The masked man continued to taunt them, declaring that wherever they went, he would follow like a demanding infant seeking sustenance. Wu Chen's eyes narrowed, his expression turning perilous. He had not anticipated the presence of a hidden adversary. I am Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage of Konoha. Who are you? Upon hearing these words, the masked man squinted, intrigued. You wish to know my identity? Defeat me first. With that, he launched 2 shurikens straight at Wu Chen. The shurikens flew with remarkable speed, cutting perilously close to Coulson and Natasha's necks before heading directly for Minato. Reacting swiftly, Wu Chen executed a body flicker technique, positioning himself protectively in front of the 2 agents. With a deft motion, he spun a 3-pronged kunai, deflecting the shurikens with a series of sharp sounds. The projectiles, still imbued with force, embedded themselves halfway into the wall. Coulson and Natasha breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that had Minato not intervened, they could have easily met their demise at the hands of those shurikens. At that moment, the masked man stepped forward, rapidly forming hand seals. Observing his techniques, Minato's expression shifted. Without explanation, he grasped Natasha and Coulson by the shoulders and activated the Flying Thunder God technique. Simultaneously, a colossal fireball materialized before the masked man, filling the corridor and hurtling toward their original position. Boom! The inferno erupted, tearing a massive hole in the wall. Jean Bing stood frozen, suddenly realizing that during the earlier encounter with the Green Goblin, the adult must have also been holding back. Otherwise, with the formidable power of this flame, the likes of Green Goblin and several other adversaries would surely meet their demise on the spot. My lord, your flames are truly unparalleled. Jean Bing hastily extolled, yet the masked man remained unresponsive. He directly seized Jean Bing's garment, and then a vortex appeared, drawing both him and Jean Bing into its depths. On the streets of Hell's Kitchen, as Minato Namikaze and his companions arrived at the location marked by the Flying Thunder God technique, the 3 of them reappeared. With a flourish, Wu Chen released Coulson and Natasha, allowing them to lean against the wall, gasping for breath. The reason space ninjutsu struggles to flourish lies not only in the requirement for innate spatial talent, which is elusive to many, but also in the adaptability of the body. For the average person, enduring 2 or 3 consecutive spatial movements is simply unbearable. Most would succumb to nausea, while a few with stronger constitutions might experience exhaustion and shortness of breath. Clearly, Coulson and Natasha possessed relatively decent endurance. Why did we need to hide just now? Coulson inquired, still recovering, but before Wu Chen could respond, he caught sight of an explosion of flames erupting from the corridor at the base of Fist Tower in the distance. The deafening roar and the roaring flames made Coulson realize that they had once again been saved. Thank you. Natasha expressed her gratitude earnestly. However, Wu Chen waved his hand dismissively. It is not over yet. We have engaged in combat, and our chakras are now intertwined, making escape within a short time impossible. This, of course, was a fabrication on Wu Chen's part. While chakra markings indeed exist, Obito had just refrained from using them, rendering the notion of an imminent battle utterly baseless. The reason for this statement was to ensure that the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. could truly witness the might of Konoha and the Akatsuki. In a manner of speaking, apart from a select few villains, others in the Marvel Universe, whether heroes or villains, are simply no match for Minato Namikaze and Uchiha Madara. After all, the abilities of ninjas are exceedingly enigmatic. Yet, devoid of worthy adversaries, how could one convey the true prowess of ninjas to others? Thus, a confrontation among ninjas is imperative. Chapter 52, Suppression, 3-4. Though Wu Chen intended to stage a formidable battle of ninjas today, he did not plan to incite the chaos of the Nine Tails just yet. This was primarily because S.H.I.E.L.D. had yet to fully comprehend the formidable power of ninjas. They did not even seem inclined to evacuate the citizens of New York. How could this be acceptable? While Wu Chen was adept at controlling the force of his own abilities, the nine tails summoned through the summoning cards represented a complete and unrestrained entity. A single misstep could lead to the devastation of New York City. Wu Chen was concerned that the eruption of the nine tails at this moment might inadvertently harm innocent civilians. This was not out of a sense of altruism. Rather, he was unwilling to entangle too many innocents in his affairs. This was his bottom line. A person devoid of principles can become more terrifying than the worst of villains. Of course, the innocents he wished to exclude did not encompass the wicked, petty criminals, or nefarious individuals. Thus, today's grand confrontation of powerful ninjas must be an impressive spectacle, enabling S.H.I.E.L.D. to grasp the extent of the ninja's destructive potential. Only then could the citizens of New York be safely evacuated, allowing Wu Chen to confidently unleash the chaos of the Nine Tails to amass wealth and progress his agenda. Upon hearing Wu Chen's words, Coulson, Natasha, and even the think tank with an S.H.I.E.L.D., including Nick Fury, were momentarily taken aback. Before they could respond, Wu Chen continued, however. This aligns perfectly with my intentions. Fleeing without a fight is not in my nature. After all, I am the Fourth Hokage of Konoha. His words were imbued with profound confidence, a certainty that could only stem from immense strength. Nick Fury, upon hearing this, promptly commanded, deploy drones to Hell's Kitchen for reconnaissance. Ensure they capture clear footage. Buzzing, 3 drones flew out from the Triskelion headquarters, hastening towards Hell's Kitchen. Swish. Just as Wu Chen had predicted, a spatial vortex manifested, with the masked man pursuing alongside Jean Bing. Observing the relentless chase, Coulson immediately turned to Wu Chen and inquired, Mr. Beaufong, do you have confidence in defeating that masked individual? Wu Chen replied, I possess a 70% certainty. Very well. Natasha and I will hold off Jean Bing. Do not concern yourself with us. Coulson displayed remarkable insight, recognizing that in such an extraordinary confrontation, he and Natasha, as agents, had little opportunity to intervene meaningfully. Rather than distract Beaufong by requiring protection, it was more prudent for them to engage the other formidable adversary, preventing him from disrupting Beaufong's battle. Simultaneously, the masked man harbored similar intentions. Glancing at Jean Bing, he pointed towards Coulson and Natasha, declaring, Jean Bing, show me the fruits of your training. If I am satisfied, I may grant you a ninjutsu suited to your abilities. Jean Bing was elated, his combat spirit soaring as he glared at the 2 agents. Instantly, the atmosphere seemed to divide into 2 realms, a portion where the 2 agents battled the imposing Jean Bing, and another where Beaufong faced the masked man from a distance. At this moment, the reconnaissance drones of S.H.I.E.L.D. arrived precisely on cue. Accompanied by the resonant hum of the propellers, akin to the sounding of a war trumpet, the 2 battlefields instantaneously ignited with conflict. Natasha and Coulson finally drew their pistols, assessing that given the formidable physique of Kingpin, he must possess immense strength and formidable defense, albeit at the expense of speed. In such a scenario, without resorting to lethal weaponry, they would likely struggle to breach his defenses, let alone defeat or subdue him. Observing the 2 agents armed with firearms, a sinister grin crept across Kingpin's face. While firearms could indeed inflict harm upon him, the crux of the matter was that they must first land a hit. Having harnessed chakra, Kingpin's mobility had seen a remarkable enhancement. He was no longer the sluggish behemoth of yore. Although he could not outpace a bullet, he could certainly outmaneuver the speed at which the agents could realign their weapons. As long as he evaded the direction of their gunfire, he would remain unscathed. Nevertheless, despite being acutely aware of his overwhelming superiority over the 2 agents, Kingpin had no intention of concluding the battle hastily. His cautious nature compelled him to first gauge the capabilities of his adversaries before taking decisive action. Furthermore, he was keen to observe the clash between the masked man and Minato Namikaze. That battle, infused with chakra and ninjutsu, represented the epitome of true combat. Thus, he simultaneously toyed with the 2 agents, remained vigilant against any sudden attempts to overpower him, and quietly monitored the skirmish unfolding nearby. In stark contrast to Kingpin, the pressure on Natasha and Coulson was immense. They had never anticipated that such a colossal figure could move with such swiftness. Witnessing the azure luminescence emanating from his hands and feet, they grasped the terrifying reality. Kingpin had indeed mastered chakra. Moreover, the augmentative effect of chakra on an individual was alarmingly profound. Despite being 2 against 1, Natasha and Coulson remained wholly focused on Kingpin, their attention unwavering. For any misstep could result in being sent sprawling by a mere swipe of his hand. Chapter 53, A Decayed Family. Is it even worthy? For 4, Wu Chen paid some attention to the battle involving Jean and the others, yet his primary focus remained on the masked man. Even though he was aware that this adversary was, in fact, a reflection of himself, Wu Chen felt a surge of fervor. A one-sided battle is devoid of excitement. The most thrilling confrontations arise from a balance of power. Moreover, Wu Chen yearned to ascertain just how far he could push the capabilities of the character he was portraying. At that moment, a contest of equals had arrived. With adrenaline coursing through his veins, Wu Chen brandished a trident shuriken and hurled it toward the masked man. The masked man slightly lifted his head, producing a slender chain which he casually swung twice, his demeanor utterly nonchalant, as though he held no regard for both feng shui men. As the trident shuriken drew near, the masked man neither flinched nor dodged, simply observing the specially crafted shuriken hurtling toward him. This spectacle caused the onlookers at S.H.I.E.L.D. to furrow their brows. The think tank buzzed with chatter, questioning the audacity of the masked man to confront both feng shui men in such a manner. Surely he was doomed. I beg to differ. He exudes confidence and likely possesses formidable skills. Only Nick Fury remained fixated on the screen, seemingly intent on uncovering the visage concealed beneath the masked man's facade. In a flash, Wu Chen had traversed the distance from his original position to stand before the masked man, seizing the airborne trident shuriken and driving it forcefully toward the masked man's neck. Indeed, both feng shui men was formidable. One member of the think tank, watching the live broadcast, reiterated his conviction. Yet, contrary to his expectations of the masked man being decapitated, the situation unfolded differently. The trident shuriken, along with both feng shui men's hand, effortlessly passed through the masked man's neck, as if he were a mere illusion. What was happening? Nick Fury could no longer maintain his composure and shouted at the think tank, urging them to analyze the situation at once. Chaos erupted with an S.H.I.E.L.D. At that moment, the masked man sprang into action. He leaned forward, grasping both ends of the chain, and darted through both feng shui men's form, fleeing into the distance. The chain soared high, forming a perfect arc in the air. Observing the approaching chain, Wu Chen's portrayal of both feng shui men seemed oblivious to the impending threat, failing to evade as the chain ensnared him. Or perhaps, there was simply no time to evade. In an instant, the roles of attack and defense reversed. With one hand gripping the chain, the masked man began to weave hand seals, proclaiming, "Fire release, dragon fire technique." With a resounding whoosh, flames materialized from the end of the chain, surging toward both feng shui men. Despite the absence of any combustible material on the chain, the flames blazed fiercely, with tongues of fire reaching heights of 3 to 4 meters. As the flames approached both feng shui men, a calamity loomed. With a thunderous crash, both feng shui men transformed into a chair, breaking free from the chain's grasp and reappearing at the roadside, not far away. A substitution technique. The wooden chair was directly engulfed by flames, transforming into a blazing fireball. This bewildering scenario left the intelligence team of S.H.I.E.L.D. utterly perplexed. They simply could not fathom how the masked man achieved such a feat at that moment. Wu Chen, portraying Minato Namikaze, feigned ignorance, his expression grave and his gaze contemplative. After a brief pause, Wu Chen formed a hand seal and unleashed wind release. Great breakthrough. A tremendous gust of wind erupted from his mouth, rushing towards the masked figure who was gathering chains. Wind release. Great breakthrough was not merely a forceful gale. It contained countless razor-sharp wind blades capable of inflicting wounds upon adversaries. However, due to its limited potency, this technique was often employed for clearing the battlefield and testing the waters. At this juncture, Wu Chen was indeed probing the masked man. As anticipated, the masked figure did not evade, instead confronting the tempest head-on. Strangely, the chains in his grasp, which would normally dance wildly in such a whirlwind, remained utterly still. Even the fabric of his clothing showed no signs of movement. Observing this, Wu Chen, as Minato Namikaze, began to ponder deeply. Meanwhile, the S.H.I.E.L.D. intelligence team was on the verge of madness. What kind of ability was this? Clearly capable of offense, yet impervious to attack. What an invincible technique. Remain calm. It surely cannot be absolute invincibility, so analyze the situation carefully. In the midst of the chaos, once the whirlwind dissipated, the masked man spoke slowly. Is this the Hokage of Konoha? Hardly impressive. If this is all you can muster, I have no time to indulge you further. With that, the masked man retracted the chains and raised his hand, retrieving the Uchiha fan from the vortex. At that moment, the crimson Sharingan in his eyes flickered, prompting Minato Namikaze to exclaim, "The Sharingan! You are of the Uchiha clan." Humph? That decayed clan dares to claim such a title? The masked man scoffed. Enough with the idle chatter. Hokage of Konoha, prepare yourself. He raised the fan high and simultaneously activated his jutsu, fire release, explosive dance of the wind. Chapter 54. The Ninja Who Creates Natural Disasters. 1-4. As the masked man's voice faded, a robust serpent of fire abruptly materialized before him, spiraling towards Wu Chen with ferocious intent. The very fabric of space contorted, accelerating the serpent's speed further. Moreover, as the fiery entity elongated, its size expanded rapidly, soon reaching a diameter of 2 to 3 meters. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The masked man abruptly waved his Uchiha fan aloft, infusing the flame with an inexplicable gust of wind that caused it to swell immensely. Before long, a fire serpent, resembling a colossal python of the mortal realm, emerged, its diameter reaching several dozen meters, instantly engulfing the streets of Hell's Kitchen. Witnessing this scene, Wu Chen did not even contemplate resistance. He activated the Flying Thunder God technique, appearing beside Natasha, delivering a swift kick that sent the golden figure flying, while simultaneously seizing hold of Coulson and activating the Flying Thunder God technique once more. In an instant, they materialized several kilometers away, not far from Wu Chen's residence. On a rooftop, the trio gazed with varied expressions at the inferno that had completely consumed Hell's Kitchen. Wu Chen was astounded. He had not anticipated that the B-rank ninjutsu, fire release, explosive wind dance, combined with Obito's Kamui and the Uchiha fan, could yield such devastating results. Hell's Kitchen, sprawling over several square kilometers, was now largely shrouded in flames. Although there had been instances in the Naruto storyline where Obito, in conjunction with Madara, unleashed a fire technique that required the entire ninja coalition to counter with water techniques, Wu Chen had never envisioned that Obito could achieve such a feat in the present day. Clearly, the Uchiha fan played a significant role in this extraordinary outcome. Nevertheless, the effectiveness was remarkable. Surely, the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. would now grasp the destructive power of ninjas. The primary objective had been successfully accomplished. Natasha and Coulson stood in awe, unable to fathom that a ninja could reach such heights, directly igniting flames that scorched multiple city blocks. Trembling, Natasha retrieved her phone, preparing to dial the fire department, but Coulson intervened, asserting that they must first subdue the arsonist, for the flames would reignite otherwise. Meanwhile, S.H.I.E.L.D. was enveloped in an eerie silence, so profound that the drop of a pin could be distinctly heard. After a prolonged pause, the masked man ceased his fire release, triggering a trembling voice from one of the think tank members. Is this a joke? How could a human possibly achieve such a feat? Director, I recommend we promptly evacuate the citizens of New York. At the very least, there should be no civilians near Times Square. Finally, someone articulated the suggestion Wu Chen had been hoping for. Nick Fury stroked his chin in contemplation. Is there really a need for deliberation? The ultimate battleground will undoubtedly be Times Square. In such inhuman combat, the survival chances for ordinary people are zero. The think tank member continued, gesturing towards the large screen. Look at the streets of Hell's Kitchen. Even if that masked man has ceased his fire, a catastrophic blaze still rages on. If not addressed promptly, there is a grave risk that it could escalate into a conflagration engulfing all of New York. Do you not yet comprehend this? Upon hearing this, Nick Fury's expression soured. I will lobby the government. Subsequently, he spoke into his earpiece. Agent Coulson, pass your earpiece to Naruto Uzumaki. On the rooftop, Coulson removed his earpiece and handed it to Wu Chen. Raising an eyebrow, Wu Chen accepted the device. Mr. Uzumaki, do you accept this commission? I do. Then, in my personal capacity, I hereby commission you to defeat that masked man with utmost speed, with a reward of $1 million. Nick Fury gritted his teeth, simultaneously announcing that the mission to subdue or seal the Nine Tails will see an increase in remuneration from 10 million to 20 million. The additional 10 million will be dispersed upon completion of the task. Excellent. Wu Chen readily acquiesced. He had no reasonable grounds to decline. Nick Fury's commission aligned perfectly with Wu Chen's intentions. Following the cataclysmic display of the masked man's fire abilities, it was time to conclude this battle. As for the unexpected increase in the reward for the Nine Tails Chaos mission, that was indeed a delightful surprise. Returning the earpiece to Coulson, Wu Chen patted him on the shoulder and addressed both of them. Just keep an eye on things here. Leave the rest to me. Coulson nodded obediently, fully aware of his own limitations and recognizing that the current situation was beyond his intervention. Conversely, Natasha bore a conflicted expression, a hint of concern etched on her face. Mr. Uzumaki, however, Wu Chen did not afford her the opportunity to showcase her acting prowess. He promptly activated the Flying Thunder God technique, transforming into a streak of golden light as he departed. Natasha puffed her cheeks in frustration. Returning to the streets of Hell's Kitchen, Wu Chen surveyed the surroundings, which resembled a hellish landscape of molten lava, and could not help but click his tongue. Quite excessive indeed. Noticing that the S.H.I.E.L.D. drones were still operational, Wu Chen did not hesitate and launched an assault on the masked man in the distance. Chapter 55, Weakness 2-4, once again. Wielding the trident shuriken, Wu Chen launched a swift attack towards the masked man. In an instant, he transformed into a streak of golden light. Seizing the rapidly approaching trident shuriken and engaging in combat, the clash of the shuriken against the Uchiha fan resonated with a melodious clang, echoing through the air. Under the watchful gaze of the S. S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, Wu Chen, embodying the persona of Namikaze Minato, was embroiled in an intense melee with the masked man, as if either combatant would soon succumb to a lethal strike. Surrounding them, fierce flames blazed, occasionally erupting into fiery blossoms that added a striking visual to the fierce battle. At that moment, the agents gained a profound understanding of the ninja profession. Ninjas possessed not only the devastating power of ninjutsu, but also extraordinary physical strength and combat prowess that far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Even without employing any ninjutsu, their finest agents would likely be easily overwhelmed in a confrontation with these two warriors. However, as the two engaged in this stalemate of physical combat, the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents suddenly tensed, urgently calling for Coulson and Natasha. Agent Romanoff, Agent Coulson, immediately assist Namikaze Minato at once. Their urgency stemmed from the fact that King had stealthily maneuvered to the rear of the combatants. He raised a massive stone overhead, poised to crush Namikaze Minato. At that moment, Wu Chen, portraying Minato, had indeed noticed the impending threat, yet he was ensnared in combat with the masked man and could not divert his attention. Any forced distraction would inevitably expose a vulnerability, leading to his defeat. Clearly, S.H.I.E.L.D. recognized this peril, prompting their urgent summons for Coulson and Natasha. In response, the skilled sharpshooter Coulson swiftly grasped the handgun Natasha had provided, dual-wielding it as he aimed at King, firing without hesitation. The rapid gunfire rang out. King managed to block the bullets with the stone in his hands, but in doing so, forfeited his chance to strike Wu Chen. Meanwhile, the formidable Natasha, renowned for her close-quarters combat skills, descended swiftly, entering the fray with agility. Instantly, King's intentions to aid the masked man in defeating Namikaze Minato were rendered futile. Although Coulson and Natasha might struggle against the chakra-enhanced King, they could still manage to restrain him. Noticing the actions of the two agents, Wu Chen offered a smile to Coulson and Natasha before creating distance between himself and the masked man. "I have completely grasped it," Wu Chen declared with newfound confidence. "Your weakness." The masked man, however, wore an expression of disbelief, revealing that the Hokage of Konoha was not only audacious but also prone to boasting. "Next, I shall defeat you." Wu Chen appeared indifferent to the masked man's taunts, tightening his grip on the trident shuriken and charging forward. "Come if you can." The masked man retorted defiantly, gripping one end of the chain while holding the fan connected to it, bracing himself for the impending clash. The transformations occurring on the battlefield, along with the formidable declarations made by both Feng Shui men, were closely observed by the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. The sound transmission devices and drones remained intact, allowing the S.H.I.E.L.D. think tank to engage in fervent discussions. "Do you believe both Feng Shui men can defeat this masked man?" "I find it highly unlikely. The capabilities of this masked individual are exceedingly formidable. If he wishes, he can remain concealed indefinitely, impervious to any harm. Although both Feng Shui men is indeed powerful, how can he hope to strike a phantom opponent?" "A phantom?" "Precisely. That is the term I have coined for the masked man's ability. With merely a thought, he can render himself immune to any assault." "Is this not the essence of phantasm?" "Phantasm is indeed a most fitting appellation. I too believe that both Feng Shui men merely provoke the masked man. He possesses no means to truly vanquish him. 1 + 1. Humph. Just you wait. Both Feng Shui men is not one to make empty boasts. If he claims he can defeat him, he surely has a strategy." Within S.H.I.E.L.D., there are also fans of both Feng Shui men, for his actions have demonstrated a rapport with the agency. The supporters of both Feng Shui men clashed vehemently with those who believe he was merely intimidating the masked man during the internal meeting. However, amidst their disputes, a shift occurred on the conference room's large screen. Yet, this change did not pertain to both Feng Shui men or the masked man, but rather to Jin Bing's side. Natasha, possessing exceptional combat skills, was evenly matched with Jin Bing, aided by Coulson's remote fire support. Subsequently, she deployed her tactical equipment with a forceful stomp. A 5 to 6 centimeter spike emerged from her shoe's toe. The spike shimmered with droplets of light, indicating that it was far more than a mere point. Natasha had coated the spike with a narcotic agent. Once introduced into the bloodstream, it would render the adversary immobile within mere seconds. Chapter 56. The second stage of the Flying Thunder God, 3-4. Thus, after employing her spines, Natasha's combat style underwent a transformation. She sought to sacrifice a minor cost to pierce Kim's skin with the spikes, thereby incapacitating him and securing victory in battle. It seemed that Kim was blissfully oblivious to her intentions, foolishly consuming her bait. Natasha deliberately exposed a flaw in her defense at her side. Kim struck with a powerful punch. Crack. The crisp sound of bone fracturing echoed. His blow had undoubtedly broken 3 or 4 of Natasha's ribs. Enduring the agony, Natasha fiercely lifted her leg to kick, aiming to drive the spike into Kim's body for a fatal blow. However, at that moment, Kim revealed a sinister smile. Substitution technique. Bang! Kim's massive form vanished, replaced by a wooden stump. This was a decoy he had prepared in advance. Aware that the substitution technique is most effective when using a wooden stump to swap places with the user, so he had strategically placed several around the area. Consequently, Natasha's spike embedded itself into the stump, rendering it impossible for her to retrieve it. Naturally, Kim seized this advantageous opportunity, closing in and raising a fist to strike Natasha's head brutally. If that punch connected, it would surely shatter her skull, leading to instant death. Yet, she had nowhere to evade. The stump severely impeded her mobility. Coulson rushed to provide gunfire support, but was entirely obstructed by the car door that Kim wielded. Kim would not allow Coulson to shoot freely. During the earlier fight, he had conveniently torn off a section of the door. As Kim's figure drew closer, Natasha sensed the impending specter of death. Just as she felt her life was slipping away, she inexplicably thought of Minato Namikaze, who had been by her side for many days. "You must defeat the masked man and save New York," she silently cried out in her heart, as if uttering her last words. Suddenly, a flash of golden light appeared, and Wu Chen emerged behind Natasha, wrapping his arms around her delicate form and vanishing in a burst of light, allowing Kim's attack to strike nothing but air. Although Wu Chen disapproved of Natasha's seductive tactics, he could not bear to watch her perish at Kim's hands. Thus, he signaled to the masked man engaged in battle, who immediately understood and retreated under his blows, granting Wu Chen the opportunity to employ the Flying Thunder God technique to rescue Natasha. In a flash of golden light, Wu Chen reappeared on the rooftop with Natasha in his embrace. "Did you just abandon your resistance? That is not the Natasha I know." So Wu Chen intended to say something, but noticed Natasha gazing at him with an inexplicable expression. This made him feel somewhat uneasy, leading him to hand Natasha over to Coulson. "In any case, you need not assist. I shall handle everything." From a distance, Natasha gazed at Minato Namikaze, who had returned to the battlefield, enduring the pain in her side while her eyes flickered with determination. Coulson glanced at her, his mouth opening as if to speak. But ultimately, he refrained from voicing anything. Observing the return of Namikaze Minato to the battlefield, the masked man addressed Jean Ping, saying, "Jean Ping, I am quite pleased with the results of your training, so step aside. Now, watch as I personally defeat this Hokage." "Yes, my lord," Jean Ping replied, promptly retreating to the edge of the battlefield. To be honest, after witnessing the elusive abilities of Namikaze Minato, Jean Ping had no desire to engage in combat with him. Although he could not reach the level of his master, where only he could attack while others could not retaliate, he certainly felt ill-equipped to contend with Minato. Therefore, with the masked man instructing him to withdraw, Jean Ping complied willingly. After all, if his master was satisfied, the water-style ninjutsu was undoubtedly forthcoming. In an instant, the arena returned to a one-on-one confrontation. Seeing this, Wu Chen smiled, remarking, "I did not realize you possessed such a warrior spirit." The masked man, however, dismissed Wu Chen's praise, maintaining a vigilant watch for his attacks. At that moment, Wu Chen made his move. Rather than first launching a trio of kunai, he charged directly toward the masked man. With a swift motion, he seemingly carelessly hurled the kunai, disregarding its lethality, merely testing the waters. The masked man had no intention of evading. Instead, he phased his form, allowing the kunai to pass through him. In that instant, Wu Chen, embodying Namikaze Minato, closed the gap between them. The masked man reached out, appearing to attempt to grasp Wu Chen's garment. Witnessing this, Wu Chen's lips curled into a smile. He did not immediately unleash his ninjutsu but meticulously timed it. Just as the masked man's fingers brushed against his clothing, Wu Chen activated the Flying Thunder God technique. With a flash, Wu Chen materialized above the masked man, one hand gripping the kunai that had just traversed the masked man's form, while the other brandished a spiraling sphere pulsating with azure light. Twisting his body, before the masked man could react, Wu Chen unleashed a spiraling sphere directly upon the masked man's back. Bang! Chapter 57. Repulsion. 4-4. Behold, the Flying Thunder God, second phase. Wu Chen's voice reverberated across the battlefield as the Rasengan in his hand erupted with force. Boom! The masked man was struck by the Rasengan, crashing into the ground and absorbing the full brunt of its damage. Moreover, this marked the first occasion he had been hit by an external assault. It was a success. The members of S.H.I.E.L.D, who supported Minato Namikaze, were more exhilarated than Minato himself. "I told you Minato could defeat the masked man. What do you have to say now?" The supporters fervently chastised the skeptics, who found themselves at a loss for a rebuttal, begrudgingly accepting their punishment. After all, they had misjudged the situation. Nick Fury also revealed a smile for the first time, though it was quickly followed by an expression of discomfort. 1 million, huh? Natasha, with the assistance of Coulson, gazed at the unfolding scene from a distance, her face breaking into a smile. "I knew you could do it." Kong Jin, on the other hand, widened his eyes in disbelief. How could such a formidable adversary be defeated? This was inconceivable. With a swift motion, Wu Chen marked the masked man with a flying thunder god seal, and as the smoke dissipated, the masked man leapt back several paces. Observing this, Kong Jin exhaled in relief. The masked man was still able to move, so perhaps all was well. Looking at Minato, the masked man's voice was tinged with pain. I never imagined you could perceive that. If that is the case, let us pause for today. Before he could finish his sentence, Wu Chen flashed with golden light, appearing before him in an instant. Boom! With a powerful kick, Wu Chen sent the masked man flying. Kong Jin quickly positioned himself to intercept, catching the masked man midair. After being caught, the masked man remained silent, channeling chakra into his fingers to erase the seal from his back. With a swift motion, he discarded the mark and showed no intention of exchanging further threats, instead taking Kong Jin into a vortex. Finally, he has departed. Cheers erupted within S.H.I.E.L.D, having witnessed the masked man's formidable prowess and treachery. They had not anticipated that Minato could resolve the matter so decisively. Merely driving the opponent away was already a significant achievement. Subsequently, S.H.I.E.L.D sprang into action, promptly dispatching nearby fire crews to extinguish the flames in Hell's Kitchen. Meanwhile, Wu Chen stood in the aftermath, watching the departing masked man and Kong Jin. His expression one of bewilderment, as if he had not expected such a swift and clean exit. In a flash of golden light, Wu Chen returned to Coulson and Natasha. Allow me to escort you to the nearest hospital, he offered, placing a hand on Coulson's shoulder, ready to lead them away. However, Natasha, despite her pain, willingly detached herself from Coulson's support and embraced Minato. Reluctantly, Wu Chen could not abandon her. She was an injured patient. Thus, he had no choice but to hold Natasha close, guiding her and Coulson away from the still-burning Hell's Kitchen. Placing the two individuals at the hospital entrance, Wu Chen disregarded Natasha's pitiful gaze and activated the Flying Thunder God technique to depart. Upon returning home, he reverted to his true form, resting his hand against the window while gazing at the inferno of the Hell's Kitchen in the distance. He murmured softly, "Does this count as a roundabout way of cleansing Hell's Kitchen?" Bang! The clone of Wu Chen, diligently honing his chakra control, was incensed by the ostentation of his original self. "Not only do you prevent me from going out, but you also return just to show off in front of me? Are you even human?" Frustrated, he proclaimed, "Forget it. I'm done." Consequently, he voluntarily dispelled the shadow clone, allowing that portion of memories, experiences, and fatigue to return to Wu Chen's original self. Sensing the emotional turmoil of the clone, Wu Chen couldn't help but smile and shake his head. At that moment, a vortex suddenly emerged within his home. From the swirling portal stepped the masked man, the very individual who had just set the entire Hell's Kitchen ablaze. Without uttering a word, the masked man dispelled his disguise, reverting to the form of Wu Chen's shadow clone, which was now bloodied and battered. This revelation informed Wu Chen that injuries sustained while impersonating someone would transfer to him upon the dispelling of the transformation. Fortunately, his original self had not played the role of the victim, but rather that of the aggressor. The injuries of the shadow clone were inconsequential. Dispelling it would suffice. Thus, his original self would only experience the pain of the clone without incurring any real injury. Wu Chen resolved that in future scenarios of this nature, he must always embody the character in a position of advantage, allowing the shadow clone to endure the blows. Bang! The shadow clone finally reached its limit and automatically dispelled. Concurrently, Wu Chen felt a sharp pain radiating from his back, accompanied by a substantial influx of memories. Without a moment's hesitation, he retrieved a fatigue-reducing potion and consumed it in one gulp. Then lay on his bed to alleviate the pain while organizing the memories from the clone and assessing the benefits derived from the fiery inferno that had engulfed Hell's Kitchen. Nevertheless, one must admit, bearing the full brunt of a fully unleashed Rasengan was indeed excruciating. Chapter 58, Harvest 1-5. Before embarking on this battle, Wu Chen pondered how to orchestrate the entrance of the masked man and subsequently facilitate his retreat. The entrance could be easily managed through a mere coincidence. As for the retreat, Wu Chen recalled the method employed by Minato Namikaze during the Ninetales turmoil to deal with the masked man, the Flying Thunder God technique, second stage. This spectacular and formidable technique, while not vastly more complex than the standard Flying Thunder God technique, demands precise timing and remarkable reflexes. After reaching 50% in the portrayal of Minato Namikaze, Wu Chen felt confident in executing the second stage of the Flying Thunder God technique. Thus, he resolved to employ this technique as the finale to momentarily vanquish the masked man. This approach would not only justify the defeat of the masked man, but also elevate the prestige of both the masked man and Minato Namikaze. How could one so powerful as the masked man be easily defeated? If that were the case, all of Wu Chen's prior efforts would be rendered futile. Therefore, it is not that the masked man was weak, but rather that Minato Namikaze's battle intelligence was exceedingly profound, allowing him to triumph over the masked man. These two notions are distinctly different. At this moment, Having successfully reenacted the scene where Minato Namikaze defeats the masked man using the second stage of the Flying Thunder God technique, it is likely that the members of S.H.I.E.L.D. now possess greater confidence in the Hidden Leaf Village. Moreover, as long as they are not fools, their vigilance towards the masked man will not wane. Reflecting on the memories within his mind, Wu Chen became aware of the events following the masked man's departure with Jean Bing. With thoughts of wealth in mind, the masked man, guided by Jean Bing, utilized space-time transfer to arrive at Jean Bing's vault. He directly collected 20 million in cash, in exchange for which he imparted 5 water-style ninjutsu techniques to Jean Bing. Water-style, water barrier technique, water-style, water prison technique, water-style, water clone technique, water-style, water dragon bullet technique, and water-style, great waterfall technique. Each of these 5 techniques, valued at an average of 4 million, was readily accepted by Jean Bing. After all, this was a monopoly. Jean Bing was more than willing to pay whatever price the masked man demanded. However, the masked man was not merely accepting such a large sum without reciprocation. He would personally instruct Jean Bing in the cultivation of these 5 techniques, aiding him in mastering them. Furthermore, these techniques were not chosen arbitrarily. They encompassed defense, control, utility, damage, and finishing moves, thus significantly enhancing Jean Bing's combat capabilities. As for why the masked man possessed such an extensive repertoire of water-style techniques, the reason is straightforward. During his control over the Fourth Hokage, Obito Uchiha had unrestricted access to the hidden scrolls of Kirigakure, allowing him to memorize numerous water-style techniques. He was well-versed not only in the general water-style techniques, but also in various secret techniques from Kirigakure. Thus, he could continue to reap considerable financial rewards from Jean Bing, establishing a stable source of income. After securing the funds, the masked man parted ways with Jean Bing. As for what would transpire for Jean Bing following this incident, the masked man held no concerns. Characters like Kim Jong-un, even with irrefutable evidence, find it exceedingly difficult to face incarceration, given the extensive web of connections he possesses. After parting ways with Kim, the man in the mask returned home, leaving Wu Chen in a state of profound delight. Despite the excruciating pain in his back, he felt immensely rewarded. He immersed his consciousness in the system space and beheld his system panel. Host, Wu Chen, current character, not assumed, current assumption progress, none, characters owned. Fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze, 55. Mysterious Masked Man Obito Uchiha, 35, character assumption attempts, 0, selected character abilities. Fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze, 0, as anticipated, Minato Namikaze had rescued Hell's Kitchen, saved the agents, and indirectly salvaged New York City, successfully completing the mission entrusted by S.H.I.E.L.D, thereby significantly advancing his assumption progress. It is noteworthy that once the progress surpasses 50%, the difficulty in increasing it escalates considerably. Remarkably, he had gained nearly 5% in one fell swoop. As for Obito Uchiha, the progress surged from 25% to 35%, marking a 10% increase. Indeed, minor skirmishes pale in comparison to monumental events. It appears that orchestrating significant incidents tailored to the objectives of assumed characters is the most efficacious method to accelerate assumption progress. Wu Chen felt a wave of reflection wash over him. Was this not an invitation for him to stir up trouble? However, inciting chaos was exhilarating. Manipulating everyone at his whim while simultaneously growing stronger was an unparalleled sensation. With excitement coursing through him, the pain in his back seemed to dissipate. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Wu Chen calmed his emotions and accessed the store, glancing at his balance. 20,050, 000 yuan, the reward of 500. 000 from S.H.I.E.L.D. for this mission, along with the 1,000,000 from Nick Fury's private task, had yet to be collected. Hence the balance did not reflect those amounts. Nevertheless, what could one accomplish with 20,050,000 yuan? As Wu Chen surveyed the myriad options within the store, he found himself inexplicably invigorated once more. Chapter 59, the new summoning character 2-5. Then, Wu Chen succumbed to slumber. The combination of the fatigue-reducing potion and his injuries rendered him unable to resist the allure of sleep, and he drifted off. When he awoke the next day, refreshed and invigorated, he proceeded to continue the tasks left unfinished from the previous night. Opening the system shop, Wu Chen began to contemplate the necessity of the 4 items available for purchase. Weapons. He was not in need. Wave Wind Minato already possessed an ample supply, and Obito had acquired the Uchiha fan, which sufficed. Thus, the option of weapon forging repair was dismissed. As for summoning characters, that was indeed a possibility. However, it could not be a character associated with Uchiha Obito, as his summoning companion had already been determined to be Noera Rin. The system informed Wu Chen that a character could only summon one individual with whom they shared a close relationship. Once summoned, unless the summoning card was damaged, It could not be summoned again. Therefore, he could only summon friends and family of Wave Wind Minato. Minato had a notable number of acquaintances: his wife, Uzumaki Kushina, his son, Uzumaki Naruto, his disciple, Hatake Kakashi, and his mentor, Jiraiya. Among these four, aside from Naruto, who would likely be in his childhood state and therefore of limited utility, the other three were quite valuable. At the very least, they were significantly more formidable than Noera Rin. The term formidable here refers to sheer strength. Noera Rin was merely an ordinary nin. Even considering Naruto in his early stages, his combat prowess would surpass that of Rin. Although Rin possessed some medical ninjutsu, her skill level was average. And during Wu Chen's earlier interaction with Rin while assuming Obito's form, he discerned that she bore no connection to the Three Tails. Thus, among the potential characters available for summoning, Rin was the weakest. However, her lack of strength was inconsequential, as her significance lay elsewhere. The sole purpose of summoning Noera Rin would be to engage in light-hearted conversation with Obito, providing him with companionship and guidance. As long as this occurred, Obito's progress in his role would advance, yielding substantial rewards for Wu Chen. Therefore, his intention to summon Rin was not rooted in her combat abilities, but rather in her importance to Obito. In this regard, Rin was indeed quite powerful, as the others were either expendable or potential targets for elimination in Obito's eyes. While Obito's summoning character had been decided, let us not overlook the four potential characters available for Wave Wind Minato. Despite the choices at hand, Wu Chen did not dwell on this matter for long. Since the summoning character was random and could not be selected, any of them could potentially appear. Thus, he resolved to set aside $110,000 as a summoning fund. Next, the multiverse random treasure chest? That could also prove advantageous. It is worth noting that Wu Chen's current connection to Tony Stark was a direct result of the culinary items he had acquired from the multiverse random treasure chest. Otherwise, how could he have possibly interacted with the illustrious Iron Man and established a relatively amicable relationship? His desire to connect with Tony Stark stemmed from Wu Chen's ambition to undertake a commission from Tony, thereby advancing his progress in role-playing. Wu Chen was acutely aware that acquiring tasks from superheroes yielded significantly greater progress than from ordinary individuals. As for how he intended to leverage this connection, it was quite straightforward. Wu Chen merely needed to act as an intermediary and provide a subtle introduction. For instance, he could mention to Tony that he had fortuitously encountered someone capable of healing his wounds, expressing concern as a friend, and suggesting Tony give it a try. Although Tony Stark was known for his sharp tongue and acerbic wit, he was generally generous towards friends he held in esteem. Wu Chen was still a step away from his goal and needed to exert further effort. Perhaps in the near future, the young Chinese man selling hamburgers would become a true friend of Iron Man. At that juncture, when the plot of Iron Man 2 unfolded, Tony would find himself deeply poisoned, with conventional medical methods proving futile, yet Wu Chen would present a lifeline. This not only promised to enhance his role-playing progress, but would also earn him Tony's favor, a guaranteed win. As for the capabilities of the person Wu Chen would recommend to heal Tony, while conventional medicine might falter, medical ninjutsu or healing supplies from other realms should suffice. Many adversaries within Konoha or other organizations were well-versed in medical ninjutsu. Even if it proved challenging to summon a character proficient in medical ninjutsu, Wu Chen could resort to a wish card or the random treasure chest from the myriad worlds to procure healing supplies from another dimension, which would undoubtedly remedy Tony Stark's condition. Thus, he considered the random treasure chest for potential acquisition. As for the wish card, its ability to fulfill desires within a limited scope was invaluable, and Wu Chen certainly would not dismiss it. After much contemplation, Wu Chen resolved to call upon the friends and family of Minato Namikaze before addressing other matters. Consequently, he spent $100,000 to refresh the summoning card and selected the option to exchange it for a summoning card portraying Minato Namikaze. With a swift motion, a blue card devoid of any markings appeared in Wu Chen's hand. Chapter 60, Kushina Uzumaki, 3-5. A card was tossed onto the ground before her, and in an instant, a brilliant blue light erupted. The next moment, a figure emerged from the azure glow, leaping directly into the embrace of the character played by Wu Chen, Minato Namikaze. Minato. This exclamation was laced with the unique charm and sweetness of a love-struck girl. Yet upon closer inspection, it bore a robust quality, as if the speaker were a spirited woman. With her wine-red, flowing locks cascading down, she possessed a charmingly delightful visage. Her black eyes sparkled with affection and reliance on Minato. Adorning her left hairstyle was a decorative hairpin, while her left wrist was graced with a protective cuff. Standing approximately 165 centimeters tall, she was clad in a white dress complemented by a gray apron that enveloped her exquisite figure, though the graceful contours of her body were unmistakably revealed. This was none other than Kushina Uzumaki, the mother of Naruto Uzumaki, a central character in Naruto, and the beloved wife of Minato Namikaze. Minato and Kushina had traversed many experiences together, ultimately developing mutual affection that led to their union. observing Kushina's current demeanor. It was evident that they had recently embarked on their marital journey. However, as Wu Chen gazed down at Kushina's position, a hint of awkwardness washed over him. Slowly, he extended his hand to gently push Kushina away from his embrace. Before he could articulate a word, he noticed her delicate face marred with a look of grievance, her eyes glistening with the thread of tears. Minato, do you not like me anymore? The crux of the matter was not whether he liked her, but rather that he was not Minato at all. Wu Chen internally lamented, yet his actions belied his thoughts. All he truly desired was to admire her beauty. With that, he pulled Kushina back into his arms. It must be said, being embraced by Kushina was undeniably delightful. Soft, fragrant, warm, and fervent, if only it were devoid of guilt. Sweet words soon alleviated Kushina's discontent, and she nestled into Wu Chen's embrace, chattering away with a myriad of thoughts. From her musings, Wu Chen discerned that her situation mirrored that of Rin Noera. Both were aware of their current states, their surroundings, and the necessity of heeding the words of the one who summoned them. This revelation brought a measure of relief to Wu Chen. Diving into the system space, Wu Chen observed the progress of his portrayal of Minato Namikaze. 58. If memory serves, it was merely 55% last night, was it not? Thus, it seemed that Kushina, akin to Rin, played a significant role in Minato's narrative. Yet, Kushina's influence extended beyond mere flirtation. She was an indomitable force in battle. To speak candidly, Kushina's prowess was formidable. Exiting the system space, Wu Chen channeled chakra into Kushina's body, discovering that the Ninetales was absent within her, aligning with Rin's circumstances. However, unlike Rin, Kushina was exceptionally powerful even without a tailed beast residing within her. She herself was a mean-level warrior, proficient in the unique sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, possessing formidable combat strength. Her formidable combat prowess is evident from the time during the Ninetales disturbance when she, despite being mortally wounded by the Ninetales piercing her abdomen, was still able to effortlessly subdue the fully transformed Ninetales with the sealing technique, Diamond Lock. Speaking of sealing techniques, a method involving Kushina suddenly sprang to Wu Chen's mind. This occurred during the upheaval in New York, where Kushina sealed the Ninetales within the body of the character he was portraying, Minato Namikaze. Would Minato become the Ninetales Jinchuriki, thus advancing his portrayal progress? The likelihood is considerable. Originally, Wu Chen intended to seal the Ninetales within New York City after the incident, as his portrayal progress with Minato had not yet reached 100%, preventing him from mastering the sealing techniques that Minato possessed. However, with the arrival of the sealing expert, Uzumaki Kushina, Wu Chen could certainly allow his portrayal of Minato to become the Ninetales Jinchuriki. As for why not allow Kushina, the original Jinchuriki, to reclaim that role? The reason is simple. Kushina demands $1 million for every 20 minutes she exists. While it is feasible to summon her occasionally, it is impractical to have her present at all times. While he breathes in ordinary air, Kushina breathes in copious amounts of wealth. After chatting with Kushina for a while longer, Wu Chen watched as she transformed into a blue light, which then took the form of a card that landed in his hand. It is somewhat regrettable, Wu Chen shook his head, as his progress with Minato had only increased by 1%, leaving him just 1 percentage point shy of 60%. This threshold would allow him to choose another ability for Minato. Nonetheless, there is no need for concern. He is determined to reach 60% today. Wu Chen was filled with confidence. As long as he completed the tasks assigned by S.H.I.E.L.D, even if it meant putting in extra hours, he would surely achieve that additional percentage of portrayal progress. Transforming back into his original appearance, Wu Chen prepared himself a hearty breakfast, and after eating, he employed the shadow clone technique to create 2 shadow clones, assigning them to portray Minato Namikaze and Obito Uchiha, respectively. Next, it was time to get back to business. Chapter 61. The reactions of New Yorkers. 4-5. Wu Chen's so-called business consisted of collecting funds from S.H.I.E.L.D, completing the transaction with Kingpin, and continuing to enhance Tony Stark's favor. Due to the absence of battles and noteworthy events, Wu Chen opted to have his 2 avatars assume the identities of Minato Namikaze and Obito Uchiha. Minato proceeded to S.H.I.E.L.D to collect the payment and aggressively complete tasks, raising his progress to 60%. Meanwhile, Obito went to Kingpin to instruct him in mastering 5 water-style ninjutsu techniques. As for Wu Chen himself, he aimed to bolster Iron Man's favor while also indulging in the joys of street vending and observing the aftermath of the previous night's events among the citizens of New York. With the tasks arranged, the 3 Wu Chen set out. Minato and Obito vanished from the room using their respective methods, while Wu Chen leisurely prepared a handcart and pushed it out the door. As he made his way down the street, not far from Hell's Kitchen, he feigned surprise, gazing intently at the still smoldering area and inquiring of a passerby what transpired in Hell's Kitchen. The individual, a black man, responded with astonishment, "You don't know? There was quite a commotion last night." Wu Chen shook his head. "I retired early last night, and my home has excellent soundproofing. Could you enlighten me as to what occurred?" Perhaps flattered by Wu Chen's use of handsome, the man eagerly pulled out his phone to show Wu Chen a video. The footage, captured from a distance, depicted the masked man unleashing fire-style ninjutsu, engulfing the entirety of Hell's Kitchen, along with the latter part of the battle against Minato. After watching, Wu Chen expressed disbelief. Is this some sort of cinematic effect? How could a human achieve such feats? The man, seeing Wu Chen's skepticism, grew agitated. He grasped Wu Chen's shoulder, gesturing emphatically towards the smoking Hell's Kitchen, exclaiming, "Buddy, how do you explain this scene? Those firefighters are still clearing the ashes. Moreover, look at the flames in the video. They correspond precisely to the current smoke. I assure you, this is no movie magic. I witnessed it with my own eyes. That villain in the black robe and mask is no match for our Golden Flash." Indeed, he was ultimately defeated by the Golden Flash. As he played the video for Wu Chen, the man passionately asserted the veracity of his words. Unable to suppress his excitement, the Golden Flash is incredible. Minato is invincible. By the way, have you seen the debut video of the Golden Flash? Let me show you. Wu Chen smiled throughout the entire exchange, finally nodding in agreement with the veracity of the man's claims. Satisfied, the man noticed Wu Chen preparing to set up his cart and gladly offered assistance, driving his pickup truck to transport the cart to a location not far from Stark Tower. Watching the man wave goodbye as he drove away, Wu Chen felt a wave of happiness wash over him. To his surprise, he encountered one of his admirers. This individual, named Mike, an African-American, is an ardent fan of the character Naruto Uzumaki. The reason for his fervor stems from the fact that during Wu Chen's inaugural portrayal of Naruto, he rescued Mike from the clutches of malevolence. Unable to repay this debt of gratitude, Mike began to assist in promoting and enhancing the reputation of Naruto Uzumaki. Last night, the sounds of their altercation roused Mike, who resides not far from Hell's Kitchen, prompting him to rush out and assess the situation, fortuitously capturing footage of the incident. Today, he intends to disseminate these videos, hoping to inspire a greater appreciation for the superhero known as the Golden Flash. For those who admire him, Wu Chen finds it impossible to harbor any disdain. However, merely having this one fan cannot accurately reflect the sentiments of New Yorkers regarding the events of last night. Consequently, while setting up his stall to sell delectable crab burgers, Wu Chen took the opportunity to inquire of each customer 2 questions. Are you aware of what transpired in Hell's Kitchen last night? Who do you believe was in the right? The majority of responses revealed a lack of clarity, with many only knowing that a fire had occurred. Clearly, official forces had intervened. A minority of those informed responded by declaring that the masked man was wicked, expressing gratitude towards the Golden Flash for thwarting him from further wrongdoing. It appears that Wu Chen's efforts have yielded some effect. Contemplating this, he felt a sense of satisfaction and continued to sell his burgers with peace of mind. Unbeknownst to him, however, his repeated inquiries about the events in Hell's Kitchen were relayed to Tony Stark by Happy, who was there for the delicious crab burgers. As a superhero, Iron Man Tony Stark naturally keeps a vigilant eye on the happenings within his city. The sudden emergence of the Golden Flash a couple of days prior had escaped his attention due to other pressing matters. Yet, the commotion caused by the Golden Flash and the masked man last night could not go unnoticed. Who were these 2 individuals, and what were their intentions in New York? This was Tony's quandary. Chapter 62. Tony's Vigilance, 5-5. With a cloud of doubt lingering in his mind, Tony initiated an investigation through his extensive information network. Even an ordinary citizen like Watergate Mike was able to capture such a clear depiction of the battle. Thus, for Tony, who possessed a wealth of advanced technology, uncovering the events of last night and even prior occurrences was a task of little complexity. After meticulously reviewing and analyzing the footage, Tony arrived at a conclusion akin to that of the generally informed public. The Golden Flash was a commendable individual, a superhero worthy of befriending. This was evident from his decisive actions against the reckless Abomination and his triumph over the rampaging Hulk. Moreover, considering the events of the previous night, had he not vanquished the masked figure in black, the aftermath could have been far graver. As for the newly emerged masked antagonist, he was unequivocally a villain in every sense of the word. His actions were brazen, utilizing his formidable superhuman abilities to incinerate entire city blocks, regardless of his motives. Such behavior incensed Tony greatly. Due to the government's concealment of information, Tony was unaware of the existence of chakra and ninjutsu, mistakenly believing that the powers of the masked man and the legendary Minato Namikaze were merely superhuman abilities. Having embraced the mantle of a superhero, Tony felt an intrinsic responsibility to uphold that role. Last night, after engaging in some rather exhausting activities with Pepper, he had slept soundly and was oblivious to the significant turmoil occurring in Hell's Kitchen. However, such ignorance could not persist. Resolutely, Tony resolved to devise a mechanism capable of monitoring not only New York but the entire globe. For instance, launching a few personal satellites into orbit would allow him to utilize satellite mapping for surveillance and investigation. This way, he would be instantly alerted to any incidents occurring, enabling him to respond swiftly. Perhaps he could even enlist the Golden Flash as assistants, given his remarkable speed. The notion of forming a superhero team to champion the weak and combat evil was indeed thrilling. Nevertheless, before embarking on such endeavors, it was imperative to locate and confront the masked villain. Ignoring such a dangerous individual could potentially put Pepper at risk. After all, Stark Tower was not particularly distant from Hell's Kitchen. It is essential to note that Tony was not entirely altruistic. He had only recently adopted the persona of Iron Man. While his mindset had begun to shift, those closest to him remained far more significant than others. If both Pepper and a complete stranger found themselves in peril simultaneously, and Tony could only save one, he would unhesitatingly choose to rescue Pepper, disregarding the fate of the unfamiliar individual. At this juncture, Tony's primary concern was the protection of those within his immediate circle. Driven by a desire to safeguard Pepper, he contemplated whether to create a suit of armor for her as well. However, he did not dwell on this idea for long, setting it aside for future consideration. The urgent matter at hand was how to track down this perilous individual. The man in the black robe and mask seemingly possesses spatial abilities akin to those of Minato Namikaze, appearing and disappearing at will. Furthermore, he conceals his true visage, making it nearly impossible for anyone to locate him unless he chooses to reveal himself. Consequently, the only means of finding him lies through others. A spark lit in Tony's eyes as he thought of Jean Bing. Tony had heard of Jean Bing, a figure of considerable resourcefulness, operating both within the underworld and the legitimate sphere. Based on the footage from last night, Jean Bing appeared to have a profound connection with the man in the black robe and mask, whether in a collaborative or subordinate relationship. It indicated that pursuing leads through Jean Bing would be the most promising avenue to uncover the masked figure. However, even for someone of Tony's stature, dealing with Jean Bing would not be a trivial endeavor. Rubbing his forehead, Tony concluded that this matter required careful deliberation. Speaking of which, where is my delectable crab cake burger? Feeling a bit vexed, Tony yearned for sustenance. At that moment, Happy finally returned, carrying 4 packaged crab cake burgers generously topped with cheese. Tony eagerly snatched one, taking a hearty bite, no matter how many times he indulged. The crab cake burger truly lived up to its name. Then, noticing Happy's hesitance, he gestured for him to partake, assuring him that there was one for him among the 4. However, Happy shook his head. Boss, you know I'm not particularly fond of hamburgers. Then what troubles you? Speak up and let me indulge in your concerns, Tony prodded. Happy pouted slightly, choosing not to dwell on his boss's peculiar whimsy, and instead relayed his observations regarding Wu Chen's recent behavior. Immediately, Tony sensed something amiss. Even if one were to express concern about the events of the previous night, such incessant inquiries were unwarranted. He locked eyes with Happy, both recognizing the unspoken conclusion. This vendor is suspicious. Chapter 63, Imagination 1-4. To be candid, Tony holds a favorable impression of the young Chinese man, Wu Chen, who sells hamburgers. Otherwise, he would not have engaged in a transaction with him to upgrade his food truck. Incidentally, the new food truck is already complete. Tony is always remarkably efficient in mechanical endeavors. Initially, he intended for Happy to deliver the food truck to Wu Chen this afternoon. However, he has since altered his decision. He wishes to personally deliver it to Wu Chen and subtly probe into the depths of this hamburger enthusiast's character. If there is indeed a connection to the masked man, then this young vendor might serve as a conduit to him. With this thought, a serious expression overtakes Tony, imbued with an air of menace. Thus, seated in his office on the top floor of Stark Tower, he utilizes high-tech equipment to remotely observe Wu Chen, who is busily engaged in his work. Moments later, he ponders. It seems unlikely that Wu Chen is entangled with the man in the black robe. Could it be related to the side of Naruto Uzumaki instead? Although Wu Chen does not greet each customer with a smile, his demeanor is sincere. He poses questions candidly and maintains unwavering eye contact, revealing no hint of evasion. One can often discern a guilty conscience through subtle behavioral discrepancies. Of utmost significance is the moment Tony witnesses Wu Chen hand over a delectable crab burger to a customer. As the eager patron reaches for it, the profound sense of accomplishment radiates from Wu Chen. This feeling is all too familiar to Tony, as it reflects the satisfaction one experiences upon creating a masterpiece. Clearly, this hamburger aficionado possesses a genuine passion for his craft. How could such an individual possibly harbor malicious intent? If he is not a wrongdoer and is not being coerced, then any unusual circumstances are likely linked to the virtuous side of the conflict. Wasn't the side of Naruto Uzumaki the one that triumphed in last night's Hell's Kitchen battle? Having concluded his contemplation, Tony feels he has left no stone unturned and consequently lowers his guard regarding Wu Chen. At that moment, however, with a sudden click, the office door swings open. The only individual in the world who would enter Tony's room without knocking, and for whom he would not express anger, is none other than his personal assistant, the future president of Stark Industries, Pepper Potts. Clutching a folder, Pepper strides in. Tony, have you addressed those documents from before? Several departments are awaiting you. Then she catches sight of Tony intently monitoring the hamburger vendor downstairs. Oh my goodness. Tony, what on earth are you doing? Pepper exclaims, feeling an inexplicable sensation of being betrayed, unable to restrain herself from shouting, I never knew you had an interest in men. Happy, who follows Pepper into the office, is momentarily taken aback by her words and instinctively covers his backside. I don't. Tony stutters, quickly realizing the implication of Pepper's statement. No. Pepper, this individual might be involved in something, so I was merely assessing his trustworthiness. Simultaneously, he expressed his dissatisfaction to Happy, saying, Happy, you ought to comprehend what I am alluding to. Startled, Happy recoiled, exclaiming, I am unaware. I know nothing. You fool. I am insinuating that Wu may have connections with Namake's Minato. What are you thinking? Even if I were to seek a partner, it would never be you. Initially, Tony had no intention of involving Pepper in such matters, but now, the absence of honesty would only lead to confusion. He had no choice but to lay everything bare. It was then that Happy realized his misunderstanding. However, he pondered silently, why do I feel as though I have been slighted by the boss? With Happy as a witness, Tony finally validated the truth of his statements while simultaneously safeguarding his sexual orientation. You won't encounter any issues in your interactions with him, will you? Pepper inquired anxiously, grasping Tony's lapel. If there is potential danger, let Happy handle the contact. Happy? Tony raised an eyebrow at Happy with a sense of triumph, then shook his head, reassuring her, do not worry. Everything is fine. Even if he poses a threat, he would not be able to harm me. I will go with Happy. He will carry my Iron Man suit. Huh? Your Iron Man suit is so large and heavy. Can Happy manage it? Pepper asked curiously. A proud smile spread across Tony's face as he replied, I have developed a new Mark Series armor. It resembles a suitcase, lightweight and convenient. When in use, it transforms into the Iron Man suit. Having assuaged Pepper's concerns, Tony commenced his work. By the time he finished, Wu had sold an impressive 100 burgers. Upon witnessing this, Tony immediately instructed Happy to descend and secure Wu while he proceeded to the underground garage to retrieve the food cart. At that moment, Wu was tidying up. Having successfully sold his delectable crab burgers once again, a sense of accomplishment filled him. To be fair, if the world were peaceful and devoid of danger, running a stall selling burgers could indeed be a commendable way of life, profitable while infusing existence with purpose. Observing the satisfied smiles of those who relished the burgers he crafted, Wu felt that his endeavors were profoundly meaningful. Chapter 64. The Anti-Terror Food Cart. 2-4. The organization of the pushcart was a simple task, which Wu Chen accomplished with ease. After tidying up, he intended to purchase some ingredients on the way home to prepare himself a delightful lunch. Wu Chen possessed culinary skills. After all, however, the essence of his day was not merely what he would eat for lunch, but rather the plans he had upon returning home. Before setting up his stall, Wu Chen had envisioned a dual endeavor, selling hamburgers while simultaneously opening random treasure chests from the multiverse. The treasure chests were visible only on his system panel, out of sight for others. With a substantial amount of money remaining, it would be prudent to convert it into something practical. This thought resonated in his mind, yet he had not anticipated that during the busy process of selling hamburgers, he would have no opportunity to access the system panel and open the chests. The influx of enthusiastic customers left him with no idle moments, resulting in a bustling morning. Though busy, he felt fulfilled and accomplished. With the hamburgers sold, he could finally return home and attend to the tasks he had previously intended but postponed. Thus, he resolved to enjoy his meal and then promptly open the treasure chests. It was akin to spending money to test his luck, hoping to strike it rich and become invincible in the Marvel Universe, never needing to toil again. With these thoughts igniting his enthusiasm, Wu Chen moved with a certain urgency. Yet, just as he prepared to push his cart away, a pair of hands grasped it firmly. Hey, Wu, finished selling and ready to pack up? Happy's expression was as stoic as ever as he greeted Wu Chen. Oh, Happy, is there something you need? Wu Chen, unfazed by Happy's somewhat intimidating demeanor, responded with a calm demeanor. His confidence stemmed not only from his own abilities, but also from his understanding of Happy's true nature. Beneath that fierce exterior, Happy was simply a lovable oaf. This endearing term was not meant to belittle. It encapsulated Happy's genuine charm. Over the past few days, Happy had become a familiar face, often coming to collect hamburgers. Wu Chen's memories from his previous life further illuminated Happy's character. Noticing Wu Chen's relaxed demeanor, Happy felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. I am, after all, a bodyguard who relies on my appearance. No, wait, it's my imposing presence that earns my bread. Could you at least show a hint of fear and respect for my professional image? Maintaining his self-proclaimed image of a stoic bodyguard, he continued, Wu, are you in a hurry to leave? Happy had keenly observed Wu Chen's somewhat hurried actions. Scratching his head, Wu Chen admitted, I am indeed hungry. So I plan to head home for a meal, take a nap, enjoy some afternoon tea, and later watch television before bed. You rascal. Happy gritted his teeth. envious of such a leisurely lifestyle he had long desired. Nevertheless, Wu Chen's explanation was reasonable, and Happy chose not to press further. He offered a brief clarification for his intervention, stating, "My boss has fulfilled our agreement and is on his way with the food cart." At these words, Wu Chen's eyes brightened, and he no longer felt the urgency to return home. So that's it. Although selling hamburgers from a stall is merely a side venture, Wu Chen derives immense joy from it, and is naturally inclined to enhance his craft. After waiting a few moments alongside Happy, Wu Chen heard the sound of a vehicle approaching. Turning his gaze, he saw Tony driving a small delivery truck towards them. The vehicle, resplendent in silver, bore a striking appearance, complete with a large, delectable model of a crab yellow burger perched atop its roof, signifying its true identity as a mobile burger stall. How cool. As soon as Tony stepped out, he noticed Wu Chen gazing at the food truck with sparkling eyes. No man can resist the allure of a vehicle, and regardless of its nature, be it a food truck or otherwise, the owner will invariably cherish it. Observing this, Tony immediately broke into a smile, asking, "What do you think? Isn't my design impressive?" He then proceeded to introduce Wu Chen to the truck's features: autonomous driving, a one-button transformation, referring to the rear compartment that opens up to become a mobile kitchen, GPS navigation via WeChat, and even anti-terrorism measures, among others. Anti-terrorism measures? Wu Chen looked at Tony in astonishment, while Tony, with a serious expression, explained, "In this country, firearms are not prohibited, so one must possess the means to protect oneself. In the event of danger, you can take refuge inside the vehicle and press this button. The burger atop the truck will transform into an automatic machine gun, and the system will assess any threats to you or the vehicle and respond accordingly." Wu Chen's expression darkened at this revelation. Yet he couldn't deny the necessity of such features. After all, in a country where firearms are permitted and racial discrimination is rampant, people of color must indeed safeguard themselves. He expressed his gratitude to Tony, despite possessing his own means of protection. Noticing Wu Chen's exhilaration, Tony glanced at Happy, who nodded and picked up his red and gold briefcase. "Wu, I have a question I wish to pose to you," Tony said, his gaze fixed intently on Wu Chen, his demeanor notably serious. This sudden shift caused Wu Chen, still buoyed by excitement, to pause and regard Tony with equal seriousness. Chapter 65. Master and Apprentice, 3-4. Tony's demeanor led Wu Chen to realize that his visit today was not merely to deliver a food cart. Indeed, how could a distinguished superhero like Tony Stark, a billionaire and the head of Stark Industries, find the time to personally deliver a food cart? Providing a thoughtful explanation as well? It was evident that there was an ulterior motive behind this visit. Wu Chen, caught up in his own joy over acquiring the food cart, had initially overlooked this fact. Now that he had come to this realization, he naturally adjusted his mindset. Not wishing to jeopardize his relationship with Tony, Wu Chen refrained from reacting with anger due to Tony's attitude. Moreover, he believed that Tony would not harm him. After all, Tony was ultimately a superhero. Most importantly, Wu Chen did not think Tony could pose a threat to him, even without assuming a character. He was strong in his own right. The days of rigorous training had not been in vain. With confidence in his abilities, Wu Chen was better equipped to confront the situation. Thus, he responded appropriately. "Mr. Stark, do you have a question?" Seeing that Wu Chen remained composed and even engaged in dialogue under his imposing presence, Tony felt reassured that Wu Chen had nothing to hide, and that he was not affiliated with the Masked Man. Indeed, the name of Iron Man was well known among the common populace. Even those who were not fans would feel a degree of nervousness in his presence. When a person is anxious, they are prone to revealing flaws, and Tony could easily discern them. A reaction like Wu Chen's could only stem from an untroubled heart. Contemplating this, Tony softened his tone slightly. "What I wish to inquire is whether you have any connection to Minato Namikaze." Why do you ask?" Wu Chen replied, somewhat astonished. This question had indeed taken him by surprise. Why would Tony ask such a thing? Had he discovered that Minato was the character Wu Chen portrayed? Wu Chen couldn't help but consider whether he should silence Tony to protect this secret. Noticing that Wu Chen did not deny it, but instead questioned him, Tony breathed a sigh of relief. He gestured for Happy to set down the briefcase and explained, "I heard from Happy that you were inquiring about the events that transpired last night in Hell's Kitchen, which piqued my curiosity. I decided to test you. And to my astonishment, it appears you do have a connection to Minato Namikaze." So it was this detail that had revealed the truth. Wu Chen found himself in a difficult position, his hand curling into a fist as he prepared to unleash a Rasengan. His chakra control had improved, and he had already experimented with his shadow clone selling burgers yesterday, finding that he could effortlessly utilize the Rasengan. At this distance, without the Iron Man suit, a single Rasengan would suffice to eliminate Tony. Wu Chen had made up his mind. To protect his secret, he would strike down Tony, tears in his eyes. Yet, Tony came forward, wrapping an arm around Wu Chen's shoulder and casually saying, "You know, Wu, while I am a billionaire, I am also a superhero, and sometimes I yearn to engage with my peers. Therefore, might you inquire with Minato Namikaze if he would be willing to meet with me? There are matters I wish to discuss with him. Rest assured, I am not asking you to relay this message without compensation. I shall keep this secret for you. Happy has heard nothing. Tony turned to Happy and said, "Right, Happy?" Happy nodded reluctantly. Upon hearing this, Wu Chen felt his previously tense demeanor relax. Tony approached with good intentions. He did not harbor the suspicions Wu Chen had feared, believing instead that Minato merely had some connection to him. Thus, the most significant secret remained concealed, alleviating any necessity for silencing him. It appeared I had overthought the situation. Wu Chen felt a touch of embarrassment. Nevertheless, Tony's actions aligned perfectly with Wu Chen's intentions. He had initially planned to wait until his relationship with Tony had strengthened before introducing him to Minato or others, thereby receiving updates on his progress in the role. Now, with Tony presenting himself directly, Wu Chen had no reason to decline. Therefore, he nodded, saying, "I can convey your message, but whether Master Minato will come is uncertain." "Master?" Tony inquired, astonished. "Wu, is Minato your teacher?" Master implies a deeper level of mentorship than simply teacher. It signifies the bond between mentor and apprentice. This was Wu Chen's quick-witted explanation of his relationship with Minato. Wu Chen possessed chakra and could utilize ninjutsu. As long as this remained undisclosed, there was nothing to fear. However, given that Tony was now aware of his connection to Minato, Wu Chen preferred to clarify their relationship rather than allow him to speculate. Wu Chen's mastery of chakra and ninjutsu was not intended for ostentation. He merely sought to enhance his self-defense capabilities. Yet, others were unaware of this. Even Tony initially presumed he was allied with the masked man, let alone others, who might suspect Wu Chen of being part of a clandestine force. Therefore, for his own safety, Wu Chen needed to provide an explanation for the source of his abilities. What could serve better than the statement, "I possess talent"? Ninjutsu is taught to me by Minato Namikaze. Chapter 66. Tony, make one for me too, for 4, this way. I can openly allow Minato to protect himself while executing dual operations. The benefits are manifold. Wu Chen nodded. Indeed, Master Minato is my mentor. By the way, Mr. Stark, are you not curious as to how I, an ordinary citizen selling hamburgers, managed to forge a connection with a superhero like Master Minato? Tony's eyes widened. Of course, I am curious, but this is your personal matter. Even though we are friends, I should not pry. His expression, however, spoke volumes. Wu Chen smirked. The goal he once believed would take time to achieve, becoming friends with Tony Stark, had now been effortlessly accomplished. Truly, it is said that the flowers do not bloom for those who labor with intent, while the willows grow lush for those who do not. The reason for my connection with Master Minato is quite simple. Wu Chen began to weave his tale. Tony, since you claim we are friends, is it all right if I address you in this manner? Not at all. Eager to hear the story, Tony waved his hand dismissively. Wu Chen continued, Tony, you must be aware of the recent rampage of the abomination on the streets of New York, right? I am aware. At that time, I was present, and Master Minato saved me. As Wu Chen recounted the events, a glimmer of nostalgia brightened his eyes. In the midst of saving me, Master Minato discovered my aptitude for chakra cultivation. After defeating the abomination and Hulk, he sought me out. What is chakra? Tony inquired. Hold your questions for a moment. Wu Chen shot him a glare before continuing. At that time, I was taken aback, but out of gratitude for my savior, I became his disciple. Though we are of the same age, Master Minato is extraordinarily capable, meticulous, and patient. Even when I struggled, he never expressed frustration during my training. Thus, over these many days under Master Minato's guidance, I have mastered chakra, learned several ninjutsu techniques, and acquired the ability to defend myself. So, Tony, the anti-terrorism machine gun you designed for my food truck is actually unnecessary. Tony ignored Wu Chen's complaint and directly posed 2 questions. What is chakra? What is ninjutsu? Chakra is the extraordinary power wielded by ninjas, including Master Minato. You may liken it to the magical energy of a sorcerer. Ninjutsu, on the other hand, is the extraordinary technique that utilizes chakra. If we draw a parallel to sorcery, it is akin to the spells cast by magicians. So it's not a superpower. Tony murmured to himself, though he remained unconvinced. Wu, can you provide proof? I would like to see what chakra and ninjutsu truly entail. Wu Chen nodded, certainly. However, this place may not be suitable. He glanced around, noticing that some onlookers had raised their phones, ready to capture the moment. I do not wish to jeopardize my tranquil life simply because I possess extraordinary abilities. If you have a secluded and private location, I could offer a brief demonstration. In order to persuade Tony, Wu Chen went all out. Upon hearing Wu Chen's words, Tony understood his concerns. After all, not everyone is willing to expose their identity as a superhero so openly. Happy, keep an eye on the food cart and hand me the briefcase. Wu, follow me. Subsequently, Wu Chen accompanied Tony into Stark Tower, taking the elevator down to the underground parking lot. All the vehicles here belong to my family, so there won't be any outsiders. You can showcase your abilities here. Once inside, Tony's extravagant remarks nearly caused Wu Chen to have a cardiac arrest. Glancing around, he noticed at least dozens of luxury cars. Even though Wu Chen was not particularly attentive to car brands, he could sense the exorbitance of these vehicles. He pinched the bridge of his nose and thought, "Give me a target. I can't just use my ninjutsu on thin air, can I? Oh, I could first demonstrate the application of chakra." With that, Wu Chen infused chakra into his feet and walked up the wall, eventually hanging upside down from the high ceiling of the parking lot. "What?" Tony exclaimed. "Wu, come down first. I need to check your shoes." After inspecting them, Tony was even more astonished. "Is there really chakra? And it can be utilized in such a manner?" "Wu, check if I possess the talent to cultivate chakra." Wu Chen waved his hand. "Let me showcase my ninjutsu first. Is there a target?" Tony pointed to the wall, saying, "That wall seems quite sturdy." Wu Chen shrugged, gathered his chakra into a raising gun, and forcefully struck the wall. The smooth surface was marred by a massive hemispherical crater, which, to his surprise, looked somewhat beautiful. "Is this ninjutsu?" Tony was further amazed. "This power surpasses even my particle cannon." "Wu, quickly check if I have any talent." Unable to refuse Tony, Wu Chen examined him, channeling his chakra into Tony's body. Chapter 67, Apologies. Unable to manage, 1-4. After a brief moment, Wu Chen shook his head. "I'm sorry, Tony, but you lack the innate talent to cultivate chakra. This is an inevitable reality. In fact, without a chakra seed, no one in the Marvel universe possesses the ability to harness chakra. As chakra is a product of the divine tree, one must possess the Akatsuki bloodline to achieve it. At the very least, one should hail from the Naruto world. Otherwise, one must rely on external chakra seeds to attain mastery, as was the case with Jean." Upon hearing Wu Chen's words, Tony felt a tinge of disappointment. Just moments prior, while Wu Chen was assessing his abilities, Tony's mind had already begun to envision incorporating chakra into the design of his Iron Man suit, contemplating an upgrade to his armor. Even if he didn't use it that way, being able to unleash ninjutsu like Wu Chen would be remarkable. After all, extraordinary power is a universal desire, even in childhood. If a choice were presented to everyone, transforming into a superhero or becoming a highly intelligent scientist, the overwhelming majority would opt for the former. Despite his disappointment, Tony bore no ill will towards Wu Chen. After all, resentment over one's lack of ability serves no purpose. This notion was reinforced by Tony's observations of countless envious individuals throughout his life. Although he could not possess the wondrous power known as chakra, this did not hinder his curiosity about it. Under Tony's guidance, Wu Chen manifested chakra and demonstrated various applications, such as enhanced jumping ability, increased strength, and even slight improvements in vision. These manifestations only heightened Tony's intrigue, ultimately becoming insatiable. "Wu, might I experience chakra for myself?" Tony gazed at Wu Chen, his eyes brimming with yearning. Wu Chen felt somewhat taken aback by the intensity of that gaze, yet, considering the need to gain Tony's trust, he eventually acquiesced with a nod. Consequently, Tony extended his palm, and Wu Chen concentrated chakra into his own hand before placing it atop Tony's. "This is chakra?" Tony mused, feeling a gentle warmth. However, at that moment, the elevator in the underground garage suddenly opened, and Pepper Potts stepped out, exclaiming, "Tony, Happy said you didn't leave. There's an important document you need to see." "Oh my god, Tony, you actually made a move on a man. You must never touch me again." Upon hearing Pepper's horrified outburst, Wu Chen froze, realizing that the position he shared with Tony indeed appeared rather suggestive. He quickly withdrew his hand, stepping back 3 or 4 paces, casting a wary glance at Tony. Tony, exasperated, retorted, "Wu, we were merely investigating the chakra within your body. Correct? Why are you acting this way?" After venting his frustration at Wu Chen, he hurried to explain the situation to Pepper. After a considerable amount of time, during which Wu Chen demonstrated a Rasengan using chakra in front of Pepper, she reluctantly accepted Tony's explanation. "By the way, Miss Potts, my affairs are my own. I hope you will not disclose them to anyone. I desire a life of tranquility and stability," Wu Chen emphasized, casting a glance at Tony. Tony shook his head, disagreeing with Wu Chen's perspective. "Wu, I believe we would make an excellent superhero team. If you wish, I can craft a suit of iron armor tailored just for you." Wu Chen's eyes widened, and he had to admit that for a fleeting moment, he felt a stirring in his heart. However, considering that such an action could easily reveal his true secrets, he resolutely shook his head in refusal. Seeing this, Tony understood that he could not force the matter and merely nodded. "I will keep your secret. However, should I require your assistance, I hope you will lend a hand." Tony was reluctant to let go of Wu Chen's formidable abilities. "I will compensate you, and I assure you, it will be a reward that satisfies." Before understanding Wu Chen's capabilities, Tony would not have made such an offer. Now that he knew Wu Chen was a magical little superhero, albeit one who could not fly, he was eager to recruit him. With Tony's insistence, Wu Chen found it difficult to refuse and eventually acquiesced. In Wu Chen's straightforward philosophy, free vigilante work? No. Paid assistance? Yes, yes, yes. If payment is involved, I am certainly willing to assist you. After all, we are friends. Bidding farewell to Tony, Wu Chen departed Stark Tower under the parting words, remember to help me contact Minato Namikaze. Happy was still guarding the food cart, and Wu Chen requested his help to lift the cart onto the moving vehicle before driving away. From the office, Tony, having been retrieved by Pepper, gazed solemnly out the window at the departing food cart. Noticing his demeanor, Pepper approached him. Tony, you aren't still thinking about Wu, are you? Tony, at a loss for words, replied, how could that be? But before he finished speaking, he turned around, wrapped his arms around Pepper's slender waist, and kissed her, thereby affirming his orientation through action. Chapter 68, The Renowned Blade, Simi 2-4. After a considerable time, the exchange of bodily fluids concluded. Nestled in Tony's embrace, Pepper Potts, her complexion flushed, inquired with confusion, why are you so concerned about Wu? Is it solely because he wields that kind of power? Tony shook his head. Pepper, you fail to grasp the significance. This energy known as chakra possesses the potential to reshape the world. However, it is no longer a force exclusive to the virtuous. The malevolent have also seized it. My focus is not on Wu himself, but rather on the chakra and its bearers. Upon returning home, Wu Chen prepared a simple lunch for himself. After the meal, he secured the doors and windows, ready to unveil the treasure chest. He reserved 3,600,000 as a summoning fund, which would allow him to summon entities 4 times as each summoning. Whether it be for Lin Yuhua or Uzumaki Kushina, required 900,000. With this in mind, he had a remaining sum of 15 million, ample for his needs. Thus, Wu Chen proceeded to conduct a 10-fold opening. With 1 million allocated for the refresh fee and another million for the opening fee, 2 million swiftly vanished, replaced by 10 items laid before him. He examined the descriptions of these 10 items and immediately felt that the 2 million was a worthwhile investment. Among them were 4 recipes, 3 cards, 2 stacks of currency, and a sword. The 4 recipes consisted of culinary delights, fish-fragrant shredded pork, sweet and sour tenderloin, vinegar-soaked shredded potatoes, and mapo tofu. Each recipe boasted effects akin to that of the exquisite crab roe burger recipe. By merely carrying the recipe and following its instructions, one could create dishes that would delight anyone's palate. However, providing 4 culinary recipes seemed to suggest that he was to reopen his ancestral Chinese restaurant, which Wu Chen deemed impractical, as he lacked the leisure for such endeavors. Selling hamburgers each morning sufficed. The rest of his time was dedicated to training. The 3 cards, on the other hand, were a remarkable find. Wu Chen felt he had truly struck gold. 1 card provided a 10-fold amplification, while the other 2 were duplication cards. The function of the 10-fold amplification card was straightforward. Upon its use, the next skill employed would be amplified 10-fold. This was limited to skills, indicating that it could not apply to ordinary attacks like punches, but rather to ninjutsu. Yet, Wu Chen was astute enough not to waste such a precious card on a mere punch, but to employ it during a significant ninjutsu. As for the duplication cards, their function was equally simple, yet immensely practical. A duplication card could record a skill, and upon using the card, the skill could be released in its entirety without any cost. This was truly a trump card. For instance, if he duplicated the tailed beast bomb with a duplication card, he would instantly possess 2 tailed beast bombs during battle, and they could be unleashed instantaneously without depleting his chakra. This significantly bolstered his combat prowess. However, it was essential to be discerning with the ninjutsu chosen for duplication. Only formidable techniques warranted such an investment, lest the card be wasted. Lastly, the 2 stacks of currency consisted of ordinary U.S. dollars, 1 stack amounting to $10,000, which Wu Chen deemed a regrettable loss. The final sword, however, was the reason Wu Chen felt that the 2 million blood points were well worth it. This sword is named Famed Blade, Siming, a piece of life-saving equipment from a mobile game he had played in his previous life, known as Honor of Kings. Its appearance is that of a somewhat dazzling silver longsword. Measuring approximately 1 meter in length, the hilt features a twisted design, adorned with several blue gemstones embedded along the blade, making it strikingly handsome. If it were merely its aesthetic appeal, Wu Chen would not deem it a worthwhile investment. The key lies in the sword's unique attributes. Famed Blade, Siming, crafted from an incredibly resilient material, possessing exceptional sharpness, capable of harnessing various energies. Special effect, Shadow Veil, upon receiving a fatal blow, enter a brief invulnerability state and increase movement speed by 30 for 1 second. Cooldown, 7 days. The value of being able to withstand a single fatal blow is immeasurable. While Wu Chen's avatar may sustain injuries, it is impervious to death, however. Should the original body perish, the avatar would be lost as well. Thus, Wu Chen resolved that, in times of peril, he would deploy his avatar to face danger. Nevertheless, such a strategy remains fraught with risk. After all, if one does not seek out danger, it will inevitably seek them out instead. Consequently, this 7-day life-saving capability is precisely what Wu Chen requires. Moreover, Wu Chen had also appraised the sword's worth. Forging famed blade, seeming requires an expenditure of $10 million. Would you like to proceed with the forging? This was the prompt that appeared when Wu Chen attempted to utilize the forging feature in the store to create the famed blade, seeming. Exchanging $2 million for a $10 million value, along with 3 powerful cards and 4 recipe cards, was undeniably advantageous, a pure and unadulterated profit. With this in mind, it seemed he could frequently open treasure chests in the future. Wu Chen felt as though he had miraculously crossed over to Europe, brimming with luck. Thus, he gathered these items and spent another $2 million to embark on 10 consecutive draws. With a resounding clap, 10 stacks of cash, each worth $10,000, were laid before him. Wu Chen, skeptical, continued with another 10 draws, and $2 million vanished yet again. Another clap resounded, presenting yet another 10 stacks of cash. Unwilling to concede, he gritted his teeth and pressed on. Chapter 69, Mastering the Flying Thunder God, 3-4. Ultimately, out of 15 million, only 1 million remained. Exchanged for the initial 8 useful items, along with 62 stacks of $1,000 in cash. The remaining amount was $262,000. Wu Chen let out a howl to the heavens, lamenting that the gambler's mentality could lead to one's demise, even if he were to leap from the window. He swore he would never open another treasure chest. It was evident that he had profited immensely from the first wave of 10 consecutive draws, yet by the end, he found himself at a loss. Or was it not a loss at all? The famed sword, Destiny, alone was worth 10 million. The 3 cards, at the very least, could be valued at 5 million. With this thought in mind, Wu Chen hastily utilized the wish card to input the acceptance of the 2 types of cards. A smile spread across his face. Tenfold amplification card. Wish card exchange price, 10 million. Replication card. Wish card exchange price, 5 million. It seems I have not incurred any loss. I have actually gained 15 million. Yet, why do I feel such profound regret within? That evening, Minato Namikaze and Obito Uchiha returned. Wu Chen instructed them to disengage from their disguise, and subsequently released the shadow clone. As he reviewed the memories of the shadow clone, a peculiar expression crossed Wu Chen's face. Obito's memories showed no issues. He had been guided by Jiraiya in the art of ninjutsu, while Jiraiya treated Obito with the affection of a father, allowing him to enjoy a day of luxury, save for the female model whom Jiraiya had summoned, whom Obito had rejected. In stark contrast to Obito's recollections, Minato's memories featured the Black Widow, Natasha, in a rather troublesome light. Why is she so overly enthusiastic, and why do her eyes convey such an unsettling gaze? Furthermore, what compels her to draw so close and even rub against me? After pondering for over 10 minutes, the single Wu Chen finally deduced, the Black Widow, Natasha, intends to seduce me, does she not? She seeks to lure me in, then capture evidence of my weakness to use as leverage. This is a honey trap. Fury surged within Wu Chen. He had not entertained the notion that the Black Widow harbored feelings for Minato. Wu Chen had always excelled in comprehension, yet after much deliberation, he resolved not to act against Natasha, considering her affiliation with S.H.I.E.L.D. and her gender, which suggested potential complications if she posed a nuisance. It was best not to provoke her. He would later request S.H.I.E.L.D. to assign a different agent for communication. With his mind made up, Wu Chen opened the system panel. Host, Wu Chen, current role, none. Current role progress, none. Character owned, Fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze, 60. Mysterious Masked Man Obito Uchiha, 35. Role extraction count, 0. Selected character ability, Fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze, 1. Today, Minato's primary objective was to accumulate 1% of role progress. With this goal achieved, Wu Chen could now select Minato's abilities. This time, he did not hesitate but directly chose the spatial ninjutsu talent. He had long known how to execute the Flying Thunder God technique, yet without the requisite talent, he had been unable to manifest it. At last, he has successfully mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. After a brief attempt, Wu Chen inscribed his Flying Thunder God Mark Wu upon the wall and then leapt through the window outside. In the next instant, he materialized at the location marked Wu on the wall. Indeed, he succeeded. Wu Chen was overjoyed. With this, he had acquired at least a third of the power of the legendary Minato Namikaze. His chakra mirrored that of Minato, and he had also grasped the essential technique of the Rasengan. Most importantly, he could now wield the Flying Thunder God technique, becoming a flash of black lightning. In comparison to Minato, Wu Chen lacked a variety of ninjutsu, sage arts, and sealing techniques. Speaking of which, the Rasengan is an attribute-less technique. However, when infused with wind chakra, it transforms into the wind release, Rasengan Shuriken. What would happen if other elemental chakra were incorporated? Wu Chen's chakra attributes were akin to those of Sasuke, fire, and lightning. What would a Rasengan infused with fire chakra look like? And lightning chakra as well. Nonetheless, developing new ninjutsu is notoriously challenging. Wu Chen resolved that once he acquired wealth, he would utilize wish cards to develop corresponding techniques. For now, he would diligently practice fire release ninjutsu. Fire release techniques were not only present in Minato's memories but were also abundant in Obito Uchiha's recollections. Wu Chen could simply learn and utilize them without a worry about lacking ninjutsu. As for why he chose not to practice lightning release, it was simply because the character he was portraying had no mastery over it. Although Minato possessed lightning chakra, his expertise lay in space-time ninjutsu and wind release techniques. His command over lightning and fire was merely superficial. This superficial knowledge paled in comparison to Obito's extensive memories of fire release. Thus, Wu Chen had no need to deliberate on his choices. Since his character lacked profound memories of lightning release, he would have no means to learn it, and could only wait until a new character he embodied mastered lightning release before he could pursue its study. And so, 2 tranquil days passed. Wu Chen had mastered several fire release techniques, while Minato had replaced his liaison agent with Coulson. Meanwhile, the masked man's deadline to find the seal for Jean was drawing near. Chapter 70. The seal is found. 4-4. In the span of 3 days, Jean had a fulfilling experience. His chakra capacity escalated rapidly, advancing from the level of a CH-nin to that of an elite J-nin in merely 3 days. This remarkable growth indicates Jin's potential to become a being akin to the tailless beast, Kisame. Furthermore, as his chakra increased, he simultaneously mastered 5 water release techniques, truly embodying the essence of a formidable ninja. One could assert that the present Jin could easily defeat 100 of his former self without breaking a sweat. Despite the significant enhancement in his abilities, Jin found himself half kneeling on the floor, trembling like a child who had committed a transgression. The reason being, he and his subordinates had yet to locate the seal of the Nine Tails. After all, New York was vast, and even with a gang of thousands at his disposal, it was implausible to thoroughly scour the entire city in just a few days. More critically, Jin had not personally engaged in the search for the Nine Tails seal. He had been solely focused on augmenting his own strength. Striving for self-improvement was commendable, and the masked man did not reproach him for it during their training sessions. However, should they fail to find the seal, Jin would be held culpable for not fulfilling the tasks assigned to him. In such a scenario, according to the protocols of Jin's gang, the punishment would be severe, limb severance followed by an unfortunate descent into the waters of New York Bay. Thus, before the masked man could utter a word, Jin preemptively knelt, seeking a chance for mercy. The masked man observed Jin with interest and inquired, "Jin, raise your head. What are you doing?" "My lord, I am guilty." Jin replied solemnly, "I should not have focused on my own matters at the expense of your important tasks. In any case, when misfortune strikes, the blame invariably falls on the subordinate. A subordinate who can profoundly comprehend this and willingly accept responsibility is favored by superiors." And Jin was embodying this principle at this moment. Had it been anyone else, they might have deemed Jin's acknowledgement of his fault and willingness to accept punishment as grounds for leniency. But would the masked man act similarly? Observing the still kneeling Jin, the masked man continued, "Jin, since you recognize your mistake, how do you propose to punish yourself?" Seemingly offering Jin a choice of punishment, he was, in fact, prompting Jin to convey his stance. Understanding this underlying implication, Jin lifted his gaze to the masked man and declared, "My lord, I shall sever one of my arms." "Ah, quite commendable. Your attitude is acceptable," the masked man replied, nodding as he approached Jin and placed a hand on his shoulder. Having mastered ninjutsu, Jin understood the significance of hand seals. His willingness to sacrifice an arm was evidently a desperate bid for survival, a gecko's instinct to shed its tail. Just as Jin was relieved at the prospect of losing merely an arm and preserving his life, the masked man responded, "You may keep your arm. Severing it would impair your combat prowess. At present, you still hold some significance, thus I shall alter the method of punishment." Without waiting for Jin Bing to inquire, he was suddenly besieged by an intense pain that invaded his very mind. The agony was excruciating. Jin Bing felt as though he might tear his brain from his skull. Perhaps that would provide some relief from the torment. This suffering persisted for a full minute before gradually subsiding, leaving Jin Bing's clothes completely drenched in sweat. His body sprawled on the ground like a half-dead fish, gasping for breath as if he had narrowly escaped a calamity. Such is the effect of the caged bird. As the pain dissipated, Jin Bing mustered his weary frame and hastily turned, half-kneeling on the ground to express his gratitude for the mercy of not being slain. The masked man withdrew the hand seal that activated the caged bird, advising him not to be too hasty in his thanks. If the location of the Nine-Tailed seal could not be found, the masked man left the latter part of his statement unspoken, yet Jin Bing understood its implications. Thus, he immediately dragged his fatigued body, preparing to venture forth and personally join the search party. Jin Bing was frightened. His mind felt as though it were being pierced by countless needles, a sensation he never wished to endure again. Observing Jin Bing's unsteady yet urgent departure, Wu Chen revealed a faint smile. The activation of the caged bird was not a mere whim of Wu Chen. It had been meticulously planned. Although the caged bird was inscribed upon Jin Bing's forehead, it had never been triggered before. Who could know if Jin Bing would truly believe it? Now, it seemed that he would likely become more obedient in the future. As for the possibility of failing to locate the sealing site, Wu Chen had anticipated that as well. Therefore, the shadow clone in that location should also commence its actions. In the heart of Times Square, Manhattan, famously dubbed the crossroads of the world, a scruffy young man with brown hair, clutching a white crystal, approached with a look of exhaustion etched upon his face. A fleeting glimpse of crimson in his Sharingan flickered in his eyes, before he made his way directly to the central public seating area of Times Square. Once seated, the red hue in his eyes faded, replaced by an expression of weariness. When would this daily grind come to an end? Ah, the young man exclaimed as he beheld the crystal in his hand, which suddenly radiated a blinding red light. Chapter 71. Iron Man is not home. 1-4. In his quest to uncover the true location of the seal, Wu Chen never placed any faith in the notorious gangsters and petty thugs of the Jin Bing faction. To him, their only function was to serve as a signal to others that a hidden power was on the hunt for the place where the Nine Tails was sealed. Now that this objective had been accomplished and he was prepared, it was time to commence the grand performance. Thus, while assuming the guise of a Beidou, Wu Chen employed the shadow clone technique to create a duplicate of himself. Initially, he contemplated incapacitating a particular thug and having the clone assume the thug's appearance, subsequently accidentally discovering the location of the seal. However, upon further reflection, he recognized the potential risks of being discovered later, prompting him to alter his strategy. Instead, he decided to use illusionary techniques to guide the thug to rest on a bench in the heart of Times Square, since it was guidance rather than control. Even if the thug sensed something amiss afterward, he would be unable to articulate why. Of course, it was more likely that the thug would remain blissfully unaware of any irregularities. As anticipated, the thug followed the script and settled onto the public bench, where he beheld a white crystal emanating a red glow. The masked figure of the shadow clone observed the excited thug making a phone call, involuntarily dispelled the shadow clone technique. Meanwhile, seated in the Jin Bing office, Wu Chen suddenly paused, receiving the memories of the clone. A smile crept across his face. The fuse had been successfully ignited. His gaze then drifted to the window, pondering the progress of his original self. At that moment, the masked figure was indeed a shadow clone created by Wu Chen, embodying the persona of a Beidou. This scenario illustrated the remarkable synergy between the shadow clone technique and the impersonation system. Previously, Wu Chen had discovered that his clones, when portraying characters, would not dissipate even when injured, unless voluntarily dispelled by the clone or commanded to do so by Wu Chen's original self. This was a feat unattainable by others employing the shadow clone technique. Moreover, logically, Wu Chen's clones should not be able to utilize the shadow clone technique again. Yet while impersonating a Beidou, they could still execute it, achieving a direct manifestation of infinite nesting techniques. These two aspects revealed the extraordinary reactions born from the fusion of the shadow clone technique and the impersonation system, a phenomenon beyond the capabilities of others. Wu Chen interpreted this as a hidden benefit bestowed by the system. He had no intention of delving into the underlying principles, believing that as long as it proved sufficiently practical, it sufficed. The shadow clone Wu Chen, in the guise of a Beidou, had already located the seal, while the original Wu Chen, accompanied by Minato Namikaze, arrived at the entrance of Stark Tower. This visit was to fulfill a promise made 2 days prior to Tony Stark, who sought to engage in a meaningful dialogue with Minato. The delay of 2 days was not due to Wu Chen's desire to keep Tony waiting, but rather a simple oversight. He had forgotten about the matter. After returning home that day, Wu Chen became engrossed in unboxing and trainings, devoting the subsequent days to enhancing his abilities, thereby neglecting the task of relaying Tony's message. Until this morning, Wu Chen felt as though he had forgotten something. It was only while preparing the ingredients for hamburgers that he remembered the promise he had made to Tony. Consequently, he immediately divided himself into 2 avatars, one embodying Uchiha Madara and the other, Minato Namikaze. He instructed Beidou to proceed to Jin Bing, while he himself drove the food truck, transporting Namikaze to Stark Tower. This endeavor served not only to fulfill his commitment, but also to allow Wu Chen to gauge Iron Man's movements. As the impending Nine Tails chaos approached, Wu Chen aspired to enrich the stage with a plethora of renowned actors. At present, among superheroes, the most illustrious was undoubtedly Tony Stark, Iron Man. Hence, Wu Chen sought to subtly test Tony's willingness to join forces against the looming chaos. After stealthily parking the food truck, Wu Chen and Namikaze made their way to Stark Tower, taking advantage of the surrounding crowd's distraction. The rationale behind this was Wu Chen's recent focus on training, which had kept him from setting up his stall, resulting in numerous patrons lurking around his usual spot, frustrated at being unable to savor his delectable crab yellow burgers. Witnessing the frowns of those denied their culinary delight, Wu Chen dared not show himself. Upon entering the building and approaching the front desk, the staff's eyes lit up at the sight of them. "Are you Mr. Wu Chen and Mr. Minato Namikaze?" Upon receiving their affirmation, the receptionist continued, "Mr. Stark asked me to deliver this to you. She then produced a small black disc and handed it to Wu Chen, adding, furthermore, Mr. Stark departed for Europe this morning at 8 o'clock on a private jet and is expected to return either tomorrow afternoon or the following morning. Ah, I see. Wu Chen sighed, a hint of disappointment in his tone. The unpredictability of life. He had intended to draw Tony into the performance, only to find that he had slipped away. However, this turn of events might prove fortuitous. With only his allies on stage, he could orchestrate the performance as he pleased. Chapter 72. Foreboding 2-4. Reaching for the small disc, Wu Chen, alongside Minato Namikaze, employed the Flying Thunder God technique to return to the dining car. The dining car was quite spacious, and Wu Chen noticed a button on the small disc. Upon pressing it, Tony's holographic image materialized, greeting, "Hey Wu. Well, perhaps Mr. Namikaze is present too. If you are seeing this, it means I am currently aboard my private jet, en route to Europe." Tony's holographic image rambled on, which could essentially be summarized by 2 points. First, he was away and would chat more thoroughly upon his return. Second, he provided his contact information, inviting them to call him during lonely late-night hours. Who would call this flamboyant character in the dead of night for a chat? Wu Chen silently scoffed at the thought, then waved his hand, signaling Minato to seek out Coulson. As for himself, he would, of course, commence selling hamburgers. A person who makes a living selling hamburgers suddenly ceasing that activity would surely raise suspicions. Watching Minato depart, Wu Chen started the dining car and slowly drove to his usual spot. As soon as he opened the dining car, it was immediately besieged by ravenous patrons, nearly blinded by hunger. "Boss, I want 2 delicious crab burgers." Meanwhile, Minato Namikaze utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to arrive at the rendezvous point with Coulson. Upon his arrival, Coulson remarked, "Mr. Namikaze, perhaps you should reconsider switching Natasha back." "What? Did she request to be switched back?" Minato responded, perplexed and somewhat irate. The Black Widow sought to ensnare him. Was he to avoid her entirely? Yet now, she wished to pursue him further. This was utterly absurd. Observing the expression that crossed Minato's face, Coulson hesitated, ultimately refraining from saying, "Natasha has feelings for you and wishes to be with you. It's not as you perceive." When it came to matters of the heart, Coulson believed it best for outsiders to refrain from intervening. Perhaps Minato was already aware of Natasha's affections and was rejecting her in this manner? No, never mind. Coulson quickly redirected the conversation. "Mr. Namikaze, here is today's task list. Please take a look and see what you would like to undertake." He produced a tablet and laid it before Wu Chen. Having worked alongside Minato for 2 days, Coulson had learned how to interact with this Hokage from the Hidden Leaf. In previous instances, Minato would have readily adapted and expressed satisfaction with Coulson's actions, then taking the tablet to select tasks sufficient for a day's work. However, today, Minato's demeanor was grave as he pressed down on the tablet Coulson had offered, stating, "Coulson, I have a premonition that something monumental may occur today." Coulson was momentarily taken aback, then shook his head. "Mr. Namikaze, I thought someone as powerful as you would not put stock in such premonitions." Yet, halfway through his sentence, he realized that the notion of a premonition, of foreseeing the future, was precisely a form of extraordinary power. Before them stood the extraordinary figure of Minato Namikaze, possessing remarkable powers. Contemplating this, Coulson immediately adopted a serious demeanor. "Mr. Namikaze, is your premonition accurate?" Minato nodded, recalling, "The last time I had such a premonition, a dreadful event occurred in our Hidden Leaf village." "What kind of dreadful event, if you may disclose?" Coulson inquired, his curiosity piqued. Minato shook his head apologetically. "I'm afraid that as classified information, not to be shared with those uninvolved." Without waiting for Coulson to respond, he continued, "The significant matter I sense is likely related to the Nine-Tails seal. You must be aware of the happenings at Times Square, correct?" "Indeed, we have installed ultra-high-definition surveillance there." "Then let us hasten to review it." Urged by Minato, Coulson contacted Nick Fury to report the situation. Upon hearing the details, Fury took it very seriously and promptly accessed the footage from Times Square. He observed a young thug clutching a white crystal, seated on a public bench at the heart of the square, where the crystal transformed into a crimson image. Transmitting the footage to Coulson, both he and Minato watched intently. Minato exclaimed, "They have already discerned the location of the seal. We must act swiftly. Clear everyone from Times Square immediately." "Mr. Namikaze." Even that may not guarantee safety, Coulson hesitated, reluctant to envision the colossal Nine-Tails appearing in Times Square. Minato interrupted him decisively. "Do not harbor any false hopes. Allow me to speak with your director." Seizing Coulson's earpiece, he relayed the information to Nick Fury, then added, "If I am not mistaken, that crystal is a chakra ore, modified to be highly sensitive to corresponding types of chakra. The crystal in that thug's possession is likely a product of the organization associated with the masked man, altered to react to the chakra that pertains to the seal." Chapter 73. The Cleanup, 3-4. Therefore, Director Fury, I urge you to act swiftly. I shall head over to Times Square to assess the situation. Once the battle commences, I will have no time to consider anyone else. Mr. Wave Wind, have you not already triumphed over that masked man? Can we defeat him before he unseals his powers this time? That would provide a solution to our predicament. Wave Wind Minato shook his head, deeming it nearly impossible to overcome him again. The last time, he had underestimated me, unaware that I had discovered his weakness. This time, he would certainly be on high alert, perhaps even refusing to engage with me directly. Moreover, the prerequisite for confronting him is locating him, which I cannot do. Hence, I plan to wait at Times Square, hoping for an opportunity to arise. Can you find him? This question momentarily stumped Nick Fury. How could S.H.I.E.L.D. locate the masked man? If they had the means, they would have acted long ago, rather than remain passive while he wreaked havoc. Swish. Wave Wind Minato transformed into a golden flash, vanishing from the spot, leaving Coulson wide-eyed, staring at his earpiece. Coulson, you should follow him, adapt to the situation, and assist Wave Wind Minato in defeating the masked man if the opportunity arises. Understood. Coulson immediately drove off in pursuit. Upon hearing Coulson's response, Nick Fury nodded, though the gravity etched on his face showed no sign of abating. Reflecting on Wave Wind Minato's words, his expression turned conflicted. After a brief moment, Nick Fury resolved to contact the operator. Connect me to the mayor. At this moment, Jean Bing felt as if he had plummeted from heaven to hell and then ascended back to heaven again. The enhancement of his abilities was heavenly. Enduring the torment of a caged bird was hellish, and the discovery of the ceiling location was once more heavenly. His emotions oscillated like a roller coaster. Marking the first time in his life he experienced such tumultuous feelings. How much longer until we reach Times Square? Even with Jean Bing's composure, he could not suppress his impatience at this moment. The driver, while navigating the vehicle, promptly replied, My Lord Jean Bing, we shall arrive in no more than 3 minutes. Jean Bing nodded, his expression settling as he closed his eyes to meditate. 3 minutes swiftly passed, and a specially designed elongated Lincoln came to a halt at the edge of Times Square. Jean Bing was the first to alight from the vehicle. Thud, thud, thud. His imposing figure caused the ground to tremble with each step. Although he had mastered chakra and could move soundlessly, he chose not to exert that control at this moment. The small-time thug who first discovered the ceiling location stood up and bowed upon seeing Jean Bing approach. My lord, it is right here. He pointed to the public bench behind him. I have tested many places, and only this bench allows the crystals you emit to turn red. You have done well. Jean Bing raised his hand and patted the small thug's shoulder. In the past, he would not have even glanced at such a person. Subsequently, he went to collect a reward of $100,000 from the gang's finances. This is your reward. The small thug was overjoyed. Thank you, my lord Jean Bing. Please, do not rush off just yet. Share with me how you arrived here. Jean remained vigilant, recalling the formidable figure of Namikaze Minato who had once bested him. Lord Jean, I am responsible for patrolling this area. I searched for half the night and was quite fatigued, so I sought a place to rest. Upon noticing this seat, I approached, and to my astonishment, the crystal turned red. Gazing into the eyes of the young rogue, Jean discerned the truth in his words. Yet, he chose not to release the lad but instead retrieved a crystal from his pocket. Placing it upon the seat, he observed as it transformed from white to red, pulsating with a crimson glow. Satisfied, Jean nodded. Very well, you may collect your reward now. The young rogue, visibly relieved, hastily departed. Jean then produced his mobile phone and dialed a number. Once connected, he spoke with utmost respect. My lord, I've located it. Right here in the central district at Times Square. Excellent. Remain there. I shall come at once. The voice of the masked man on the line resonated with a hint of excitement. And if you wish for your subordinates to survive, instruct them to vacate that area. What is to unfold next is beyond the realm of ordinary interference. Understood. Jean promptly commanded the withdrawal of all personnel, leaving himself alone amidst Times Square. At that juncture, he noticed numerous government officials beginning to disperse the crowd and merchants, as if a complete evacuation of Times Square was underway. A sense of foreboding settled within him, heightening his vigilance. Just then, Coulson arrived. As he parked his vehicle, he observed the throngs retreating, leaving only Jin's imposing figure in the square. Scanning the vicinity, Coulson searched for the silhouette of Namikaze Minato. In the next moment, Minato appeared beside Coulson, chiding him. Coulson, what brings you here? The matters ahead are not for you to meddle in. Chapter 74. Target Jean Bing for 4. Before Coulson could utter a word, Minato Namikaze continued, Moreover, are you not complicating matters for me? I had no intention of stepping out. I was waiting for the masked man to appear first. Now that you have shown yourself, he is undoubtedly aware of my presence. Coulson opened his mouth, swallowing his initial retort, his expression shifting to one of regret. I am truly sorry, Mr. Namikaze. My intention was to assist you. Ah, forget it. Minato Namikaze shook his head. You are no match for Jean Bing. To put it bluntly, none of your S.H.I.E.L.D. agents can contend with him. That man has mastered chakra. Thus, I shall summon someone to aid you. But you must first assure me that your agency will refrain from disrupting his life afterward. Although he possesses powers akin to mine, he merely seeks a tranquil and stable existence. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, Coulson immediately grasped that a new Leaf Ninja had emerged, and he promptly reported the matter to Nick Fury. Without a moment's hesitation, Nick Fury acquiesced. Having an ally, even if they might later sever ties, was essential to stabilize the situation. Seeing Coulson nod, Minato Namikaze reflected, since you have agreed, you must uphold that promise. Otherwise, I will ensure he receives justice. After all, he is my disciple. With that, Minato transformed into a beam of golden light and vanished from the spot, leaving Coulson to face Jean Bing from a distance. Disciple? Coulson heard Nick Fury's astonished exclamation through the earpiece. Minato Namikaze was barely in his 20s. His disciple must be just a child. What use could such a youth be? This was merely complicating matters. Jean Bing was visibly anxious, trembling at Minato's appearance. He had not forgotten the scene from 3 nights prior, when Minato had effortlessly sent him flying with a single kick. It had been a total annihilation. Even with his newfound strength, he felt no glimmer of hope against Minato. Why hasn't the master arrived yet? Jean Bing thought frantically. However, upon witnessing Minato's disappearance, he breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, he did not immediately relax. Remaining vigilant as he eyed Coulson. Was this agent from S.H.I.E.L.D.? Did they also wish to interfere? Meanwhile, Wu Chen's hamburger stand was bustling with fervor, having amassed a formidable crowd over the past 2 days. His food truck was enveloped by eager patrons, showing no signs of dispersing. Just then, Minato appeared inside the hamburger cart, disregarding the astonished gazes of the surrounding customers, and directly addressed Wu Chen. Wu Chen, I require your assistance. Wu Chen was momentarily taken aback, but quickly nodded. Of course. He then offered an apologetic smile to the customers before locking up the cart. In the next instant, Minato grasped Wu Chen's shoulder, and the two vanished from the cart. How cool. The Crab Row Burger Master is actually a superhero. Alongside the Hokage of the Leaf Village, Minato Namikaze. Please don't go. To save the world and all that. First, prepare my Crab Row Burger. Wu Chen had long resolved to join the fray. The rationale was simple. Iron Man was aware of his situation, and inevitably, he would become a member of the Avengers. In such a scenario, Wu Chen's strength would undoubtedly be exposed. Rather than allow such revelations to occur, it was far more prudent to seize the initiative. By showcasing his prowess and articulating his demands, he could ensure that others would not intrude upon his affairs, thereby aligning with his preferred modus operandi. Although he desired to maintain a low profile, such discretion could also invite fools who might seek to make an example of him. Wu Chen was averse to enduring such unfortunate circumstances, prompting him to make his strength known, thereby deterring any unwarranted provocations. As for the potential dangers of this approach, he remarked that he could manage himself. Even if it meant facing threats, the risks would be borne by others, while he remained entirely safe. Moreover, after extensive training without actual combat, Wu Chen yearned for the opportunity to truly engage in battle, to gauge his authentic combat capabilities and establish a sense of certainty within himself. If he sought genuine combat, he needed an opponent who would not hold back. Thus, Wu Chen's gaze fell upon Jean Bing, a ninja possessing an impressive amount of J-nin-level chakra, formidable physical prowess, and some mastery of water-style ninjutsu. In terms of raw strength, Wu Chen would undoubtedly overpower Jean Bing, alleviating any concerns about succumbing to him. However, the true nature of one's combat ability could only be discerned through actual confrontation. Accompanied by Minato Namikaze, Wu Chen arrived at Times Square, where he observed Minato nodding at Coulson before vanishing from sight. Greetings, I am Wu Chen, he introduced himself to Coulson. Disregarding the latter's peculiar gaze and redirecting his attention toward the distant figure of Jean Bing. You remain here on standby. I shall engage this behemoth first. With that, Wu Chen unsheathed his renowned blade, siming, and, employing the techniques of the Hokage, swiftly advanced towards Jean Bing. Chapter 75, The Pendulum, 1-4. Such a reckless action caused Coulson to furrow his brow. Although Wu Chen did not appear to be in his teenage years, he lacked the steadfastness of the likes of Minato Namikaze. To confront an adversary of uncertain strength without first gauging their capabilities and to charge headlong into the fray was indeed a foolhardy decision. Coulson's impression of Wu Chen as reckless stemmed from his ignorance of Wu Chen's true prowess. Had he been aware that Wu Chen possessed the same Flying Thunder God technique as Minato, he would undoubtedly have thought differently. It can be asserted that individuals who wield spatial ninjutsu, such as the Flying Thunder God technique or the space-time ninjutsu, inherently stand on the cusp of invincibility against any foe. They possess the autonomy to engage or retreat at will, with complete control over the dynamics of battle. This was precisely why Wu Chen dared to confront Jean Bing head-on. As he sprinted forward, swiftly closing the distance, Wu Chen reached into his ninja tool pouch, retrieving 2 trident kunai, which he launched towards Jean Bing. In recent days, Wu Chen had indulged in a few random treasure chests from the myriad worlds, and fortuitously, he had not suffered the losses he had previously experienced. Among his finds was an exceedingly practical item, a ninja tool pouch. This pouch could be affixed to any part of his attire, and its interior space was considerably more voluminous than it appeared, qualifying it as a spatial ninja tool. To further augment his combat capabilities, Wu Chen employed the weapon forging repair function, crafting 10 trident kunai along with a sword sheath. Having frequently assumed the guise of Minato Namikaze, Wu Chen wielded the trident kunai with remarkable ease, vastly enhancing his combat effectiveness compared to using ordinary kunai. As for the sword sheath, it was intended to complement the renowned blade, Simi Ming. While Simi Ming was formidable and practical, its sole drawback was the lack of a sheath, making it cumbersome to carry. Now equipped with a sheath, Wu Chen could carry it as his personal weapon. The ninja tool pouch, kunai, and sword sheath had completely drained Wu Chen's resources, leaving him devoid of funds. However, he regarded money as inconsequential, confident in his ability to earn more whenever necessary. If need be, he could simply sell a few of Jin Bin's ninjutsu techniques. At this moment, Jin Bin stood poised, unaware that he had inadvertently financed the enhancement of the young man before him, making him a formidable opponent who would soon seek his downfall. Had he known this, it may have driven him to faint in frustration. Thanks to the nurturing of chakra and rigorous training over the past few days, Wu Chen's strength had transcended that of an ordinary individual. Thus, as he hurled the 2 trident kunai, they soared through the air like twin beams of silver light. Swiftly approaching Jin Bin. Observing the imminent approach of the kunai, Jin Bin showed no inclination to evade. Instead, he enveloped his fist with water-type chakra and struck one of the trident kunai head-on. To retreat would expose him to vulnerability, and against a ninja of such speed, even the slightest lapse could spell disaster. By infusing his fist with water-type chakra, he fortified it against the sharp edges of the kunai, which was precisely why Jin Bin dared to engage the kunai with his bare hands. First, launch the shuriken, then teach this impudent boy a lesson with an iron fist. Such a pitiful display, missing even the triple-pronged shuriken, and yet he dares to stand here, showing utter disregard for me, Jin Bing. Does he think he is Minato Namikaze? Boldly charging in like this, let me, Jin Bing, impart to you the wisdom that there are always greater forces beyond one's own. However, despite having meticulously scripted the scenario in my mind, the unfolding events deviated drastically from my expectations. Jin Bing failed to notice that the 2 triple-pronged shuriken were entwined with the flying thunder god Seal-Will. Before his fist could strike the shuriken, a flash of darkness surged forth, and the black-haired youth, who had been a considerable distance away, suddenly appeared before Jin Bing. One hand grasped a triple-pronged shuriken, while the other wielded a peculiar long sword, aiming to cleave Jin Bing's neck. Wu Chen intended to behead Jin Bing. In this critical moment, Jin Bing had no time to ponder. He infused his left arm with chakra, slightly adjusted his stance, and then raised his left arm to withstand the strike. Swish! A chunk of flesh flew away, leaving a gaping wound on Jin Bing's left arm, blood gushing forth. Simultaneously, Wu Chen activated the flying thunder god technique again, repositioning himself by the other triple-pronged shuriken. He appeared at Jin Bing's side, and, before Jin Bing could react, delivered a powerful kick that sent him flying. In the first round, Wu Chen emerged victorious. This outcome was entirely expected. Wu Chen possessed comprehensive knowledge of Jin Bing's capabilities, while Jin Bing was entirely oblivious to Wu Chen. Coupled with Wu Chen's inherent strength, it was effortless to dominate Jin Bing, who had underestimated him. Wu Chen understood the reasons behind this, but the others remained unaware. Coulson stood aghast as he witnessed Wu Chen effortlessly send Jin Bing flying, involuntarily recalling the day he and Natasha had faced a brutal defeat at Jin Bing's hands. After the initial shock, Coulson quickly activated his earpiece to report the situation. Consequently, the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were left in utter disbelief. Chapter 76. The Flooding of Times Square, 2-4. The ally summoned by Namikaze Minato was a Chinese individual named Wu Chen, who effortlessly defeated the formidable Kingpin, seemingly possessing Minato's flying thunder god technique. Nick Fury felt as if his face was being slapped repeatedly, just when he thought the adversary was ineffectual. This individual single-handedly incapacitated 2 highly skilled S.H.I.E.L.D. agents who could not overcome Kingpin together. As for Wu Chen's mastery of Minato's ninjutsu, Fury found it unsurprising, considering their master-disciple relationship. Wu Chen. Nick Fury murmured the name, and suddenly a spark of realization illuminated his mind. It was highly probable that he was not from Konoha. He needed to verify quickly if there existed a Chinese individual named Wu Chen in New York City. The challenge of recruiting someone from Konoha for S.H.I.E.L.D. was immense, but if he were not from Konoha, the possibilities shifted. Fury began to see the potential for S.H.I.E.L.D. to harness chakra. Moreover, had the surveillance drones arrived? He urged for the footage to be transmitted immediately. Moments later, Wu Chen's biographical information appeared before Nick Fury. After reviewing it, he could surmise how Wu Chen became Minato's disciple. The talent for chakra cultivation was indeed real. Initially, Fury had presumed that Minato's assertion about talent was merely a reluctance to share the methods of chakra training with others. However, Wu Chen's emergence shattered that assumption. Wu Chen was originally an exceedingly ordinary individual, orphaned and devoid of friends, leading an undeniably tragic life. The only aspect that distinguished him was his secret recipe for a delectable crab roe burger, which had garnered a fervent following among New York's gastronomes. Given this, it seemed illogical for Minato to impart the methods of chakra cultivation to him, as it yielded no apparent benefit and could even risk exposing the cultivation techniques. Yet, Minato had done so, and Wu Chen had indeed mastered chakra proficiently. Thus, only one explanation remained. The notion that chakra cultivation necessitated innate talent was true, and Wu Chen happened to possess the requisite aptitude for chakra training, with exceptionally high potential. Otherwise, it would be unfathomable for him to so easily vanquish Kingpin and master the Flying Thunder God technique exclusive to Minato. With this realization, Nick Fury's intention to integrate Wu Chen into the Avengers he was assembling solidified. At that moment, the surveillance drones reached Times Square, transmitting high-definition footage back live. Consequently, everyone in the conference room turned their gaze toward the expansive screen. Nick Fury was no exception, his eyes fixated on Wu Chen, eager to discern what action he would take next. Wu Chen's forthcoming action was, in fact, quite straightforward. He would continue battling Kingpin. Kingpin had not lost his fighting spirit. Wu Chen's previous 2 strikes had merely inflicted minor injuries, insufficient to incapacitate him. However, Wu Chen refrained from pressing the advantage. Jean was struck into the thicket beside the square, where the trees flourished, and recklessly venturing in could very well lead to an ambush by Jean. Wu Chen still possessed a measure of combat awareness. At that moment, Jin's voice reached Wu Chen's ears, declaring the water release, great waterfall technique. Momentarily taken aback, Wu Chen swiftly activated the Flying Thunder God technique, returning to Coulson's side. Without waiting for Coulson to utter a word, he seized him and leaped onto the rooftops on either side, standing atop a building several meters high. Coulson was about to inquire about the situation when he witnessed a massive spray of water erupting from the thicket where Jean was located. In an instant, torrents of water swirled and coalesced in the air, ultimately transforming into a colossal water sphere with a diameter of several dozen meters. Hurtling towards the spot where Wu Chen had just stood, boom, everything in its path was obliterated by the gigantic water sphere, which ultimately collided with the 2-story inn, collapsing it and unleashing its fury, only to revert back into flowing water. Even so, Times Square was inundated, with the water level on the streets rising to at least a meter high. Witnessing this scene, Wu Chen instructed Coulson, "Stay here and do not wander off. I will descend to engage him." Just as Coulson was about to protest, he realized that his presence could potentially complicate matters for Wu Chen. Moreover, such a scale of conflict was beyond his capacity to intervene. Furthermore, was chakra and ninjutsu truly this formidable? The masked man had incinerated an entire Hell's Kitchen block with a single ninjutsu, and Jean had flooded Times Square with just one technique. What was happening in this world? The agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. shared similar thoughts. Nick Fury was astonished that Jean had become so powerful. He was merely a brawler in the past. What the others thought remained unknown to those involved. Wu Chen leaped down from the small building, landing firmly on the water's surface. At that moment, Jean emerged, his arm already bandaged. Just like Wu Chen, Jean stood upon the water's surface. However, he displayed no desire for communication and instead commenced forming seals directly. Chapter 77. The Entrance of the Masked Man. 3-4. Observing Jean Ping as he formed hand seals, Wu Chen began to do the same. The clash of ninjutsu is a unique romance exclusive to ninjas, and Wu Chen was eager to partake in this experience. Noticing the intricate hand signs Jean Ping was employing, Wu Chen deduced that it was likely the water release, water dragon bullet technique. After all, Jean Ping only mastered 5 water-based ninjutsu, excluding the great waterfall technique. He was left with 3 functional ninjutsu and 1 offensive technique. Given the multitude of hand seals, it was evident that he was utilizing the offensive water dragon bullet. Consequently, Wu Chen resolved to counter with the fire release, great fireball technique. In the next moment, both participants completed their hand seals and unleashed their attacks simultaneously. A colossal fireball erupted from Wu Chen's mouth, measuring 3 to 4 meters in diameter, a commendable execution of the great fireball technique. As expected, Jean Ping conjured a water dragon that slithered several meters high, charging directly at Wu Chen. Undeterred, Wu Chen increased his chakra supply, causing the fireball to swell by another meter or 2 before directing it towards the approaching water dragon. Boom! The fireball was pierced by the water dragon, nearly extinguishing it. With the advantage of location and elemental counteraction, It was only natural that Wu Chen's fire release, still in its formative stages, found itself at a disadvantage. The collision of water and fire unleashed a vast amount of steam, which continued to rise as the ninjutsu clashed. Witnessing this scene, Wu Chen promptly chose to abandon the ninjutsu confrontation. He utilized the body replacement technique to escape the water dragon's lock-on range and prepared to engage Jinping in close combat by throwing a trio of kunai. Jinping, recognizing the change, ceased supplying chakra to the water dragon and warily observed the thick fog. At this moment, he had heightened his alertness and regard for Wu Chen. Although this young fellow could not rival the likes of Minato Namikaze, he was equally formidable. Possessing space ninjutsu, fire release, and seemingly adept at taijutsu was no small feat. Thankfully, he lacked the spiral sphere. Otherwise, the battle would become exceedingly challenging, Jinping mused. Suddenly, he heard the sound of blades slicing through the air and immediately shifted to evade. The memory of the recent encounter, where he had lost a chunk of flesh, was still fresh in his mind. However, in the next moment, Wu Chen appeared suspended in midair, clutching a spiral sphere, descending upon Jinping with the intent to deliver a decisive blow. This exemplified the convenience of the spiral sphere. It required no hand seals and could be swiftly unleashed once mastered, catching opponents off guard with remarkable power. At that moment, a gust of wind swept through, dispersing the fog, and the S.H.I.E.L.D. drones once again captured the two combatants in action. As Wu Chen soared through the air, one hand grasping the spiral sphere, poised to execute a pivotal strike, Nick Fury finally breathed a sigh of relief. Having just witnessed Wu Chen's fireball being shattered by Jinping, Fury had nearly cursed in alarm. It wasn't merely that Wu Chen held significance for S.H.I.E.L.D. He was the disciple of Minato Namikaze. Should Wu Chen perish while assisting S.H.I.E.L.D., Minato would undoubtedly seek retribution against them. To this end, Nick Fury had instructed Coulson to ensure the protection of Wu Chen, although Coulson was unable to fulfill this task. Seeing Wu Chen on the brink of victory allowed Nick Fury to momentarily relax. However, in the next instant, Nick Fury watched in disbelief as the figure of Jinping, struck by Wu Chen's spiral sphere, transformed into a puddle of water. This unexpected turn of events seemed to stun Wu Chen, causing the trident kunai in his hand to fall aside. Suddenly, another Jinping emerged from the water, grinning malevolently with outstretched hands, ready to execute the water prison jutsu. Wu Chen had no time to react, as he found himself ensnared within a water sphere large enough for two. Observing Wu Chen's struggles against drowning, Jinping wore a triumphant smile, declaring, "You are still too young." Noticing Wu Chen's bewildered gaze, Jinping smugly explained, "This is the water clone technique. Did you think after witnessing your space ninjutsu, I would foolishly allow you the opportunity to approach me?" Nick Fury clenched his fist and immediately commanded Coulson through his earpiece. "Coulson, open fire on Jinping." Bang. Yet, the gunshot did not originate from Coulson, but rather from the water sphere where Wu Chen resided. The once trapped Wu Chen had transformed into a cloud of smoke. Jinping was momentarily taken aback, realizing the peril too late. The trident kunai, which had previously fallen aside, now found a new Wu Chen appearing in its place, spiral sphere in hand, pressing directly towards Jinping. Puff, puff, puff. Jinping had no time to evade, as he was struck head-on by the spiral sphere and sent flying backward. "Uncle, you can perform the clone technique, but do you think I cannot?" Wu Chen scoffed, recalling how he had already employed the clone technique when he leapt from the building. While he murmured his grievances, Wu Chen remained vigilant. He approached the now unconscious Jinping and prodded his arm with the renowned blade, Destiny. There was no response. Seeing this, he raised the famed knife, preparing to end Jinping's life. At that moment, a vortex appeared in the void, and a hand wielding a metallic gourd fan struck Wu Chen, sending him flying away. Chapter 78, The Unsealing of the Nine Tails. For 4, young man, I still have use for Jinping, so you cannot be allowed to kill him. Wu Chen was struck and sent flying over 10 meters, yet he valiantly regained his balance, standing upon the water's surface. The masked man emerged slowly from the swirling vortex. His movements were deliberate, yet they sent a palpable shockwave through the atmosphere. He stood upon the water, coldly observing Wu Chen, and even those at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters could feel the intense pressure emanating from him. As for Wu Chen, he could not help but take 2 steps back, only to grit his teeth and muster the strength to advance, reclaiming his earlier ground. A flicker of surprise crossed the masked man's eyes before his tone shifted. "It seems you might be worth my effort." With that, he absorbed Jinping into the realm of divine might. Grasping the Uchiha fan in one hand and a chain in the other, he approached Wu Chen with an air of leisurely confidence. Wu Chen clenched his teeth, gathering his chakra into a Rasengan, and charged at the masked man. Nick Fury inwardly cursed, realizing the peril of the situation. Did Wu Chen not comprehend the masked man's capabilities? Had the Fourth Hokage not informed him? And where was the Fourth Hokage? Why had he yet to appear? As anticipated, The Rasengan had no effect, passing straight through the masked man's form. With a swift motion, the masked man seized Wu Chen's wrist, raising the fan high, poised to strike down upon Wu Chen's forehead. Suddenly, a golden light flashed around Wu Chen. The fourth Hokage materialized above, using a kunai to block the fan while simultaneously grasping the masked man's wrist. Got you. In the distance, Coulson was momentarily taken aback, realizing the reason for the fourth Hokage's delayed arrival. At that moment, the members of S.H.I.E.L.D's think tank also grasped the situation, praising, Director, the fourth Hokage is truly formidable. Utilizing the battle between Wu Chen and Jin Bing as a ruse, the fourth Hokage, well aware of his disciple's strength, had bided his time, waiting for Jin Bing to falter before springing into action. As soon as the masked man revealed himself, he was seized. Director, the seal may not be compromised, Nick Fury exclaimed with relief. Although he had persuaded the mayor to clear Times Square, it was preferable to avoid conflict altogether. After all, public facilities are costly to construct. But could Wu Chen comply with his wishes? Having been captured by the fourth Hokage, the masked man remained unperturbed. He pointed at Wu Chen, addressing the fourth Hokage. Look at what your disciple has on his back. The fourth Hokage turned to see a detonating tag affixed to Wu Chen. Seizing the opportunity, the masked man swiftly formed hand seals, igniting the tag. The detonating tag ignited rapidly, and as the explosion loomed, the fourth Hokage had no choice but to release the masked man, peeling the tag from Wu Chen's back and tossing it away. Boom. The tag detonated, and the masked man entered a phantasmal state. How despicable to resort to such underhanded tactics. The think tank of S.H.I.E.L.D. lamented. Alas, this is precisely why villains often surpass superheroes. They act without restraint. Have you noticed that talisman? A mere piece of paper can explode like a grenade. Incredible, isn't it? This indicates that both the Hidden Leaf Village and the organization led by the masked man possess the capability to create such talismans. However, the chaotic scene within S.H.I.E.L.D. does not affect the events unfolding in Times Square. At this moment, neither the few individuals present in Times Square nor S.H.I.E.L.D. are aware that everything happening in Times Square is being captured in its entirety by cameras mounted on distant buildings, broadcasting live to New York television for news coverage. When the television station was instructed by the government to evacuate, they astutely sensed the signs of a major news event. The executives at the station ordered the setup of high-definition cameras and connected them for live transmission. Thus, everything unfolding in Times Square is currently being broadcasted across the nation. With a swift motion, the masked man strides towards the heart of Times Square, his form passing directly through Wu Chen and Minato Namikaze. Wu Chen and Minato exchange glances and shake their heads in unison, realizing they cannot reach the masked man. In an instant, Wu Chen activates the Flying Thunder God technique, teleporting himself and Minato to Agent Coulson's side, only to activate the technique once more. Coulson, standing before the entrance of Stark Tower, gazes at them in bewilderment. Mr. Wu, Mr. Minato, should we not intervene with the masked man? In response to Coulson's confusion, Minato shakes his head, explaining that it is not a matter of choice but of inability to intervene. The recent opportunity to capture him was the best, yet he cunningly escaped. Wu Chen immediately apologizes. Master Minato, I am sorry for holding you back. Minato responds, it is not your fault. Your ability to defeat Jin is commendable. It is I who failed to consider all possibilities. Coulson interrupts their exchange. Then what shall we do now? Before Minato could respond, a towering red beam erupts from Times Square, shooting into the sky. Chapter 79. The Fearless. 1-4. The covert operations executed by the New York television station resulted in an unprecedented surge in viewership for their news broadcast, swiftly overshadowing other programs airing at the same time. As they evacuated, they left behind a message in the studio. We have been instructed to withdraw. This is not just our plight but that of everyone in Times Square. We are uncertain of what will transpire next. Yet in the spirit of the public's right to know and our societal responsibility, we have resolved to set up cameras to capture all that unfolds in Times Square. Note, we cannot predict when the cameras may cease to operate, nor do we know if we will capture anything significant. We merely aspire to fulfill our duties as journalists. Such noble rhetoric captivated countless viewers eager to discern the events occurring in Times Square. Indeed, who remains oblivious to the sordid nature of journalists? In pursuit of a story, they often engage in actions that would embarrass the average person. This gamble by the New York television station, however, proved fortuitous. For they not only recorded the entire confrontation between Wu Chen and Jin Bing, dubbed Superhuman, but also captured the rare footage of the Ninetales emergence. The masked man advanced steadily toward the heart of Times Square, where the public seating had just been obliterated by Jin Bing's waterfall technique. He then raised his arm high and forcefully pressed it down onto the ground. Instantly, a luminous circular array composed of incantations manifested at his fingertips, sprawling across hundreds of square meters in Times Square. This was merely a FAAD, concocted by Wu Chen to accentuate the formidable presence of the Nine Tails. In truth, the real catalyst lay in the Nine Tails card nestled beneath the masked man's palm. With chakras surging around him, the masked man bellowed, sealing technique, release. Crack. The massive luminous array shattered like fragile glass, fracturing into countless luminescent particles that drifted into the ether, ultimately vanishing from sight. Witnessing this spectacle, the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. exchanged grim glances, and Nick Fury speculated, it seems the previous escape of the Nine Tails was not mere coincidence. That clandestine organization may possess the means to unravel the Sage of Six Paths seal. The director's insight is astute. I believe this to be the case. Director, you are remarkable. I would gladly bear your offspring. Speaking of which, what do you imagine the Nine Tails to be like? As the Nine Tails appeared on the brink of liberation, members of the think tank still engaged in cheerful banter. This may exemplify the adage, not my concern, so I'll remain aloof. Although they feigned urgency and concern, they were, in reality, merely awaiting the unfolding drama with a sense of amusement. However, their perplexity was soon resolved. With the seal's dissolution, Times Square erupted in a towering crimson beam of light, encompassing hundreds of meters in its embrace. Then, a thunderous roar reverberated through the skies. Roar. Upon hearing the fearsome roar, Minato Namikaze's expression tightened. He glanced at Wu Chen, who nodded in affirmation, and then addressed Coulson. Coulson, immediately contact S.H.I.E.L.D. and arrange for civilians to steer clear of that area. The forthcoming battle may prove exceedingly perilous. Wu Chen and I may be unable to rescue anyone. This precaution was necessitated by the soaring crimson beam and the monstrous roar, which had stirred the curiosity of some reckless individuals, drawing them towards the impending danger rather than away from it. Indeed, there is a reason why foreigners are often described as reckless. Observing this scene, Coulson promptly nodded and cautioned, Mr. Namikaze, Mr. Wu, please exercise utmost caution. Minato's character is beyond reproach. He is a genuinely good person. Although Coulson had not known Wu Chen for long, he possessed an astute ability to discern character. Wu Chen was certainly not malevolent. Such individuals warranted Coulson's genuine concern. Watching as Coulson departed, Wu Chen smiled, realizing it was time to subdue the Nine Tails and defeat the masked man. Minato nodded in agreement. Indeed. Let us proceed. With a swift motion, the two vanished from sight. While Wu Chen and Minato arranged for Coulson's tasks, the Nine Tails manifested in all its terrifying glory. Beneath the crimson glow, the massive head of the beast emerged first, its fiery fur and fierce gaze unmistakably revealing its ferocity. Following this was its enormous claws and colossal body, culminating in the appearance of the 100-meter-long beast, the Nine-Tails Fox, in New York's Times Square. This colossal creature, nearly rivaling the height of most buildings, instilled an immediate sense of dread in those who beheld it. The first thrill-seeker to approach the beast froze in place, and after a brief moment, turned and fled in terror. Soon after, more thrill-seekers arrived, reacting in precisely the same manner as the first. However, due to their numbers, their panicked escape generated a cacophony, drawing the newly emerged Nine-Tails' attention towards them. Chapter 80, The Chaos of the Nine-Tails 2-4, although capable of speech and thought, the Nine-Tails harbored no desire to engage with these insignificant creatures. Upon its emergence, it initially approached humanity with goodwill, only to be met with fear and envy for its powers, ultimately suffering harm at their hands. From that moment on, the Nine-Tails' benevolence towards humans gradually evaporated. Subsequently, within the ninja world, the Nine-Tails was forcibly controlled by a man from the Uchiha clan, enduring a period of humiliation. Now, even in this new world, the resentment towards humanity lingered in its heart. It could even proclaim with fervor, I loathe humans. Under such circumstances, how dare these tiny insects disturb me? Observing the fleeing pedestrians in the distance, the Nine-Tails narrowed its eyes and began to gather a tailed beast bomb. Its mouth slightly parted. Countless black and crimson chakra particles emerged from its surroundings, slowly converging into its maw. Ultimately, a massive sphere of black-red chakra, several meters in diameter, materialized before its mouth. Then, with a sudden bow of its head, the Nine-Tails expelled the enormous chakra sphere. The speed of the tailed beast bomb was astonishing, reaching the group of people in an instant. Should it strike true, not only would those individuals be obliterated, but the surrounding buildings would also be vaporized. At that moment, however, a trident kunai shot through the air, followed by a flash of golden light as Minato Namikaze appeared before the chakra sphere. Clutching the trident kunai tightly, he shouted, Flying Thunder God Missile. With a swift motion, a colossal formation erupted from the trident kunai, enveloping the entire tailed beast bomb. The bomb was then compressed and ultimately absorbed entirely into the trident kunai. In the next instant, outside New York City, a tailed beast bomb, several meters in diameter, materialized before erupting with a thunderous explosion. Boom. The tremendous shockwave drew the attention of all, resembling the detonation of an extraordinarily powerful C4 bomb. The explosion's radius extended hundreds of meters, plunging S.H.I.E.L.D. and others monitoring the battle into an absolute silence. Quickly, Nick Fury picked up his earpiece and commanded, "Evacuate everyone from Times Square immediately." Now, meanwhile, without mentioning S.H.I.E.L.D's full-scale mobilization, Wu Chen was equally occupied. He was furiously rescuing individuals from the brink of their own demise. To be frank, he had little desire to save those reckless individuals seeking thrills. However, recognizing their humanity and his own role alongside Minato Namikaze as a superhero, he intervened. His methods, however, were rather brutal. Seizing an individual, he swiftly transported them away using the Flying Thunder God technique, indifferent to their discomfort, simply casting them aside once they were safe. Moreover, Wu Chen made a mental note of their appearances, intending only to save them this once. Should they dare to tempt fate again, he would consider standing idly by, or even giving them a nudge towards disaster. While Wu Chen was preoccupied, Minato and the masked man were not idle either. After the Nine-Tails unleashed the tailed beast bomb, the masked man leaped directly onto the creature's head. Lowering his gaze to meet the Nine-Tails, he activated the kaleidoscope within his eyes, plunging the recently liberated consciousness of the beast into an abyss of subjugation. In an instant, the Nine-Tails' crimson slit pupils transformed into Sharingan. The creature fell silent, as if it had always been a loyal steed of the masked man, calmly allowing him to tread upon its head. Now, it was time for the world to witness the might of the tailed beasts. No sooner had the masked man spoken than the previously tranquil Nine-Tails sprang into action. It lunged toward the towering edifices, effortlessly demolishing them with a mere flick of its paw, while simultaneously conjuring another tailed beast bomb. This time, instead of a singular massive sphere, it materialized several smaller tailed beast bombs. The larger one would be intercepted and sent away by Minato Namikaze, but the multitude of smaller orbs could not be contained. Wu Chen believed that a grand spectacle in New York was imperative. This was not solely an outlet for his fury, but a strategic move. If the world remained oblivious to the power of the tailed beasts, how could they possibly appreciate the significance of Konoha and the Akatsuki? Without their acknowledgement, even if Wu Chen orchestrated a monumental event, the progression of his role would be minimal. Conversely, should they take heed, the advancement of his character's influence would be greatly amplified. At this very moment, both Minato Namikaze and Obito Uchiha's role progression were visibly accelerating. Wu Chen surmised that by the time he completed the chaos of the Nine-Tails, both would have ascended to a new echelon of character development. With a flurry of motion, several tailed beast bombs, each the size of a human head, erupted from the Nine-Tails, radiating outward like celestial blossoms. The resounding explosions reverberated as if a squadron of bomb-laden aircraft had unleashed their payload, turning the surroundings of Times Square into a shattered wasteland in an instant. Chapter 81. Betrayal 3-4. Controlling the Nine-Tails. The masked man wreaked havoc in the vicinity of Times Square. At that moment, a drone operated by S.H.I.E.L.D. slowly approached the masked man, transmitting the voice of Nick Fury. "Masked man, what exactly do you intend to do?" The masked man paused slightly before resuming his control over the Nine-Tails to launch miniature tailed beast bombs. He coldly regarded the drone, scoffing at the notion that such a mere contraption wished to converse with him. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. Boom. A torrent of fireballs erupted from the air, hurtling directly towards the S.H.I.E.L.D. drone. Suddenly, a trident kunai shot through the air, and Minato Namikaze appeared, seizing the drone and pulling it aside, narrowly avoiding destruction. "Is this thing alive?" Minato wondered curiously as he poked the drone. "Thank you very much, Mr. Namikaze," Nick Fury interjected, changing the subject to express his gratitude, careful not to reveal that Minato had just saved a rather inconsequential drone. Simultaneously, he requested Minato's assistance in conversing with the masked man. "That's not helping. I intended to question this person anyway." Disregarding the drone, Minato fixed his gaze on the masked man and asked earnestly, "Let's start with introductions. I'm Minato Namikaze, the Fourth Hokage of the Hidden Leaf Village." "Who are you?" The masked man cast a complex glance at Minato before replying, "Akatsuki, Obito." "Akatsuki?" Minato replied, slightly taken aback. "I believe I've heard of that organization. But Obito, why are you doing this? Why instigate war?" Upon hearing Minato's inquiry, the masked man suddenly burst into laughter. "What are you laughing at?" Minato inquired, playing along. "I'm laughing at this country." The masked man's laughter subsided, though his words still carried a trace of amusement. "Does a nation that wages war for trivial reasons have the right to question our Akatsuki's pursuit of war for a noble cause?" "Noble cause? What cause?" Minato did not refute the masked man's assertion, but instead sought to understand the objectives of Akatsuki. After all, he acknowledged that the masked man had a point. The actions of the United States were indeed questionable. The members of S.H.I.E.L.D., hearing the masked man's words, could not help but lower their heads. Although S.H.I.E.L.D. was a global organization, its headquarters were located in New York, and its members were predominantly American. The actions of the United States were evident to any rational observer. Noticing Minato's lack of defense for the United States, the masked man appeared somewhat pleased. Our sole objective in Akatsuki is world peace. World peace? Minato exclaimed in astonishment, gesturing to the devastation surrounding them. Anger flared within him as he declared, "Is this the peace you bring?" The atmosphere within S.H.I.E.L.D. was equally charged with indignation. World peace? More like world annihilation. This organization is undoubtedly a terrorist group. Moreover, it is a congregation of supervillains. In this narrative, the character known as Akatsuki does not refer to himself as a leader, suggesting that the true leader of the Akatsuki organization is someone else. Observing the frustration of Minato Namikaze, the masked man shakes his head, declaring that this is an inevitable path to peace, for humanity is an inherently incomprehensible species. Nonsense. If humanity cannot understand one another, then how do families and nations exist? Before Minato could elaborate, the drones began to unleash their onslaught. This time, the masked man refrained from engaging physically. Glancing at Minato, he recognized that any attempt to act would be thwarted. Thus he retorted, "If humanity could truly understand each other, then why do wars still erupt between nations?" The S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were left speechless. Witnessing this scene, the masked man began to propagate the ideology of the Akatsuki. Ultimately, he asserted, since humanity is incapable of mutual understanding, perhaps utilizing suffering to foster comprehension among people, and thus achieve peace, is a viable approach. Although this path may not be embraced by society, it is certainly preferable to the inaction exhibited by those who do nothing. To be frank, the masked man exudes an undeniable coolness. His demeanor is striking and his actions are equally audacious. In a nation like America, which reveres coolness, the masked man calmly articulated the principles of his organization under the gaze of a nationwide broadcast. In the eyes of American youth, he epitomized coolness. Instantaneously, many young individuals resolved to find ways to join the Akatsuki, with some even directly contacting the government, brazenly inquiring how they might enlist in the organization. At this juncture, even the sluggish and foolish government of the United States sensed the disturbance. After conducting an investigation, they discovered that the New York television station, which received substantial annual funding from the government, was undermining them. Consequently, they swiftly decided to cut off the electricity at Times Square, plunging the broadcast and cameras into darkness. However, this incited public outrage, leading to an overwhelming influx of complaints directed at the New York government. Chapter 82, The Human Pillar Force for 4, however. The government of New York ultimately withstood the pressure and did not resume the live broadcasting. A mere complaint hotline could hardly rival the impact of the Ninetales incident. Those who were previously unaware of the broadcast now found themselves embroiled in it, and they would not allow it to go unaddressed. The complaint hotline of the New York government was inundated with calls, yet it had no bearing on the few individuals present in Times Square. Seeing that he could not persuade the masked man, Minato Namikaze chose to remain silent, drawing forth several kunai with triple prongs, preparing for battle. The masked man, upon witnessing this, commanded the Ninetales to continue its rampage, while he himself advanced to confront Minato. The Ninetales, uncontested, continued to demolish buildings with its massive form, simultaneously gathering tailed beast bombs and launching them relentlessly. Faced with this spectacle, Minato's expression flickered with conflict, and he shouted to Wu Chen, "Wu Chen, go to Konoha and bring your mother." Wu Chen, who had just completed his previous task, looked at Minato in bewilderment. "Master Minato, are you certain? Quickly, go." Wu Chen nodded promptly and activated the Flying Thunder God technique to depart the scene. He naturally intended to find a suitable location to summon Kushina Izumaki using her card. The dialogue between Minato and Wu Chen did not escape the ears of S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury and others were taken aback, not anticipating that Minato, at such a young age, had ventured into the depths of romance, much to their surprise. However, was Minato's wife truly formidable enough to confront the Ninetales? If the others at S.H.I.E.L.D. were a blend of astonishment and confusion, Black Widow Natasha Romanoff experienced a mixture of surprise and disappointment. It was painfully ironic that she had genuinely fallen for someone for the first time, only to discover he was already married. She could never engage in the act of coveting another's spouse. In that case, she thought, it was unacceptable. "I refuse to believe it. I must at least see this mother before conceding defeat." Then, Natasha observed on the screen in Times Square as Wu Chen returned with a red-haired woman using the Flying Thunder God technique. In terms of appearance, she was on par with Natasha and exuded a remarkable aura, albeit in a different style. Yet her strength. Natasha considered Minato's specific request for Wu Chen to bring this red-haired woman, and her spirit sank further. As anticipated, Under the watchful eyes of S.H.I.E.L.D, the red-haired woman unleashed a surge of chakra, and from behind her, several slender golden chains extended, swiftly ensnaring the once mighty Ninetales and pinning it to the ground. This entire process took mere seconds, and the Ninetales was utterly subdued by this red-haired woman. I stand no chance. Natasha had anticipated the red-haired woman's strength, but she never imagined it would be so overwhelming. The Ninetales, which even Minato could not contend with, was effortlessly vanquished by her. S.H.I.E.L.D was equally astonished, immediately establishing a top-secret file on Kushina Uzumaki, ranking her power level alongside that of Minato. Witnessing the Ninetales being instantaneously subdued, the masked man hesitated, visibly contemplating retreat. Truly, the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan are formidable. Minato Namikaze, this time you have won, but our Akatsuki will not relent. The tailed beast will indeed return for retrieval, so let us temporarily store it with you. Afei. The masked man intended to depart, yet Minato Namikaze was unwilling to let him go. However, phasing was nearly insurmountable, unless it was Kakashi, who possessed a second Kamui Sharingan. The masked man held all the cards. Suddenly, a spatial vortex materialized, and the masked man vanished. Witnessing this scene, the members of S.H.I.E.L.D finally exhaled in relief, and Nick Fury also relaxed. The masked man escaped, and although the Ninetales had broken free, it was effortlessly subdued by Minato's wife. While Times Square had nearly become a wasteland, the casualty count remained relatively low, which, all things considered, was a favorable outcome. As if struck by an epiphany, Nick Fury communicated with Minato via drone. Mr. Namikaze, shall we proceed to reseal the Ninetales now? Would you like S.H.I.E.L.D's assistance? Upon returning to the ground and glancing at Wu Chen, Minato replied, assistance is unnecessary. We merely need to prevent others from interfering. As for the Ninetales, it must indeed be resealed. However, I intend to employ a different sealing method. A different sealing method? Nick Fury inquired with curiosity. Is it not to be sealed in Times Square? Minato shook his head. Such a sealing method posed too great a risk. For the masked man, Afei possessed knowledge of the unsealing process, allowing him to release the Ninetales at any moment. Therefore, I plan to seal the Ninetales within a human body. Sealed within a human body. Nick Fury was utterly astonished. How could such a vast entity be contained? Moreover, is it truly feasible for a human to achieve this? Indeed, Minato asserted with unwavering conviction, leaving no room for debate. My wife, Kushina Uzumaki, is an expert in sealing techniques. She is arguably the most formidable practitioner in the world. With her assistance, creating a Jinchuriki for the Ninetales would be a trivial endeavor. Jinchuriki. Nick Fury seized upon the crux of the matter. Chapter 83, Divided, 1-4. The so-called Jinchuriki refers to individuals who harbor tailed beasts sealed within their bodies. Typically, Jinchuriki employ tailed beast transformations and utilize the chakra of these beasts as their distinctive offensive abilities. In the world of Naruto, each great ninja village possesses its own Jinchuriki. However, most Jinchuriki face the peril of their consciousness being eroded by the tailed beasts, leading to a loss of control and a complete transformation into the beast itself. To draw a parallel, one might liken a Jinchuriki to a somewhat unstable, mobile nuclear weapon, capable of repeated detonation. Viewed solely from this perspective, Jinchuriki appear to embody danger without any advantages. Yet, when a Jinchuriki and a tailed beast achieve mutual understanding and acceptance, they can master the tailed beast chakra perfectly, becoming what is known as a perfect Jinchuriki. A perfect Jinchuriki is devoid of the inherent dangers faced by ordinary Jinchuriki. They forge a deep friendship with the tailed beast, which in turn manages its power and willingly lends its strength to the Jinchuriki. Furthermore, a perfect Jinchuriki is immune to most illusionary techniques, as it is impossible for an illusion to simultaneously control both the Jinchuriki and the tailed beast. Thus, as long as one remains conscious, they can disrupt the illusion, awakening the other. This creates a harmonious union of dual souls working in concert. Additionally, a perfect Jinchuriki can undergo complete tailed beast transformation, allowing the beast to manifest anew while the Jinchuriki's own will remain intact, free from erosion by the beast. This represents a nuclear entity capable of communication and independent thought. Wu Chen did not withhold this information and instructed Minato Namikaze to relay it fully to S.H.I.E.L.D. His imminent objective was to divide the Ninetales, sealing one half within Minato and the other within himself. Such an action could not be concealed from others. Any attempt at secrecy would only breed suspicion within S.H.I.E.L.D. Despite its limited utility, Nick Fury still held some sway. Wu Chen wished to maintain this fragile alliance unless absolutely necessary. However, S.H.I.E.L.D. expressed some skepticism regarding the feasibility of his plan. Are you certain this approach is viable? Minato nodded in affirmation. Nick Fury further inquired if it is possible to seal a tailed beast within a human. Why was this not done previously? Had it been implemented earlier, wouldn't we have several formidable combatants at our disposal now? The Masked Man and the Akatsuki organization would surely find it more challenging to break the seals. Minato glanced at the drone, his gaze reflecting subtle disdain. If even you harbor concerns about the safety of Jinchuriki, how might ordinary individuals aware of their existence perceive them? Do you believe that anyone can achieve the status of a perfect Jinchuriki? For the average person, even if a tailed beast is sealed within them, they would struggle to attain perfection. In such a scenario, what would you do with a bomb that could detonate at any moment, positioned right beside you? Nick Fury paused, suddenly comprehending the potential predicaments that such Jinchuriki might encounter. Individuals who serve as Jinchuriki often face discrimination from others, as they are generally perceived as monsters. When a Jinchuriki's emotions spiral out of control, they can transform into a tailed beast, plunging everything in their vicinity into chaos. Nick Fury grasped this concept, but was left with further inquiries. He remarked, if it were Minato Namikaze, I would have faith in your ability to become the perfect Jinchuriki. But why divide the nine tails into two parts and seal one within your disciple? He continued, if, hypothetically, Wu Chen fails to become the ideal Jinchuriki, would this not jeopardize him? Upon hearing this, Minato Namikaze shook his head, directing a gaze filled with trust towards Wu Chen. In terms of potential, Wu Chen possesses greater aptitude for becoming the perfect Jinchuriki than I do. I stake my title as the Fourth Hokage on this assertion. With such a declaration from Minato, S.H.I.E.L.D. had no choice but to place their trust in him. As for the rationale behind sealing the nine tails in two parts, the explanation was straightforward. The chakra of the nine tails was exceedingly potent. Without separation, it would be nearly impossible for a single individual to contain it. What? The nine tails is too powerful? The drones of S.H.I.E.L.D. shifted their focus to Kushina Uzumaki, who had the nine tails bound securely to the ground with her adamantine chains, rendering it utterly immobile. Despite its formidable nature, it appeared rather pitiful, unable to unleash its ferocity. Strangely, this version of the nine tails was somewhat endearing. Witnessing this scene, S.H.I.E.L.D. found Minato's arguments lacking in persuasion. If the nine tails were truly so formidable, could it be subdued so easily by your wife? Fury posed one last question. With the nine tails being so massive, how do you intend to split it in two? Are you suggesting you would use a knife to chop it? Minato Namikaze found himself at a loss for words. This was the final question, and he insisted no further inquiries be made. All right. The tailed beasts are not entirely corporeal beings. Rather, they are manifestations born from chakra. They possess both physical form and exist as chakra energy entities. Provided that the sealing technique is sufficiently advanced, it is entirely feasible to divide them into two parts. As Minato spoke, Kushina executed the sealing technique, and in the next moment, two colossal nine tails lay bound upon the ground. Chapter 84. The Seal 2-4. A singular nine-tailed beast was divided into two entities. One, slightly darker, embodied the attributes of Yin, while the other, a touch brighter, represented Yang. Both of the newly formed nine tails were somewhat smaller than the original beast. Nevertheless, they remained formidable creatures. Within the narrative of Naruto, the protagonist, Naruto Uzumaki, harbors the young nine tails within him, which accounts for his somewhat irritable and proud demeanor, evidenced by the numerous challenges he faced throughout his growth. Conversely, the nine tails residing within his father, Minato Namikaze, embodies the Yin attribute and exhibits a more temperate personality. Once the young nine tails were extracted, the Yin counterpart, upon entering Naruto's being, exhibited a remarkable synergy with him, ultimately aiding him in overcoming the seemingly invincible Sasuke. Observing that everything was under Minato's control, S.H.I.E.L.D. ceased its inquiries, opting instead to quietly observe while preventing onlookers from intruding. Simultaneously, Nick Fury cast a glance at Wu Chen, further solidifying his resolve to recruit him into the Avengers. Should Wu Chen join the ranks of the Avengers and become the perfect Jinchuriki, he would undoubtedly emerge as a pivotal force within the team, a strength surpassing even that of Captain America. During this period, Captain America had been rescued from his icy entrapment by S.H.I.E.L.D., and it was anticipated that this legendary figure would soon reappear before the public eye. With S.H.I.E.L.D. no longer interjecting, Minato and Wu Chen commenced their preparations for the sealing process. The decision to bifurcate the nine tails and seal one half within Wu Chen and the other within Minato was a result of Wu Chen's careful deliberation. The previous incident involving Obito's fiery assault on the Hell's Kitchen had demonstrated that replicating the exploits of a character could indeed enhance one's progression. Coincidentally, Wu Chen possessed the nine tails, and with Minato as the inaugural character to embody, he contemplated sealing the nine tails within Minato as form. This would not only elevate Minato's power, but also potentially advance Wu Chen's own journey, given the objective of restoration. It was only fitting that the Nine-Tails be utilized, leaving the young counterpart available for Wu Chen's personal empowerment, having already acquired Minato's chakra and spatial ninjutsu talents. Wu Chen effectively possessed Minato's physical prowess. If Minato could become the ideal Jinchuriki, then surely, so could he. Moreover, even if he struggled to gain the trust of the tempestuous young Nine-Tails, the existence of a wish card offered an alternative. By simply expressing a desire to enhance mutual affinity, targeting the young Nine-Tails, achieving understanding and rapport would be effortlessly attainable. With this in mind, he resolved to claim half of the Nine-Tails for himself. As the Nine-Tails chakra mode could not be exchanged for Minato, he determined to manifest it himself. Thus, the events unfolded to this point. Locking eyes with Minato, Wu Chen unzipped his jacket, lifting his shirt to reveal what lay beneath. The sealing must be directly inscribed upon the flesh, without any garments obstructing it. In truth, clothing does not pose a significant issue. However, during the sealing process, both the Nine-Tails and the sealing force will utterly tear through and damage any fabric. Wu Chen has a particular fondness for this garment. The same applies to Minato Namikaze, who also reveals his abdomen. Due to their training in chakra, both Wu Chen and Minato possess well-defined abdominal muscles, each boasting an impressive 8-pack, rendering their physiques remarkably appealing. Natasha, observing the large screen at S.H.I.E.L.D, could not help but lick her lips. Although aware that her chances may be slim, she found it impossible to suppress her thoughts and impulses in that moment. Desire for food, beauty, and passion. This phrase originates from the Mencius, Gauzy chapter during a debate between Gauzy and Mencius, signifying that it is human nature to indulge in the pleasures of eating and to pursue splendid and beautiful things, despite being an exceptional agent. Natasha also harbors an innate desire for the beauty she aspires to, making her reaction quite natural. However, while such feelings are normal, being overtly exposed can be somewhat inappropriate. Nick Fury contemplated advising Natasha to refrain from intruding upon Minato's life. Yet, upon reflection, he deemed that Natasha is not the type to act impulsively, and thus, he refrained from intervening. Kushina Uzumaki was taken aback to discover that someone coveted her husband. At this moment, she was forming hand seals to perform the four symbol seal, the most suitable sealing technique for tailed beasts. In Naruto, the sealing of the Nine-Tails within Naruto is accomplished using the four symbol seal. By executing this technique, she first sealed the Yin aspect of the Nine-Tails into Minato's body, followed by the Yang aspect into Wu Chen's. Truly, Kushina is a master of sealing techniques, executing a flawless two-fold operation. With a resounding roar, the two Nine-Tails barely had time to emit a cry before being compressed and sealed away under the combined effects of the adamantine chains and the four symbol seal. Once the sealing was completed, Kushina felt a touch fatigued. Observing this, Wu Chen and the others promptly took their leave. Chapter 85, Recruitment, 3-4, Wait. Nick Fury interjected hastily, is that all there is to it? Indeed, it's all settled. Minato Namikaze glanced at the drone. The seal has been completed. What more could there be? Is the Nine-Tails incident truly over? Nick Fury found it hard to believe. This war had been an insurmountable catastrophe for him and S.H.I.E.L.D. Yet it appeared to have been resolved so effortlessly by Minato and his disciples. Were they too weak, or were Minato and his team simply too formidable? Perhaps it was a combination of both. What were Mr. Namikaze and Mr. Wu planning next? Such a powerful ally, even if they could not formally join S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury was determined not to overlook their capabilities. After all, Minato had already established a commendable rapport with S.H.I.E.L.D. There were opportunities to maintain that relationship and perhaps even deepen it. As for Wu Chen, he was the primary target for recruitment. Understanding Wu Chen's intentions would facilitate a more effective approach. Otherwise, provoking him could lead to adverse feelings towards S.H.I.E.L.D., something that would be disastrous. Nick Fury understood the importance of maintaining a good rapport with Minato Namikaze. He paused before speaking, I will adhere to my previous stance. However, I must reduce the frequency of missions. I need to enhance my strength and become the perfect Jinchuriki. After all, the masked man has escaped, and behind him looms the entire Akatsuki organization. Although he did not explicitly state it, it is evident that Akatsuki's objective is the tailed beasts. What they intend to do with them remains unclear for now. In any case, strengthening oneself is undoubtedly prudent. Nick Fury nodded in comprehension, urging Mr. Namikaze to diligently cultivate his abilities. By the way, regarding the remaining balance, will you collect it tomorrow or later today? Later today, Minato replied. I'll first escort Kushina back. With that, Minato nodded to Wu Chen, then embraced Kushina before utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique to depart. Observing this, Nick Fury promptly prepared the cash and notified Coulson to come collect it. The drone then descended before Wu Chen, inquiring, Mr. Wu, what are your plans next? Why do you ask? Wu Chen responded, puzzled. For someone as powerful as you, the government requires documentation. Otherwise, many would feel uneasy, Nick Fury elucidated. Wu Chen was aware of this necessity and bore no objections, stating his intentions plainly. I plan to continue selling hamburgers. Oh. And I will strive to train diligently to become the perfect Jinchuriki, living up to Master Minato's expectations. Have you ever considered becoming a superhero and joining a superhero organization? S.H.I.E.L.D. has established a superhero team known as the Avengers. Iron Man is part of it. Aware of the rapport between Tony Stark and Wu Chen, Nick Fury leveraged the mention of Stark's name. As expected, Wu Chen's expression revealed a hint of hesitation. Is Tony in that Avengers team? However, I find little interest in becoming a superhero. My true passion lies in selling hamburgers, which can be quite lucrative. Nick Fury is aware that in the past, Wu Chen led a rather frugal life. Wu Chen disdainfully scoffed, asserting that he earns a decent income from selling hamburgers, sufficient for his needs. Nick Fury wished to voice further thoughts, yet Wu Chen gestured dismissively, stating, I am merely a humble hamburger vendor, and concurrently, an enthusiastically inclined superhero. Should you encounter matters beyond your capacity to resolve, feel free to entrust them to me. I shall assist. As for joining S.H.I.E.L.D, or even the Avengers, I harbor little interest. Nick Fury's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he immediately countered, Mr. Wu, I believe you may have misunderstood. The Avengers do not operate as a compulsory collective. Generally, each Avenger tends to their respective duties, only convening for significant threats, such as the one we face today. If that is the case, I shall ponder it, Wu Chen replied, not outright refusing. For now, I shall return to my hamburger business and later visit S.H.I.E.L.D for further discussion. You are welcome to come by. Nick Fury was elated, sensing a high likelihood of acceptance. The next step was to leave a favorable impression and persuade him to join. Thus, with a commanding shout, Nick Fury prompted the entire S.H.I.E.L.D organization to tidy their appearance. Even the cleaning staff who had just finished sprucing up the building earlier that morning returned to ensure everything was immaculate. Former S.H.I.E.L.D Director Alexander Pierce approached Nick Fury after gaining insight into the entire situation, inquiring, Fury, is this truly necessary? As an undercover agent of Hydra, Alexander secretly hoped that Wu Chen would regard S.H.I.E.L.D with disdain, facilitating their recruitment efforts. Yet, Nick Fury nodded seriously, responding, Alexander, you still do not comprehend the significance of chakra and ninjutsu. Such powers have the potential to reshape the world. Chapter 86, The Burger-Selling Father 4-4, having promised to discuss matters later, Wu Chen left a flying thunder god mark on the drone before departing from Times Square. Returning to the burger cart, he resumed selling hamburgers. Observing the reopening of the cart, the crowd surrounding it remained largely unaffected due to its distance from Times Square, though their enthusiasm for purchasing burgers was palpable. Boss, how can you breathe fire and move so swiftly? Is that a superpower? Boss, you're so handsome. I want to have your children. Boss, what happened to the nine-tailed fox in the end? Did that masked villain get defeated? Boss, my crab roll burger isn't ready yet. Wu Chen, overwhelmed by the barrage of questions, shouted, everyone, shut up when you buy a burger. Speak a word, and you forfeit your purchase. Instantly, the area around the burger cart fell silent. The crowd's fervor was merely for the sake of gossip. But if gossiping meant missing out on the delicious crab roe burger, that would indeed be a significant loss. As for anyone daring to engage in forceful buying, these patrons had just witnessed the live broadcast from New York television. Thus, a line formed orderly behind the burger cart as Wu Chen sold one burger after another, his mood gradually improving. At that moment, a customer who had just finished a crab roe burger turned around and asked, Boss, could you perform that fire-breathing act again? You'll miss out on tomorrow's share. Wu Chen bellowed. Please, I was wrong. Forgive me. Despite having become a superhero who saved New York, the customer's attitude towards him remained largely unchanged. He was still the father who bestowed upon them delicious crab roe burgers every day, selling only 100 burgers daily, with a limit of 2 per person. And at a steep price, once sold out, he would close up shop. This sales approach exuded an air of buy if you wish, if not, then so be it. Isn't that just like a father? Wu Chen's experience after leaving Times Square was considerably more mundane. He first sought a place to converse with Kushina, and after 20 minutes, he stowed away the card for her transformation. Subsequently, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique once more, appearing beside Coulson. At that moment, Coulson was at S.H.I.E.L.D headquarters, receiving funds, when suddenly, Wave Wind Minato appeared, startling the surrounding agents. Many drew their firearms, aiming them at Minato. Don't shoot, don't shoot. This is Mr. Wave Wind Minato, the Hokage of the Hidden Leaf Village who just saved New York. Coulson hurriedly intervened, stopping the agents. Although their bullets were unlikely to harm Minato, he could easily defeat them in an instant. In such a scenario, if Minato were provoked, the entire S.H.I.E.L.D S.H.I.E.L.D. could be in peril. With Coulson vouching for him, the agents recognized Minato and awkwardly apologized while holstering their weapons. Just then, Nick Fury approached, breaking the awkward silence. "What are you all doing standing here? Don't you have work to do?" The agents furtively glanced at Minato Namikaze, noting his lack of anger, before hastily departing. At that moment, Minato suddenly realized that this S.H.I.E.L.D. appeared far more immaculate and aesthetically pleasing than its cinematic counterpart. Moreover, numerous individuals were engaged in cleaning. Was today a day of thorough tidying for S.H.I.E.L.D., puzzled internally yet maintaining an impassive exterior? He accepted the box of money handed to him by Coulson, nodding in acknowledgement as he prepared to leave. He had no intention of counting the cash, for S.H.I.E.L.D. was meticulous in such matters, ensuring that the stated amount was indeed the exact amount, never a penny more or less. After all, they dared not shortchange themselves. At that moment, Nick Fury unexpectedly spoke up, inquiring, "Mr. Namikaze, aren't you continuing with your mission today? There is still ample time." Minato shook his head, indicating that he had more pressing matters to attend to, suggesting they could discuss the mission tomorrow. "Very well, I shall not intrude further, Mr. Namikaze," Nick Fury replied, gesturing for him to proceed. Understanding the implication, Minato nodded and prepared to depart. "By the way, my apprentice, Wu Chen, though not officially part of the Hidden Leaf Village, is nonetheless a semi-member. I wish to avoid any unfortunate events befalling him. You understand?" he remarked before activating the Flying Thunder God technique. Nick Fury immediately nodded and seized the opportunity to inquire, "Then Mr. Namikaze, you would not obstruct Mr. Wu's affiliation with other organizations, would you?" "Certainly not, as long as it is not a criminal organization and he is willing," Minato replied before taking his leave. He returned home, placed the money in his safe, and then deactivated his transformation, dispelling his shadow clone. Meanwhile, Nick Fury was overjoyed, believing that with Minato's non-interference, the prospect of recruiting Wu Chen had become significantly more promising. By midday, after finishing the sale of hamburgers, Wu Chen returned the food cart and activated the Flying Thunder God technique, arriving at S.H.I.E.L.D. Upon witnessing the organization before him, he was utterly astonished. Chapter 87. S.H.I.E.L.D. Wu Chen is trustworthy, 1-4, clean, tidy, and sanitary. It resembled a model workplace. It was several times cleaner than the S.H.I.E.L.D. he had observed through the perspective of Minato Namikaze. What had happened to S.H.I.E.L.D.? Wu Chen pondered for a moment, and as he noticed Nick Fury approaching with a rather unappealing smile, he began to understand. "Mr. Wu, have you finished your work?" After Wu Chen emphasized that the money he earned from selling hamburgers was sufficient for his needs, Nick Fury took the initiative to inquire about his work. Upon learning more, he resolved to stop by the Stark Tower the following day to sample 2 of Wu Chen's hamburgers. Wu Chen nodded, and Nick Fury eagerly asked, "So, Mr. Wu, have you given any thought to joining the Avengers? Let us go ahead and join." Wu Chen did not let Nick Fury's efforts go to waste, uttering words that brought him immense joy. This decision came after careful consideration during Wu Chen's day of selling hamburgers. Although he had the village hidden in the leaves as his backing, it felt somewhat ephemeral. Simply put, in daily life, the name of Konoha was not as advantageous as that of S.H.I.E.L.D. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D. is the indigenous official superhuman organization of the Marvel Universe, having operated for many years and thus possessing significant influence. In fact, Hydra had even greater power, as it had existed longer than S.H.I.E.L.D. However, the notorious reputation of Hydra, coupled with its incessant desire for world domination, rendered it a villainous organization. The benefits of joining S.H.I.E.L.D. extended beyond mere affiliation. Wu Chen would also have the opportunity to forge closer ties with numerous superheroes. This way, he could introduce them to his persona, thereby gaining progress in his role-playing endeavors. Of course, there were drawbacks to joining S.H.I.E.L.D., such as the likelihood of becoming embroiled in its future troubles. Yet, Wu Chen did not perceive this as entirely negative. After all, he reasoned that having ventured into the Marvel Universe, it would be a missed opportunity not to engage in its legendary events. Thus, he believed that as long as there were more benefits than drawbacks, joining S.H.I.E.L.D. was entirely reasonable. However, you needed to make one thing clear. "I will not frequent your headquarters. I have work and training to attend to." Nick Fury readily agreed, already aware that chakra and ninjutsu were not superpowers, but formidable abilities attainable through training. Thus, he harbored a glimmer of hope. "Mr. Wu, could you share the methods of chakra training with us at S.H.I.E.L.D.? We would be willing to pay." Wu Chen shook his head helplessly. You'll have to consult Master Minato about that. I cannot make that decision. Nick Fury felt a tinge of disappointment, but nodded in acknowledgement. Oh, by the way, I heard Tony mention that he is an advisor to S.H.I.E.L.D. Could I hold a similar position? Wu Chen continued to express his requests. And if I assist you, will I be compensated for my efforts? The two requests were of little consequence, and Nick Fury naturally acquiesced. Thus, all was well. After receiving a specialized S.H.I.E.L.D. phone and some documentation, Wu Chen glanced at the time, preparing to take his leave. It's getting late. I must return for dinner. Should you need anything, feel free to contact me. How about I treat you to a meal? Nick Fury offered politely. Absolutely. I've yet to dine at one of New York's upscale restaurants. Wu Chen readily agreed, seemingly oblivious to the fact that Nick Fury was merely being courteous. Reluctantly, Nick Fury, with a stern expression, ushered Wu Chen to the largest Western restaurant in New York for a meal. After bidding farewell to Wu Chen, Nick Fury finally returned to his usual demeanor. He resumed his duties at S.H.I.E.L.D., established Wu Chen's profile, and noted in the final evaluation that his disposition was rather unremarkable, resilient against external influences, yet possessing a clear moral compass, with little likelihood of malevolence. He affirmed Wu Chen's inclusion in the Avengers, placing him on the trusted list. Evaluator, Nick Fury. It turned out that the previous encounter had all been orchestrated by Nick Fury to assess Wu Chen's true character. Nick Fury understood that merely guessing a person's nature based on their records was futile. One must observe and comprehend firsthand to arrive at a definitive conclusion. Now, having conducted his evaluation, Nick Fury deemed Wu Chen reliable, unbeknownst to Wu Chen, who had now returned home and was preparing for an afternoon nap. He would not have concerned himself with such matters even if he were aware, for his true interests lay not within S.H.I.E.L.D., but rather in the realm of system manipulation. His association with S.H.I.E.L.D. was merely a means to benefit from its influence. Securing the doors and windows, Wu Chen lay on his bed, ready to indulge in a brief slumber. Though he ought to have been organizing the outcomes from the recent Nine-Tails incident, fatigue overwhelmed him. The exhaustion from his encounter with Minato Namikaze had returned, compounded by his own combat fatigue and the rigors of work, leaving him utterly spent. At that moment, a swirling vortex appeared in the room, causing Wu Chen to sit up in surprise. The masked man had returned. Chapter 88. Harvest 2-4. Without uttering a word, the masked man immediately deactivated his role-playing mode and subsequently dispelled the shadow clone technique. In that instant, Wu Chen became acutely aware of the masked man's memories and fatigue, prompting him to rise swiftly and consume a fatigue relief potion in one gulp. Almost instantly, he succumbed to slumber. As for the organization of post-battle results and the fruits of his labor, that could wait until he awakened. After a deep sleep, Wu Chen was roused by the sound of his own stomach growling, only to find that night had already fallen. Carrying the secret recipes of several dishes with him, he prepared a sumptuous feast for himself, indulging in it as his dinner. Following his meal, he settled in his room, narrowing his eyes and sipping tea. Ostensibly enjoying a post-dinner brew to aid digestion, his consciousness had already descended into the system space. As he observed the alterations in his personal panel, Wu Chen profoundly realized that undertaking significant endeavors truly augmented one's strength. Host, Wu Chen, current role, none. Current role progress, none. Characters owned, Fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze, 70. Mysterious Masked Man Obito Uchiha, 49. Role-playing attempts, 0. Character ability selection, Fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze, 1. During the tumult of the Nine-Tails incident that transpired today, the actual confrontation between Minato Namikaze and Obito Uchiha lasted merely a fleeting few minutes, not even exceeding 10. Yet, astonishingly, Minato's role progress increased by 10%, while Obito's surged by 14%. Minato's increment was capped at 10% due to surpassing 50%, whereas Obito's progress skyrocketed to just shy of 50%, a mere 1% away. Upon realizing this, Wu Chen did not hesitate to employ the shadow clone technique, directing the clone to embody Obito Uchiha while simultaneously using a summoning card to bring forth Rin no Era. He guided the two to another room, hand in hand, to converse, while he continued to assess his gains in his own quarters. Obito lacked the capacity to undertake missions to enhance his role progress like Minato, as there were no tasks assigned to him. Thus, the only recourse was to cultivate a romantic relationship with Rin to secure that elusive 1% increase in role progress. Achieving 50% role progress for Obito was paramount, and for this, Wu Chen deemed it worthwhile to bend the rules slightly. Once Obito's role progress reached 50%, Wu Chen would be granted an opportunity to draw for a new character, a prospect of immense significance. Earlier that morning, the masked man had departed with a stern warning. Should the Akatsuki organization fail to take action, the newfound prestige they had established might swiftly dissipate. While such prestige may hold little value for others, it was essential for the Akatsuki, as sufficient prestige facilitated smoother role-playing. Consequently, the Akatsuki must mobilize to continue advancing Wu Chen's plans. However, this presented a challenge, as their personnel would be inadequate. Aside from Minato Namikaze, Wu Chen was considered an auxiliary member of Konoha, and his formidable strength had already been demonstrated today. Although not comparable to top-tier powerhouses like Masked Man and Minato Namikaze, the formidable Jinbin possesses at least the strength of a Ch-Nin, if not a J-Nin, and faces no insurmountable issues. As for the Akatsuki organization, apart from the Masked Man, it seems they only have Jinbin as a mere filler. Thus, it is evident that the Akatsuki cannot solely rely on the Masked Man for strength. Therefore, the frequency of character selection is of utmost importance. And the newly assumed character must be a member of the Akatsuki. With this thought in mind, Wu Chen, assuming the identity of the Masked Man, provided Jinbin with another opportunity to grow stronger after awakening him. As long as Jinbin gains sufficient strength, the Akatsuki will have one more capable individual at its disposal. After all, since Jinbin cannot betray them, empowering him would merely be beneficial for their own cause. Moreover, this moment presents an excellent opportunity for profit. Wu Chen delved into his memories and recalled the events that transpired. Jinbin was wrapped in bandages, and with the assistance of medical personnel, he knelt before the Masked Man, expressing his disappointment. "My lord, I am not a match for that individual." The Masked Man turned to glance at Jinbin and shook his head. "No, he has already mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. It is only natural that you cannot compete with him." Upon hearing the Masked Man's comforting words, rather than feeling at ease, Jinbin was overcome with regret. He despised his own lack of strength and lamented that he had yet to escape the realm of mere fodder. Therefore, he looked up at the Masked Man and declared, "My lord, I wish to become stronger." The corners of the Masked Man's mouth subtly curled upward beneath his mask. "Very well, I grant you this opportunity. However, gaining strength requires financial investment." Without hesitation, Jinbin took the Masked Man to his private treasury. After a thorough inventory and exchange for gold, he found himself with a total of $220 million. Without a moment's doubt, he transferred the entirety of this sum to the Masked Man. This act not only demonstrated his loyalty but also signified Jinbin's unwavering determination to grow stronger. Consequently, Wu Chen proceeded to transcribe all of Kisame Hashigaki's ninjutsu. He also utilized the weapon forging repair function of the marketplace to forge one of the 7 ninja swords, the Samahada, and exchanged for a water attribute enhancement seed using a wish card. Chapter 89, the second generation of Kisame 3-4, the formidable significantly enhances combat prowess. While the water attribute talent enhancement seed resembles a droplet of viscous water, upon consumption, this substance augments an individual's water attribute talent, making it particularly suitable for those whose chakra affinity is solely water-like. The combined cost of these two items amounted to 10 million. With the water attribute enhancement seed priced at 5 million, and the Da also at 5 million. Observing, whose skin had taken on a water blue hue due to the ingestion of the water attribute enhancement seed, handed him the Da. He felt that was becoming increasingly reminiscent of. Although slightly smaller in stature, his face bore additional shark-like gills, and hair began to sprout. In this way, was on the path to becoming a second. To speak candidly, S.'s strength is indeed formidable. He had faced the perfect in a one-on-one confrontation, and, through the fusion of and an immense water prison technique, succeeded in defeating. While this victory was partly due to his underestimation, the outcome was undeniably in his favor. Had the Fourth Hokage not arrived in time, would have been captured by him. The vast chakra reserves, the shark-themed water techniques, and the Da are all vital components of his power. Furthermore, S chakra reserves continue to grow. After consuming the water attribute enhancement seed, mastering shark-themed water techniques should not pose a challenge for him, and he now possesses the Da as well. Additionally, has an edge over, as his physical constitution is superior. Once fully developed, his strength is bound to surpass that of, at that point, would undoubtedly deserve the status of a formal member of the Akatsuki. Eagerly anticipates the arrival of that day. Before departing with his payment, the Masked Man addressed, urging him to diligently strive for strength. He expressed that he would return after a while, and when his abilities had earned his approval, he would propose his official membership in the Akatsuki to the leader. Leader? Was taken aback. "Sir, with your immense power, are you not the leader of the Akatsuki?" The Masked Man shook his head, explaining that the man he referred to possessed the legendary eyes of the Sage of Six Paths. The Sage of Six Paths? Questioned. But the Masked Man offered no further elaboration, departing instead. As he watched the vortex gradually dissipate, clenched his fists, feeling the almost sentient Da, he could not help but declare his resolve. "Sir, just you wait. I will master everything you have given me, grow strong enough, and then officially join the Akatsuki." This was the event that transpired after the Masked Man, Uchiha Madara, left Times Square, explaining his slight delay in returning. despite his tardiness, was exceedingly pleased. With 210 million in funds, he could undertake numerous endeavors. For instance, he could acquire another tailed beast. Of course, it was not solely about obtaining a tailed beast. He also aimed to master the chakra mode of the nine tails and gain an additional chakra affinity. After a fierce battle with Jin during the day, Wu Chen realized that his combat skills were adequate, yet he lacked a decisive technique. A decisive technique. Akin to the wind release, Rasengan Shuriken is a form of ninjutsu that delivers a lethal blow. First and foremost, he ruled out fire release techniques. As they do not possess a definitive kill move, the only lethal technique is the Amaterasu, a dojutsu from the Manjiki Sharingan. Beyond that, there were no alternatives. Conversely, lightning release does offer fatal techniques, such as the Hell Stab series utilized by past Raikage, Sasuke's lightning release, Kirin, Kakashi's Raikiri, and the Sage Art, Ein released lightning from Six Paths Abido. These techniques are undeniably powerful, yet Wu Chen found himself unable to acquire any of them, or deemed them unworthy of pursuit. With a desire card in hand, he aspired to obtain the training methods for these ninjutsu, which was indeed feasible. However, even with the training methods, mastery was not guaranteed. Each of these ninjutsu requires diligent practice and exceptional talent to master. Even if Wu Chen were to devote considerable effort to learning ninjutsu, it would be prudent to pursue a powerful and promising one. Consequently, he shifted his focus towards Naruto Uzumaki, the protagonist of Naruto. The wind release fatal technique, the wind release, Rasengan Shuriken, is frequently employed by Naruto. Having watched the entire Naruto storyline, Wu Chen understood the limitless potential of the wind release, Rasengan Shuriken. Moreover, he was aware of the training required to master this technique, making it an ideal fit for his aspirations. Thus, he realized the necessity of possessing and mastering wind-type chakra. Accordingly, he utilized a wish card to procure a top-tier seed of wind-type talent. Click, 10 million. Wu Chen felt it was a worthwhile investment. After consuming the seed, which resembled a transparent orb of wind, he felt no immediate change. Perhaps the seed's effects would become evident once he began learning and mastering the wind release, Rasengan Shuriken. Consequently, Wu Chen was left with a remaining balance of 210 million. The 200 million were brought back by the masked man, and the 10 million was the subsequent reward from S.H.I.E.L.D. At that moment, Wu Chen suddenly noticed an anomaly on the system panel. There was a, following the progression of Minato Namake's character. Chapter 90, The Nine Tails and Minato, 4-4, out of curiosity. Wu Chen clicked on the icon. Subsequently, a system prompt appeared. The character of the Fourth Hokage, Minato Namake's, meets the advancement criteria. Character progress exceeds 50%, and strength-enhancing items are acquired. Would you like to advance? Special reminder, during character advancement, impersonation cannot be performed. However, upon completion, an additional opportunity for character extraction will be rewarded. Advancing the character grants an extra opportunity for extraction. Wu Chen was astounded. When it comes to the most valuable aspect of the system, nothing compares to the opportunities for character extraction. His system is the strongest impersonation system across the realms, naturally meaning that the more characters he can impersonate, the greater his operational scope and overall strength. Now, with the advancement of the character promising an additional extraction opportunity, Wu Chen wasted no time and clicked yes. As for the temporary inability to impersonate Minato Namake's, that was a trivial matter. Wu Chen promptly picked up his phone and dialed Nick Fury. Hello? Director Fury? This is Wu Chen. I have some news for you. Master Minato has mastered the secrets of Jinchuriki training and will not be coming to New York for a while. He needs to focus on his cultivation. How long? At least a month. Oh, how will you stay in touch with Konoha? Master Minato said to communicate directly with me, and I will relay the information to Konoha. Click. After hanging up, Wu Chen felt satisfied that he had managed the matter regarding Minato Namake's. He then gazed at the system prompt, a smile gracing his face. Fourth Hokage Minato Namake's advancement in the Fourth Great Ninja War, Nine Tails Chakra Mode, is in progress, with 29 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds remaining. A month's wait for a Minato capable of utilizing the Nine Tails Chakra Mode, along with an additional character extraction opportunity, was immensely rewarding. Moreover, if he was not mistaken, if Wu Chen was willing to wait the month for Minato's advancement to be completed, he would have the chance to exchange for the ability to directly acquire the Nine Tails Chakra Mode. However, after some contemplation, Wu Chen decided against it. He had a specific idea for this opportunity to exchange for Minato's abilities, to acquire the perfect Sage Mode. Indeed, the efficacy of Sage techniques is profound. Wu Chen must master them. Furthermore, the perfect Sage Mode greatly amplifies strength, complementing Wu Chen's desire to learn the wind release, Rasengan Shuriken. After all, the ordinary wind release, Rasengan, cannot be thrown, whereas the Sage Art, wind release Rasengan, can be hurled like a shuriken. Thus, He directly used this opportunity to exchange for the perfect Sage mode. After the exchange, Wu Chen sensed no immediate change. He presumed he would only feel the transformation during his training in Sage mode. At this point, all the rewards from the Nine Tails upheaval lay before Wu Chen, marking a truly bountiful harvest. Subsequently, Wu Chen utilized a wish card, expending $100 million to exchange for a guardian crane. This decision was freshly made by Wu Chen. The Akatsuki organization could not act impulsively. Their endeavors revolved around the tailed beasts, thus necessitating the presence of a tailed beast for every mission. With merely a month remaining until Thor's descent to the mortal realm, Wu Chen contemplated merging the capture of a tailed beast with the arrival of Thor. After all, acquiring progress through a superhero would undoubtedly yield greater efficiency than performing mundane tasks. Wu Chen recalled Thor's landing in a desolate Gobi desert, where the most suitable tailed beast was indeed a guardian crane. However, he also remembered that when he exchanged for the Nine Tails, it cost him $10 million, albeit with a 90% discount. Without that discount, the cost would have amounted to $100 million. Yet now, a guardian crane, which was weaker than the Nine Tails, also required $100 million. This led Wu Chen to ponder whether, aside from the 10 tails, all other nine-tailed beasts could be exchanged for the same price. The outcome confirmed his suspicion. He input the other tailed beasts into the wish card and discovered that indeed, each could be exchanged for $100 million. In the past, when he lacked funds, $100 million seemed an astronomical sum. Now, with $200 million at his disposal, Wu Chen suddenly perceived this amount as trivial. Safeguarding the card of the guardian crane, he gazed pensively out the window. In the coming month, his objective was to diligently train, mastering Sage mode and the wind release, Raisin Shuriken. Naturally, during this process, he would also sell delectable crab roe burgers. At that moment, Obito took Rin Nohara's hand and approached Wu Chen. One transformed back into a card, while the other disengaged from the transformation and shadow clone techniques. Wu Chen glanced at the system panel and noted that Obito's progress had exceeded 50%. Mysterious masked man Uchiha Obito, 51. However, this time, in 20 minutes, he only garnered 2 points of progress. Had Rin Nohara's contribution reached its limit? Observing the 51% progress, an audacious idea suddenly sparked in Wu Chen's mind. Chapter 91. The Advancement of Uchiha Obito 1-4. With half of the Nine Tails, Minato Namikaze could ascend to the mastery of the Nine Tails chakra mode, reminiscent of his prowess during the Fourth Great Ninja War. But could Uchiha Obito achieve a similar evolution? Wu Chen pondered this deeply and concluded that it was indeed possible. If Minato could do it, then it stood to reason that Uchiha Obito, a character of equal significance, could as well. For a character to advance, 2 criteria must be met. First, the character's progression must reach 50% or more. Second, the character must acquire an object that enhances their power. The first condition had already been satisfied by Obito. As for the second, what could be Obito's object of power enhancement? Reflecting on the storyline of Naruto, Wu Chen recalled 3 significant items: Kakashi's Manjiki Sharingan, the Rinnegan, and the Ten Tails. All 3 were integral to the narrative. However, after some contemplation, Wu Chen promptly dismissed the Ten Tails as an option. The reason was simple: he could not manifest the Ten Tails. Previously, while probing the prices of other tailed beasts, he had attempted to utilize a wish card to summon the Ten Tails. After all, if he could become the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, he would be unstoppable. Unfortunately, the wish card indicated that the Ten Tails could not be exchanged. It was evident that the Ten Tails could only be brought into existence by Wu Chen exchanging for the 9-tailed beasts and then forming the Outer Path Divine Tree, which required him to assume the role of Nagato first. Thus, it was impractical to elevate Obito to the status of Ten Tails Jinchuriki. As for the Rinnegan, that too posed a significant challenge. The Sharingan in Naruto was undeniably impressive, and during his leisure time, Wu Chen had used a wish card to inquire about the cost of obtaining a pair of eternal Manjiki Sharingan. If the Manjiki were not eternal, the risk of blindness would be considerable, a fate Wu Chen wished to avoid. Therefore, acquiring the eternal Manjiki Sharingan was the only viable option. The wish card, however, revealed a staggering price tag of $50 million, which dashed Wu Chen's ambitions at once, as he did not possess such wealth at that moment. If the eternal Manjiki Sharingan was priced at $50 million, the Rinnegan would surely exceed $100 million. Acting on impulse, Wu Chen tested the waters again with the wish card, and indeed, it confirmed the Rinnegan's cost to be $100 million. In truth, he could afford it, having a total of $110 million, which would leave him with $10 million even after the exchange. However, the dilemma remained. This $10 million would not guarantee Wu Chen's transformation into a perfect Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, capable of mastering the Nine-Tails chakra mode. Thus, he could not invest all his resources into acquiring the Rinnegan, especially since he would require funds for future training. Given this situation, the only remaining option was Kakashi Hitaki's Kamui Manjiki Sharingan. When fully assembled, this pair of Manjiki Sharingan possessed formidable power. Notably, it was Kakashi who wielded it, not Obito. Setting aside the potential for attack once fully realized, the most critical aspect was that when two Mangekyou Sharingan coexisted, the Susanoo technique would be unlocked. The immense blue Susanoo alone provides ample justification for selecting the Mangekyou Sharingan. After all, who could resist the allure of piloting a Gundam with the power of the Mangekyou Sharingan? Having resolved to complete Obito's dual Mangekyou Sharingan, Wu Chen promptly utilized a wish card to exchange for a single Mangekyou Sharingan. Single Mangekyou Sharingan, evolved from the Sharingan gifted by Uchiha Obito to Hitaki Kakashi, requires an expenditure of 10 million yuan. An eternal pair demands 50 million, while a standard pair of Mangekyou Sharingan costs 20 million. Thus, a single one can be acquired for a mere 10 million. A mere 10 million is hardly exorbitant. Wu Chen immediately executed the exchange, and a test tube appeared in his hand, containing a peculiar triangular-shaped Mangekyou Sharingan. After carefully securing it, Wu Chen once again utilized the wish card, exchanged for a pair of Mangekyou Sharingan originating from Uchiha Obito. A pair of Mangekyou Sharingan, originating from Uchiha Obito, requires an expenditure of 20 million yuan. Without hesitation, he executed the exchange once more, and a test tube reappeared in his hand, this time containing two peculiar triangular-shaped Mangekyou Sharingan. Upon closer inspection, this pair exhibited slight differences from Obito's Mangekyou, indicating they were not identical. The rationale for acquiring another pair of Mangekyou Sharingan from Obito's lineage was straightforward. Wu Chen intended not only to complete Obito's dual Mangekyou Sharingan, but also to elevate Obito's Sharingan to the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan. The reason Obito could recklessly wield the powers of his Mangekyou was due to half of his cellular composition being derived from Hashirama cells. This remarkable fusion of Hashirama cells with the Uchiha Sharingan enabled Obito to utilize the Mangekyou's abilities with the freedom akin to that of the Eternal Eyes. However, it was still not the true Eternal Eye. Thus, Wu Chen contemplated, given the existence of such an extraordinarily advantageous wish card, why not take the opportunity to upgrade Obito's Mangekyou to the Eternal Eye? Chapter 92. The Second Hokage, Senju Tobarama 2-4. Regardless of how much stronger Obito becomes, he remains a character of my own design, with absolutely no possibility of betrayal. Empowering Obito is tantamount to enhancing my overall strength, which I am naturally inclined to pursue. Moreover, once Obito possesses the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan, coupled with the cells of Hashirama within him, he stands a significant chance of awakening his own Rinnegan. This could save a fortune of $100 million. Thus, I now possess 3 Mangekyou Sharingan, leaving my funds at a mere 80 million yuan. After placing the 3 Mangekyou into a drawer, I refrained from immediately embodying Obito for his advancement. The reason is simple, I lack the capability to do so. While the Sharingan in the world of Naruto can be wielded by anyone as easily as plugging a USB into a port, this is the realm of Naruto. In the Marvel Universe, I have yet to witness anyone simply swapping out their eyes for another S. Therefore, I prudently resolved to first utilize this opportunity for character extraction to summon a formidable medical ninja, and subsequently embody that ninja to facilitate Obito's advancement. Certainly, summoning a powerful medical ninja is not a waste, as Tony Stark also requires an adept healer. Thus, it is truly a win-win situation. Instantly, a character of great intellect and prowess came to mind, Tsunade, the 5th Hokage of Konoha and granddaughter of the 1st Hokage. Not only is she unparalleled in medical ninjutsu, but her combat abilities are equally extraordinary, placing her at the pinnacle of shinobi. However, there lies a dilemma. Tsunade is female, while I am male. If I were to embody her, it would essentially mean cross-dressing. No, absolutely not. I shook my head vigorously, dismissing this option, and turned my thoughts to other formidable medical ninjas. In accordance with my criteria, capable of medical ninjutsu and possessing strength, after excluding Tsunade, only Kabuto remained. As Orochimaru's assistant, Kabuto must possess considerable medical expertise. Furthermore, in terms of strength, Kabuto is remarkable. After mastering the Sage Mode, he enhanced the reanimation jutsu and collaborated with Obito to instigate the 4th Shinobi World War. This clearly demonstrates Kabuto's prowess. If he were weak, how could Obito possibly partner with him? Nonetheless, Kabuto's appearance in Sage Mode, being neither fully human nor fully ghostly, caused me some hesitation. The current choices present a challenge. Tsunade requires cross-dressing, while Kabuto possesses an unappealing visage. I find myself in a quandary. However, even if I were to make a choice, it would be futile. When extracting characters, I can only narrow the range. The actual outcome remains uncertain. It could be Tsunade, it could be Kabuto in Sage Mode, or it could be someone entirely different. Overthinking is futile, so I directly utilize the opportunity granted by the system upon reaching 50% progress and embodying Obito, all the while fervently wishing for a powerful medical ninja. With the system's announcement, a flurry of images raced through Wu Chen's mind. Ultimately, the vision settled on a man with silver hair and crimson eyes, adorned with a mask-like iron forehead protector, 3 red markings on his cheeks. Clad in a form-fitting black combat uniform, complemented by layered blue armor, and a white fur collar enveloping his shoulders and connecting to his back. This is... Wu Chen was left speechless. Ding. Congratulations to the host for drawing the character from the world of Naruto, the second Hokage of Konoha, Tobirama Senju. A wave of astonishment and confusion surged within Wu Chen. He was elated by Tobirama's formidable prowess, having mastered numerous forbidden jutsu and being renowned for his water release techniques. Often referred to as the water god. Yet, he was puzzled as to why such a potent medical ninja would be Tobirama Senju. Was he not a master of forbidden techniques and the pinnacle of water release? As he reflected on the Naruto storyline, Wu Chen suddenly realized that while contemplating powerful medical ninjas, he had overlooked the originator of medical ninjutsu, the first Hokage of Konoha, the god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju. Perhaps many are unaware of why Konoha's medical ninjutsu is so formidable. The reason is quite simple. Medical ninjutsu was developed by Hashirama Senju based on his own unique physiology. After his passing, Tsunade inherited and further advanced medical ninjutsu, which is why Konoha's medical techniques are so exceptional. Thus, among the powerful medical ninjas, both Hashirama and Tobirama Senju must be included. Tobirama possessed an extraordinary talent for ninjutsu, for it would have been impossible for him to develop such a plethora of techniques and forbidden jutsu otherwise. Naturally, he would also acquire the highly practical medical ninjutsu created by his elder brother, Hashirama Senju. This is not mere conjecture. One can easily verify the information by searching for medical ninjutsu. Therefore, Tobirama Senju is indeed a master of medical ninjutsu. Upon realizing this, Wu Chen felt a pang of regret. Had he known this earlier, he would have invoked the name of Hashirama Senju. Chapter 93, The Eternal Eye of Dual Divine Powers, Abido 3-4. When Wu Chen chose his character, he did not merely consider the strength of the character. Rather, the primary criterion was whether the character suited his current needs. Thus, he refrained from desperately pursuing formidable figures like Kagaya Akatsuki or Sage of the Six Paths. However, at this moment, he required medical ninjutsu, and Senju Hashirama is the very progenitor of such techniques. The most critical aspect is Hashirama's unparalleled strength. It can be said that, aside from Uchiha Madara, no one could stand against him, not even his brother Senju Tobirama. To speak candidly, Senju Hashirama could effortlessly overpower his brother with a mere flick of his hand. The god of ninja world is not to be trifled with. Hence, Wu Chen regretted not having invoked Hashirama's name before his selection. Yet, upon reflection, perhaps it was fortuitous that he did not draw Hashirama. Although Tobirama is undeniably powerful, Wu Chen believed he would not be a match for Minato Namikaze in his Nine-Tails chakra mode, though he remains an exceptional elite. In such a scenario, if the Leaf Village gained another elite ninja, the Akatsuki would not be left defenseless. As long as he could later draw Pain of the Six Paths, everything would be manageable. However, if the Leaf Village were to acquire Senju Hashirama, the Akatsuki would be utterly defeated. To be frank, even Pain of the Six Paths would be thoroughly overwhelmed by Hashirama. In that case, how could Wu Chen proceed with his plans? How could he act? If this were to unfold, it would merely become a sham battle. Although Wu Chen was indeed engaging in a left-hand versus right-hand scenario, an entirely staged performance would be too easy to expose. Thus, it was fortunate that he did not draw Hashirama but rather Senju Tobirama. Having drawn a powerful figure skilled in medical ninjutsu, he could now advance his plan for Obito's dual divine powers and eternal eye. Consequently, Wu Chen immediately separated a shadow clone, with his main body portraying Senju Tobirama and the shadow clone embodying Uchiha Obito. In the next moment, the classic attire of the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, and the masked figure, Uchiha Obito, stood together in the room. As he began to portray Tobirama, Wu Chen felt an unending surge of physical power flowing into him. At that moment, he suddenly realized that his previous assumption of Tobirama being inferior to Minato in Nine-Tails chakra mode was misguided. Setting aside other factors, merely this physical prowess surpassed that of Minato. However, the Nine-Tails chakra mode also enhances physical strength, so to determine who is truly stronger, a battle would be necessary. Wu Chen speculated that the strengths of Minato and Senju Tobirama were likely on par with one another. After assimilating Tobirama's power, Wu Chen turned his gaze toward the masked figure. Without needing Wu Chen's instruction, the masked figure promptly reclined on the bed. After all, he was the shadow clone of Wu Chen, arguably the one who understood him best in the world. Once Obito was comfortably settled, Wu Chen, in the guise of Senju Tobirama, retrieved the previously exchanged Mangeki Sharingan of Kamui. With his left hand aglow with a chakra scalpel, Wu Chen first removed the mask from Obito's face, then gently lifted his left eyelid. The chakra scalpel glided across, and with a deft motion, Wu Chen extracted Obito's left eye. He took out the Shinjutsu Mangeki Sharingan, and, in its place, inserted the ordinary three-tomo Sharingan he had just removed, firmly embedding the Shinjutsu Mangeki into Obito's left eye socket. Finally, Wu Chen summoned a vibrant green chakra from both hands and pressed it against the eye. connecting the optic nerves and muscles. With the dual shinjutsu, Obito was complete. Yet, the process was not over. Wu Chen then retrieved the two Manjiki Sharingan that shared a lineage with Obito and pressed them into his eye socket, filling it to the brim. Although it appeared somewhat cruel, it was simply the process of the Manjiki Sharingan evolving into the eternal Manjiki. Wrapping Obito's head with gauze to conceal the peculiar appearance of his eyes, Wu Chen canceled the Shadow Clone's transformation mode and dismissed the clone. At that moment, Wu Chen glanced once more at the system panel and noticed appearing next to Obito's progress. Mysterious Masked Man Uchiha Obito, 51. Upon clicking the question mark, a prompt similar to the one encountered with Minato appeared. The character Uchiha Obito meets the conditions for advancement. Would you like to advance? Special reminder, during the advancement of the character, you cannot perform the role, but upon completion, you will receive an additional chance to draw the character. Without hesitation, Wu Chen clicked yes. Consequently, a message appeared. Mysterious Masked Man Uchiha Obito with dual Shinjutsu Manjiki Sharingan, Eternal Eye, is advancing. Time remaining for advancement, 29 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Perfect. Wu Chen felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Now, all that remained was to wait for Minato and Obito's advancements to conclude before embarking on a new round of action. Subsequently, Wu Chen dismissed the transformation mode of Hashirama Senju and turned to his training. Chapter 94. A month later for 4. A month may be neither excessively long nor unduly short. In this span, Jin was able to master all the ninjutsu imparted to him by the Masked Man and cultivate a profound bond with the formidable Dao Dao Jiaoji. Similarly, Wu Chen successfully attained the Sage Mode and perfected the Wind Release, Raisin Shuriken. During this month, the world became acutely aware of the Akatsuki organization and the Hidden Leaf Village, as well as the enigmatic Masked Man, Minato Namikaze, and the Nine Tails. Throughout this month, the renown of ninjas proliferated, ultimately reaching every corner of this realm. Consequently, Wu Chen found himself besieged by several factions seeking his allegiance, among which lay the insidious Hydra. However, upon Wu Chen explicitly declaring himself an advisor to S.H.I.E.L.D, these factions ceased their overtures. In such matters, S.H.I.E.L.D proved to hold considerable influence. Upon learning of Wu Chen's affiliation, Hydra, like other organizations, also halted its advances. After all, Wu Chen possessed formidable strength and was backed by the powerful Hidden Leaf Village. Any forceful recruitment could backfire, needlessly inviting formidable adversaries upon Hydra. Moreover, Hydra believed that S.H.I.E.L.D was inherently theirs, and thus, Wu Chen, as a member, could be considered one of their own. Unbeknownst to them, Wu Chen's role as an advisor was akin to that of Tony Stark. He was more of a consultant than an active participant, having previously established a tacit agreement with S.H.I.E.L.D to remain uninvolved in matters unless he chose to engage. While Wu Chen and his companions felt the month had been lengthy yet fulfilling, Tony Stark perceived it as somewhat insufficient. Upon returning from a business trip to Europe, he was appalled to discover Times Square reduced to ruins. Given his ownership of New York, Tony promptly initiated an investigation. This led him to S.H.I.E.L.D, and leveraging his position as an advisor, he infiltrated their database to uncover the truth. Indeed, it was evident that nefarious individuals had seized control of Chakra. With a sigh, Tony abandoned S.H.I.E.L.D and began to independently search for the Akatsuki organization. However, tracking down a nearly non-existent entity proved insurmountable, leaving Tony engulfed in a profound sense of frustration. Were it not for his conversations with Wu Chen, wherein he found solace and understanding, Tony might have succumbed to despair. It is worth noting that Tony's inclination towards self-destruction stemmed not only from his inability to locate the Akatsuki in Hidden Leaf Village, but also from prolonged exposure to the miniaturized arc reactor, resulting in palladium toxicity. In simple terms, Tony had become poisoned by palladium. Should he continue to don his Iron Man suit, he would ultimately succumb to this toxicity. Yet, how could Tony ever relinquish his beloved armor? It was his most remarkable invention and the cornerstone of his identity as a superhero. Without a viable solution, Tony faced the grim prospect of death by palladium poisoning. There are indeed solutions, such as the development of a new element to replace palladium as the energy source for the miniature reactor. However, the creation of a new element is an exceedingly arduous task. Alternatively, one might consider a surgical procedure to remove all the shrapnel from Tony's body, thereby eliminating his intimate contact with the palladium within the reactor. Yet, the risks associated with such surgery are alarmingly high, with the possibility of demise on the operating table. Tony cannot entrust his fate to others, thus, he declined the surgical proposal. Without a new element and unwilling to undergo surgery, Tony's palladium poisoning worsens day by day, and his mortality looms ever more evident. This, indeed, is the true reason Tony feels that a month is insufficient. Additionally, Stark Industries is preparing for an expo, and a month's time for organization is rather inadequate. Fortunately, Tony has delegated these trivial matters to his girlfriend, Pepper Potts, the acting president of Stark Industries, allowing him the opportunity to seek out Wu Chen for a conversation amidst his busy schedule. It is evening now, and Tony, clad in his Iron Man suit, soared directly to Wu Chen's doorstep. He knocked, and upon Wu Chen's arrival, he was met with the striking Iron Man armor, prompting him to frown and attempt to close the door. However, Tony prevented this, exclaiming, "Hey Wu, don't be so heartless." With that, Iron Man forced his way through the door, and the suit automatically parted, revealing Tony in casual attire. "Wu, is dinner being prepared?" "It is, but you interrupted me." Wu replied, all right, my apologies. Hurry back to cooking. Don't let the food burn," Tony urged, prompting Wu Chen to return to the kitchen. During this past month, whenever Tony felt troubled, he would visit Wu Chen, both to chat and to enjoy a meal. Although Wu Chen only prepared 4 dishes, their flavors surpassed all the culinary experiences Tony had ever encountered. This is why he often shamelessly dropped by. While Wu Chen feigned disdain, he secretly welcomed the company. For after spending so much time in the Marvel Universe, Tony was his sole friend. Chapter 95, Tony's Promise, 1-4, Undoubtedly. The reason Wu Chen indulged Tony by engaging in conversation and even preparing meals for him was not solely due to their friendship. It was, in fact, to seize the opportunity to introduce Senju Tobarama to Tony, aiming to address his palladium poisoning symptoms and thereby allow Tobarama to accrue progress in his role. Over the course of a month, the existence of Senju Tobarama had come to the attention of S.H.I.E.L.D. The rationale was straightforward. Wu Chen utilized his shadow clone technique to embody Tobarama, subsequently interacting with S.H.I.E.L.D. under the guidance of his original self, thereby assuming the tasks originally designated for Minato Namikaze to gain role progress. Initially, Tobarama's role progress was a mere 10. However, after a month of task completion, this had increased to 20. To be fair, an increase of merely 10% in a month was rather sluggish, reflecting on the conclusion of the Nine Tails chaos. When Obito had surged by 14% in role progress, Wu Chen was immediately resolute in his desire to achieve something significant. However, such grand endeavors could not be pursued just yet. It was prudent to wait until both Uchiha Obito and Minato Namikaze had completed their advancements. Wu Chen had positioned himself and the Leaf Village as the protagonists, thus it was imperative for antagonists to instigate turmoil, allowing them to restore order, a more fitting sequence of events. The antagonists, of course, were the Akatsuki organization. Presently, the villains were not yet prepared. Hence the timing for substantial actions was not opportune. Nevertheless, today marked the final countdown for the advancement of 2 characters. A quick glance at the countdown revealed Minato Namikaze 0 days 1 hour 59 minutes 59 seconds. Uchiha Obito 0 days 2 hours 59 minutes 59 seconds. In just a few hours, they could officially commence their significant undertakings. For now, however, Wu Chen decided to first collect the role progress from Tony. After swiftly preparing dinner, he called Tony to assist in serving the dishes, and the two engaged in conversation while enjoying their meal. Following dinner, Wu Chen thoughtfully packed a portion of the food he had prepared into a container to give to Tony. This had become a customary gesture. Tony would always take a portion for Pepper when he departed, a testament to his genuine affection. Upon receiving the container, Tony smacked his lips, waved goodbye to Wu Chen, and prepared to leave. In previous instances, Wu Chen would typically watch Tony depart. However, this time he called out, "Tony, I may have a solution for your ailment." As the confidant, Wu Chen was naturally aware of Tony's condition. Yet, when Tony had confided in him, he had slightly concealed details, such as stating, "Due to certain undisclosed reasons, I have heavy metal poisoning." Upon hearing Wu Chen's words, Tony paused, turning to face him with a flicker of hope in his eyes. Could Konoha truly offer a remedy? Tony was already aware of Wu Chen's apprenticeship under Minato Namikaze and his connection to the enigmatic organization of the Leaf Village. Wu Chen nodded and explained, "There exists a multitude of systems for utilizing chakra and ninjutsu, one of which is known as medical ninjutsu." Medical ninjutsu? Tony hesitated. "You know I am reluctant to undergo surgery." Wu Chen shook his head, reassuringly stating that medical ninjutsu differs significantly from modern medicine. To put it succinctly, an adept in medical ninjutsu can cure your ailments with effortless ease. Upon hearing this, Tony's face lit up with joy. He was well aware that Wu Chen would not deceive him regarding such matters. He quickly inquired, "Who possesses this medical ninjutsu you speak of? Is it you?" As he spoke, Tony gleefully approached Wu Chen, patting him on the shoulder. "I never realized you were so multi-talented, not only a culinary expert but also versed in medical ninjutsu." Impressive Wu. Wu Chen immediately displayed a look of disdain, brushing Tony's hand off his shoulder. "It's not me. I'm busy honing my skills. I scarcely have time to study medical ninjutsu. It's someone you ought to know, and he has been quite active lately. Someone I know? Tony pondered, his mind racing. I know someone related to Konoha, a ninja. Could it be the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju? Correct. Wu Chen clapped his hands. The originator of medical ninjutsu is none other than our first Hokage, Lord Hashirama Senju, and Lord Tobirama is his younger brother. Thus he also possesses formidable medical ninjutsu skills. As it happens, he is free today, and I shall invite him to assist with your treatment. By the way, remember to be somewhat formal. Frame this as a request so that Lord Tobirama is more likely to acquiesce. I see. Tony murmured, then turned to Wu Chen, asking, Why are you being so helpful? Wu Chen waved his hand dismissively. Are we friends? Though you are a sharp-tongued freeloader, I cannot simply stand by and watch you perish. If I have the ability to aid you, I shall certainly do so. Tony felt touched. Wu Chen extended his hand in refusal, playfully rebuking, Go away. I have no interest in men. Tony, undeterred by Wu Chen's strength, felt a wave of relief wash over him. His spirits lifted. Wu, just wait. I will surely surprise you. However, Wu Chen shook his head. I hope it's not a fright. I have a persistent feeling that your surprise may not be genuinely surprising. Chapter 96, Treatment 2-4, Before engaging in conversation with Tony. Wu Chen had already arranged for a shadow clone to impersonate Hashirama Senju while washing dishes in the kitchen, now that he and Tony had clarified their matters. Hashirama appeared beside Wu Chen at his behest, employing the Flying Thunder God technique. Upon seeing Hashirama, Wu Chen immediately bowed his head and greeted, Lord Hashirama. I am profoundly grateful for your presence. There's no need for such formalities. Hashirama waved his hand with a grand gesture. Despite his stern appearance, he possessed a surprisingly hearty demeanor, which was quintessentially Hashirama. You are a disciple of the Fourth Hokage, and thus, my junior. This minor matter is nothing to concern yourself with. After saying this, he turned his gaze towards Tony, scrutinizing him with his crimson eyes. Tony momentarily froze, seemingly taken aback by Hashirama's swift arrival. Lord Hashirama, can you treat my palladium poisoning? Hashirama, maintaining his stoic expression, nodded. If all goes well, it should not be difficult to cure you. That's wonderful. With his life on the line, Tony's previous awkwardness vanished. So, Lord Hashirama, should you examine me first? I mean, you could assess the situation beforehand. Such a request was entirely reasonable, and Hashirama naturally acquiesced. Consequently, Tony reclined on the sofa while Hashirama knelt beside him, emitting a luminous green light from his palm as he gently pressed it against Tony's chest. After a brief moment, he withdrew his hand. Wu Chen, anxious, inquired, Lord Hashirama. Can it be cured? Tony, equally tense, gazed at Hashirama. Under their watchful eyes, Hashirama nodded affirmatively. It can be treated. Tony was immediately elated. But before he could voice his thoughts, Hashirama continued, There are remnants of shrapnel within your body. This device on your chest should be able to contain those fragments, preventing them from reaching your heart. However, the direct contact between your body and this device has inevitably allowed certain substances to enter your system, resulting in your metal poisoning. Tony's eyes widened in surprise. He was astonished that Hashirama could discern his condition with such precision. Do not panic. I have come to treat you, and I will resolve your issues, Hashirama stated with an impassive expression. Wu Chen nodded in agreement. Lord Hashirama has a splendid character, Tony. Trust him. After glancing between Wu Chen and Hashirama, Tony ultimately nodded. Wu, I trust you. Then, Lord Hashirama, I entrust you with the treatment of all my injuries. For this, I am willing to offer $5 million as compensation. Tony had not forgotten Wu Chen's earlier words regarding the likelihood of Hashirama accepting a commissioned task. As for the $5 million, it was a trifling sum for him. To regain his health, he would willingly pay any amount. $5 million? Hashirama was slightly taken aback but did not engage in haggling, for he had no personal ties to Tony. Accepting a task for remuneration was simply the norm. Nodding in agreement, I accepted the commission, albeit with the condition of cash payment. No problem. Tony immediately responded. When shall we commence the treatment? Where shall it take place? Now, right here, replied Senju Tobirama, raising his hand to extract the miniature reactor from Tony's chest. Oh, hold on. Let me handle it myself. Tony interjected hastily, preventing Tobirama's rough maneuver. He carefully removed the reactor himself. Mr. Senju, do we not require a sterile environment? He inquired. I have a sterile room in my laboratory. Tobirama cast a sidelong glance at Tony and shook his head slightly. No need. Medical ninjutsu does not necessitate such conditions. With that, he summoned a brilliant green glow in his hand and pressed it directly against the gaping wound in Tony's chest. A warm current surged into Tony's thorax, causing the area around the shrapnel to radiate heat. Instinctively, he glanced down to see Tobirama lifting his hand, a piece of shrapnel enveloped in the ethereal green chakra. Is that it? You've extracted it so effortlessly? Tony pondered, astonished that the fragment which had plagued him for so long was so easily removed by Tobirama. The prowess of medical ninjutsu was indeed formidable. Even someone as proud as Tony could not help but concede this point. The procedure continued in like manner. A total of 14 fragments were extracted. Following the removal of the shrapnel, Tobirama did not cease his treatment. Instead, he initiated the healing technique once more. Dark, viscous material emerged from Tony's chest, coalescing into a mass roughly the size of a fist. This was the palladium substance within Tony's body. Once the palladium was completely extracted, Tobirama, with a hint of forcefulness, removed the iron casing surrounding the reactor's installation point. He then activated the healing technique once again. Moments later, Tony gazed in astonishment at his unblemished chest, tears streaming down his face involuntarily. Observing this, Tobirama remarked, "Please transfer the payment directly to Wu Chen," asking him to relay it to me. "I have other matters to attend to. I must take my leave." Chapter 97. The Uncooperative Ninetales, 3-4. Since being compelled to become Iron Man, the foreign object embedded in Tony's chest has tormented him greatly, beyond the intermittent sharp pains. He also experiences considerable discomfort during bathing. To make matters worse, the life-saving arc reactor has begun to jeopardize his existence. Tony finds himself in an arduous predicament. However, now that the palladium element, which posed a threat to his life, has been completely eradicated, and the shrapnel that could pierce his heart has been extracted, even the gaping hole in his chest has healed remarkably. Feeling somewhat feeble yet immensely relieved, Tony turns to express his gratitude to Tobirama Senju, only to find that Tobirama is no longer present. Wu Chen reminds him, Lord Tobirama has other matters to attend to and has already departed. Recalling Tobirama's words, Tony nods appreciatively and strides over to embrace Wu Chen, exclaiming, "Thank you so much. I will arrange for the payment to be sent shortly. And do look forward to the surprise I have prepared for you. By the way, I have taken the shrapnel. I intend to fashion a necklace from it for Pepper. After all, these fragments were once so close to my heart, just like Pepper herself." With a whirlwind of energy, Tony dons his Iron Man suit and departs, clutching the shrapnel. Meanwhile, Wu Chen watches Tony leave with a scowl, muttering to himself, "You can go, but why must you shove your love life in my face? Having a girlfriend is such a big deal, huh? How infuriating." A moment later, Happy approaches, presenting a box to Wu Chen before taking his leave. Upon returning home and opening the box, Wu Chen discovers it contains a staggering $5 million in cash. Consequently, his remaining funds now amount to $75 million. Originally, he should have had $85 million, but he had allocated $10 million to assist in the training of the Wind Release, Rasengan Shuriken, and Sage Mode. After securing the money, Wu Chen checks his progress in portraying Tobirama Senju, noting a direct increase of 8%, now at 28%, a rather delightful development. Iron Man truly lives up to being the child of the Marvel Cinematic Universe, saving his life and bestowing such a reward. Next, Wu Chen surveys the countdowns for the two characters he is embodying, 1.5 hours for one, and 2.5 hours for the other. Having just spent half an hour dining and treating Tony, he realizes there is still ample time. However, he finds himself unable to settle down to train. After some contemplation, he resolves to communicate once more with the Ninetales and deliver a final ultimatum. Over the past month, Wu Chen has not only focused on mastering the Wind Release, Rasengan Shuriken, and Sage Mode, but he has also earnestly endeavored to connect with the Ninetales, hoping to persuade it and ultimately become a perfect Jinchuriki like Naruto. He had no intention of resorting to deceit from the outset. He genuinely wished to befriend the Ninetales. Yet, the Ninetales has been exceedingly uncooperative. Each time Wu Chen faces the Ninetales, he is overwhelmed by its immense chakra, causing his consciousness to be expelled from the sealing space. After numerous attempts, he eventually ceased entering the sealing space, concentrating instead on honing his Wind Release techniques in Sage Mode. The Ninetales' disdain for Wu Chen is rooted in its initial experiences upon arriving in the Marvel Universe, where it encountered the Sharingan, followed by the relentless onslaught from Minato and Kushina. The marginal figure of Wu Chen also watched during the hammering, and in the end, he even coveted its form. However, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that the Ninetales, possessing the ability to discern the righteousness and wickedness of the human heart, has concluded that both Namake's Minato and the masked man are, in essence, Wu Chen. This is not mere fiction. The Ninetales' ability to perceive the hearts of men is evidenced by Naruto in his chakra mode, who could distinguish the transformed white Zetsu. Wu Chen's most significant secret has been unraveled by a tailed beast. It is precisely for this reason that the Ninetales resolutely refuses to accept him. If time permitted, Wu Chen could gradually persuade the Ninetales to realize that he too possesses goodness within him. Yet, at present, within Wu Chen's plans, he must hasten to enhance his own strength. Thus, he has no leisure to linger with the Ninetales any longer. Should the Ninetales remain obstinate in refusing to communicate, then he must resort to underhanded means. Lying on his bed with his eyes closed, Wu Chen's consciousness gradually descended into the ceiling space. Tick-tock, tick-tock. It was a vast expanse filled with stagnant water, reminiscent of Naruto's ceiling space. Stepping upon the water's surface, Wu Chen navigated through the darkness with measured steps. Suddenly, a brilliant light burst forth before him. revealing a colossal iron gate. The gate soared beyond sight, with no boundaries on either side, as if it partitioned the ceiling space into two distinct realms. On one side lay Wu Chen's psyche, and beyond the iron gate was a magnificent, orange-furred creature with 9 tails, the nine-tailed fox. At that moment, the fox appeared to be in a state of feigned slumber, eyes closed. Observing this, Wu Chen did not hesitate and called out, "Hey, Kurama." The nine-tail stirred, casting a disdainful glance toward Wu Chen, its eyes brimming with contempt. It slightly rose, unleashing a torrent of crimson chakra that surged forth from the great iron gate, crashing violently against Wu Chen. Simultaneously, the nine-tails finally spoke, "Get lost." With a start, Wu Chen opened his eyes, finding himself staring at the ceiling of his room. Rising from his bed, he narrowed his eyes, resolute in his determination. Chapter 98. The Affection Pill, 4.4. The Affection Pill, with its usage method being ingestion, gradually elevates the affection level of the consumer towards the provider, ultimately reaching its maximum potential without side effects. It can be integrated into one's consciousness space and possesses a permanent efficacy, obtainable for a price of 50 million. This was the item that Wu Chen meticulously selected to exchange for using his wish card. Other items that could enhance affection either had time limitations, yielded inadequate results, or were extraordinarily effective yet prohibitively expensive. Only this particular item fell within Wu Chen's acceptable range. Upon confirming his choice, Wu Chen promptly proceeded with the exchange. After the transaction, he found a small blue pill in his hand, resembling an ordinary mint candy. Externally, it bore no remarkable features, but the absence of side effects that could influence the mental faculties of sentient beings rendered it extraordinarily powerful. This effect surpassed even the most overpowered techniques within the realm of Naruto, such as the Eye of the Moon's Kodoeme Tsukumi, which distorts the target's perception. In contrast, this pill does not alter one's cognition in any way. According to the conventions of fantasy literature, the affection pill is considered a rule-level item. Thus, its exorbitant price aligns it with the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Holding the pill, Wu Chen reflected on the Kyuubi's attitude towards him, choosing not to enter the ceiling space directly. After all, even with the pill in hand, he could not administer it to the Kyuubi. Therefore, it was imperative to have a powerful ally accompany him to restrain the Kyuubi and force the medication upon it. Consequently, Wu Chen utilized the shadow clone technique, instructing his clone to assume the guise of Senju Tobarama. In truth, Obito would have been more suited to the current scenario, even without a specialized genjutsu. His Mangeki Sharingan could exert control over the Kyuubi through the enhanced capabilities of the Sharingan, compelling it to open its mouth for the pill. However, Obito was still in the midst of his own evolution, as was Minato Namikaze, leaving Wu Chen with no choice but to rely on the esteemed second Hokage. Without Wu Chen needing to utter a word, Senju Tobarama understood, placing a reassuring hand on Wu Chen's shoulder. Soon, Wu Chen's consciousness descended into the ceiling space, arriving at the iron bars before the Kyuubi. Upon turning, he found Senju Tobarama indeed by his side. Their entrance startled the Kyuubi, which lifted its head and, upon perceiving the two, unleashed its sense of animosity. Recognizing that the Senju Tobarama before it was, in fact, Wu Chen, the Kyuubi's fury intensified. "Get lost." With the Kyuubi's roar, a torrent of red chakra surged forth, crashing towards Wu Chen and Senju Tobarama. Yet this time, the two stood resolute, unmoved by the onslaught. The reason was simple. Senju Tobarama possessed formidable mental fortitude, though Wu Chen had attained considerable strength, reaching at least the threshold of a quasi-shadow. The brevity of his time wielding such power left his mental resolve lacking, resulting in repeated failures against the Kyuubi, who had cast him out of the ceiling space on multiple occasions. In stark contrast, Senju Tobarama, a formidable survivor from the Warring States era, possesses an unwavering resolve. Even though the current embodiment of Senju Tobarama is portrayed by Wu Chen, the portrayal system has authentically captured the essence of the true Senju Tobarama. Such a presence is inherently impervious to the influence of the Nine Tails. Consequently, Wu Chen remains firmly grounded in his position. The Nine Tails, taken aback, initially presumed that Wu Chen employed some underhanded tactics to assume multiple roles. However, to its astonishment, Wu Chen truly manifested Senju Tobarama. Given its frequent encounters with Senju Hashirama, the Nine Tails is well aware of Senju Tobarama's prowess, recognizing that his strength is sufficient to subdue it. Thus, it refrains from attempting to force Wu Chen away and instead turns its head, ignoring both him and Tobarama. Indeed, what a proud fox. Wu Chen muses briefly before guiding Senju Tobarama into the confines of the ceiling gate. The Nine Tails, startled, glares fiercely at Senju Tobarama, yet it proves futile. In a sudden clash, combat ensues. Beyond the ceiling gate, Senju Tobarama engages in battle with the Nine Tails. Wu Chen, eschewing any notions of honor, promptly joins the fray, collaborating with Senju Tobarama to besiege the Nine Tails. Were the Nine Tails at full strength, Senju Tobarama might not stand a chance. However, currently, It is only half of its former self, and with Wu Chen's participation, the Ninetales swiftly finds itself at a disadvantage. Crackling sounds erupt. Minutes later, Senju Tobirama pins the Ninetales to the ground by its neck, while Wu Chen retrieves a small pill, forcibly prying open the Ninetales' mouth to toss it inside. "You little rascal! What have you made me ingest?" The Ninetales bellows in impotent fury. Wu Chen shrugs, responding, "It's merely a little something to facilitate our conversation." With that, Wu Chen and Senju Tobirama release the Ninetales and retreat outside the imposing ceiling gate. "You may leave. Your involvement ends here," Wu Chen informs Senju Tobirama. In response, under the astonished gaze of the Ninetales, Senju Tobirama nods and exits the ceiling space. Chapter 99, Strategy and Progress. 1-4. The psychological state of the Ninetales regarding Wu Chen's ability to play multiple roles was in a constant state of flux. Initially, the Ninetales believed that Wu Chen had resorted to underhanded tactics to achieve such feats. However, after witnessing the formidable power of Senju Tobirama, its perspective began to waver. When its head was pressed to the ground by Senju Tobirama, a familiar sensation stirred within the Ninetales, making it realize that this was indeed the true Senju Tobirama. Yet now, this human merely waved his hand, and Senju Tobirama obediently departed. It was nothing short of summoned at will and dismissed just as easily. At that moment, the Ninetales' impression of Wu Chen underwent a transformation, shifting from the view of him as a contemptible and inferior human to one of a person possessing some strength and cunning. Wu Chen, naturally, noticed the change in the Ninetales' gaze. He was well aware of the reasons behind this shift. After all, the effects of the favorability pill were not to be underestimated. With some time remaining before Obito and Minato completed their respective transformations, Wu Chen settled cross-legged, intending to engage the Ninetales in conversation to expedite the digestion of the favorability pill. Seeing Wu Chen seated, the Ninetales hesitated for a moment before also taking a seat. "Greetings, Ninetales. I am Wu Chen. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance," Wu Chen greeted calmly and sincerely. For reasons unknown, the Ninetales found Wu Chen rather agreeable at that moment. At least, since its inception, apart from the Sage of Six Paths, Wu Chen was the first to treat it in such a manner. The Ninetales began to reflect on whether it had been overly hasty in its judgments. Perhaps Wu Chen's actions, even the act of striking it, were born out of some deeper rationale. No, the fact remained that he had indeed hit it. What justification could there possibly be? With this thought, the Ninetales bared its teeth at Wu Chen and turned its head away, displaying a touch of pride. Wu Chen, unfazed, continued to speak. First, he elaborated on his background. "Ninetales, my circumstances are quite similar to yours. I too have come from another world. In that world." Ignoring the facade of disdain, the Ninetales listened intently as Wu Chen recounted tales of his past life, his journey through dimensions, and the system he possessed. Typically, the secrets of a transmigrator and the mysteries of the system are of utmost importance and should not be disclosed lightly. Yet, at this moment, Wu Chen divulged everything to the Ninetales. The rationale was simple. Despite the Ninetales' current defiance and hostility towards Wu Chen, once its favorability increased, it would become as docile as a kitten in his presence. By then, even if the Ninetales learned of Wu Chen's secrets, it would safeguard them. Moreover, Wu Chen genuinely needed someone to serve as a sounding board to alleviate the pressures he was facing. Taking on so many roles and orchestrating numerous events was overwhelming for an individual who was once ordinary. If this psychological burden continued to accumulate, it could potentially lead to significant issues concerning his mental state. When one's mental state falters, it is all too easy to be labeled a madman or a mental patient by the general populace. Wu Chen, unwilling to succumb to such a fate, recognizes the necessity of alleviating his stress. Confiding in someone has emerged as the most effective remedy at present. It appears that Wu Chen has indeed found a most suitable confidant, the Ninetales. After all, the Ninetales can only reside within Wu Chen's body and cannot communicate with others. Moreover, once the Ninetales' fondness for Wu Chen reaches its zenith, it will regard him as its closest companion. In such a scenario, the Ninetales would never inflict harm upon Wu Chen, becoming a being he can entirely trust. When Wu Chen rambled on, the Ninetales shifted from its aloof demeanor to gazing intently at him. Such an open-hearted human was a rarity for the Ninetales. At that moment, it felt an unexpected sense of being trusted. "Is that why you summoned me and then struck me?" Wu Chen nodded in response. "I am truly sorry, Ninetales. I had no choice but to act thus. After all, only the Ninetales deserve such treatment. The other tailed beasts are somewhat inferior." Upon hearing this, the Ninetales beamed with delight, though it maintained a facade of seriousness. "But why did you split me into two? I recall being divided. And while I can sense my other half is alive, I am unaware of its whereabouts." Aware that this query constituted the sole psychological barrier for the Ninetales, Wu Chen understood that resolving it would transform the creature into his docile little companion. Hence, he earnestly replied, "In my upcoming plans, the Ten Tails will undoubtedly manifest. As you well know, the Ten Tails can only appear through the fusion of you nine along with the Outer Path Golem. However, I refuse to allow you to simply vanish. To put it plainly, Among the nine-tailed beasts, you are my favorite, Ninetales. This is no mere flattery. My fondness for the Ninetales chakra mode is tantamount to cherishing the Ninetales itself. Therefore, I chose to divide you. Chapter 100, Ninetales Chakra Mode, Beginner, 2-4. It turned out to be this way. The ancient Ninetales was not foolish. On the contrary, it was exceptionally astute. Possessing a keen sense of morality, it could discern with clarity that all of Wu Chen's words at this moment were entirely truthful, devoid of any deceit. It had already comprehended that Wu Chen had stirred events in the Marvel world for the sake of survival. Thus, the emergence of the Ten Tails and the existence of a Jinchuriki for it were anticipated by the Nine Tails. However, it had not expected that Wu Chen had divided himself into two because of his affection for it, wishing to prevent its disappearance. Instantaneously, an inexplicable feeling welled up within the heart of the Nine Tails. It was akin to the affection a feline lord holds for its devoted caretaker. Residing within the confines of a sealed space, which was, in essence, Wu Chen's conscious realm, their relationship mirrored that of a cat and its owner. Therefore, perhaps nurturing a bond with this lad, who harbored genuine feelings for it, was not such a dire prospect after all, the Nine Tails mused inwardly. Noticing the softening expression on the Nine Tails, Wu Chen realized that the effects of the medicine had fully manifested. He resolved to intensify his efforts and win over the Nine Tails entirely. Rising to stand before the imposing iron gate of the seal, Wu Chen gazed at the Nine Tails and inquired, "Can I trust you?" The Nine Tails paused momentarily, seemingly grasping Wu Chen's intent. It could not help but retort, "You must consider the consequences of releasing me. Thus, can I trust you?" Wu Chen reiterated his earlier question. The Nine Tails fixed its gaze upon Wu Chen's eyes. Feeling increasingly fond of him, yet outwardly maintaining a fearsome visage, exuding an aura of intimidation. "Do you truly believe that a creature like me could be trusted?" After voicing this, it bellowed loudly toward the heavens, as if venting its pent-up fury. After this display, it stealthily glanced at Wu Chen and, upon realizing he was observing it, promptly averted its gaze. A subtle smile graced Wu Chen's lips. He remained silent yet responded through action. He reached forth and dispelled the seal upon the great iron door. With a resounding sound, the iron gate creaked open, gradually vanishing from sight. Following this, an endless torrent of crimson chakra surged forth from behind the Nine Tails, rushing toward Wu Chen. Witnessing this spectacle, Wu Chen refrained from any defensive gestures. Instead, he opened his arms wide, as though to embrace the Nine Tails. In the external world, as Wu Chen sat cross-legged, a semi-transparent crimson cloak of tailed beast chakra enveloped his form. The chakra atop his head manifested as fox-like ears, while three tails swayed gently behind him. As the red chakra waves from the sealed space enveloped Wu Chen, the number of chakra tails behind him in the real world began to multiply. 4, 5, 6. 9 tails. Despite the emergence of 9 chakra tails, Wu Chen remained unscathed, gradually transforming into the likeness of the Nine Tails. He retained the form of the tailed beast chakra cloak, exhibiting no other anomalies. The sealed space now deserved to be called the realm of the mind. Within the realm of the mind, the Nine Tails roared ferociously as it charged toward Wu Chen, brandishing its sharp, elongated claws, poised to strike him. Yet, Wu Chen gazed at the Nine Tails with unwavering trust, showing no inclination to evade. Time seemed to freeze as the colossal beast prepared to extinguish the fragile human life before it. However, at the last moment, the Nine Tails' lethal claw halted just a centimeter from Wu Chen's forehead, refusing to advance any further. Witnessing this spectacle, Wu Chen could not help but break into a heartfelt and gratified smile. He stepped forward, grasped the tip of the Nine Tails' claw, and climbed upward, racing along the beast's arm until he finally plopped down upon its massive head. "Hey, you little rascal, I did not permit you to perch upon my head." The Nine Tails exclaimed in irritation, yet it refrained from shaking its head, instead gradually lowering itself to provide Wu Chen with a more stable seat. How delightful, Tsundere. Wu Chen understood the unspoken sentiment and gently patted the fur atop the Nine Tails' head. "Kai Bai, I have a name. Please refrain from calling me little rascal. I am an adult now." "Humph." The Nine Tails scoffed. "Before us tailed beasts, every human is but a little rascal. However, since you have pleaded, I shall reluctantly acquiesce to your request." Wu Chen, such a peculiar name. What is strange about it? It is a quintessentially Huaxiao name. After all, I am a Huaxiao person. As Wu Chen conversed with the Nine Tails from atop its head, the red chakra cloak enveloping his body gradually receded, ultimately vanishing entirely. Moments later, Wu Chen opened his eyes. With a mere thought, a layer of golden chakra enveloped his form, as though he were composed entirely of radiant light. Nine Tails chakra mode. Initial stage, accomplished. This phase mirrors the state of Naruto Uzumaki just after his struggle with the Nine Tails. With diligent practice and the Nine Tails' full cooperation, he could ascend to the advanced stage of Nine Tails chakra mode, reminiscent of the form exhibited by the Fourth Hokage during the Fourth Great Ninja War. In simpler terms, it is akin to the cloak depicted on the cover of this book. Chapter 101, The Sage of the Six Paths divides the tailed beasts 3-4 in comparing the advanced form to the basic form. It is not merely the addition of a cloak, it signifies the degree of acknowledgement from the Nine Tails, Kurama, towards the Jinchuriki and the amount of chakra it is willing to bestow. The potency of the tailed beast chakra varies significantly with the extent of Kurama's chakra. Initially, Naruto only possessed the basic form because the chakra within him was limited to what he had drawn from a tug-of-war. Kurama was reluctant to continuously provide him with chakra. Consequently, Naruto's strength merely reached the level of an ordinary Kage, and even that was not sustainable. However, once Kurama fully entrusted Naruto and willingly supplied him with chakra, Naruto transitioned into the advanced form of the Nine Tails chakra mode. At that moment, he catapulted himself beyond the strength of the 5 Kage, and this power proved enduring, as Kurama was eager to continuously furnish him with tailed beast chakra to expend. At present, Wu Chen's condition reflects the basic form. Nevertheless, unlike Naruto's situation, Wu Chen's limitation to the basic form stems solely from his nascent ability to wield the Nine Tails chakra mode, which he has yet to master. Once he becomes proficient, he shall be able to seamlessly enter the advanced form of the Nine Tails chakra mode. It is noteworthy that the Nine Tails chakra mode encompasses not only the basic and advanced forms, but also an ultimate form. This ultimate form, built upon the advanced form, utilizes Nine Tails chakra to manifest a colossal form entirely composed of chakra resembling the Nine Tails. In this state, the Jinchuriki gains mastery over all tailed beast chakra, harnessing the full power of a complete tailed beast, and is capable of employing ninjutsu and sage techniques, significantly amplifying their combat prowess. However, mastery of the ultimate form necessitates practice. Wu Chen has yet to even grasp the advanced form. Thus the ultimate form remains beyond his reach for now. Gazing at his resplendent golden hands, Wu Chen approached the mirror to admire his handsome visage. Indeed, he looked even more dashing, cloaked in shimmering gold. Should he engage in battle, he would undoubtedly shine brightest upon the battlefield. One must acknowledge that when the Sage of the Six Paths divided the tailed beast chakra, he exhibited an unmistakable favoritism towards the Nine Tails. Not to mention, the Nine Tails chakra mode is unparalleled by any other tailed beast. Among all Jinchuriki, only the host of the Nine Tails can wield the Nine Tails chakra mode. Even the host of the Eight Tails, the closest to the Nine Tails, lacks a comparable form. Furthermore, the Nine Tails possesses the greatest quantity of chakra and is the most formidable among all tailed beasts. Therefore, when Wu Chen contemplated acquiring tailed beast power, his thoughts immediately gravitated towards the Nine Tails rather than any other beast. At times, Wu Chen even speculated whether the Sage of the Six Paths, when dividing the Ten Tails chakra, had perhaps misjudged his own heart. It is possible that he reasoned thus. The Ten Tails is too perilous to be left unchecked, hence I shall divide it into 9 parts. From the One Tail to the Nine Tails, a total of 9 tailed beasts. Yet, how should the division occur? I have it. 1 part for the One Tail, 1 part for the Nine Tails, 1 part for the Two Tails, 1 part for the Nine Tails, 1 part for the Three Tails, 1 part for the Nine Tails, 1 part for the Eight Tails, 1 part for the Nine Tails, and then an additional portion solely for the Nine Tails. Wait, why is there still so much left? Forget it. Let's not divide it anymore. Just give 1 portion to the One Tail and the Eight Tails, and the rest will go to the Nine Tails. Although this may seem disrespectful to the Sage of Six Paths, perhaps this is simply the reality. Otherwise, it is hard to explain how the Nine Tails can single-handedly dominate the remaining 8-tailed beasts. After finishing his internal musings about the Sage of Six Paths, Wu Chen dispelled the Nine Tails chakra mode and lay down on his bed, allowing his consciousness to re-enter the mental space to converse with Kurama and strengthen their bond. Currently, without a suitable venue, even if he wished to test the power of the Nine Tails chakra mode, he could not. Moreover, the paramount task at hand is to await the completion of the advancements of Minato Namake's and Ebido Uchiha. Other matters can be addressed in passing but should not distract Wu Chen's focus. While Wu Chen was engaged in conversation with Kurama, waiting for the 2 characters to advance, an anomaly concerning Tony Stark caught the attention of S.H.I.E.L.D. Iron Man Tony Stark, despite joining S.H.I.E.L.D. and becoming an advisor, has maintained an attitude of selective compliance that has proven troublesome for the agency. Understanding Tony's disposition and fearing that confrontation might provoke him, S.H.I.E.L.D. opted to take a hands-off approach. Nevertheless, they remain vigilant and ready to extend assistance when necessary. Thus, S.H.I.E.L.D. has consistently monitored Tony's condition and is aware of the remedy for palladium poisoning. The solution involves discovering a new element to replace palladium in the reactor, thereby alleviating his toxicity. The agency has made some progress, uncovering leads in the notes of Howard Stark, Tony's father, which outline the creation of a new element. Regrettably, there is no one within S.H.I.E.L.D. capable of synthesizing this new element. so they can only wait for an opportunity to inform Tony and allow him to pursue it himself. In the meantime, S.H.I.E.L.D has also identified a symptomatic treatment for Tony's palladium poisoning, a lithium-based injection. Chapter 102. The completion of the Watergate advancement. For 4, the lithium dioxide injection can effectively alleviate the symptoms of palladium poisoning. Yet it merely provides temporary relief and does not offer a cure, as the affliction is prone to recurrence. Thus, the S.H.I.E.L.D did not immediately administer it to Tony. However, today, the Black Widow, Natasha, who had recently infiltrated Stark Industries, reported that the arc reactor embedded in Tony's chest had vanished. The absence of the reactor, while Tony remained intact, suggested that all of his injuries had been miraculously healed. Setting aside the mystery of how Tony managed to extract the shrapnel from his body and mend the gaping wound in his chest, the mere fact that Tony's predicament had been resolved caught S.H.I.E.L.D off guard. Originally, S.H.I.E.L.D had intended to approach Tony during his moment of utmost despair, armed with the lithium dioxide injection and Howard's notes and artifacts. In a bid to indirectly save his life and foster a sense of goodwill towards the agency, Tony's obstinate nature rendered him impervious to manipulation by mere incentives. Thus, to coax him into compliance, the most effective approach would be to ensnare him with emotional ties. This method was indeed employed in the film Iron Man 2. However, the unexpected intervention by Wu Chen, portraying Thousand Hand Tobarama, led S.H.I.E.L.D's meticulously laid plans to crumble. This unforeseen development immediately alerted Nick Fury. After considerable contemplation, Nick Fury resolved to personally seek out Tony, bearing Howard Stark's notes and belongings. While he could not provide assistance in dire circumstances, failing to even add a touch of grace would render S.H.I.E.L.D utterly redundant. Such a feudal organization would have no reason to exist. Nevertheless, Nick Fury's mission was not entirely devoid of merit. Discovering a new element to upgrade the miniature reactor and facilitating a reconciliation between Tony and his father would indeed offer substantial support to Tony. In truth, Tony held deep reverence for his father, Howard, and it was the lack of paternal affection during his formative years that had transformed him into the flamboyant playboy he once was. Therefore, Nick Fury's endeavor could not merely be categorized as a kindness. Rather, it might be viewed as a benevolent act. Overall, it could still leave a favorable impression of S.H.I.E.L.D in Tony's eyes. Thus, Nick Fury, with the notes and a suitcase of relics in tow, hurriedly sought out Tony Stark. While organizing some items recently, I discovered your father's notes and belongings. They may aid you in upgrading your reactor. As he delivered this lengthy address, Nick Fury noticed that Tony and his assistant, Pepper Potts, were entwined in an intimate embrace, seemingly on the verge of a kiss, accidentally interrupting their tender moment. Nick Fury nearly found himself unceremoniously ejected by Tony. Fortunately, he waved the notes in his hand, securing his position to enjoy a cup of tea at Tony's residence. Your father's notes? Tony, intrigued, accepted the notes and artifacts without suspicion and began to peruse them. After a moment, a frown crossed his face as he started to sift through the contents of the suitcase. After searching for quite some time, he finally looked up to find Nick Fury gazing at him with curiosity. With a hint of irritation, he remarked, "The tea has been consumed. Are you not leaving yet?" "Oh, I was wondering why your reactor is absent from your chest." Nick Fury did not conceal his interest in the matter. "You mean that?" "Ah, a friend of mine introduced me to an extraordinary individual who assisted in my recovery." "Your friend? This extraordinary individual? Who might they be?" Nick Fury pressed for further details, but Tony dismissed him with finality. "Ponder it yourself. I shall not betray my friends so easily." After bidding farewell to Nick Fury, Tony retrieved a videotape from the relic suitcase and began to play it. Meanwhile, Nick Fury, who was preparing to return, contemplated the identity of the person Tony had mentioned. A friend of Tony's, and one who knows remarkable people, could not possibly be Colonel Rhodes. So, who could it be? Who might have forged a friendship with Tony? Suddenly, an epiphany struck Nick Fury as he recalled Tony's frequent visits to Wu Chen. In an instant, a cascade of connections flooded Nick Fury's mind. Wu Chen lacked healing abilities, and it appeared that Senju Tobarama did as well. Could it be that Konoha had dispatched another formidable figure? It seemed necessary to schedule a visit with Wu Chen, the S.H.I.E.L.D consultant. While Nick Fury pondered over Wu Chen, the latter was filled with exhilaration. Fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, Fourth Great Ninja War, Minato Namikaze, Nine-Tails Chakra Mode, is advancing. Time remaining for advancement: 0 days, 0 hours, 00 minutes, 0 seconds. Advancement complete. Congratulations to the host for successfully advancing the character of Fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, to Fourth Great Ninja War, Minato Namikaze, Nine-Tails Chakra Mode. Character advancement progression inherited as is. The host has earned one character extraction opportunity. The advancement has finally been achieved. The system did not deceive. It indeed granted an extraction opportunity. A new member of the Akatsuki, here I come. Chapter 103. The Azure Dragon of Akatsuki, Deidara, 1-4. Wu Chen did not immediately engage with the meaning behind the Nine-Tails chakra mode of Minato Namikaze. Rather, he prepared to initiate a character extraction for role-playing. His plans to escalate the role-playing progress had been meticulously crafted over the past month. Indeed, he had outlined an extensive strategy for the forthcoming period, with only the positioning of various factions' characters remaining. Foremost among his concerns were the events surrounding Thor and Iron Man 2. According to Wu Chen's strategy, he required members of the Akatsuki organization to participate in these incidents. The U.S. government had already classified the Akatsuki as a superpowered terrorist organization. Given this classification, it would be remiss for the Akatsuki not to create disturbances in line with their designation. With Minato Namikaze having completed his ascension, the opportunity to experience his prowess was always at hand. For now, though, the priority lay in extracting the necessary characters from the Akatsuki before addressing other matters. The Thor and Iron Man 2 events were set to occur almost simultaneously, albeit at vastly different locations. Even with Obito's ability to traverse between dimensions, managing both situations concurrently would prove challenging. Thus, the involvement of merely one Akatsuki member would be insufficient. At least 3 or 4 would be required. Obito would handle one incident, while the rewards from Minato's ascension would afford 2 more character extraction opportunities, allowing for the selection of 2 Akatsuki members. This arrangement would yield 3 participants, barely sufficient for the task at hand. In Wu Chen's design, Obito would tackle the Thor incident, while the other 2 Akatsuki members would engage with the Iron Man 2 narrative. After all, with Obito's ascension to the Eternal Mangeki Sharingan, his strength had significantly increased, making it feasible for him to manage one location alone. However, the strategy was not merely about participating in the events. It involved deploying tailed beasts into these occurrences, forcefully intervening to capture them. This approach would undoubtedly enhance the role-playing progress of the Akatsuki members, as their mission was centered around the capture of tailed beasts. In this scenario, the adversary confronting Obito would naturally be Minato, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Obito's capabilities rendered him nearly invulnerable to ordinary opponents, while Hashirama Senju possessed formidable strength. His ignorance of Obito's intelligence could lead to a potential defeat. Conversely, Minato had previously overcome Obito and had since seen a substantial enhancement in his own power. Thus, it was evident that a confrontation between Minato and Obito was more fitting. On the Thor side, this was the plan, and on the New York front, Wu Chen had devised a similar strategy. Members of the Akatsuki, through their information networks, learned that Wu Chen, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, was brazenly remaining in a certain area of the city, showing no inclination to conceal himself. Consequently, they perceived this as a provocation and resolved to launch a joint assault, intending to capture the Nine-Tails directly. Coincidentally, their assault aligned perfectly with the timing of the Iron Man 2 event. In essence, this encapsulated Wu Chen's thoughts. Now, all that remained was the positioning of 2 Akatsuki members. Akatsuki members, Wu Chen murmured as he commenced the extraction process. Ding, character extraction in progress. As the system's notification resonated, a series of figures flashed rapidly through Wu Chen's mind. Ultimately, the vivid image that lingered in his mind was that of a striking young man clad in a long robe adorned with red clouds on a black background, sporting a golden single ponytail, with a peculiar device over his left eye, and hands each possessing a mouth that flicked out its tongue. It was none other than him. Wu Chen felt a surge of astonishment. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have drawn the character, Deidara, the Azure Dragon of the Akatsuki from the world of Naruto. To his surprise, he had drawn Deidara, the explosive artist. Wu Chen's mind began to recall Deidara's abilities. Deidara could utilize clay to create explosive puppets, which could vary in size and power, displaying remarkable functionality while possessing astonishing destructive capability. Particularly notable was his technique, C4, Garuda, which could generate countless minuscule bombs invisible to the naked eye, infiltrating his enemies' bodies and, upon detonation, reducing them to mere dust, truly terrifying. However, despite Deidara's formidable abilities, he was susceptible to lightning techniques and Jinjutsu. Throughout his life, Deidara had faced defeat twice, once against the Jinjutsu of Itachi Uchiha, and once against the combined Jinjutsu and lightning techniques of Sasuke, illustrating a significant vulnerability. Fortunately, in the Marvel Universe, only Obito possessed the ability to utilize Jinjutsu. Others, even Loki's illusions, would be ineffective against Deidara. In fact, in certain scenarios, Deidara's contributions could surpass even those of Pain. Of course, despite this, Wu Chen still felt that if he could draw Pain, he would prefer that. Having successfully drawn a member of the Akatsuki, Wu Chen felt a slight sense of relief. Now, he only needed to wait for another hour until Obito completed his advancement. which would allow him to continue drawing characters from the Akatsuki. For the time being, since he had nothing else to occupy his time, he thought it best to continue conversing with the Nine Tails to foster their bond. Thus, Wu Chen suppressed his bubbling excitement, delving into his mental space, finding a comfortable spot beside the Nine Tails, and began to engage in conversation. An hour swiftly passed. Mysterious masked man Obito Uchiha, dual Manjiki Sharingan, undergoing advancement. Time remaining for advancement. 0 days, 0 hours, 00 minutes, 0 seconds. Advancement complete. Congratulations, host. You are now playing the character Obito Uchiha with dual Manjiki Sharingan. Eternal Eye character advancement complete. Progression retained. Host has gained 1 opportunity to draw a character. Chapter 104. The 6 Paths of Pain 2-4. Upon receiving the opportunity to embody a character, Wu Chen wasted no time. He fervently murmured Akatsuki in his mind, initiating the second character selection of the day. Beep. Character extraction in progress. As the system's voice echoed in his mind, a rapid succession of figures flashed before him. Ultimately, the imagery coalesced around 6 individuals clad in black cloaks adorned with red clouds, their orange hair contrasting sharply with the black spikes embedded throughout their attire. Their eyes bore a striking resemblance to target circles, a hue of gray and violet, as they stood together. Behind them loomed another figure, seated upon a peculiar apparatus, with black iron rods protruding from his back. This gaunt young man sported long burgundy hair and possessed the same gray-violet circular eyes. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the character, Pain of the Akatsuki, the 6 Paths of Nagato. It was indeed pain. Wu Chen leapt up in exhilaration. He felt an overwhelming urge to rush out and buy a lottery ticket, convinced that fortune was on his side. How could luck be so favorable, granting him precisely what he desired? Was he truly a child of the system? The system is incapable of procreation. Please maintain decorum, host. Wu Chen quelled his fanciful thoughts, yet the smile on his face remained uncontainable. Hey, have you stumbled upon some good fortune? You're already my Jinchuriki. And yet you're so restless. What is this? The voice of the Nine Tails resonated within Wu Chen's mind. Able to share his vision but unable to perceive the intricacies of the system. Kurama, do you remember the character embodiment system I mentioned? I have drawn a character with the Rinnegan. Wu Chen recalled the saying, share your joy, and it will multiply, and eagerly shared his jackpot with the Nine Tails. What? The Rinnegan? ISNT that the eye of the Sage of the 6 Paths? After the initial wave of astonishment, Wu Chen indeed felt a surge of happiness. What are your plans now? Kurama inquired, reclining in Wu Chen's mental space. Next, well? Hearing Kurama's question, Wu Chen's excitement began to ebb. He suddenly realized that his plans required some adjustments. After all, Nagato, as Pain, comprised 7 entities. Although only 6 were capable of combat, they were not to be underestimated. Thus, Wu Chen addressed Kurama. Kurama, aren't you just idling in my mental space? I shall present you with a grand spectacle. What sort of spectacle? Kurama was curious. You'll find out in due time. With that, Wu Chen turned his focus inward, contemplating his next steps. The overarching direction of his plan remained unchanged, but the finer details necessitated modification. However, before making adjustments, he needed to comprehend how Nagato's 6 paths manifested. Would embodying Nagato directly summon the 6 paths? Or would he have to gather 6 individuals and craft them into the 6 paths himself? Understanding this was quite straightforward. He simply needed to embody Nagato. With that resolve, Wu Chen immediately took on the persona of Nagato. In the next moment, a peculiar apparatus materialized within the room, with the emaciated figure of Nagato, also known as Pain, ensnared within its confines. A sharp gasp escaped Wu Chen's lips as he assumed the role of Nagato. A wave of agony coursed through his body. Some of the pain emanated from the iron rods piercing his back, while other discomfort stemmed from the inherent suffering that Nagato endured. Despite the torment, Wu Chen deciphered the nuances of embodying the 6 paths of pain. Thus, he relinquished his guise as Nagato and restored his true form. Subsequently employing the shadow clone technique to manifest 6 clones, he instructed one of the clones to impersonate Nagato while his original self, alongside the remaining 5 clones, made contact with the clone that had taken on Nagato's form. In an instant, the 6 paths of pain emerged. The method of embodying Nagato diverged from previous experiences. It was categorized into primary and secondary roles. The primary role represented the true essence of Nagato, while the secondary role encompassed the 6 paths of pain. Wu Chen, as the primary embodiment, could directly assume the role, whereas the secondary embodiment necessitated first embodying the primary role before making contact. Thus, it truly became a matter of extracting one character to yield 6. Observing himself in the guise of the Deva path, Wu Chen assessed the pain figures surrounding him and promptly concluded that Nagato alone could manage matters in New York, allowing Deidara and Obito to venture toward Raijin. This arrangement also aligned perfectly with the Akatsuki's tradition of pairs. Akatsuki's members often operated in teams. In Konoha, it was still just Minato confronting Obito, while Tobirama would remain with Wu Chen in New York. Consequently, the outcomes of the conflict between good and evil were already apparent. When the opportunity to extract characters arose again, he would need to consider the formidable figures from the Hidden Leaf Village, lest the balance of good and evil be disrupted. Reflecting on powerful individuals, Wu Chen recalled that he had yet to experiment with Minato, Obito, Deidara, and the Six Paths of Pain. Therefore, he relinquished his role as the Deva Path and summoned 3 shadow clones to embody the Nine Tails Minato, the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan Obito, and Deidara. Chapter 105, The Spiraling Radiant Will Dance Roar, Part 4 Understanding the Intentions of His True Self. Minato Namikaze immediately activated the Nine Tails chakra mode upon his emergence. With a swish, he was enveloped in a dazzling golden light, the brilliant Nine Tails chakra completely cloaking him. His cloak transformed into a crystalline, resplendent gold. Simultaneously, a formidable aura emanated from Minato, expanding outward with palpable intensity. Noticing this, Minato furrowed his brow, momentarily restraining and retracting the Nine Tails chakra mode, causing the imposing pressure to dissipate. Similarly, Obito appeared in his new guise, adorned in a black robe patterned with red clouds. His mask, however, was no longer the previous yellow with black stripes, nor the single-eyed vortex mask worn by Tobi, but rather the 3-tomo Sharingan mask reminiscent of the Fourth Great Ninja War. This mask, which fully covered his head save for a small portion at the back, displayed both of his eyes. Yet, as the Sharingan is not the Byakugan, it obstructed his line of sight and potentially hindered his abilities. At this moment, the kaleidoscopic patterns within Obito's eyes began to rotate slowly. A closer inspection revealed that in addition to the pre-existing hooked blades, 3 additional smaller hooks had emerged, indicating the manifestation of the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan resulting from the fusion of 2 pairs of the same origin. Gazing into the depths of these eternal Mangekyou, Wu Chen, the true form, felt an overwhelming pressure akin to a tidal wave. Furthermore, the eyes possessed an almost hypnotic allure, compelling the beholder to meet their gaze involuntarily. In this instant, should Obito cast an illusion, its success would be guaranteed. As for Deidara, his appearance was identical to that depicted in the reference during his summoning, with golden hair tied in a ponytail and striking features, save for the unsettling mouths on his hands. Observing the 3 shadow clones embodying the roles of the trio, Wu Chen resumed his portrayal of pain, the Deva Path. In this confined bedroom, the gathering of 10 individuals, Minato, Obito, Deidara, and the 6 Paths of Pain, including Nagato, rendered the space significantly more cramped. Fortunately, Obito swiftly activated his ability, summoning a vortex that drew everyone within. To adequately test the enhanced prowess of Minato, Obito, and the newly summoned Deidara and the 6 Paths of Pain, a suitably expansive training ground was imperative. Naturally, the ideal venue was Obito's Kamui space, previously employed by Wu Chen, and expected to remain unchanged. However, upon entering the Kamui space, Wu Chen, in his role as the Deva Path, quickly discerned that this realm felt somewhat altered. Originally composed of floating islands suspended in the void, those islands now appeared interconnected, forming a cohesive whole. Was this transformation a result of the gathering of Sharingan, culminating in the Eternal Eyes? Wu Chen glanced at Obito, who nodded in affirmation. With this revelation, the group decided to disperse slightly to avoid interfering with one another. Thus, with the exception of Nagato, the remaining 9 individuals spread out, initiating a barrage of ninjutsu experiments. Wolfing Watergate directly activated the Nine Tails chakra mode, and within this state, he unleashed his ultimate technique, the spiraling flash wheel dance, employing the 4 forms. First, he scattered the 3-pronged kunai like celestial maidens shedding blossoms. He then executed the shadow clone technique, creating clones that darted and flickered amidst the kunai, launching relentless assaults. Meanwhile, the original Watergate concentrated his energy into a massive Rasengan, ultimately synchronizing with his clones to simultaneously strike the airborne adversary with the colossal Rasengan. The merit of this maneuver lies in its swiftness and formidable power. The enemy scarcely has time to react before being bewilderingly overwhelmed by Wolfing Watergate's flurry of attacks, leading to their swift demise. However, the drawback is the necessity for exceptionally high reaction speed. Only upon entering the Nine Tails chakra mode could Wolfing Watergate achieve such prowess. In his usual state, even he would be incapable of executing this technique. It can be said that once the Nine Tails chakra mode is activated, Watergate's reaction speed reaches the pinnacle of human capability. Remarkably, in this mode, his physical form keeps pace with his reaction speed. In contrast to the dynamic Wolfing Watergate, Uchiha Obito's situation is much simpler. His other abilities remained largely unchanged, with the sole alteration being the completion of his Kamui Mangekyou Sharingan, which evolved into the Eternal Mangekyou. Thus, Obito first conducted a brief experiment with long-range Kamui attacks, which directly distorted space to inflict damage. How formidable is space? In Avengers: Infinity War, one of Thanos' minions had their hands severed by a portal opened by Doctor Strange, illustrating its might. Suddenly, a vortex appeared in the distance, tearing apart the boundaries of the Kamui space. After this experiment, Obito's gaze sharpened as he activated Susanoo. A blue, semi-ethereal skeletal figure emerged, enveloping Obito within its embrace, and then the skeletal frame gradually solidified into a stoic warrior clad in armor. At this juncture, there were no further developments, as Obito had only just initiated the dual Kani Mangeki Susanoo and was still unaccustomed to its power. It is anticipated that in the future, he will be able to manifest a complete Susanoo towering 100 meters. Chapter 106. Commencing Action 4-4. If we consider the Nine-Tails Chakra mode of Minato Namikaze as a radiant effect, and the Kamui and Susanoo of Obito Uchiha as special effects, then what Deidara possesses can only be described as explosive. Among those present, Deidara's commotion is the most pronounced. The clay puppets resembling little spiders, boom. The clay puppets shaped like birds, boom. The peculiar four-winged avian, boom. The enormous giant bird, boom. A dragon, comparable in size to a small passenger aircraft, spews forth numerous little birds and spiders, followed by a series of booms. For Deidara, every jutsu must culminate in an explosion. If it does not explode, then that technique is deemed worthless. After all, art is an explosion. Disregarding the ruckus from Deidara, the 6 members of the Akatsuki S.H.I.E.L.D did not possess much to experiment with. The Hell Realm, capable of summoning and controlling the King of Hell, can resurrect the other 5 realms, making it one of the core components of Pain's 6 paths. The Human Realm, endowed with the ability to extract souls, can forcibly read an enemy's memories by grasping their head, subsequently claiming their soul. The Animal Realm can summon numerous powerful and gigantic creatures, and also facilitate the summoning of the other 5 realms. The Hungry Ghost Realm utilizes seals to form shields that absorb enemy ninjutsu and energy attacks, thus assuming a defensive role among the 6. The Azura Realm possesses immense strength and can employ a unique summoning technique that utilizes the powers of the 6 paths to conjure weapons, taking on the primary offensive responsibilities. Lastly, the Deva Path, represented by Wu Chen, takes on the appearance of Yahiko, a dear friend of Nagato, for the simple reason that the Deva Path is crafted from Yahiko's corpse. It is precisely due to Yahiko's demise that Nagato realized that peace cannot be attained through mere dreams. True understanding and genuine peace can only arise through shared suffering. The Deva Path serves as the absolute core of Pain's 6 paths, wielding the seemingly simple, yet devastating ability to create attraction and repulsion. However, this ostensibly straightforward power has led to the downfall of countless heroes, culminating in the destruction of the entire Hidden Leaf village under its might. The method to annihilate this small city is straightforward. The Deva Path's frequently employed technique, Shinra Tensei. This technique generates repulsion, directly repelling all incoming attacks, be they energy or physical in nature, with ruthless efficiency. When sufficiently charged with chakra, the Deva Path can soar through the air, gathering all its chakra to unleash Super Shinra Tensei, creating a colossal spherical repulsive force that compresses everything surrounding it into a flattened expanse, ultimately forming an immense spherical crater. As Wu Chen observed Pain experimenting with their respective abilities, he suddenly contemplated whether he should also imitate the original Pain. What was his purpose in causing a stir? Was it not to gain progress in his role? If, when embodying the Deva Path, he were to unleash a massive Shinra Tensei on the city harboring the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, intending to compel the Jinchuriki to reveal themselves, would that not yield a substantial amount of role progression? After some contemplation, Wu Chen deemed it highly plausible. However, New York City is vast. Even the most powerful technique might only encompass a single district, rendering it impossible to achieve a comprehensive coverage of the entire metropolis. A sudden inspiration struck Wu Chen as he recalled the unused tenfold amplification card. What if he combined it with the ultimate technique? While it might not envelop all of New York, surely it could obliterate a quarter of it. The mere thought sent waves of exhilaration coursing through him. Imagining himself unleashing a jutsu that could devastate a quarter of New York filled Wu Chen with an intoxicating sense of control. Yet, amidst his excitement, a troubling thought emerged. What would become of the innocent citizens of New York if he proceeded with such a plan? One must adhere to moral boundaries. Extinguishing hundreds of thousands of lives was something Wu Chen could not fathom. Should he then abandon his idea? He shook his head resolutely. After careful contemplation, he arrived at a decision. He would unleash an extraordinarily powerful technique, but he would consider the aftermath. With his mind made up, Wu Chen returned to his bedroom, instructing all his shadow clones to cease their transformations and disperse. As he absorbed the ninefold memories and fatigue, he consumed a fatigue-reducing potion. Lying on his bed, he experienced the memories of Minato Namikaze, which illuminated the path to mastering the advanced stage of the Nine-Tails Chakra mode. The following morning, after an early breakfast, Wu Chen summoned 5 shadow clones. He assigned each clone to embody Minato Namikaze, Obito Uchiha, Nagato Uzumaki, Pain, and Tobarama Senju. Meanwhile, his main body set out to sell hamburgers from a food cart. Minato and Tobarama ventured to S.H.I.E.L., D. While Obito drew Nagato into the Kamui space before joining Pain to seek out the elusive gene. With his main body now capable of wielding the advanced stage of the Nine-Tails chakra mode, Wu Chen's powers had reached an ideal level, allowing him to commence his grand undertaking. Chapter 107. Nick Fury's Frustration. 1-4. Before the Triskelion building, a golden flash and a stream of water simultaneously appeared, heralding the arrival of Minato Namikaze and Hashirama Senju. Both had left their flying thunder god marks at the entrance of S.H.I.E.L.D, enabling their immediate spatial relocation. While it was true that their marks were also present within the agency, out of respect for this official organization, they refrained from teleporting directly inside. At that moment, Agent Coulson emerged from the building, having just finalized the task list and prepared to rendezvous with Hashirama Senju. He was greeted by the sight of the two shinobi. Instantly, his eyes lit up, and he jogged over to them. "Mr. Namikaze, have you completed your training?" "Mr. Senju, would you like to review today's task list first?" As he spoke, he reached for his earpiece, intending to report Minato's return to Nick Fury. However, Minato gently placed his hand over Coulson's, whispering, "Let us not converse here. We should proceed directly to Director Fury's office." With a shared glance between him and Hashirama, they activated the Flying Thunder God technique, vanishing from the entrance. While unauthorized entry was generally prohibited, the presence of S.H.I.E.L.D personnel changed the circumstances. At that moment, Nick Fury was in his office, scrutinizing the dossier on Wu Chen. After learning that a powerful ninja from Konoha had arrived in New York, he pondered the best excuse to visit Wu Chen's residence. With Tony, Fury could conveniently use the excuse of returning his father's relics and notes, but with Wu Chen, he found himself at a loss for words. Determined to glean some inspiration, he delved into Wu Chen's file. Yet, before he could read for more than a few minutes, he heard a noise at his desk. Looking up, he was taken aback to find Minato, Hashirama, and Coulson before him. Fury was startled, recognizing that these two had left their marks in his office. Had he unknowingly been in an environment where he could have been at risk from Hashirama and Minato? A shiver ran down his spine, prompting him to resolve to have the cleaning staff thoroughly sanitize the area. Nevertheless, he maintained his composure. "Coulson," although Fury did not explicitly inquire, Coulson immediately understood and relayed the situation as it unfolded. "Oh, I see. What brings the two Hokage to consult with a mere director like myself?" Nick Fury remarked, a mix of self-deprecation and inquiry in his tone. Observing Minato and Hashirama side by side, one in his 20s and the other around 30, Fury couldn't help but marvel at Konoha's progressive policies. After all, the youthful age of the Hokage suggested that the position was neither hereditary nor lifelong, but rather elected. It is akin to the process of electing a president in the United States, where a new Hokage is appointed every 3 to 4 years. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain the minimal age difference between Minato Namikaze and Tobarama Senju, both of whom are quite youthful. At this moment, Wu Chen remains unaware of Nick Fury's conjecture. Had he known, he would undoubtedly commend Fury, expressing gratitude for providing him with a convenient excuse. Upon hearing Fury's inquiry, Minato glanced at Coulson, promptly leading Nick Fury to grasp his intent, stating, "Coulson is trustworthy. Feel free to speak candidly." In response, Minato directly announced, "According to our sensory ninjutsu analysis, another tailed beast seal has become unstable." Nick Fury was incensed, nearly cursing aloud. "Did you not assert that the seals left by the Sage of Six Paths were unassailable? Why then has the seal of the Nine Tails in New York been effortlessly unraveled by the masked man, Obito, and why are other tailed beast seals also becoming unstable?" Struggling to suppress his urge to curse, Fury inhaled deeply and posed a flurry of questions. "Is that sensory ninjutsu analysis accurate? Which tailed beast has experienced a seal disturbance? Where is it sealed? Could this be yet another scheme orchestrated by the Akatsuki organization?" Minato answered each question in turn. "It is indeed accurate. The disturbance of the nine-tail seal was detected by that sensory ninjutsu. This technique was specifically devised to detect tailed beast chakra. The tailed beast experiencing seal instability is Shikaku, one of the 9-tailed beasts. It is a colossal tanuki adorned with sealing patterns, proficient in wind and magnet release sealing techniques. However, do not underestimate Shikaku simply because it is one tail. In fact, its combat prowess ranks just below that of the 9 tails and the 8 tails. It is sealed beneath the dunes near a small town called Charming Wonderland in New Mexico. As for whether this is a ploy of the Akatsuki, one cannot speak without investigation. However, I personally suspect it is indeed their handiwork. Chapter 108. Requesting a commission. 2-4. It has now become evident that the Akatsuki's objective is the 9 tails. Minato Namikaze continued, stating that while their intentions regarding the tails remain unclear, they have never concealed their ambitions. "Minato, your assessment is somewhat flawed." Tobarama Senju interjected suddenly, startling Minato. "What do you mean, Lord Tobarama?" he inquired. "It is they." Tobarama replied with utmost seriousness. Thus far, only one masked man has been seen. The other members of the Akatsuki have yet to reveal themselves. Perhaps the Akatsuki consists solely of this masked individual, and the existence of others is merely an illusion crafted by him. Minato's expression darkened. Lord Tobirama, what you say? Nick Fury cast a puzzled glance at Tobirama as well. Realizing that he should not engage Tobirama any further, Minato turned to Nick Fury and asked, "Do you have any questions?" Nick Fury immediately withdrew his gaze and responded, "Indeed, I do. I wish to understand the reason you have come to inform me, as well as your intended course of action." Having witnessed the chaos caused by the Nine Tails firsthand, Nick Fury had come to accept the existence of tailed beasts. After all, it stands to reason that such a colossal creature could not be fabricated. If it were a deception, then it would be a lesson well learned. At this moment, Nick Fury had no doubts regarding Minato's words. However, he was quite curious about why Minato and Tobirama had specifically come to relay this information and what Konoha's subsequent plans entailed. Could it be that there is something akin to the Nine Tails? Furthermore, is Shikaku, the One Tail, sealed beneath a dune near the town of Wonderland in New Mexico? Why does that location sound so familiar? As he pondered this, Nick Fury noticed Coulson gesturing towards him, and suddenly recalled that this was indeed the location mentioned in the intelligence Coulson had recently brought, where the hammer had fallen from the sky. The One Tail is sealed there. Could there be a connection with the hammer that recently descended from above? Nick Fury fell into deep contemplation, while Minato directly addressed his inquiries. The reason for notifying you? Is it not self-evident? After all, the seal of the tailed beast lies within your territory. While we possess the authority to subdue, seal, and reclaim the tailed beasts, it is only proper to inform you. Minato cast a curious glance at Nick Fury before continuing, as for our intentions, to be precise, it is my intention. Lord Tobirama has other duties and will not accompany me. I wish for your S.H.I.E.L.D. to commission me for a task akin to what was done during the Nine Tails incident. This would not only provide funding for Konoha but also assist your organization. Upon hearing this, Nick Fury clenched his teeth in frustration. Damn it, it truly aligns with my suspicions. Seeing Nick Fury's strange expression, Minato Namikaze inquired, "What is wrong? Is it that S.H.I.E.L.D. is unwilling to entrust me with the task of preventing the Nine Tails from breaking free or resealing it?" "Not at all," Nick Fury replied after a brief moment of contemplation. "We at S.H.I.E.L.D. would like to commission you, Minato Namikaze, to either thwart the Nine Tails' escape or, should it manage to break free, to re-imprison it. The reward is 10 million. So, Minato, will you accept the commission?" "I would certainly be inclined to accept. In comparison to a modest sum of money, maintaining a harmonious relationship with the Hidden Leaf Village is of far greater significance. In fact, if it were any other organization, they would be eager to send financial support to the Hidden Leaf. After all, a righteous organization like the Hidden Leaf would ensure that their funds would not be used against them, and might even assist them in resolving a myriad of complex issues, much like we do with S.H.I.E.L.D. However, Nick Fury couldn't help but think that this would place some strain on the finances. It seemed he would need to request additional funds soon. The financing for S.H.I.E.L.D. is provided jointly by the United Nations, and thus, budgetary matters are also sanctioned by the UN. Glancing at Minato and then at Hashirama Senju, Nick Fury suddenly inquired, "Mr. Senju, may I inquire about your current mission?" "Please do not misunderstand. This is not an intrusion into the privacy of the Hidden Leaf, but rather, having witnessed the formidable power of the Nine Tails, I am curious as to why you cannot accompany Mr. Namikaze on this venture." After gaining insight into Minato's intentions and forthcoming actions, Nick Fury was eager to learn more about Hashirama Senju. Although Hashirama had assisted S.H.I.E.L.D. with numerous challenging tasks over the past month, and they had come to recognize his exceptional water release abilities, they remained uncertain about the full extent of his true strength. This uncertainty stemmed from the fact that Hashirama had never exerted himself to the fullest. He had resolved tasks with minimal effort. Chapter 109, The God of Ninjas? 3-4. Nevertheless, despite never having witnessed the true prowess of Senju Tobirama, Nick Fury mused that anyone capable of ascending to the position of Hokage must surely not be inferior to the formidable Minato Namikaze from a month prior. Wait. Minato Namikaze from a month ago. He had retreated into seclusion for an entire month, dedicating himself to becoming the perfect Jinchuriki through focused training. Now that he had emerged, could it be that he had indeed achieved the status of the perfect Jinchuriki, significantly enhancing his power? With this thought, Nick Fury cast a scrutinizing glance toward Minato Namikaze. Before Minato could fully grasp Fury's implication, Tobirama's response confirmed Fury's conjecture. Minato had reconciled with the Nine Tails and had become the perfect Jinchuriki, elevating his strength to the level of a Kage. Thus, he alone could subdue the One Tail and deal with any troublemakers without requiring assistance. "Minato, Please demonstrate your abilities to Director Fury to put his mind at ease. Upon hearing Tobarama's instruction, Minato nodded resignedly, stepping back 2 paces to activate his Nine-Tails chakra mode. Boom. A powerful wave of energy erupted, radiating outward from the golden-hued Minato, causing papers on Nick Fury's desk to flutter chaotically. The sheer force without any physical confrontation left Nick Fury and Phil Coulson utterly astonished. After a brief moment, Minato deactivated his Nine-Tails chakra mode and nodded toward the 2 men, affirming Tobarama's words, "Indeed, I can handle the One Tail alone." Tobarama continued, "As for myself, Director Fury, you seem rather intrigued by my capabilities." The pressure emanating from Tobarama's gaze momentarily unsettled Fury. "My tangible strength is comparable to Minato's at present. Yet the true measure of combat prowess can only be determined through battle." With that, Tobarama focused his gaze on Minato. "How about we engage in a duel?" Minato, sensing Tobarama's fervor for combat, felt a headache coming on. No, Tobarama, you are far superior to me. Therefore, there is no need for a battle. I concede. TCH, how dull." Tobarama shot Minato a glare before returning his attention to Nick Fury, continuing to address his queries. "Regarding my mission, it is not classified. I can share it with you. I am here in New York to protect someone." Tobarama's revelation compelled Nick Fury to silently resolve to elevate Tobarama's security clearance. Minato shared this sentiment, reflecting on how formidable Minato had already been a month prior, and now witnessing his newfound capabilities. How powerful must Minato be now? And what of Tobarama's true strength? The term Kage level was a measure of strength among ninjas, akin to that of a grand sorcerer. Minato had previously claimed to be a Kage level warrior. Yet, to protect someone, Nick Fury's mind immediately conjured the image of Wu Chen. The one he needed to protect, was he truly the disciple of Lord Minato? Senju Tobarama nodded and elaborated. "The masked man of the Akatsuki possesses considerable strength. Since they have set their sights on the tailed beasts, it stands to reason they would not spare the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Wu Chen. Although this young man is exceptionally gifted, having become a perfect Jinchuriki alongside Minato, he has only recently embarked on the path of a ninja and lacks extensive experience. If he were to confront the masked man, the odds would be heavily against him. Hence, during Minato's seclusion, I came to New York not only to maintain our connection but also to safeguard that young lad. However, he is incredibly stubborn. He insists on remaining here, claiming New York is my home. I will not leave. It is worth noting that my elder brother, Senju Hashirama, the first Hokage of Konoha and the god of shinobi, resides in Konoha, and the Akatsuki would not dare to invade. Fortunately, the young man has gained some strength, which will allow him to temper his will and gain experience amidst the potential tribulations. Otherwise, had he been any weaker, I would have had to bring him back to Konoha myself." Upon hearing Senju Tobarama's explanation, Nick Fury could not help but widen his eyes. Wu Chen had also become a perfect Jinchuriki. Did this mean he was on par with Lord Minato, a formidable powerhouse of the highest caliber? But wait, considering his experience, perhaps Wu Chen's strength was slightly below that of a Kage, more likely at the level of a Kage. A Kage was akin to Minato from a month ago. Still an exceptionally strong individual. It seemed that he would need to adopt a more favorable attitude towards Wu Chen moving forward, Nick Fury resolved internally. Then, he realized he had seemingly overlooked a crucial piece of information. Pausing, he recalled what Senju Tobarama had just mentioned, his elder brother, Senju Hashirama, the first Hokage of Konoha, the god of shinobi. Chapter 110, The Astute Kin of the Senju. For Mr. Senju, you just mentioned that Konoha is under the stewardship of your elder brother, the first Hokage, the god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju? Nick Fury zeroed in on the crux of the matter. What does god of shinobi signify? Is your brother a deity? Upon hearing Nick Fury's inquiry, Tobarama Senju rolled his eyes, asserting, "In this world, where can one find a truly omnipotent deity? The so-called gods are merely another form of powerful beings. My elder brother can be regarded as the mightiest ninja, hence his title as the god of shinobi." The mightiest ninja? Nick Fury found it difficult to fathom, considering he struggled to comprehend the immense power of both the Nine-Tails Minato and Tobarama Senju. Sensing Fury's lack of imagination, Tobarama elaborated, "To put it simply, someone like me could be effortlessly subdued by my elder brother with just one hand. Well, Minato could be treated similarly." This clarification rendered the concept far more tangible. Nick Fury began to understand the formidable strength of Hashirama Senju, yet disbelief lingered. Had he not witnessed the prowess of Minato and Tobarama firsthand, he would never have believed that humanity could attain such extraordinary might. Therefore, until he laid eyes upon Hashirama Senju, Nick Fury remained skeptical of his strength. Nonetheless, this did not hinder Nick Fury from proceeding with his conversation with Tobarama Senju and Minato Namikaze. "Mr. Namikaze, when do you plan to depart for New Mexico? We can set off shortly. Although the situation isn't dire, I need to inspect the sealing condition of the One Tail first," Minato pondered before responding. "Could you perhaps take Coulson along? He happens to be near the One Tail's seal." As there's been an incident involving a hammer falling from the sky that he needs to investigate, Nick Fury suggested. After a moment's thought, Nick Fury candidly remarked, "This will also allow Coulson to document your combat capabilities, which could provide reassurance to many. When it comes to a powerhouse like Minato Namake's, concealment serves no purpose." Nick Fury was acutely aware of this, hence his straightforwardness. "Document? With a camera?" Minato inquired, curiosity piqued. "Indeed, Coulson will carry a miniature camera to capture the entire mission." Nick Fury replied, maintaining his honesty. "That's fine, feel free to film. I have no aversion to being on camera," Minato shrugged. However, due to the considerable distance and the absence of a flying thunder god mark in New Mexico, we must drive there first. Turning to Coulson, he asked, "Coulson, how are your driving skills?" "I possess a fair degree of confidence in my driving." Coulson smiled slightly. "Then we are all set," Minato nodded. "Shall we depart?" "Absolutely." Thus, Minato Namake's hitched a ride with Coulson while Tobirama Senju resumed his tasks. Although the intent was to protect Wu Chen, with no unusual occurrences at present, Wu Chen, who was portraying Tobirama Senju through a shadow clone, believed it prudent to continue enhancing the progress of his role as Tobirama Senju. Once everyone in the office had departed, Nick Fury exhaled a sigh of relief, leaning back in his chair, a rare display of fatigue evident upon his countenance. In the presence of such formidable individuals, Nick Fury was not as unflappable and composed as he appeared. Rather, he had been perpetually tense and wholly focused, an endeavor that demanded considerable physical and mental exertion. At this moment, he was utterly drained. Fortunately, this state was fleeting, and Nick Fury soon returned to his usual demeanor. He dared not allow anyone to witness his earlier vulnerability. He had not forgotten the words of Bo Feng Shui-min, which had alluded to the troubling circumstances within S.H.I.E.L.D. After conducting discreet investigations, he had indeed uncovered some clues. However, lacking concrete evidence, it would be unwise to act prematurely. Unbeknownst to him, aside from a select few, the majority of S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel were infiltrators of Hydra. In essence, Nick Fury himself was the serpent that stirred the grass. Meanwhile, when Obito arrived before Jean Bing alongside Tendo, Jean Bing was taken aback. After a month of rigorous training, Jean Bing's chakra had ascended to the level of an ordinary shadow-class ninja. He had successfully mastered the Shark series water release techniques and developed a profound synergy with his blade, the great knife Samahata. Coupled with his dedicated practice of swordsmanship, Jean Bing had unequivocally emerged as a true shadow-level powerhouse. To speak candidly, in comparison to Wu Chen, Jean Bing was the genuine ninja prodigy. Had he been born in the world of Naruto, he would undoubtedly rank among the pinnacle of ninja strength. The enhancement of his physical prowess not only augmented his combat capabilities but also his perceptive abilities. Upon recognizing Obito and sensing the familiar, chilling aura, Jean Bing gradually knelt, exclaiming, "Master." Beneath the mask, the corners of Obito's mouth curled slightly. He too could perceive the strength Jean Bing currently possessed. However, this was not the moment for such discussions. The masked man took a half-step back, making way for Tendo, and gestured to Jean Bing, saying, "This is our Akatsuki organization's leader, the Zero Funeral of Akatsuki, Pain of the Six Paths." Chapter 111, The Dawn of the Southern Dipper, 1-4. The leader, Jean Bing, raised his head and was clearly taken aback. His gaze instinctively turned towards Tiandao, and he was immediately captivated by the grayish-purple Rinnegan. In truth, Jean Bing's heart was as steadfast as rock. Had it not been for Obito placing him in a metaphorical cage, he would never have submitted to him. Yet now, even this resolute Jean Bing found his eyes fixed upon the Rinnegan, as if he were entranced, his very soul seemingly drawn into its depths. Tiandao narrowed his eyes, an overwhelming sense of pressure emanating from his gaze, causing Jean Bing's eyes to sting painfully. He quickly lowered his head, too intimidated to look again. This interaction did not escape Obito's notice. Rather than intervene, he relished the unfolding scene. Jean Bing's submission to Obito alone was insufficient. He needed to yield to the entire Akatsuki organization. After all, each member of Akatsuki was a role played by Wu Chen, a kindred spirit. Thus, it was Obito's intention for Pain's Tiandao to assert authority over Jean Bing, rendering him more compliant and obedient. Seeing Jean Bing bow his head to Tiandao, Obito deemed the moment ripe to speak. "Indeed, you should recall what I mentioned previously. This time, I shall assess your abilities. After which the leader will decide whether to welcome you as a formal member." He added, "By the way, my codename is Yunu of Akatsuki." Yunu? Although Jean Bing felt a flicker of confusion regarding this designation, he dared not voice his thoughts. To speak out against a superior is a surefire way to provoke their ire. For an ordinary individual, such behavior might result in mere job loss. However, for Jean Bing, it could very well mean the loss of his life. After all, the Akatsuki was no benevolent organization. Jean Bing, Tiandao suddenly spoke. Jean Bing promptly replied, "Yes. What is the status of your intelligence network in New York?" Upon hearing this inquiry, Jean Bing's heart leaped with joy. As for the more clandestine affairs in New York, I may not know every detail, but for the most part, I can gather the information you seek. You may consider me the local overlord of New York. This was no mere boast. Jean Bing was indeed the kingpin of the underworld in New York and throughout America. Although many petty criminals had been apprehended during the Ninetales incident, following Jean Bing's display of formidable strength, even more chose to rally to his cause. Those who resisted joining his ranks found themselves subtly coerced into submission through various means. Thus, while many members of his gang had been captured, his influence had only grown. This situation may seem peculiar, yet within a nation that reveres freedom and coolness, it was entirely normal. Here, the strength of an individual could render Jean Bing impressively cool and free. Consequently, in the eyes of many, he exuded an undeniable charisma, making it only natural for them to flock to his side. Very well. Tian Dao nodded, his gaze remaining indifferent. Jean Bing, assist me in locating an individual named Wu Chen. I require his whereabouts and recent intelligence. Additionally, provide me with a comprehensive introduction to the United States, including its historical actions. Jean Bing promptly nodded and rose. Chief, are you referring to Wu Chen, the disciple of Wave Wind Minato? Indeed. Tian Dao cast a glance at Jean Bing, who was slightly taller than himself. Jean Bing immediately inclined his body, attempting to appear somewhat shorter than Tian Dao. Such perceptiveness from Jean Bing left no room for criticism from Tian Dao, who continued, Wu Chen is the Jinchuriki of the Ninetales, and the Ninetales is our Akatsuki's target. In that case, there is no need for a search, Chief. He has previously defeated me. So I have already gathered intelligence on him and dispatched individuals to monitor his activities. I can present his information to you directly. With that, Jean Bing swiftly returned to his desk and utilized the printer to produce a stack of papers filled with Wu Chen's intelligence details. He respectfully handed them over to Tian Dao and added, Please review this first. I will also have someone find the information you seek regarding the United States. Very well. You too. Take a seat. I shall step out for a moment and return shortly. Jean Bing hurriedly exited, appearing quite anxious. 2 minutes later, Jean Bing re-entered with a stack of papers. Chief, all the information is here. Tian Dao accepted the documents and glanced at Obito, who immediately understood the cue and instructed Jean Bing, do not resist. Jean Bing was momentarily taken aback, quickly standing upright. Suddenly, a massive vortex emerged in the office, drawing Obito, Tian Dao, and Jean Bing into its depths. Minutes later, the three emerged once more. Obito was unscathed, while Jean Bing was drenched and covered in wounds, though his gaze towards Obito now held a newfound respect. At that moment, Tian Dao, holding the documents, addressed Jean Bing, your strength has earned my recognition. I bestow upon you the codename Akatsuki's Southern Dancer. Here is your ring and uniform. Furthermore, you must master this ninjutsu. Producing a ring and a large black cloak adorned with red clouds, Tian Dao presented them alongside a scroll containing the ninjutsu instructions to Jean Bing. Chapter 112. The Pendulum of Gold and Silver. 2-4. Jean Bing respectfully and joyfully accepted the ring, the team uniform, and the scroll. He first adorned his pinky finger with the ring inscribed with the character dot. It was the only finger that could accommodate the ring, as the others were too stout. Subsequently, Jean Bing donned an oversized black robe adorned with red clouds and wrapped the samahata in layers of bandages, securing it on his back. In an instant, a fortified version of the bald Kisame Hashigaki materialized within the office. Jean Hashigaki Bing. Thus, Jean Bing officially joined the Akatsuki organization, taking the place of Kisame Hashigaki. He was indeed worthy of this role. Recently, within the Kamui dimension, both Obito and Nagato had acknowledged Jean Bing's prowess after rigorous testing. To evaluate Jean Bing's true strength, Obito refrained from conventional combat methods. He abandoned intangibility and opted for a direct confrontation employing ninjutsu and close-quarters combat. During this exchange, Obito did not utilize the Uchiha fan, and as a result, his fire techniques were extinguished by Jean Bing's water release. Great exploding water collapsing wave. Perhaps aware of Obito's formidable might, Jean Bing exerted himself from the outset. He began by employing the great exploding water collapsing wave to reshape the battlefield, conjuring an immense elliptical water prison. This water prison was over 100 meters in both length and width, with a height of roughly 50 to 60 meters, swiftly enclosing Obito within its confines. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Jean Bing immediately fused with the samahata, transforming into a half-shark human form. In this state, he could generate gills akin to those of a shark, allowing him to maneuver freely underwater. Meanwhile, Obito, forcibly trapped within the colossal water prison, found himself on the brink of drowning. Despite this geographical advantage, Jean Bing did not recklessly charge in for hand-to-hand combat. Instead, he resorted to a series of shark-themed ninjutsu. Water release, shark bomb technique. Water release, great shark bomb technique. Water release, rain of 4 sharks. Water release, 5 shark feast. Water release, 1,000 shark feast. As these techniques were unleashed, Jinbing's chakra was significantly depleted. The result was a multitude of sharks, entirely composed of water, filling the vast prison. A pair of colossal sharks led the charge, followed by 4 swift sharks, and then countless medium-sized sharks swarmed forth, all driven by Jinbing towards Obito's location. In any other circumstance, a person might have perished in such a scenario. After all, the combination of drowning and shark attacks would spell certain doom for anyone lacking superhuman abilities. However, this was the challenge Obito had requested before the battle, to fight with the resolve to kill him, or else face death at his hands. Even though this encounter was merely a test of strength, Obito imposed immense pressure on Jinbing. Yet, within the expansive water prison, Obito exhibited no signs of distress. On the contrary, he remained as vigorous as ever. Though he refrained from utilizing intangibility in combat, he could still render his mouth and nose intangible without breaching any rules. Positioned outside the Kamui dimension, his mouth and nose were not subjected to the water, thus preventing any risk of drowning. Faced with the relentless barrage of ninjutsu unleashed by Kinbi, the corner of his mouth curled slightly beneath his mask, and he activated the Susanoo, a technique reserved solely for those endowed with the double Meijiki Sharingan. In an instant, a luminescent azure skeletal form materialized around Obito, effectively blocking all of the shark-based assaults. The defensive prowess of Susanoo is not something that mere ninjutsu can easily penetrate. The shark techniques wielded by Kinbi were insufficient to breach the formidable defenses of Obito's Susanoo. Thus, as all the sharks dissipated due to the depletion of chakra, Obito's skeletal form morphed into that of a half-armed warrior. Beyond that, there was no discernible change, let alone any sign of injury. Kinbi found himself enveloped in despair. He had exhausted all his strategies. Yet he was astonished to discover that he had inflicted not a single scratch upon the masked man. This revelation was a significant blow to Kinbi. After dedicating a month to rigorous training, he had anticipated a more favorable outcome. It would be difficult for anyone else to accept such a reality. Observing Kinbi's despondent state, Obito, without hesitation, launched a powerful punch from his Susanoo directly at him. He had no intention to console or persuade Kinbi. His sole objective was to awaken him. A person who still has time for sentimentality does so because their will to survive is not yet fiercely ignited. In such cases, a sound thrashing suffices. Initially, Kinbi managed to maneuver using the terrain to his advantage, as he was in his half-shark form, allowing him greater agility in the water compared to Obito, who was encumbered by his Susanoo. However, when Obito unleashed the Kamui Shuriken, redirecting the vast waters of the water prison elsewhere, Kinbi's advantage vanished in an instant. Subsequently, he found himself on the receiving end of a brutal assault by Obito's Susanoo. After enduring the beating, Kinbi emerged from his state of self-pity, secretly acknowledging his own shortcomings and recognizing that his weakness stemmed from insufficient effort. Having only recently begun his journey with chakra and ninjutsu, he resolved to persist in his training, convinced that one day he would stand at the same pinnacle as the masked man and behold the vistas that awaited there. Witnessing this transformation in Kinbi's mindset, Obito remarked, "Not bad. I now recognize your potential." Chapter 113, The Art of Projection, 3-4. Upon hearing Tobi's words, Pain nodded in agreement. Jinbi was suddenly overwhelmed with joy. He had feared that he had disappointed both Tobi and Pain and lost his opportunity to join the Akatsuki. To his astonishment, he found himself recognized by Tobi and Pain. The Akatsuki, what a formidable and enigmatic organization. The prospect of joining was almost beyond his belief. Seeing his surprise, Tobi elaborated, "Jinbi, in truth, your strength already approaches that of a shadow-level ninja. You simply lack familiarity and experience in combat against other ninjas, compounded by my overwhelming power, which has created this impression of dominance. Nevertheless, you possess the potential. Hence, I acknowledge your capabilities. However, should you desire to grow even stronger and acquire more formidable jutsu, I can provide avenues for that." With a playful wink, Tobi signaled his intent. Jinbi, grasping Tobi's hint, eagerly replied, "Master, I have been diligently working to earn money this month. Please, follow me." At that moment, Tobi's voice exuded a light-hearted tone, reminiscent of a vampire that feasts on the labor of the hard-working populace without contributing. Now, as Jinbi donned the black cloak adorned with red clouds in the ring, Wu Chen, playing the shadow clone of Tobi and Pain, felt a wave of sentiment. Jinbi was a candidate that Wu Chen watched grow stronger, evoking a sense of nurturing, albeit with the bittersweet realization that this was not a young girl but rather a robust man. After expressing his thoughts, Tobi briefly explained the jutsu contained within the scroll, intending for Jinbi to master it immediately before destroying the scroll. The technique detailed in the scroll was the art of projection, which played a pivotal role within the Akatsuki and the Naruto universe. Members would sit and emit thought waves transformed from chakra, which Pain, acting as the command tower, would receive, amplify, and project illusions in specific locations. These illusions differed from ordinary imagery. Through Pain's mediation, a variety of techniques could be activated. The illusions created by this jutsu possessed all the capabilities of the original body, representing a kenjutsu of the Rinnegan. In the Naruto world, The early gatherings of the Akatsuki were realized through the illusions generated by this technique. Not only did it greatly facilitate communication among members, overcoming the barriers of distance, but it also ensured the security and confidentiality of their assemblies. Everything was but an illusion. Even if the meeting's location was discovered, adversaries would find themselves misled. Such a powerful and useful technique naturally demanded a demonstration of its secrecy. While Toby instructed Jinbe in the jutsu, Pain remained absorbed in reviewing documents pertaining to the United States. Eventually, after a considerable time, Jinbe mastered the art of projection, after which Toby incinerated the scroll. At this juncture, Pain set aside the documents in his hands, took a few steps to the floor-to-ceiling window of Jinbe's office, and gazed down upon the morning skyline of New York, remarking on the arrogance of this nation. Upon hearing these words, Obito and Jean walked over together, wholeheartedly agreeing with the sentiment expressed. Indeed, Obito's ideology resonated with that of the Akatsuki, leading to a shared sense of reflection. Although Jean had grown up in America, at this moment, standing in solidarity with the Akatsuki, he too felt the weight of American arrogance. Perhaps it was due to the nation's status as the most formidable victor after World War II, which has positioned it as the most powerful country in the world, resulting in an attitude of disdain toward all else. Setting aside the distant past, even in the present, the so-called Iraq War on Terror raises questions about its true intentions. Is it genuinely a campaign against terrorism? Iraq, situated in the Middle East, is rich in oil resources, a vital energy source on our planet. Pain, the embodiment of the Akatsuki's philosophy, did not turn back, his lips moving as he articulated America's actions. Obito nodded, expressing his belief that the war was merely a guise to seize Iraq's oil resources. If the intention were truly to aid Iraq, why not support its government with weapons and manpower, empowering them to combat terrorism independently? By intervening directly in their affairs, America emerges as the most significant perpetrator of terror. Pain immediately nodded in agreement, acknowledging the clarity of Obito's perspective. Furthermore, the nation that claims to be the most liberated in the world is rife with racial discrimination and various forms of bias. Jean quickly concurred, expressing his outrage over the recent news of police officers suffocating a black man in plain view. Yet, in truth, Jin's indignation was rather superficial to him. Apart from the Akatsuki members, everyone else was merely a pawn, and death was inconsequential. His current display of outrage was merely to serve as a foil for Pain, the leader of the Akatsuki. You are indeed correct, Pain remarked, glancing at Jean, which compelled Jean to feel the pressure once more, causing him to slightly bow his head. Chapter 114. Let New York, let this nation, feel the pain. For 4, however, this time, Jinbe's subtle maneuvers did not capture the attention of Obito or Pain. At this moment, Obito was focused on Pain, while Pain continued to gaze out of the window. Observing this, Jinbe felt compelled to make a statement. The leader had just endorsed his words, which surely meant he wished for Jinbe to elaborate further. Thus, he continued to echo Pain and Obito's sentiments. It is well known that the American Empire. This section discussing racial discrimination has been omitted due to censorship. Despite being a civilized society, it is riddled with primitive tribal issues. At times, I ponder, what has happened to this nation? What has befallen this world? Why has it come to this? In that moment, Jinbe appeared as a valiant warrior, seemingly enveloped in a radiant white light. Yet, the thoughts swirling within his mind were known only to him. Nevertheless, this inadvertently provided Pain with a message. Jinbe, I have already discerned the answer to your inquiries. Huh. Jinbe was momentarily taken aback. He had merely been engaging in casual banter. Yet it felt as though the leader of the Akatsuki, Pain, had taken his words to heart. Because they were incapable of mutual understanding, Pain's voice rose slightly. Upon hearing this, Jinbe sighed in relief. He had thought that, under his encouragement, the leader might be inclined to bring about the world's destruction. Then, Pain continued, history awakens us to the reality that humanity is an inherently foolish species, incapable of mutual understanding. Do you comprehend what history entails? It is the understanding of the past, a perception of the future, all rooted in the truth. That is what we call history. Events always unfold unexpectedly, and reasons are attributed later. So, how can humanity evolve to eventually comprehend one another? There exists but a singular answer, through suffering. Upon hearing Pain's declaration, Jinbe suddenly sensed impending doom, yet he found himself unable to voice his concerns, for Pain continued to expound upon increasingly grave matters in a calm tone. Ignorant and naive children can only mature into adults through the experience of suffering. Racial discrimination arises from an inability to understand one another, and wars between nations stem from the same lack of comprehension. Those who have never known suffering will never grasp the concept of peace. I have transcended mortal limitations through enduring infinite suffering, evolving from a mere mortal into a deity. Stunned, Jinbe remained rooted in place, contemplating. Could it be that the leader of the Akatsuki suffers from delusions of grandeur? How else could he utter such words and refer to himself as a god? It was entirely reasonable for Jinbe to question this, for he merely suspected the leader possessed great power, yet he had never witnessed it firsthand. At that moment, had he not feared for his life, Jinbe might have begun to inquire whether Pain was indeed afflicted by such delusions. I must inscribe a ceasefire amidst the chaos of this tumultuous world. This is the mission of a god. Seemingly oblivious to Jinbe's expression, Pain continued to articulate his philosophy. In the midst of national conflicts, what means can swiftly bring an end to such warfare? If there exists a cohort of individuals, imbued with a sense of justice and peace, wielding weapons capable of annihilating a great nation in an instant, the sheer magnitude of death, countless lives extinguished in a heartbeat, would instill terror in the hearts of all. Humanity, nations, and the entire world would come to understand suffering. Such fear would engender a restraint, leading to a cessation of wars. It can be posited that a world shaped by this fear is evolving towards stability and tranquility. Pain fosters the maturation of the world, akin to my past. For this world to advance, divine guidance is imperative. The world is but a child, and to facilitate its growth, it must comprehend the essence of suffering. Hence, we require the tailed beasts. We must amalgamate the 9-tailed beasts into the formidable 10 tails, harnessing this power to bestow genuine peace upon the world. This is the very purpose behind the establishment of the Akatsuki. Madman, this individual is unequivocally insane. Upon hearing the entirety of Tendo's revelations, the sole term that resonated in Jin's mind was this. If he were merely an ordinary lunatic, he would at most find himself confined to a psychiatric institution. However, should that lunatic possess an unparalleled strength, the world would inevitably transform due to his influence. Jin sensed an impending change looming before him. Those who harbor racial prejudices would, through their own suffering, evolve to comprehend the plight of the discriminated. Those who instigate wars would come to grasp the profound essence of peace through their pain. Initially, I intended to capture the 9-tails Jinchuriki and depart from New York. Yet Tendo continued, now, I believe it is essential for New York, for this arrogant nation, to truly experience suffering. I surmise that in doing so, this nation may temper its hubris and yearn for authentic peace. Chapter 115. The Council of Abido, 1-4. If time could be reversed. Jin would certainly refrain from uttering those fervent words of solidarity intended to showcase his resolve. Who could have imagined that the leader of the Akatsuki organization possessed such a temperament? To forge immensely powerful weapons in the name of peace, and to foster mutual understanding through inflicting suffering upon others? What a peculiar genius you are. Although there is some merit to this notion, Jin, now a mentally sound adult, would not allow himself to be brainwashed by such ideologies. Yet, in this moment, due to his own declarations, the leader Pain proclaimed, let New York feel pain. Let this nation endure suffering. Jin did not perceive this as mere bravado. As the head of the Akatsuki, Pain genuinely possessed the capacity to enact destruction upon New York. More alarmingly, he might indeed have the strength to do so. Jin harbored an undeniable hatred for New York, for it was here that he lost those most dear to him. Nonetheless, despite his loathing, he remained in New York. Not out of a desire to flee, but because he could not bear to abandon the place that had nurtured him. After all, New York was Jin's home. The landscape of his childhood, intertwined with memories that, albeit bittersweet, shaped his existence. The outright obliteration of New York was not a prospect he welcomed, for such an act would also lead to his own annihilation. He was, after all, a part of New York. With this contemplation, Jin summoned his courage. Gazing at Pain and inquired, Leader, how do you intend to make New York feel pain? I do not seek to pry into your strategies, rather. I merely think that if the situation becomes too perilous, it would be prudent to evacuate our members from that region. They still hold some value and are not entirely expendable. Upon hearing this, Pain cast a frigid glance at Jin, causing him to tremble with trepidation. Fortunately, Pain did not take immediate action but instead replied calmly, you will come to know in due time. As for the region, instruct all your gang members to evacuate New York. Jin's heart quaked at these words, and he dared not speak further, quickly nodding in agreement. Regret was now futile. Having become a member of the Akatsuki, marked by the bird in a cage symbol upon his forehead, Jin found himself unable to retreat. His only option was to steadfastly follow the path of the Akatsuki, embracing the darkness ahead. Leader, the strength of Minato Namikaze and Tobarama Senju is formidable. I fear they may impede your efforts in capturing the 9-tails, Abido suddenly interjected. Without turning his gaze, Pain remarked, under the steps of a god. Mere mortals cannot stand in the way. Jin, taken aback by Abido's words, asked, Sir, are you not accompanying the leader? Abido shook his head. I am merely here to escort you. Shortly, another companion will arrive. At that time, I shall depart with him to capture other-tailed beasts. Other-tailed beasts? Jin echoed. Indeed, among the 9-tailed beasts, the third in power is Shikaku, the one-tail. Sir, do you require my assistance? Jin hastily inquired. At this moment, Jin Ping had come to a realization. Since he could not prevent the leader's actions, it would be better to turn a blind eye and depart. However, Abido shook his head, asserting that the enemies the leader faced were still unknown. He could handle the one-tail alone, bringing an additional companion would merely serve as a precaution. And he could not afford to take two. Jin Ping, you shall remain and assist the leader in clearing the obstacles. Yes, Jin Ping replied with a grimace. Just then, a colossal shadow suddenly whizzed past outside Jin Ping's office, causing him to swiftly turn his gaze. He beheld a magnificent, oddly shaped white dragon hovering beyond the floor-to-ceiling window. On the back of the dragon stood a figure clad in a black robe adorned with red clouds, none other than Deidara, who had split off a shadow clone at the appointed time. At that moment, Deidara waved his hand towards the window, and Obito mirrored his gesture in response. However, after acknowledging him, Obito did not depart immediately. Instead, he addressed Pain. Leader, although your strength is formidable, it is prudent to exercise caution. Once I reach my destination, I may divulge a bit of information that could potentially draw away either Minato Namikaze or Hashirama Senju. At that point, you may choose to act. Pain did not respond, but merely gestured for Obito to leave. Seeing this, Obito ceased his persuasion and summoned a vortex, stepping through it to ascend onto the dragon's back. Whoosh! Deidara and Obito took flight on the dragon. Jin Ping's office was left with only Pain and Jin Ping. The atmosphere felt stifling, making Jin Ping somewhat uneasy. He finally spoke. Leader, what shall we do? Jin Ping felt a sense of worry. What if the leader disregarded counsel and insisted on taking action immediately? With no means to disembark, he could only hope to navigate this vessel further. He silently prayed that the leader, as captain of the ship, would not be obstinate and inflexible. Chapter 116, Truly Impressive. 2-4. Upon hearing these words, the Tao of Heaven cast another glance at Jin Ping. Jin Ping shuddered, then silently retreated a step, bowing his head. For the third time, this gaze instilled in Jin Ping a profound sense of pressure, marking the third occurrence. Although the adage suggests that matters should not occur more than thrice, such reasoning holds no validity in the presence of the Tao of Heaven. The identical expression of indifference, emanating from those reincarnation eyes, seemed to possess an extraordinary allure. For an ordinary person, the reincarnation eyes represented a transcendence in the hierarchy of existence, and the oppressive force from such a superior being would cause the very souls of mere mortals to tremble. Thus, no matter how many times he witnessed it, Jin Ping felt his heart quiver, leading him to lower his head in silence. Jin Ping's reaction pleased the Tao of Heaven, Wu Chen. The shadow clone embodying the Tao of Heaven silently nodded in approval. It appears that the image of the Akatsuki leader I have established resonates successfully with Jin Ping. Externally, the Tao of Heaven gradually withdrew his gaze and stated, I comprehend your intent. I am not a person of obstinacy. I shall naturally adopt valuable counsel. Upon hearing these words, Jin Ping exhaled in relief. As Fei had accurately stated, although mortals cannot halt the advance of the divine, they can indeed delay it. Jin Ping, from this moment forth, investigate whether Senju Tobarama and Namikaze Minato are residing within New York, and after the investigation concludes, ensure your men depart from New York. Upon hearing the Tao of Heaven's directive, Jin Ping relaxed completely and responded loudly, Yes, leader. Subsequently, as Jin Ping observed, the Tao of Heaven opened the floor-to-ceiling window and took flight, soaring directly out of it. Witnessing this scene, Jin Ping was taken aback, murmuring to himself, Perhaps the leader truly is a deity. To ascend into the sky unaided, conquering the pull of the earth, such feats would have deemed one a divine being in ancient times. At that moment, Jin Ping began to genuinely believe that the leader could indeed inflict pain upon New York and the American Empire. After this moment of reflection, Jin Ping hurriedly dispatched the orders. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Stark Tower, Wu Chen was fervently selling delectable crab burgers. At this moment, although he had only been selling for a little over an hour, the scrumptious crab burgers were nearly sold out. Despite their steep price, they were irresistibly delicious, especially since they were being sold by a superhero himself. Countless individuals flocked to purchase the crab burgers. Had Wu Chen chosen to abandon his limited daily supply in favor of opening a shop, he would have amassed wealth in no time. However, Wu Chen was disinterested in such endeavors. He still needed to cultivate and ponder how to embody the numerous roles required of him, leaving no time to establish a lucrative business. After all, with Jin Ping and S.H.I.E.L.D providing financial support, he found no need for further riches. As he handed the last 4 exquisite crab burgers to the hurriedly approaching Happy, Wu Chen began to pack up his cart, preparing to return home. At that moment, four memories surged into Wu Chen's mind, belonging to Obito, Deidara, the Tao of Heaven, and Nagato. Shortly after departing from Jin Ping, the 4 members of Akatsuki reverted from their disguises and shadow clones. This method of extraction rendered them impervious to any attempts to encircle them, let alone uncover the stronghold of the Akatsuki organization. Question: how can one prevent enemies from discovering their hideout? Answer: if there is no hideout, then surely enemies cannot find it. Such a perspective is indeed clever and imaginative. Obito and Deidara would not foolishly ride a flying dragon to New Mexico. Since Minato and Coulson have already embarked on their journey, why not simply have Minato transport the two of them directly? To outsiders, Minato and the Akatsuki organization appear to be bitter adversaries, yet they understand that they are all on the same side, akin to one family, one entity. In their eyes, distinctions of you and me are rendered meaningless. Consequently, there exists no sense of estrangement between them. After issuing several commands to Jean, Pain had no reason to remain there. So he departed. Upon leaving, he found himself with nothing to occupy his time, thus he shed his transformation and shadow clone. As for Nagato, his memories are the simplest. For he spent the entire duration in the secluded corners of the Kamui space, enduring torment while drawing circles, without any significant events transpiring. Even during the test with Jean, he remained unscathed. The Kamui space is exceedingly vast. After the completion of the dual Kamui Sharingan, the space has been continuously expanding. Even now, it shows no signs of ceasing. Perhaps, in the future, this place could transform into an alternate space, or even a different world. After organizing 4 sets of memories, Wu Chen wore a smile, for events unfolded just as he had envisioned. In Wu Chen's plan, the climactic character must indeed make their appearance last. Thus, matters concerning the One Tail must transpire first, followed by those in New York, related to the Nine Tails. Wu Chen's shadow clone performed admirably, deserving of praise. Therefore, Wu Chen internally commended himself, exclaiming, "I am truly exceptional. Just as I expected. I am indeed remarkable. Long live Wu Chen. Amazing." Such unabashed declarations flowed from him one after another. At that moment, Happy approached once more, inquiring, "Wu, have you finished selling hamburgers?" "HM?" Wu Chen nodded. "Tony is looking for you." Chapter 117. Tony's deceptive invitation to the dog. 3-4. Tony seeks me out? Observing Happy's seemingly genuine expression, Wu Chen couldn't help but ponder deeply. This was a matter that warranted his utmost caution. Just as his meticulously orchestrated plans for 2 significant acquisitions were on the verge of realization, Tony suddenly had business with him? What could possibly be of concern? To speak frankly, Wu Chen found Tony's approach rather peculiar. Just yesterday, the formidable Jiraiya had extracted the shrapnel from Tony's body, alleviated his palladium poisoning, and even mended the gaping wound on his chest. With Tony in such a state, why would he not relish a romantic interlude with Pepper but instead seek out Wu Chen? Could it be that he had unearthed the secret of Wu Chen's impersonation system? A fleeting unease washed over Wu Chen as he recalled the time Tony had delivered a food cart to him. When he had mistakenly thought Tony was privy to his secrets and had contemplated silencing him, he couldn't be so hasty in judgment regarding Tony, his only true friend. After a period of reflection, Wu Chen resolved to accompany Happy to ascertain the nature of Tony's request before determining his course of action. Furthermore, prior to executing the plan to make New York feel pain, it was imperative to persuade Tony and the others to vacate the premises. With this in mind, Wu Chen addressed Happy. "All right, let me park the food cart first." Once the cart was securely parked, Wu Chen and Happy proceeded to enter Stark Tower. Ascending in the elevator, they arrived at the office door on the top floor, where Happy promptly pushed open the frosted glass door. "Boss, who is here?" Before Wu Chen could step inside, he was met with the sounds of an argument. As Happy stepped aside, Wu Chen entered to find Tony savoring a delectable crab burger while Pepper, with her hand buried in her hair, appeared quite distressed. "Hey, look at this model couple. What seems to be the trouble?" Wu Chen jested. Upon hearing this, Tony immediately winked at Wu Chen, his empty left hand discreetly giving a thumbs up. As for Pepper, upon hearing Wu Chen refer to them as a model couple, she blushed in a flustered manner and protested. "No, we are not a couple. Look at that. What has this foolish Tony done to vex this lovely lady? Perhaps I would be a better match for you. You might want to consider it." Wu Chen quipped as he approached Pepper with a playful grin. Tony's eyes widened in shock. "Wu, how could you say that?" Meanwhile, Pepper cast a self-satisfied glance at Tony, as if to say, "See, I'm not without admirers. You better treat me well, or I might just leave you." Noticing Tony's expression darkening, Wu Chen decided to rein in his teasing demeanor. With a serious tone, he addressed Tony. "All right, no more jokes. What did you want to see me about?" Seeing Wu Chen's serious demeanor, Tony felt a tad reassured. To be honest, the young, handsome, and talented Wu Chen, who also happened to be an exceptional cook, made Tony feel that in a competition for Pepper's affections, he might not stand a chance. However, in matters of the heart, the weight of prowess is not as significant. It ultimately hinges on whom Pepper favors. And who might that be? It hardly requires elucidation. Tony cast a glance at Pepper, only to be met with a disdainful roll of her eyes, while Wu Chen, upon looking at her, was greeted with a warm smile. Tony's composure began to falter once more. Yet, he understood that Pepper's disdain was solely reserved for him, while she bestowed her smiles upon everyone else. Reining in his emotions, Tony finished his hamburger in a few bites and turned to Wu Chen, saying, "Wu, during my treatment, you stood by and observed. Do you think I was ever in any peril throughout the entire process?" With that, he mischievously blinked at Wu Chen, seeking to conspire. Wu Chen, however, wore a look of utter confusion. Was this truly the purpose of summoning him here, to flaunt affection in his presence? At that moment, Wu Chen likely pieced together the events that had transpired in the office. It was merely a confession from Tony to Pepper, or perhaps Pepper had uncovered Tony's circumstances, leading her to worry for his safety, resulting in her ire directed at Tony for his silence regarding the matter and for undertaking such unconventional treatment without her consent. After inquiring a bit about Pepper, Wu Chen confirmed his suspicions were indeed accurate. Instantly, his expression darkened. To Tony and Pepper, this might be a matter that warranted explanation. However, to outsiders, they appeared to be indulging in a display of affection. Is it now fashionable to ensnare the single among us in such a ruse? Nevertheless, despite his inner turmoil, Wu Chen complied with Tony's performance. For this was not merely an act, it was rooted in reality. The application of modern medical techniques to treat Tony's condition could be perilous and intricate, yet when it came to medical ninjutsu, the treatment posed no danger and proceeded with remarkable ease. Seeing Wu Chen's cooperation, Tony exhaled in relief. Pepper, you see, I assured you I would only proceed under completely safe conditions. Just as Pepper was about to respond, Wu Chen interjected, Tony, unless there is anything further, I shall take my leave. Chapter 118. The name is awry for 4. Wu Chen was not an idle individual. He possessed little leisure time. Even after an early closure, he would not indulge in idleness upon returning home. Instead, he would diligently practice the wind release ninjutsu and cultivate his relationship with the Nine Tails. The proficiency in deadly wind release techniques could never be deemed excessive. Furthermore, the Nine Tails chakra mode remained at its initial stage, which diverged from Wu Chen's aspirations. He needed to progress to at least the second stage, akin to the legendary Minato Namikaze. There remained a plethora of tasks for Wu Chen, leaving him no time to squander with Tony. Noticing Wu Chen's demeanor, Tony gestured for Pepper to pause, then turned to Wu Chen and said, Wu, the reason I summoned you today is due to an exceedingly important matter. What matter could that be? Wu Chen's heart raced, involuntarily tightening with tension. Do not be anxious. It is quite simple for you, Tony reassured, observing Wu Chen's unease. He then inquired, what is your favorite color? Answer promptly, without hesitation. Gold. Wu Chen instinctively replied, then wondered aloud, what is this about? Are you buying me clothing? Tony smiled mysteriously. Something like that. You shall see in due course. By the way, Wu, your taste aligns closely with mine. You possess remarkable discernment. Tony's habitual self-praise elicited no curiosity from Wu Chen. Very well, is there anything else? Indeed, in a few days, Morocco will host an F1 Grand Prix. Would you like to attend? Tony proposed. It would serve as a celebration for my newfound lease on life. Tony, true to his affluent nature, deemed a trip abroad as an appropriate means of celebration. However, Wu Chen found it curious, a newfound lease on life? Wu Chen understood one instance of renewal. Tony's health issues had been resolved, marking a rebirth for him. But what of the second? The first renewal pertains to my health. Tony confirmed, then paused before revealing, the second renewal is my discovery of a new element, which has upgraded the energy source of my Iron Man suit. My suit and Iron One. With its new energy, it is reborn, and thus, I too am reborn. Is that the matter? Wu Chen blinked in surprise. Precisely. Will you join me? Not a chance. I have commitments. I cannot let my patrons down. Selling burgers daily is my unwavering resolve. Wu Chen shook his head in refusal, simultaneously feeling a sense of relief. Thankfully, he did not act rashly. Tony was indeed not the person he had initially imagined. This friendship was preserved. Are you truly not coming? Tony pressed, but Wu Chen firmly declined. Such a celebration is best suited for you and your closest companions, perhaps with a bodyguard. Involving others would only lead to awkwardness. Very well, Tony acquiesced to Wu Chen's insistence. But you must attend the Stark Industries Expo tomorrow. Here, take this VIP ticket. Oh? It begins tomorrow? Wu Chen was taken aback. Didn't you say yesterday that time was scarce? Moreover, with the expo tomorrow, when do you plan to head to Morocco? Tony waved his hand dismissively and replied, it dawned on me just yesterday that sometimes imperfection is the best course. As for the expo, my presence is only required at the opening and closing ceremonies. There is no need for me to linger there throughout. I see. In that case, I shall attend. Wu Chen nodded in agreement. Observing Wu Chen as he collected his tickets, Tony extended another invitation. Are you truly not coming with us to Morocco? Perhaps I could take you for a spin in an F1 car. Wu Chen shrugged nonchalantly. I want to be going. My Flying Thunder God technique is swifter than anything else. After boasting a little, leaving Tony gritting his teeth in frustration, Wu Chen departed from Stark Tower contentedly. Upon arriving home in his food truck, Wu Chen commenced his training diligently. Meanwhile, after nearly a morning of driving, Coulson and Minato Namikaze finally arrived in New Mexico, at the quaint town known as Heaven on Earth. To be frank, after witnessing the town firsthand, Minato felt that the name Heaven on Earth was nothing short of a misnomer. This town resembled nothing more than a remote outpost on a barren wasteland. With only a handful of residents, merely a few dozen households, and a single shopping street. It was sparsely populated. However, the foot traffic was surprisingly ample. This was quite normal, as there is never a shortage of onlookers, regardless of the location. The incident involving the hammer had drawn residents from within a radius of several dozen kilometers, all eager to witness the spectacle and test whether the hammer could truly be lifted. After parking the car, Coulson procured lunch for himself and Minato, and during their meal, he reached out to the S.H.I.E.L.D. agent stationed there. Due to the hammer incident, S.H.I.E.L.D. had already taken control of the area, establishing a base and becoming something of a local authority. Minato sought to locate the sealed sand-tail, and those S.H.I.E.L.D. agents could provide valuable assistance. Chapter 119. The Ingenious Tactics of S.H.I.E.L.D. 1-4. After having lunch, Minato Namikaze took the opportunity of a restroom break to leave a flying thunder god mark outside the restaurant, subsequently dispelling his transformation and shadow clone techniques. In New York, at Wu Chen's residence, he absorbed the memories of Minato while savoring the meal he had prepared and began to form hand seals to create shadow clones. This time, he opted for a limited number, producing only 3, one impersonating Minato, another as Obito Uchiha, and the last as Deidara. Given the potential duration of this mission spanning 1 or 2 days, creating too many clones could lead to the awkward scenario where the shadow clones of both the Hokage of Konoha and an Akatsuki member exhaust their chakra mid-conflict and vanish simultaneously. By limiting himself to 3, Wu Chen could proceed without such concerns. As he observed his 3 clones depart, he quickly finished his lunch and resumed his training. Suddenly, a flash of golden light illuminated the area, and 3 figures appeared behind the only Chinese restaurant in the quaint town of Heaven on Earth, New Mexico. They were unmistakably Minato Namikaze, Obito Uchiha, and Deidara. Upon their arrival, Obito immediately activated his ability, pulling himself and Deidara into a vortex, ensuring they were not seen in the unusual alliance between their respective factions. Meanwhile, Minato employed the body flicker technique and slipped into the restroom. After feigning a reasonable amount of time spent inside, he casually exited the lavatory, where Coulson awaited him. Noticing Minato's prolonged absence, Coulson hesitated before commenting, "Mr. Namikaze, if you require assistance, we can arrange for the best urologist for you. Do you wish to experience the thrill of an instantaneous departure, Coulson?" Minato replied, his expression darkening, prompting Coulson to wisely fall silent. Understanding the camaraderie built over time, Minato did not press further. Such light-hearted banter was something he could share with Coulson. Subsequently, Coulson drove Minato to the site of the meteor crater. Throughout this entire process, Coulson remained oblivious to the fact that Minato had returned and reappeared. This oversight stemmed from a habitual way of thinking. Coulson had mostly interacted with ordinary individuals or those with extraordinary abilities that still fell within the realm of human comprehension. However, Minato, a ninja adept in chakra and a peak-level powerhouse, could not be assessed through the lens of common logic. Stuck in the mindset of an ordinary person, Coulson failed to detect Minato's subtle maneuvers. In truth, any ordinary individual from the Marvel Universe would likewise be oblivious to Minato's peculiarities, with only a fellow ninja possessing sharp observational skills being capable of noticing such anomalies. Coulson drove Minato to the meteor crater, which was a massive hemispherical pit approximately 50 to 60 meters in diameter, with the debris at its center surrounded by concentric circles rising outward. At this moment, within the pit, a number of agents clad in black suits and tactical combat attire were industriously engaged in their tasks. It appeared they were in the process of assembling a rudimentary encampment centered around the object of their investigation. The camp was nearing completion. The sound of Coulson's vehicle drew the attention of the agents within the makeshift camp, and several of them approached, preparing to inquire. However, upon recognizing Coulson and Namikaze Minato, they immediately ceased their efforts. Although Coulson was a novice guide in the realm of Marvel fan fiction, his agent rank was notably high, reaching level 8, surpassing even the likes of Black Widow and Hawkeye, as well as all the agents present at the encampment. At that moment, a bald agent clutching a file hurried over to Coulson, handing him the documents as he spoke. "Sir, I have received orders. You are now fully in charge here." Observing this scene, Namikaze Minato appeared contemplative. In the original narrative of Thor within the Marvel Universe, Coulson was the chief officer responsible for managing the Thor incident. However, in recent days, Coulson had reported directly to Minato and Tobarama Senju, thus excluding him from handling the Thor event. Yet now, with Coulson's arrival, Nick Fury had commanded that all agents here heed Coulson's directives. Indeed, as Minato had surmised, Coulson's subsequent explanation confirmed this. After elucidating the situation, Coulson inquired, "Mr. Namikaze, what characteristics define the ceiling location of the One-Tail, Shikaku? Surely there are desert dunes in this vicinity? The most desolate area with the largest dunes should lie above the ceiling site of the One-Tail." Minato, considering the nature of Shikaku, speculated. However, Shouldn't you first address the matters of the base? Coulson gently shook his head, stating, the director's orders prioritize your affairs, Mr. Namikaze. Therefore, I kindly ask you to wait here for a moment. Feel free to explore the surroundings. With that, he instructed the agents to search for potential locations of the One-Tail sealing site. Minato smacked his lips in thought, reflecting, Nick Fury's strategy is indeed brilliant. Chapter 120, The Aspirations of Hawkeye 2-4. At this moment, a formidable criminal organization known as Akatsuki has emerged on Earth, wielding immense power. Among its ranks is a member named Akatsuki's S.H.I.E.L.D, who, with his extraordinary spatial abilities and mastery of fire techniques, has led the entire S.H.I.E.L.D into disarray. This audacious individual brazenly set fire to the streets of New York, causing extensive devastation. Furthermore, right under the watchful eyes of S.H.I.E.L.D, he unleashed the Nine Tails, which had been sealed within New York, nearly bringing about the city's annihilation. In stark contrast, S.H.I.E.L.D, tasked with protecting New York and the world, finds itself lacking any means to confront the threat posed by Akatsuki. Much like the incident of the Nine Tails, had it not been for the intervention of the Fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, who valiantly defeated S.H.I.E.L.D and resealed the Nine Tails, New York might very well have faced destruction. Faced with such a formidable foe, it is only natural for S.H.I.E.L.D to rely on the benevolent yet opposing forces of the Hidden Leaf Village. However, even the virtuous Hidden Leaf has varying degrees of relationships with other factions. Thanks to Nick Fury's efforts, S.H.I.E.L.D successfully established a rapport with the trio from Hidden Leaf, Minato Namikaze, Wu Chen, and Tobarama Senju. Wu Chen, without question, became a trusted advisor to S.H.I.E.L.D, forging the strongest ties. As for the remaining two, Minato Namikaze and Tobarama Senju, the latter is relatively easy to deal with. Known for his cool demeanor coupled with a warm heart, he may appear aloof, yet he is quite genial when approached sincerely. Nick Fury has even shared drinks with Tobarama, solidifying their camaraderie. In contrast, while Minato Namikaze may seem gentle, his temperament poses a challenge for S.H.I.E.L.D to deepen their connection. His amiable nature makes initial contact easier, allowing for the establishment of a firm bond. However, this very disposition complicates the prospect of further enhancing their rapport. Unless a significant event arises, the mutual regard between S.H.I.E.L.D and Minato is likely to remain stagnant, neither improving nor declining. Yet, should a major incident occur, it could fortuitously strengthen the bond between S.H.I.E.L.D and Minato, albeit at a considerable cost. Nick Fury envisions a scenario where no significant events transpire, allowing everyone to remain safe and sound, which would be ideal. Nevertheless, the unpredictable actions of Akatsuki loom large. Is S.H.I.E.L.D still acting recklessly with companions at his side? Is Akatsuki intent on capturing Wu Chen, the Nine Tails Jinchuriki residing in New York? These are the concerns weighing on Nick Fury's mind. Hence, it is imperative for S.H.I.E.L.D to further solidify its relationship with Minato, granting a measure of comfort to its members. How then can S.H.I.E.L.D strengthen its ties with Minato? Their strategy is to be ever accommodating, prioritizing Minato in all matters. This approach is undeniably astute. As the adage goes, one who receives generosity is more inclined to reciprocate. Having enjoyed numerous privileges and advantages from S.H.I.E.L.D, would Minato truly remain indifferent should a crisis arise? If Namikaze Minato truly disregarded the situation, it would undoubtedly lead to the disintegration of his character. Wu Chen would never allow such a scenario to unfold. Thus, the methods employed by S.H.I.E.L.D are both clever and effective. After marveling at Nick Fury's prowess, Minato began to meander through the base. The agents of S.H.I.E.L.D had already witnessed his earlier entrance alongside Coulson, so no one dared to impede or interrogate him at this moment. However, a guide was indeed present. Agent Clint Francis Barton, known as Hawkeye, approached Minato with a compound bow slung over his shoulder. Mr. Minato, Director Coulson has asked me to accompany you on a tour. Since I arrived early, I am quite familiar with this camp and can serve as your guide. Minato, finding no reason to decline, nodded in agreement. Thus, with Hawkeye as his companion, Minato gained insights into the layout of the camp. The entire facility was established around the fallen hammer, with most of the surrounding instruments designed to detect the radiation emanating from it. Upon mentioning the hammer that no one could lift, a look of evident intrigue appeared on Minato's face. Observing this, Hawkeye suggested, "Shall we go take a look at that hammer?" Minato readily agreed but inquired, "Would you care to try a method other than walking?" Hawkeye hesitated. Would that be too much trouble?" A hint of embarrassment crossed his features. "Do not hide it. You have been eyeing my ninja tool pouch since we began, and your expression clearly shows your fascination with my space ninjutsu. Given your interest, I must certainly allow you to experience it. Minato smiled warmly. In response, Hawkeye also smiled. Please forgive me, Mr. Minato. I am indeed very interested in your space ninjutsu. And if I could experience it without causing you any inconvenience, I would be immensely grateful. Then prepare yourself. Chapter 121. The Hammer Stirred, 3-4. In truth, among the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D, it was Hawkeye Barton who was most receptive to the art of ninjutsu. During his early years of archery training, Hawkeye spent some time in Japan, thus becoming aware of the existence of ninjutsu. However, what he knew of ninjutsu was vastly different from the techniques exhibited by the Akatsuki and the denizens of Konoha. Compared to the prowess displayed by the Akatsuki and the villagers of Konoha, the ninjutsu from Japan was barely worthy of mention. Upon further investigation, Hawkeye learned that the ninjutsu wielded by the Akatsuki and the inhabitants of Konoha required a unique energy known as chakra as its driving force. Chakra, when compared to ninjutsu, is akin to magic in relation to sorcery. The two are interdependent and equally essential. From that moment, Hawkeye pondered whether he possessed the aptitude to cultivate chakra. In contrast to mere physical training, the pursuit of this new energy appeared to hold greater promise. Yet, Hawkeye had never had the opportunity to engage with figures like Minato Namikaze, thereby keeping his aspirations concealed within. Today, however, he found himself in the presence of Minato, a master of chakra, and could no longer suppress his curiosity, prompting his impulsive actions. To his surprise, Minato not only remained unperturbed, but also offered to guide him through the marvels of spatial ninjutsu. This ignited a flicker of yearning within Hawkeye. Could he, too, have the chance to master chakra and learn ninjutsu? Perhaps in due time. Regaining his composure, Hawkeye observed Minato's hand gripping his shoulder, suppressing the urge to shake it off. Sensing the shifts within Hawkeye's body, Minato raised an eyebrow and drew a trident shuriken from his pouch, launching it toward the hammer. With a swift slice, the plastic was mercilessly pierced by the trident, yet its velocity remained unabated as it soared towards the skies above Thor's hammer. Seizing the moment, Minato initiated the Flying Thunder God technique, transporting both himself and Hawkeye through space. In an instant, a hand grasped the handle of the flying trident midair, and Minato, alongside Hawkeye, materialized above the mighty Mjolnir. With a decisive thud, both descended, and although Hawkeye found himself somewhat flustered, he managed to steady himself on the ground with Minato's assistance. At this juncture, any lingering disdain Hawkeye harbored towards Minato dissipated entirely. Initially, Hawkeye regarded Minato merely as a young man whose only advantage stemmed from an early initiation into chakra training, leading to his current strength. He thought to himself, if only I had trained in chakra from a young age, I would undoubtedly surpass Minato now. Yet the reality was stark. Hawkeye could not match Minato's reflexes, which had allowed him to react in moments when Hawkeye faltered. This disparity left Hawkeye flustered in midair, relying on Minato's support to regain his footing. Putting aside any other considerations, the sheer prowess of Minato's reflexes had already placed him far beyond Hawkeye's capabilities. At this moment, Barton suddenly comprehended a crucial requisite for mastering space ninjutsu: reflexes. Without adequate responsiveness, even if one managed to grasp the intricacies of spatial ninjutsu, its application would prove futile and could potentially result in self-harm. Taking a deep breath, the keen-eyed Barton regained his composure, only to witness Minato Namikaze approaching S.H.I.E.L.D, the hammer of Thor, and reaching out to grasp its handle. Not wishing to intervene, Barton observed silently. Countless individuals had previously attempted to lift the hammer, all in vain. Moreover, mere contact with the hammer would not yield any effect, so if Minato desired to touch it, so be it. Coulson, who had been vigilantly monitoring the situation, relayed the command into Barton's earpiece. However, to everyone's astonishment, as Minato gripped the handle and exerted gradual force, S.H.I.E.L.D actually moved. Crack! The angle of the hammer's handle shifted from a steep 45 degrees to an astonishing 50 degrees. Although the change was slight, it was undeniably significant. This development left Coulson utterly astounded. He hastily seized the uniform of a nearby agent, exclaiming, "Did we capture that moment on film?" Due to the immense interest surrounding this celestial hammer, S.H.I.E.L.D had positioned cameras nearby to document every alteration. The adjacent agent promptly nodded, replying, "Sir, we recorded everything." "Excellent." Coulson released the agent, his gaze fixated on the surveillance screen as he plunged into contemplation. After a brief pause, the agent ventured, "Sir, what shall we do next?" Coulson looked up, stating, "Let us refrain from any actions. This is merely a minor occurrence. Establishing a good rapport with Minato is far more significant than this trivial matter. If we probe into Minato's ability to lift a hammer, it could indeed provoke his disdain. Such an endeavor would be counterproductive, and Coulson certainly would not pursue it." Chapter 122, Turncoat Hawkeye for 4, to the surprise of Wave Wind Watergate. he found himself able to lift the mighty Mjolnir. If memory serves correctly, the hammer bore the blessing of the great Odin. Whosoever holds this hammer, if they be worthy, shall possess the power of Thor. Odin's intention was that when Thor matured and embraced the heart of a king and a hero, he would reclaim his title as the Thunder God of Asgard. Yet, even Odin did not anticipate that Captain America and Vision could also wield the hammer. Now, even the shadow clone of Wu Chen, portraying Wave Wind Watergate, was capable of lifting it. This revelation suggested that Wave Wind Watergate shared the same noble virtues as Captain America and Vision. If I, Wu Chen, embodying Wave Wind Watergate, am indeed a person of integrity, does that not imply that I, Wu Chen, possess similar qualities? Could it be that I, too, can wield Mjolnir and potentially become the Thunder God? The shadow clone of Wu Chen, playing Wave Wind Watergate, mused, I must ensure my true self has the opportunity to test the hammer. With a firm tug, he discovered that even a slight shift in angle was his limit, prompting him to retract his hand. He then noticed the astonished expression on Hawkeye Barton's face. Initially, Barton had felt inferior to Wave Wind Watergate, but now he found himself utterly unable to move the hammer, which had been effortlessly lifted by Wave Wind Watergate. Fortunately, Hawkeye Barton was adept at adjusting his mindset, constantly reminding himself not to compare himself to Wave Wind Watergate. Wave Wind Watergate approached Barton, raised his hand in a playful manner, and inquired, Hey, are you all right? All good. Barton shook his head vigorously and summoned his courage to ask, Mr. Wave Wind, could you perhaps assess whether I possess the talent for chakra cultivation? At that moment, Barton had summoned all his bravery. It was not that he was timid, but rather he dreaded the possibility of receiving a negative response. He yearned to grow stronger, to seize his destiny in a world increasingly populated by formidable beings. Barton also aspired to marry his girlfriend and dreamt of having adorable, well-behaved children. He did not wish for his life to be dictated by others. In accordance with ancient Chinese wisdom, Barton was exhibiting the potential to become a turncoat, a traitor in the face of adversity. Wave Wind Watergate discerned this trait, and his mind began to churn with possibilities. Wu Chen's role as an advisor to S.H.I.E.L.D. was not merely for the benefits and support it provided, it was also driven by his desire to join the Avengers. Having entered the Marvel Universe, who, unless inherently villainous, would not wish to stand alongside their beloved superheroes in battle? Wu Chen harbored similar aspirations. This was the true motivation behind his advisory position at S.H.I.E.L.D. However, even if he joined the Avengers, he would only have Tony as an ally. Tony's character was inherently contentious, and if Wu Chen maintained a steadfast alliance with him, he risked incurring the ire of others. Thus, it was imperative to seek new allies. But where might such allies be found? Wu Chen meticulously eliminated potential candidates, ultimately narrowing it down to the formidable Dr. Bruce Banner, the Hulk. Given that Minato Namikaze had previously rendered assistance to him, it was certain that Bruce would extend his support to Wu Chen out of loyalty. However, the challenge lay in Bruce's volatility. Much like Tony Stark, his temper could transform him into the Hulk, possibly leading him to lash out even at Wu Chen. Thus, he was deemed an unsuitable ally. At this juncture, two new potential supporters emerged. One was the present Hawkeye, and the other was the god of thunder, Thor, who was currently recuperating in an unknown hospital. Should Hawkeye acknowledge the debt of gratitude he owed to Minato, he would undoubtedly assist Wu Chen in the future. As for Thor, he was intertwined with Wu Chen's plans, indicating that Minato would subsequently aid him as well. Consequently, once Wu Chen joined the Avengers, he would not find himself isolated and feeble, but rather surrounded by a cadre of friends. It was even conceivable that he could transform the entire Avengers team into his harem. However, for the time being, Minato needed to adjust his approach with Hawkeye. Initially, he had intended to suggest that Hawkeye abandon his aspirations due to a lack of talent. Yet, in response to Hawkeye's hopeful gaze, Minato stated, during the recent spatial transition, I conducted an assessment. Barton's acceptable, is it not? After receiving Hawkeye's affirmation, Minato continued, Barton, you possess the potential for chakra cultivation. However, your aptitude is limited, only slightly surpassing that of an ordinary individual. Even with diligent practice, significant accomplishments may elude you. Upon hearing these words, Hawkeye felt a flicker of hope, swiftly followed by a sense of despair. Why was there merely a trace of potential, rather than a substantial amount? Frustration was mounting within him. At that moment, Minato interjected. Nevertheless, there is a solution. Once this situation is resolved, bring 1 million along when you seek me out, and I will leverage my connections to procure an item for you. At that point, you should be able to cultivate chakra normally. Chapter 123, The Second Disciple, 1-5, Wufeng Shuimin contemplated the idea of providing Hawkeye Barton with a chakra seed, informing him that it was a means to develop his innate talent for chakra cultivation. He intended for Barton to consume it. As for the price of 1 million, Wufeng Shuimin would merely charge the cost price. After all, a chakra seed was indeed valued at 1 million, he did not press Barton for more money, but instead, he generously facilitated Barton's investment. Others might desire to enhance their strength through expenditure, yet they lacked the means. Barton was fortunate indeed. As expected, upon hearing that financial investment could enable him to practice chakra, an expression of sheer ecstasy illuminated Barton's face, and he nodded vigorously in agreement. A mere $1 million was a trifling sum for a senior agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. More importantly, altering one's fate necessitated sacrifice, and Barton felt that such an amount was rather insufficient. Thus, with gleeful yet puzzled eyes, Barton listened as Shui-min articulated another condition. He must take him as his master and assume the responsibility of safeguarding Wu Chen. Without a moment's hesitation, Barton consented to the first condition, promptly kneeling and bowing his head 3 times, exclaiming, "Master." As for the second condition, after a brief contemplation, he acquiesced as well. Given Wu Chen's status as the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, Barton understood the significance of Shui-min's request and recognized that although Wu Chen was considerably stronger than himself, having a protector was better than having none. To be fair, Shui-min had not anticipated Barton's decisiveness. He was taken aback by the immediacy of Barton's pledge. However, this did not impact Shui-min adversely. Conversely, Barton's swift acknowledgement of his apprenticeship left Coulson in a state of disbelief. With a look of astonishment, Coulson rushed over to him, exclaiming, "Agent Barton, what are you doing?" Shui-min helped Barton to his feet, and with a nod of approval from him, Barton declared, "I was just taking my vows as a disciple. From this moment forth, I shall follow Master Shui-min to learn the ways of chakra cultivation." This proclamation astounded Coulson, who immediately cast a questioning glance at Shui-min, receiving a confirming nod in return. Consequently, Coulson found himself at a loss for words. The desire for strength is a universal longing. Everyone harbors something precious to protect, and Coulson was no exception. Though he had not explicitly introduced anyone to others, he indeed had a girlfriend, a cellist with a gentle and graceful demeanor, perfectly complementing Coulson's character. Hence, he wished to safeguard her in this increasingly perilous world. To do so, he required power. However, Shui-min could not set such a precedent. Should he relent and provide Coulson with a chakra seed, allowing others to realize that even those without innate talent for chakra cultivation could engage in its practice, the ensuing complications would be numerous. Therefore, to avert any potential troubles, Shui-min anticipated Coulson's unspoken thoughts and preemptively declined, offering him a slight consolation. "Coulson, you lack the talent for chakra cultivation. It can be said that the majority of individuals lack this innate talent, with only a select few possessing a modicum of it, and an exceedingly rare handful being particularly suited for the cultivation of chakra. Agent Barton belongs to that rare group, while Wu Chen is among the exceedingly few." Coulson felt a tinge of disappointment, though it did not come as a surprise. Minato Namikaze nodded in agreement, affirming that Wu Chen was indeed well suited for chakra cultivation, which is why he took the initiative to accept him as a disciple. Barton, on the other hand, exhibited a slight degree of talent, coupled with an unwavering determination, which led Minato to consider him worthy of mentorship. "Although I am the Hokage, I am also a ninja, and as such, require my own training. Accepting 2 disciples is already at my limit. Taking on more would hinder my own cultivation. Therefore, Coulson, please convey to Nick Fury that I shall not be accepting any more disciples in the future." This decision by Minato was a means to permanently eliminate potential troubles. Coulson had anticipated this resolution, for Minato was still in his 20s and had a long way to go in his ascent to power. He was indeed not yet at the age for imparting knowledge and wisdom. To be candid, the fact that Minato had taken on 2 disciples was already somewhat unexpected for Coulson. With the formidable Akatsuki organization still unresolved, enhancing one's strength was of paramount importance. Matters of mentorship could be addressed once the crisis presented by the Akatsuki had been resolved. In contrast to Coulson's mixture of disappointment and neutrality, Barton felt a sense of surprise and relief at that moment. Thankfully, he had mustered the courage to seek mentorship today. Otherwise, he might never have had the opportunity again. Speaking of opportunities, Barton thought of his friend, Natasha Romanoff, and inquired of Minato, "Master Minato, is that red-haired beauty who appeared with you the other day my future teacher?" Since Kushina Izumaki had only appeared once, and S.H.I.E.L.D. had recorded merely a single line about her, Barton sought confirmation. Upon hearing Barton's words, Minato could not help but smile and nodded, affirming that Kushina was indeed his wife, and that he would introduce them when the opportunity arose. Seeing Minato's smile, Barton realized that Natasha was entirely out of the running. He silently resolved to counsel Natasha when he returned. Chapter 124, The Thor Incident 2-5, The time spent by S.H.I.E.L.D. in locating the seal of the One Tail was remarkably brief, merely around half an hour. However, within that fleeting half hour, one of S.H.I.E.L.D's elite agents, Hawkeye, unexpectedly became the disciple of Minato Namikaze. When this astonishing development was reported to Nick Fury by Coulson, Fury nearly dropped his cup in disbelief. Engaged in his lunch and sipping coffee, the once delectable meal lost all appeal upon receiving such news. When Coulson inquired about the next steps, Nick Fury composed himself momentarily and replied, "Let them be. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D. already has disciples of Minato Namikaze." This dismissive attitude was uncharacteristic of Nick Fury, yet his current demeanor suggested a genuine sense of helplessness. Understanding Fury's perspective, Coulson continued with his report, stating that the location of the one-tailed seal had been found, and they were preparing to proceed. The hammer that had descended from the heavens revealed no peculiarities, although its engravings bore resemblance to so-called runes. Fury determined that the incident with the one tail should take precedence, and matters concerning the hammer could be addressed once the seal was confirmed to be intact. "Understood," came the response, though in reality, both tasks were being pursued concurrently due to sufficient manpower and the relative ease of locating the one-tailed seal. "Sir, given the current situation, when will you be heading over?" As Coulson prepared to exit the camp, a bald agent approached him. "You will lead the team over. The director has prioritized Mr. Namikaze's matter above all else." After dismissing the bald agent, Coulson hastily departed the camp. At that moment, a military SUV was stationed at the camp's entrance, occupied by Minato Namikaze and Hawkeye. Although Minato's body flicker technique allowed him to move faster than the vehicle, it was more convenient for Hawkeye and Coulson to travel by car. Once Coulson boarded, Hawkeye Barton started the vehicle, kicking up a cloud of dust as they vanished from the camp's entrance. After the SUV carrying the three departed, several other vehicles exited the S.H.I.E.L.D. camp, heading towards the nearby town. The bald agent had shown Coulson the situation regarding the hammer, and S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were also making progress on that front. Thus, after obtaining Coulson's consent, the bald agent led his team to retrieve the scientist's research findings. Such an act left ordinary civilians powerless to resist, exemplifying S.H.I.E.L.D.'s domineering nature. In the town, the tale of Thor and the female scientist Jane Foster was simultaneously unfolding. The trio realized that Thor had likely emerged from the previous night's astronomical phenomenon, and they set off to the hospital in search of him. However, they discovered that Thor had already made his own escape. Just when they thought they would never find Thor again, they inadvertently backed their vehicle into him, thereby forging a fateful connection between Thor and the three. Three individuals warmly welcomed Thor, providing him with clothing and sustenance. As they dined in a CAF, Thor learned of the hammer that had descended from the heavens and resolved to part ways with them. At that moment, Jane's gaze towards Thor had shifted, becoming notably intense, reminiscent of a romantic connection. Despite uttering words of farewell, Jane frequently glanced back at Thor, troubled by his phrase farewell forever. However, her two companions had already departed, leaving her hesitant to inquire further. Upon returning to their research facility, they discovered a group of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents busily transporting their equipment and experimental data. "Hey, what are you doing?" Jane exclaimed angrily as she rushed forward, only to be stopped by Dr. Selvig, one of her colleagues. "Jane, don't act impulsively." At that moment, the lead bald agent revealed his identity, stating, "We are agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. investigating a security threat. We need to seize your experimental apparatus and atmospheric observation data." "No, you cannot do this. This represents the culmination of my life's work. You cannot take it." Jane, in a state of distress, attempted to intervene but was restrained by Dr. Selvig. "Jane, let them proceed. This situation may be more serious than you realize. Let them go? Those are my very lifeblood." Jane broke free from Selvig's grasp and confronted the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, clutching her notebook. "Everything we have documented is either on these computers or within this notebook. If you take them away, what will we do?" With a swift motion, the agents seized her notebook as well. In that moment, Jane felt an overwhelming surge of frustration, yet Dr. Selvig continued to restrain her. As the S.H.I.E.L.D. vehicles departed, she was left in a state of despair. "It's all gone." Jane's eyes dulled with despair. But she resolved, "No, I must reclaim what is rightfully mine." "Jane, don't act recklessly," Dr. Selvig cautioned. "I won't. I simply need to clear my mind." Jane replied as she spotted Thor walking down the street, her spirits momentarily lifted. "I must excuse myself for a moment." Chapter 126, The Lost Thunder God 3-5. Although claiming to take a leisurely stroll, Jian soon found Thor at a pet shop, eagerly requesting a horse from the staff. "Hey, I need a horse." "I'm sorry, but we do not have horses. We only have cats, dogs, and hamsters." "No matter. Just give me one that is large enough to ride," Thor replied with his characteristic bravado. "Hey, do you need a ride?" Thus, two individuals with the same destination reached an agreement. Jian drove Thor to meet with Mjolnir, and in return, Thor would assist Jian in her lifelong research. The Thunder God and his future girlfriend were en route to the S.H.I.E.L.D. base, as were Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura. As they were driven, the trio arrived at a desolate area devoid of vegetation, characterized by a hill made of gravel and sand. Observing the arid landscape, Naruto began to comprehend the gist of the American people regarding New Mexico, calling it a paradise on Earth. A true paradise would be uninhabited. Since there were no people here, it indeed resembled a terrestrial paradise. After a moment of reflection, Naruto disembarked and initiated a flamboyant display. He unleashed his chakra, enveloping himself in a radiant blue flame, and then activated a sealing technique, causing a dark sigil to spread across the entire hilltop. The area covered by the seal stretched over several hundred square meters. Standing within the seal, Hawkeye and Coulson instinctively leaned closer together. Despite Naruto having assured them that the sealing technique posed no threat to those outside, as long as they remained still. Nevertheless, when the seal truly manifested, Barton and Coulson could not suppress their unease. In truth, there was no cause for alarm. What purpose did the seal serve? The answer was none. It was merely a facade, entirely devoid of utility. Why, then, did Naruto create this seal? The answer was simple: to persuade Coulson and Barton that they were in a sealing location. Clearly, judging by the expressions on their faces, Naruto's objective had been achieved. He then retracted the seal and quelled his chakra. Turning to the still apprehensive duo, Naruto reassured them, there is no need for concern, the seal is harmless. And the beast remains securely contained within. However, to err on the side of caution, he added, I will need to stay here for a few days to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Very well, Mr. Naruto, you may stay as long as you wish, Coulson promptly responded. Subsequently, Naruto left a flying thunder god mark on a nearby stone and then returned to the S.H.I.E.L.D. base with Coulson, Hawkeye, and Barton. Upon their arrival at the base, twilight had descended and dinner was nearing. In a generous gesture, Coulson invited Naruto to partake in S.H.I.E.L.D's self-heating meal, which was of mediocre flavor. After their meal, as Naruto contemplated returning briefly to check on his original body, an alarm suddenly blared throughout the S.H.I.E.L.D. base. An intruder had breached their defenses. The agents reacted swiftly, quickly identifying the target. As he watched the surveillance footage alongside Coulson, the blonde and robust figure of Thor elicited an involuntary smile from the Wind God. At last, the God of Thunder had arrived. Under the gaze of Wind God, Thor reenacted the scenes etched in Wind God's memory, overcoming numerous adversaries and vanquishing agents, until he reached the mighty Mjolnir. At this moment, Hawkeye had taken his position, his arrow poised on the bowstring, ready to pierce Thor's heart at Coulson's command. Theoretically, Thor, whose divine powers were currently sealed, was at his weakest. The most opportune time for his demise. However, unbeknownst to them within the palace of Asgard, Odin appeared to be in slumber while secretly observing the actions of his two sons. Should anyone truly harbor intentions of harming Thor, Odin would undoubtedly intervene. How formidable is Odin? It is precisely due to the presence of Odin and the Ancient One that even with the existence of the Infinity Stones on Earth, Thanos dared not approach. It was only when it became apparent that Odin was gravely ill and the Ancient One had departed to other realms that Thanos felt emboldened to send his minions to Earth, thus setting the stage for the events of Avengers: Infinity War. Of course, Thanos' judgment in choosing allies was indeed lacking. He took Loki under his wing, believing that Loki would serve him loyally, yet Loki never genuinely wished to ally with him. Consequently, after the events of the first Avengers, Thanos neither acquired the Space Stone nor retained the Mind Stone embedded in the scepter, resulting in significant losses. But setting Thanos aside, at this moment, Thor radiated a genuine smile as he stood so close to Mjolnir. Observing this, Coulson felt a surge of caution and commanded Hawkeye to stand down. He wished to see Thor's intentions. However, when Thor reached out to lift Mjolnir, he found himself unable to do so, and the smile on his face gradually faded. He crouched down, exerting all his strength to pull Mjolnir, which resonated in response, filling the sky with ominous thunderclouds and unleashing torrential rain. Yet, Thor still could not lift Mjolnir. Not even the slightest movement was achieved. This profound blow left Thor's spirit crushed, and he knelt on the ground, speechless and choked with emotion. Chapter 127, Namikaze Minato vs. The Destroyer, 4-5. Subsequent events unfolded as per the original narrative. Loki deceived Thor, causing him to abandon all thoughts of returning to Asgard. Loki's illusions were truly remarkable. Neither Coulson nor Hawkeye Barton detected his presence, while Namikaze Minato could only discern a vague silhouette, unable to ascertain any distinct features. However, this was of little concern. Despite being a long-lived Asgardian, Minato was confident in his ability to outmatch both Loki and Thor in combat. Observing Loki's departure, Thor was consumed by sorrow until Dr. Selvig arrived, presenting a false identity and, after Coulson's deliberate release, took Thor away. The S.H.I.E.L.D could not glean much from the god of thunder's hammer. So it seemed prudent to follow this individual who appeared to be linked to the hammer, as it might yield unexpected discoveries. Thus, Minato's first day in New Mexico unfolded in this manner. Meanwhile, what of Obito and Deidara? Thanks to the presence of the traitor Minato, they had no need to scout for the location of the one-tail ceiling. They simply had to make their appearance at the opportune moment. Consequently, they found themselves with ample leisure time. Fortunately, the Kamui space housed numerous distractions, including gaming consoles. With a console, a monitor equipped with a power source, and 2 controllers. Obito and Deidara spent an entire day immersed in gaming. Jump back. Avoid the bullets. Wow, you died again. You're truly pathetic, Deidara. Huh, how dare you accuse me? Commander Sway, when you died even earlier than I did. In short, the two engaged in gaming throughout the day and night. Time swiftly passed to the following day. Gazing at the sunlight outside, Obito and Deidara pondered briefly before succumbing to sleep. After all, a battle awaited them, and it was vital to recuperate properly. Although they were merely shadow clones and, in theory, did not require sleep, the transformation system allowed them to recover their energy as if they were real individuals. In the small town, Thor and Jane prepared breakfast together. After a night of earnest conversation, their relationship blossomed remarkably. Though they had known each other for less than 2 days, they felt an extraordinary affinity, appearing quite inseparable at that moment. Just then, Thor's friends arrived. The Warriors 3. Along with Sif and 3 formidable men, they unveiled Loki's deceit, enlightening Thor to the truth. However, closely following the Warriors 3 was the Destroyer, dispatched by Loki. This was a war machine forged by Odin, indestructible and immensely powerful. As the Destroyer descended, the transformed Thor immediately urged the townsfolk to flee. Fully aware of the creature's might, alone, the Warriors 3 and the still mortal Thor stood no chance of halting it. Simultaneously, Thor realized that all of this chaos was orchestrated by his mischievous brother, Loki. Yet, before Thor and his companions could confront the Destroyer, this formidable magical war machine engaged Minato in battle first. As the scene unfolded, the illustrious figure of Minato Namikaze stood nearby. The Rainbow Bridge descended from the heavens, crashing onto the ground and inscribing a magical array upon the earth. Then, the formidable Destroyer, forged from URU metal, made its grand entrance. Coulson initially mistook it for a new incarnation of Iron Man, given its striking resemblance, and was about to greet it, only to be whisked away by Minato's Flying Thunder God technique, landing dozens of meters away. Before Coulson could pose a question, a searing ray, as thick as a bowl, struck the very spot where he had just stood, triggering a cataclysmic explosion. Boom. The accompanying vehicles were obliterated in a fiery blast, reduced to mere fragments. The Destroyer unleashed a barrage of rays, reducing S.H.I.E.L.D's vehicles to scrap metal. At that moment, it became abundantly clear to Coulson, without the need for Minato's words, that the situation was dire. He promptly commanded S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, retreat. Such an indomitable weapon, impervious to conventional arms and elements, posed no threat to ordinary individuals, only serving to complicate matters for the battle-ready Minato. Observing the withdrawal of the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, a frown creased Minato's brow as he activated his Nine-Tails chakra mode. In an instant, he transformed into a figure composed of radiant golden light, emanating an overwhelming aura of power. This shift captured the attention of the Destroyer. Loki, manipulating the Destroyer, was perplexed by this newfound strength. Unable to fathom it, he assumed it was an attempt to thwart him and commanded, eliminate him, then proceed to annihilate everything related to Thor. Boom. Following the directive, the Destroyer unleashed a massive magical ray towards Minato. Observing this turn of events, Coulson remained calm. The Destroyer's movements were sluggish, and Minato's speed would allow him to evade easily. However, the unfolding events left Coulson in shock. Mr. Minato? Instead of dodging, Minato stood resolute, grasping a 3-pronged kunai, directly facing the oncoming searing ray. As the impending catastrophe loomed, none believed that Minato could withstand such a blow. Yet, with an air of calm, he uttered the words. Flying Thunder God, Lightning Strike. Chapter 128. The Destructive Slam, 5-5. The technique known as Flying Thunder God, Lightning Guidance is a novel art born from the fusion of the Flying Thunder God technique and sealing techniques. Conceived by Minato Namikaze, this technique serves a purpose akin to that of a lightning rod, capable of redirecting an adversary's assault elsewhere. Upon witnessing the arrival of the Destroyer, Minato's mind was filled with conjecture. Conventional firearms posed no threat to the Destroyer. Could his own ninjutsu prove effective? To err on the side of caution, Minato resolved to conduct a preliminary test. However, the searing rays emitted by the Destroyer were alarmingly swift and seemingly devoid of any cooldown, leaving Minato no opportunity to employ an offensive ninjutsu for evaluation. With a flicker of inspiration, Minato recalled the derivative ninjutsu associated with the Flying Thunder God technique. It was certain to be effective, as this ninjutsu pertained solely to Minato himself and bore no relation to the destroyer, thus could be utilized without hindrance. He considered both the Flying Thunder God, lightning guidance, and the spiral flash, roaring dance of 4 forms. Alongside the spiral flash, roaring dance of 3 forms, and the spiral flash, roaring dance. The nuances among these 3 spiral flash techniques were minimal, with the roaring dance of 4 forms delivering the most formidable power. Therefore, Minato resolved to employ the most potent technique for his trial. Yet, in preparation to confront the searing rays with the Flying Thunder God, lightning guidance, Minato discreetly hurled a tri-pronged kunai towards the ground behind the destroyer, unnoticed by the onlookers. Due to its height, even the destroyer failed to perceive this kunai. Naturally, had it been seen, Loki, who manipulated the destroyer, would have dismissed it in his eyes. Such an odd weapon, no longer than his own arm, posed little threat. However, this seemingly trivial maneuver laid a robust foundation for Minato to topple the destroyer. As the formidable searing rays surged towards him, Minato narrowed his gaze and activated the Flying Thunder God, lightning guidance. A ceiling formation of adult size materialized before him, and the destroyer's scorching rays struck the center of the formation, pushing Minato back a mere half-step. Yet, that was the extent of their impact. No matter how the destroyer unleashed its searing rays, they could not penetrate the ceiling formation, even when the output power was maximized. Realizing its inability to breach the formation, the destroyer ceased its assault, entering a state of readiness. Loki, controlling the destroyer, was taken aback. He had never anticipated encountering such formidable strength in Midgard, the diminutive realm known to the gods as Earth. Contemplating the situation, he resolved to issue a warning to the formidable figure before him, urging him to step aside. Loki took pride in being an Asgardian, a legendary deity. In this moment, the god decided to extend mercy, offering the human before him a chance at life. Surely, the mortal would not refuse? However, before Loki could utter a word, the human spoke. "You can have it all back." Upon hearing this, Loki's heart quivered, and he hastily commanded the destroyer to retreat half a step, crossing his arms in preparation to defend against any potential assault that might arise. However, a wave of intense heat surged from behind. Loki, manipulating the destroyer, turned to see a formation materializing on the trident-shaped kunai positioned just behind his heel, from which searing rays burst forth. There was no time to evade. The scorching beam struck him directly. "With your spear, you attack your shield." This was the hypothesis of Minato Namikaze. While my assault might not harm the destroyer, what about the destroyer's own attack? Boom. The back of the airborne destroyer was torn apart, demonstrating that the searing rays could indeed inflict damage upon its essence. Witnessing this scene, a smile crept upon Minato's lips, and he unleashed the spiral flash wheel dance, the 4th technique. In an instant, dozens of trident-shaped kunai surrounded the destroyer. Subsequently, Minato formed hand seals to summon shadow clones, which executed the Flying Thunder God technique, darting between the kunai and persistently delivering scraping attacks upon the destroyer. Indeed, scraping. The kunai imbued with wind-style chakra could not directly harm the destroyer. Perhaps only sage techniques could do so, thought Minato's shadow clone. Then, he took 2 steps back and, alongside his original self, gathered a massive Rasengan infused with the chakra of the Nine Tails. Whoosh! The 2 Minatos vanished simultaneously, only to reappear on either side of the destroyer. In a spiral motion, they struck, pressing the colossal Rasengan against the most vulnerable spot, the torn area on its back and its chest. Boom! A tremendous explosion of chakra erupted. The shadow clone dissipated, while the original utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to return to the ground, gazing upward at the destroyer. Crack! Amidst the thick smoke, the destroyer plummeted to the earth, its body marred with wounds, and the gash on its back had widened considerably. Clearly, Minato's ultimate technique had some effect on the destroyer. Observing this spectacle, Coulson rushed over with delight, and so did Hawkeye Barton. Chapter 129. The Devotion of Soul, 1-4. Hawkeye Barton previously understood the formidable nature of those who cultivated chakra solely through various visual recordings he had encountered. Yet, how powerful could they truly be? Without witnessing it firsthand, Hawkeye lacked a clear conception. Today, he finally beheld the truth. A formidable battle armor, impervious to firearms like the destroyer, was vanquished and severely wounded by the singular prowess of Minato Namikaze. It was akin to dismantling a Gundam with bare hands. Witnessing Minato's might instilled in Hawkeye an even deeper admiration for chakra cultivation. However, what Hawkeye Barton did not realize was that even among those who practiced chakra, few could attain the level of Minato Namikaze. Minato's strength transcended the conventional notion of a ninja's power. He was an exceptional case. Similarly, the other formidable figures of the ninja world portrayed by Wu Chen were equally extraordinary. Coulson was the first to approach Minato. gazing at the radiant figure still emanating a golden glow. He yearned to touch him, but hesitated. Ultimately, Coulson refrained from reaching out, sincerely regarding Minato and exclaiming, "It is truly fortuitous to have you here, Mr. Namikaze. Otherwise, our S.H.I.E.L.D. agents might have faced total annihilation." Hawkeye Barton nodded in agreement. A suit capable of obliterating cars with a single beam was not something ordinary individuals could confront. The agents were merely trained ordinary people. Minato shook his head. And just as he prepared to speak, the damaged armor began to stir once more. The fiery luminescence flowed towards the fissure on its back, as the destroyer's armor visibly mended at an astonishing pace. This spectacle widened Minato's eyes, and without further ado, he placed his hands on Coulson and Hawkeye's shoulders, activating the Flying Thunder God technique to transport them to safety. During this process, Minato thought to himself, Odin has indeed granted special privileges to his own son. The destroyer was immensely powerful. Even Minato could only inflict damage upon it by leveraging his own strength. Yet, even when wounded, the destroyer possessed the ability to regenerate. In contrast, in the original narrative, after Thor reclaimed the power of the God of Thunder, he unleashed a ferocious onslaught, only to find that the destroyer's injuries were barely superficial. Yet, astonishingly, the destroyer was defeated by Thor, who could not even breach its defenses. If there were no hidden intricacies at play, Minato would be left utterly flabbergasted. With a sigh, Minato understood that this formidable entity was best left to Thor to confront. And he addressed Coulson and Barton, saying, "Let us observe from a distance. I have a premonition that this creature is targeting that Donald." Coulson glanced at Barton, nodded in agreement, realizing they had no other choice. Indeed, once the gaping fissure had fully healed, the destroyer cast a glance toward Minato and then charged directly toward the town. In the town, thanks to the time Minato had secured, Thor and the others had successfully evacuated all the residents. At this moment, the town stood desolate. Thor finally had an epiphany. He realized that this destroyer had been dispatched by his brother Loki to kill him. If the destroyer is not confronted directly, the residents of the towns behind him, along with the friends who have journeyed from the realm of the gods to reveal the truth, shall never be truly safe. However, even when endowed with the power of the Thunder God, Thor found himself no match for the destroyer, let alone now, reduced to the status of an ordinary mortal. After much contemplation, Thor finally conceived a means to redeem himself for his past misdeeds and save everything. "Jane, stay here. I have a solution to this predicament." Yet, Jane Foster sensed the impending danger and grasped Thor's garment, unwilling to let him depart. Nevertheless, Thor had made his decision. He embraced Jane, planting a kiss upon her lips, internally whispering "forgive me," while outwardly proclaiming, "trust me." Ultimately, persuaded by the others, Jane chose to place her faith in the seemingly reliable man before her. Thor had indeed transformed. From a reckless, thoughtless deity who believed in resolving all conflicts with his hammer, he evolved into a noble superhero, thoughtful, responsible, and willing to sacrifice himself for the protection of others. Thus, Odin's purpose in banishing Thor was fulfilled. At this moment, should Thor summon the hammer Mjolnir, it would automatically fly to his side. Yet, Thor remained unaware of this, trudging towards the destroyer, who had already entered the town and commenced his destructive rampage. Consequently, Thor would have to face life-threatening peril before Mjolnir would instinctively protect its master and restore Thor's divine power. It is worth noting that the hammer Mjolnir is affectionately referred to as Meow Meow Hammer, stemming from a moment in the film Thor where Darcy, Jane Foster's companion, misheard the name and innocently exclaimed, "What is this Meow Meow Hammer?" This moniker subsequently spread among Marvel fans. As the destroyer drew nearer, exuding an aura of annihilation, Thor gazed into the distance. There, a brave soul had just intercepted the destroyer, buying precious time for their evacuation. Yet now, he found himself walking towards death, feeling a sense of betrayal towards the efforts of that valiant warrior. Chapter 130. The Return of a Fae, 2-4. Yet, even in the face of betrayal, Thor would resolutely proceed. At this moment, he perceived it as his mission. He had summoned the destroyer and thus bore the responsibility to resolve this dilemma. This is the essence of a superhero, the duty of the God of Thunder. Following this, the dialogue unfolded just as it did in the original storyline, with Minato Namikaze, Agent Coulson, and Hawkeye Barton arriving to witness the entire scene. After Thor's confession, the destroyer indeed ceased its rampage, approaching Thor as its fiery head gradually closed. Seemingly retreating from combat, Thor felt a surge of joy. Could it be that my brother has forgiven me? But unexpectedly, the destroyer bowed, then swung its arm, landing a direct blow to Thor's head. Under normal circumstances, such an impact would surely have shattered the skull of an ordinary person. However, Thor merely appeared bruised and on the verge of collapse. This scene did not go unnoticed by Coulson and the others, who exchanged glances with Minato. If Minato had desired, he could have saved this man just moments ago. Yet, they remained silent. It was not their place to comment on Minato's decisions. Minato, of course, would not intervene. If he did, who would confront the destroyer? As anticipated, after Thor was cradled in Jane's arms and plunged into a life-and-death crisis, MJ began to tremble in the distance. Crack. The explosion of energy shattered the instruments within the S.H.I.E.L.D camp. With a swift motion, MJ soared skyward, carrying boundless lightning as it hurtled directly towards Thor. Upon witnessing this, Dr. Selvig cried out urgently, "Jane, get out of the way." Still hesitating, Jane was swiftly pulled aside by Dr. Selvig. Boom. Just as MJ was about to strike the ground, Thor, reclaimed by the power of the storm, seized it. Then came the iconic transformation. The god of thunder had arrived. What followed was straightforward. With a decisive maneuver, Thor shattered the destroyer. Minato watched intently, witnessing the destruction of the formidable foe. Now, he hesitated, uncertain if he could indeed best Thor. The remnants of the destroyer suggested that Thor's might was formidable. Contemplating this, Minato sent a message to Uchiha Madara and Deidara, alerting them to be prepared. However, no response came for quite some time. As he pondered what those two were up to, Minato noticed Thor approaching. "Brave one, thank you for stalling the destroyer. I see you have vanquished it. You are indeed strong." Minato smiled slightly. "It was merely a fortunate coincidence. You are the true powerhouse, having obliterated that destroyer." Thor chuckled, feeling a touch of embarrassment. He finally realized that the destroyer was one of his father's long-standing legacies, something he was meant to inherit. Yet now, he had unwittingly destroyed it. Feeling somewhat awkward, Thor turned to Coulson and said, "Coulson, we are not enemies. We are all guardians of this planet. We can forge an alliance. However, the premise is that you must return everything belonging to Jian." Coulson immediately nodded. Having witnessed the formidable power of Thor, he naturally understood what needed to be done. "What is your name?" Coulson inquired. "I mean your true name. Do not attempt to deceive me with something like Donald." "I am Thor Odinson," Thor declared. "That is my name, but I must apologize for not being able to converse with you for long. There are matters requiring my attention in the realm of the gods." At that moment, a response arrived from the sealing technique used by Minato Namikaze. "Apologies, I just fell asleep and have only just awakened." "Understood. I will mobilize immediately." Minato Namikaze exclaimed, "Hey, don't think that just because you two are relaxed, it means you are here for leisure. When you return, inform your original self." After speaking with Coulson, Thor turned to Minato Namikaze. "Warrior, what is your name?" Minato Namikaze. "A rather peculiar name, Minato the Warrior. Perhaps we shall have an opportunity to spar in the future. However, I must attend to urgent matters today, so I shall take my leave," Thor said hastily, for he still needed to deal with his mischievous brother. Just then, a sudden flapping sound resonated through the sky, reminiscent of an enormous bird beating its wings. A shadow swept over a corner of the small town, and the onlookers gazed upward to behold a gigantic, somewhat peculiar white dragon soaring in the sky. Upon the dragon's back stood two figures, one with blonde hair tied in a ponytail, and the other donning a white mask. "Wow, what is happening here?" The blonde individual on the dragon's back leaned down to observe. "Faye, it seems we have arrived late. You imbecile. I suggested we simply release a tail discreetly and capture it without fuss, yet you insisted on showcasing your art to these people. What kind of art is that?" Faye retorted. This exchange left Coulson and Minato Namikaze momentarily stunned. Faye from the Akatsuki organization. Chapter 131. Art is explosive. 3-4. The exclamations of Minato Namikaze and Coulson caught the attention of others. Dr. Selvig, who was well informed, paused in surprise and immediately urged the ordinary people to leave. "Doctor, why must we go?" Jane protested. "I want to stay with Thor." "Jane, this is not a joke." Dr. Selvig replied earnestly, "This is the Akatsuki, a terrifying organization with superhuman abilities. It is exceedingly dangerous. Do you remember the scene from the live broadcast in New York a month ago? That gigantic nine-tailed fox was unleashed by the Akatsuki. If we remain here, we will only hinder Thor and the others." Although S.H.I.E.L.D and the government had strictly prohibited the spread of images from the Nine-Tails incident, in the age of the internet, nothing can truly be suppressed. Thus, many individuals have become aware of the truth of this world. Coulson glanced at Selvig and quickly directed the S.H.I.E.L.D personnel to evacuate the town. As Selvig had stated, ordinary people remaining here would only become a burden to Minato Namikaze and Thor. With everyone evacuated, the town streets were left with only Minato, Thor, and the four heroes of Asgard. To be frank, the four heroes were also a liability. Compared to the awakened power of Thor, they were merely ordinary beings. However, in comparison to true ordinary individuals, they were significantly more capable. This exemplifies the notion of being neither high nor low enough. Nevertheless, if they wished to stay, so be it. Well, is that the Hokage of Konoha? What a coincidence. Akatsuki observed from below, waving his hand in greeting. He had not had the time to change his uniform after his hurried trip to New York. "What do you think of this outfit?" he added. spinning around to showcase his attire, exuding a playful aura. This display allowed everyone to see his costume clearly, a black robe adorned with red clouds, which, from an aesthetic standpoint, was undeniably impressive. Thor stepped closer to Minato and quietly inquired, "Are these your adversaries?" Minato nodded and patted Thor on the shoulder, leaving behind a flying thunder god mark. Sensing something unusual on his shoulder, Thor chose to disregard it. The imminent danger demanded his attention as he gazed at the two figures riding the dragon in the sky. "Minato, you cannot fly, can you? Allow me to assist you in dealing with these two foes as a token of gratitude for your prior delay against the destroyer." With that, Thor swung his hammer and soared into the sky. Minato shook his head and called out, "You won't be able to reach them." As expected, the two members of the Akatsuki showed no intention of evading the thunder god, whose speed blurred before the naked eye. With a whoosh, Thor passed through the dragon without causing even a ripple and flew towards the distance. "Haha, Akatsuki, you were right. This guy truly is a bit foolish," Deidara remarked as he reached into his satchel on either side, pulling out a large clump of clay. After chewing the clay in his mouth for a moment, he conjured a swarm of tiny spiders and a winged puppet resembling a white egg in his hands. Toby nodded slightly, casting Deidara's hands into reality. "Go see one clay spider." C2, number 18. Soul sensed impending doom and shouted urgently to the four heroes of the divine domain, "Quick, take cover." The clay spider descended with a velocity surpassing that of the number 18 puppet, landing first upon the ground and then charging into the nearest building. A few clay spiders lunged at the four heroes, who raised their weapons in preparation to strike. Observing this scene, Minato Namikaze appeared to grasp the gravity of the situation and hastily hurled a trio of kunai while exclaiming, "Do not attack those spiders." Yet, it was too late. Except for Shifu, who managed to halt her attack in time, the remaining three warriors struck the nearby clay spiders with their weapons. Swish. Minato activated the Flying Thunder God technique, appearing before Shifu, grasping her wrist and whisking her away from the danger. Boom, boom, boom. 3 explosions erupted, akin to grenades being detonated. The diminutive clay spider exhibited such immense power. Shifu stood in shock at the sight. Had Minato not rescued her, she would have been gravely injured in that blast. Before she could utter her thanks to Minato, he vanished in an instant. When he reappeared, he had brought out the remaining 3 of the 4 heroes of the divine domain. Though clad in armor, they were all bloodied and unconscious. Shifu rushed to them, unable to contain her tears. They had grown up together, inseparable friends since childhood. Now, the remaining 3 lay grievously wounded, and her heart swelled with sorrow and rage. Soul witnessed the scene as well, his anger boiling over. However, before they could take action, they heard Minato shout, "Everyone, get down." To their astonishment, the number 18 puppet grew larger and larger during its descent, eventually reaching the size of a truck. Without a moment's hesitation, everyone outside the small town dropped to the ground. Moments later, the massive puppet landed at the town center, followed by Deidara's exclamation, "Art is an explosion." "Huh,